Chapter 1. The Sorrow of the Chinese Men's Basketball Team. With the first overall pick in the first round of the 2015 draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Karl Anthony Towns from the University of Kentucky. At the center stage of the 2015 draft, a slender, bespectacled man with a long face and a bald head was announcing the selections. Under his narration, a tall, muscular figure in the audience beamed with joy as he stood up, eagerly accepting the Timberwolves cap handed to him by a staff member, striding towards the long-faced announcer. This was Towns, the prodigious talent from the University of Kentucky, a gem that astonished all fans during the 2015 draft. He received unanimous acclaim as the first overall pick from a panel of 29 media representatives. Had I possessed the first pick, selecting Karl Anthony Towns without hesitation would have been the most predictable decision of the summer. The Timberwolves management, devoid of any surprise, aligned with the expectations of fans and experts alike, securing this basketball prodigy. They hoped that Towns would rise as the new king of the Timberwolves. With the conclusion of the 2015 draft, the Timberwolves confidently embraced Towns as their beacon of revival. This newcomer, dubbed the second Yao Ming of NCAA, is poised to create ripples in the NBA. Let us await the unfolding spectacle. In China, Tencent Sports promptly reported on the outcomes of the 2015 draft. However, many comments beneath the article bore little relevance to Towns. Alas, it has been 3 years. I wonder how Wang Yu is faring now. One would think that after such a long time, he should have recovered from a complete Achilles tear. This is indeed an Achilles rupture. Most NBA players suffer a noticeable decline in performance post-injury, including Kobe. After his return from an Achilles tear, his explosiveness was evidently diminished. For a perimeter player, the impact of such an injury is significant, let alone for an interior player like Wang Yu. It is truly a pity. Wang Yu, who once eclipsed Anthony Davis to secure the first overall pick in the 2012 draft, has vanished from the spotlight. Just look at Davis, who has evolved into a superstar, averaging 24 points and 10 rebounds last season, while there is not a whisper about Wang Yu. All Chinese fans were engrossed in discussions about Wang Yu, the man who once sparked boundless hope for the Chinese men's basketball team. In November 2010, following a season-ending injury, Yao Ming was again sidelined due to a stress fracture. By July of the following year, Yao officially announced his retirement. For Chinese basketball, it was a year of catastrophic loss. In that very year, a remarkable individual named Wang Yu emerged in the rankings of American high school students, claiming the title of the best high school student in the nation for 2011. Subsequently, he received an invitation from Duke University, becoming the first Chinese player in NCAA history to represent the esteemed institution. During that season, Wang Yu averaged an impressive 24 points and 14 rebounds per game, leading Duke to secure the coveted championship trophy in the finals against Kentucky. He showcased his prowess by scoring 36 points and grabbing 18 rebounds, decisively outshining Anthony Davis, who managed only 14 points and 9 rebounds, ultimately basking in victory. Thanks to his remarkable performance in that game, Wang Yu was selected first overall by the New Orleans Pelicans in the summer of 2012, thus becoming the second Chinese player in NBA history to earn the top pick. Injuries had deprived the Chinese men's basketball team of a top draft pick, but God has blessed us with an even more talented player, proclaimed David Stern, then NBA commissioner. After witnessing Wang Yu, a statement that remains etched in memory, Stern rarely encountered such gifted players, particularly one of Chinese descent. Every strand of his hair embodies visible talent, praised Charles Barkley, known for his bold commentary. It seemed as if the sun had risen once more for Chinese basketball. The moment Wang Yu was announced as the first overall pick, nearly every Chinese basketball fan instinctively felt that the national team was on the verge of a resurgence. They had gained a second Yao Ming name, Wang Yu. Age, 19. Height, 210 centimeters. Weight, 120 kilograms. Strength, maximum bench press 150 kilograms. Wingspan, 227 centimeters. Vertical leap, 79 centimeters standing, 87 centimeters maximum. Three-quarter court sprint, 3.44 seconds. Position, power forward center. It is no wonder that so many were in awe of Wang Yu. His physical metrics rivaled those of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Yet, just as everyone was lost in boundless imagination regarding his potential, devastating news broke in August of the same year. Wang Yu suffered a slip during training, resulting in a complete rupture of his Achilles tendon, effectively ending his season. This announcement struck Chinese basketball fans like a thunderbolt, shattering their dreams. It was akin to a rude awakening from a blissful slumber, leaving all aspirations in tatters. Nevertheless, some optimistic fans remained, believing that Wang Yu's surgery would be a resounding success, and given his youth, his recovery would surely be promising. Subsequent news has plunged the fans of Huaxia into despair once again. Wang Yu and his team have chosen to depart from the United States and return to Huaxia for treatment. Naturally, this decision has caused the spirits of the optimistic fans to plummet. Although they are reluctant to admit it, the medical technology in Huaxia pales in comparison to that of the United States. Wang Yu's choice to seek treatment at home appears, even to the fans, as an exceedingly unwise decision. As for the American fans, upon hearing this news, they immediately took to the internet to mock. The Pelicans have managed to draft yet another Greg Oden over the years. This has to be the funniest joke of the year. Choosing to return home for treatment has this guy consumed too much mayonnaise, clogging his brain? Okay, I am convinced this big fool will never step foot on an NBA court again. In the eyes of these American fans, Wang Yu's abandonment of treatment in the United States amounts to a path of self-destruction. As expected, no favorable news emerged after Wang Yu returned home. In fact, there was no news at all. He seemed to have vanished into thin air, and no media outlet could uncover any information about him. Wang Yu must have experienced a shift in mentality, instilling a fear of injury within him, as well as a dread of returning to the court. It is highly likely that we will never see Wang Yu again, speculated renowned basketball commentator Ku Fan. And no one knows whether his words hold any truth, as no one can locate Wang Yu to verify them. Due to Wang Yu's prolonged absence, the fervor surrounding the situation gradually dissipated. Over the following 2 years, discussions about Wang Yu dwindled significantly, and by this summer, when Towns was drafted, conversations regarding Wang Yu had nearly vanished. If not for some American media referring to Towns as the second Wang Yu of the NCAA, this name would have long been forgotten. This man, who once shone as a beacon of Huaxia basketball, has quietly departed from the NBA for 3 years, having swiftly fallen from grace and become a symbol of Huaxia. Basketball Sorrow. Chapter 2. I feel fantastic. Uncle Zhang, are you certain that Wang Yu has made a complete recovery? This is no joking matter. It concerns his entire life. Absolutely, positively, and assuredly. In the director's office of the First People's Hospital of the capital, a slightly balding, bespectacled middle-aged man in a white coat looked at the tall, beautiful girl before him, who had asked the same question thrice, yet still wore an uncertain expression. With a helpless sigh, he patted the results laid out on the table and said, "Little girl, the results do not lie. You can comprehend this report and the examination images. What is there to be unsure about? I just feel uncertain." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Li Qian, who had been persistently questioning, finally revealed a shy smile, realizing she had indeed been a bit overzealous. The examination results were right there. It was undeniably authentic. Truly, the teacher is remarkable. A complete rupture of the Achilles tendon is a level of injury that even the most esteemed experts from America might struggle to treat to full recovery. Yet, the teacher managed to restore Wang Yu's Achilles tendon as if it had never been torn. Had I known, I should have persevered and continued to explore the ancient remedies of our homeland. As Li Qian listened, Uncle Zhang, who had crossed the threshold of 40, couldn't help but express his sentiments. Having practiced medicine for 2 decades and treated a plethora of injuries, he had become one of the foremost experts in the domestic orthopedics field. However, to be candid, faced with Wang Yu's injury, his only recommendation would likely be for Wang Yu to abandon basketball. Back then, Wang Yu's decision to trust the teacher now appears to be the wisest choice. It's truly remarkable that he has made a full recovery. This is splendid. Uncle Zhang, I am genuinely relieved. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I must take my leave. Ignoring Uncle Zhang's musings, Li Qian meticulously reviewed the examination report before promptly rising to bid farewell and hurrying out. She was eager to deliver the report to Wang Yu. "Hello, Bill? Why are you the one answering the phone?" Is it the sound of basketball? You all secretly went to the court without me." However, her elation dissipated following a phone call. "Send me your address, and also tell Wang Yu that he is in big trouble." Beep, beep, beep. Wang, your little girlfriend, hung up the phone, and judging by her tone, she seems quite upset. Inside a sports arena, Bill Duffy sat beside Wang Yu. Yet even while seated, Bill found himself instinctively looking up when he spoke. With a cheerful grin, he gazed at Wang Yu. "Are you certain you don't want to wait for her to arrive?" "Absolutely certain. I can hardly wait." As Wang Yu rose slowly, stretching his arms, Bill Duffy couldn't shake the feeling that it was akin to a dormant volcano on the brink of eruption. After 3 years, this towering figure from our homeland was finally poised to soar once more. Truth be told, Bill Duffy felt a surge of excitement at that moment. He vividly recalled 3 years prior when Wang Yu dominated the NCAA, and when he successfully signed him, he felt even more exhilarated than when he signed Yao Ming. He sensed that his career could take a significant leap forward with Wang Yu aboard AT that time. Wang Yu was not just a dream for the fans from our homeland, he was also Bill Duffy's dream. During the years Wang Yu was sidelined by injury, Bill Duffy often lamented his situation, particularly when he witnessed Anthony Davis, who was once bested by Wang Yu now thriving as one of the league's premier big men, filled him with regret for Wang Yu, as he believed that had it not been for the injuries, Wang Yu would undoubtedly have outshone even Anthony Davis. After all, this individual's talent is of a caliber rarely matched in the annals of NBA history. Perhaps it is precisely due to this extraordinary talent that even God himself is moved, which leads to the unforeseen and devastating blow that follows. However, it is fortunate that despite such calamity, Wang Yu remains unyielding. Although he squandered some time, he rises again. May the Almighty harbor no further malice towards this child. Bill Duffy observes as Wang Yu retrieves the ball and advances step by step, gradually approaching the three-point line. Strangely, his own breath quickens. Ah, what a familiar yet alien scene this is. While Bill Duffy reflects, Wang Yu's visage betrays a myriad of complex emotions. After 3 long years, he finally has the chance to play ball normally again. Heaven knows how long he has awaited this moment. Now, at last, bang, with a forceful slap upon a ball, Wang Yu grips the rebound with both hands and sprints toward the hoop. The sound of his footsteps reverberates in the vast training hall, and by the time the third echo resonates, Wang Yu has dashed from beyond the three-point line into the paint. Bang! Then, soaring high, Wang Yu descends upon the rim like a mighty ape, his hands crashing down upon the hoop, producing a thunderous crack as the ball collides with the rim. Bill Duffy rises in astonishment, not merely startled by the cacophony of the dunk, but by the sight that follows. In the very next instant, the tempered glass of the backboard quickly fractures, revealing an intricate web of fissures. The backboard has shattered. It is astonishing that Wang Yu's singular act has rendered the backboard in ruins. This fellow remains as formidable as ever, not a bad feeling at all, unaware of the destruction he has wrought. Wang Yu, filled with exhilaration, prepares for another dunk, eager to exert even greater force. Wang, let's switch to another hoop. Bill Duffy, convinced that Wang Yu's next attempt will send shards of glass flying, hurriedly intervenes. Okay. In his excitement, Wang Yu misconstrues Bill Duffy's intent. He pays little mind to the warning. If Bill Duffy suggests a change, then a change it shall be. It provides an opportunity to gauge whether his speed has diminished. With this thought in mind, he dribbles the ball and charges toward the other basket. Bill Duffy finds himself at a loss for words. Wang Yu's running form evokes the image of Optimus Prime. Bang! Crash! The momentum of Wang Yu's sprint is even greater this time, coupled with the added force he exerts. The backboard shatters under his might, and as he lands, the tempered glass cascades down like hail. Fortunately, tempered glass, even when shattered, does not splinter into sharp shards, and Wang Yu's quick reflexes prevent any mishap. Wang, I think you should calm down a bit. This is truly excessive. Bill Duffy interjected, as 2 basketballs shattered 2 backboards. Be careful, don't get hurt again for heaven's sake. Don't worry, Bill. Immediately warming up, Wang Yu replied, shaking his finger with an expression of pure exhilaration. This feels absolutely fantastic. Chapter 3. Abandoned. When Li Qian arrived at the gym where Wang Yu was, she was taken aback to find him sitting at the entrance with Bill Simon, rather than inside. What are you doing here? Well, there was a little incident, Bill Duffy explained, while Wang Yu, seated on the steps, awkwardly scratched his cheek. Just moments ago, he had shattered 2 backboards and was kindly asked to leave by the venue staff. Why didn't you wait for me? Li Qian didn't delve into details, but rushed to Wang Yu, glaring at him with irritation. You should have waited until you were completely certain before coming to the gym. I was healed by Dr. Li. He said I'm fine. So, I am? Wang Yu responded to the fuming Li Qian with an unruffled demeanor, gazing at her calmly. Moreover, I haven't played in ages. But, before Li Qian could voice her concerns, Wang Yu stood up, placing his large hand gently on her head. This is the last time, it won't happen again. You always say that, Li Qian exclaimed, forcefully pushing Wang Yu's hand away, clearly indicating her reluctance to easily forgive him this time. However, Bill Duffy interrupted her before she could continue. Wang, there is news concerning you. Li Qian's attention was instantly captivated by his words. Wang Yu secretly gave a thumbs up to Bill Duffy for this timely interruption. Buddy, Dell Demps just announced through ESPN that he will not be exercising your 4th-year contract. Bill Duffy's expression was somewhat grave, tinged with a hint of indignation. Oh? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. This news was indeed unexpected. They've given up. The Pelicans have finally acknowledged how poor their choice of Wang Yu was. Just look at Anthony Davis, who the Hornets secured. Frankly, compared to players from Huaxia, they should have chosen our homegrown talents. I suspect Dell has long wanted to cut Wang Yu, but he was reluctant to waste a #1 draft pick. Wang Yu had been out of the spotlight for so many years, in my view, he probably no longer wished to play. Meanwhile, across America, as Dell Demps announced the non-exercise of Wang Yu's rookie contract's fourth year, the entire internet erupted, with many American fans adopting a spectator's attitude. General Manager Demps: "This is highly disrespectful. I believe you should have at least informed us beforehand." Observing the comments flooding in online, Demps soon received a call from Bill Duffy, whose first words were nearly a shout. "We've maintained good communication until now, haven't we? Given that you've already made this decision, you ought to show sufficient respect, rather than acting as you are now." Okay, Bill, I understand you're furious, but this isn't solely within my control. I'm just working for the boss. I've borne the pressure for 3 years. At least during this time, our goal was aligned. We hope to see Wang return to the league. Yet, the reality has shown that my efforts bore no fruit. Before incurring greater losses, I had to cut my losses, even if it means becoming the laughingstock among American fans. Bill Duffy's complaints were met with even greater grievances from Demps, leaving this elite agent, who had navigated the NBA for over a decade, momentarily speechless. Demps had indeed not said anything incorrect. He had endured significant pressure to maintain Wang Yu's contract, a fact he could not deny. This pressure, in comparison to the disrespect shown to him and Wang Yu, seemed to outweigh it, leaving him at a loss for words. "Give me the phone." At that moment, Wang Yu reached for the phone in Bill Duffy's hand. "General Manager Demps, this is Wang Yu. It is unfortunate that our first phone conversation in 3 years is taking place under such circumstances. Wang, I too am deeply remorseful that circumstances have unfolded in this manner." Upon hearing Wang Yu's voice once more, Dempsey's previously complaint-laden tone softened considerably. 3 years prior, when he first laid eyes on Wang Yu at the New Orleans arena, he was struck by the latter's innate prowess, a true sovereign of the basketball court. The results of the subsequent tryouts further solidified Dempsey's conviction, leading him to promise that they would select Wang Yu with the first overall pick. In fact, to demonstrate their unwavering resolve, Dempsey refrained from auditioning any other prospects from the 2012 draft after Wang Yu, even rejecting requests for tryouts from Anthony Davis, who had been a rival in the NCAA. At that moment, Dempsey was resolute. Wang Yu was undeniably the future of New Orleans. However, no one could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary training session would result in the complete rupture of this prodigious talent's Achilles tendon, a catastrophe for the individual destined to embody the city's future. Dempsey could only lament that only God could fathom the depth of his despair upon receiving such news. It was a moment more disheartening than any he had ever experienced throughout his life. Consequently, he endured ridicule from American fans for a full 3 years. Nonetheless, despite this, he never regretted his choice of Wang Yu, firmly believing that he was the finest rookie of that year, if not for the cursed injuries. "Wang, I still wish to bring you back to New Orleans, yet I find myself unable to persuade the rest of the management. Their patience has waned, and I hope you can comprehend the predicament I face." Dempsey felt a profound sense of helplessness, akin to what Bill Duffy had articulated. For 3 years, he had maintained a cordial relationship with Wang Yu and was well aware of the progress of his recovery. He admired Wang Yu and supported him, yet his support bore little fruit. The upper echelons of the New Orleans Pelicans regarded the ancient Chinese remedies employed in Wang Yu's treatment as rather dubious, and their hope had all but evaporated, particularly after such a prolonged wait. Ultimately, they opted to exert pressure on Dempsey during the most recent management meeting, insisting he forego Wang Yu's 4th-year contract. "That sum would suffice for us to secure a reasonably good rotational player in the market." This phrase has become a frequent refrain among the upper echelons of the Pelicans. As the first overall pick in 2012, Wang Yu signed a contract worth 4 years and $24 million, with his 4th-year salary approaching $1 million. Even in an era where lucrative contracts are commonplace, $1 million salary remained significant. It was this irrefutable statement that ultimately compelled Demps to compromise, relinquishing the execution of Wang Yu's rookie contract for its final year. "I understand. General Manager Demps, I harbor no resentment towards you. Thank you for all that you have done for me. I lament that I cannot return to the league as a player for the Pelicans. However, I kindly ask you to convey to the other executives of the Pelicans that Wang Yu hesitated for a moment before speaking." Demps inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. I hope they will not regret this decision, for soon they shall realize that they chose to abandon their pursuit just moments before success was within reach. Chapter 4. I am back. Wang Yu has been released, and now the NBA truly lacks a player from Huaxia. Although this was anticipated, I cannot help but exclaim every time I hear Wang Yu's name. What a pity. I wonder who will be the next to enter the NBA. Wang Yu seems to have some potential, and there is also Shou Qi, but it remains uncertain who will ultimately join the league. The news of Wang Yu's release quickly spread across the nation, and countless Huaxiao fans could no longer deliberately forget Wang Yu or await the miraculous return of their hero. Now, all Huaxiao fans have come to the realization that Wang Yu may indeed not return. The prodigy who once ignited boundless hope among Huaxiao fans has ultimately fallen. Why? Why must the hopes of Huaxiao basketball always be thwarted by injuries? Yao Ming faced such a fate, and now Wang Yu as well. Must it always be so? I am back. Amidst the somber sighs that permeated the news, a surprising eruption occurred on Weibo. Wang Yu, who had not updated his account for 3 years, suddenly posted a new message. Despite comprising only 5 brief characters, punctuated, this simple phrase garnered 50,000 comments within an hour, propelling it to the top of the trending searches. What does I am back signify? Does it imply a return to the NBA? Has he truly come back? How splendid. The long-awaited day has finally arrived. Wang Yu, I always knew your talent could not remain obscured. Excited fans swiftly sent their congratulations. Yet, some remained skeptical. After enduring such injuries, announcing a return now makes me question whether this is mere publicity. Having been abandoned by the Pelicans, could this announcement be a prelude to playing in the CBA? With an Achilles tendon fully ruptured, even if he does return, I fear he may not possess his former prowess. Fortunately, these comments constitute only a minor fraction, and the responses beneath them are notably aggressive, rendering Wang Yu, who has delighted the fans of Huaxia, an untouchable figure at this moment. Simultaneously, this Weibo post has stirred an overwhelming excitement among Huaxia fans, who are eagerly yearning to discover what Wang Yu's forthcoming plans entail. However, due to the scarcity of information regarding Wang Yu over the years, and the fact that industry insiders who once had connections with him have now largely severed ties, fans are left to scour the internet in vain for any further news about him. It was not until midday the following day that Tencent Sports finally unveiled a piece of information concerning Wang Yu. He, alongside his agent Bill Duffy, is scheduled to partake in an exclusive interview with Tencent Sports tomorrow morning, during which they will collectively address the inquiries of the fans. This news has ignited an overwhelming fervor among fans. They have eagerly awaited Wang Yu's interview for 3 long years. From the moment the injury reports surfaced until now, Wang Yu has not granted a single interview to any media outlet, nor has he allowed even his closest friends to divulge any information. Everyone is desperate to comprehend the severity of his injury, the possibilities of recovery, and the nature of the treatment he will undergo. Fans are beset by a myriad of questions, yet no one has been able to provide them with answers. They once believed these inquiries would remain forever unanswered, but now, unexpectedly, an opportunity to consult the man himself has arisen, and even Wang Yu, whom all believed would never return, has made his comeback. This is indeed a day of great excitement for all fans of Huaxia. At the same time, Yao Ming shared Wang Yu's Weibo post. With Yao Ming's immense influence within the industry, the news of Wang Yu's return reverberated even further, ensuring that every Huaxiao fan is now aware that the player who triumphed over Anthony Davis to become the first overall pick in 2012 is back. The interview commenced amidst the eager anticipation of Huaxia fans, as the camera from Tencent Sports captured Wang Yu emerging from behind the curtain. Viewers of the live broadcast instinctively adopted a serious demeanor. He appeared somewhat darker, looking more mature, and seemingly even taller. Fans compared the Wang Yu stepping onto the stage with the hazy memories of the once glorious star of Huaxia basketball. His gaze still radiated brilliance. Once they caught sight of Wang Yu's eyes, still exuding confidence and charisma, Huaxia fans felt a wave of relief wash over them. The prodigious talent who had vanished for 3 years due to a grave illness was truly back. Wang Yu, please greet the multitude of fans who have dearly missed you. The host, fully aware of the focal point of the live broadcast, refrained from rushing into questions and instead handed the microphone to Wang Yu. Accepting the microphone without hesitation, Wang Yu slightly adjusted his posture and spoke. Hello everyone. It's been a long time. I am back. His deep voice resonated through the microphone, instantly transporting everyone back to that summer 3 years ago when, donning a Pelican's cap, Wang Yu shook hands with stern and confidently declared to the media, I believe that soon, when foreigners speak of Huaxia basketball, they will include my name, Wang Yu. Such a simple statement carried an unmistakable air of confidence and assertiveness that resonated with all. It was this very declaration that instilled faith in Huaxia fans, assuring them that he would make a significant mark in the NBA. Now, with that same simplicity, he has reaffirmed his return. Why did he refuse all interviews after his injury? I hoped to create a relatively quiet environment that would allow me to better address the challenges I faced. And my team supported this decision. Why did you choose to return to your homeland for treatment? Even though the experts in America could not guarantee my complete recovery, I opted for those I trust more and for better outcomes. It appears that my decision was indeed wise. The implication here is that your Achilles tendon has recovered even better than before? Certainly. I can assure you that my Achilles tendon is indistinguishable from what it was 3 years ago. Would you mind sharing the treatment method you selected? I apologize, but it was precisely this consideration that led me to decline interviews initially. I made a promise to someone else, unless they are willing to disclose it themselves. I shall not reveal a single word. Could you share your plans moving forward? In 2 days, I will return to America with Bill Duffy, who will assist me in connecting with teams. If a successful contract cannot be secured, I may partake in the Summer League or even the Development League. However, rest assured, I will return to the NBA promptly to fulfill the promise I made 3 years ago. The interview continued afterward, with Wang Yu thoughtfully addressing each question, gradually alleviating the numerous concerns of the fans. Chapter 6. Diagnostic Report. What's the matter? Oh my God. If I weren't certain that the person standing before me is Wang, I would genuinely suspect you were deceiving me. This individual's Achilles tendon shows no signs of injury whatsoever. How on earth is this possible? Upon returning to America, Bill Duffy's first course of action was to seek out a reputable hospital recognized within the industry for a thorough injury assessment. Having witnessed Wang Yu shatter backboards in the gym with terrifying force, it was evident that such impact had left no repercussions on him, indicating that his Achilles tendon had indeed healed. However, his conviction lacked persuasive power. The general managers of the teams would not be swayed by his mere assertions regarding Wang Yu's recovery. Although Wang Yu had received a specialized injury diagnosis report in his homeland, the same rationale applies. NBA general managers are skeptical of reports from Chinese institutions, placing their trust solely in the authoritative establishments of America. Thus today, Bill Duffy took Wang Yu to a reputable hospital endorsed by NBA team general managers for a thorough assessment. When the report was released, it astounded Chris, the diagnosing physician, to find that Wang Yu's Achilles tendon had recovered as if it had never been injured at all. This is truly astonishing. He had previously observed Wang Yu's injury diagnosis. Among the numerous cases of Achilles tendon ruptures he had encountered, this was not only one of the most severe but indeed among the gravest. Such an injury, in his eyes, even now, seemed irreparable, and he could hardly fathom how a complete recovery could yield such results. Yet, disbelief was no longer an option. The diagnostic report lay before him, revealing that Wang Yu's Achilles tendon had healed as though it had never been injured at all. Witnessing this undeniable reality left him with nothing but astonishment, prompting him to inquire, what method could possibly mend such a grievous rupture? Apologies, my friend, but this is not something I need to elucidate for you. Bill Duffy, guided by Chris's lingering gaze, escorted Wang Yu from the hospital. Frankly, doesn't Team Mr. Lee wish to go public? The treatment method and its remarkable outcome, if disclosed, would undoubtedly astonish the world. Once outside the hospital, Bill Duffy felt a tinge of curiosity. Wang Yu chuckled softly. If Oldley had aspired for fame, he would have already achieved international recognition. Instead, he prefers to delve into the study of traditional Chinese medicine, which has been his lifelong pursuit. Disclosing this matter would only add to Oldley's burdens. Therefore, unless Oldley himself wishes to make it public, we cannot reveal even a word. This query has indeed been posed numerous times by Bill Duffy, yet Wang Yu has consistently responded with remarkable patience. He hopes that Duffy comprehends the significance of this matter. Mr. Lee restored his health, enabling him to play basketball as he once did. For him, this individual is akin to a savior. Many tall players do not necessarily possess a passion for basketball. Rather, their height affords them a natural advantage on the court, allowing them to effortlessly earn substantial sums through the sport. It could be posited that if an easier and more lucrative opportunity were to arise, they would unhesitatingly abandon basketball. Wang Yu, however, is distinct. He genuinely cherishes the game. Otherwise, he would not have transferred to the United States during high school, driven by the desire to challenge the world's most formidable basketball players. Thus, he declined the invitation from the local sports bureau and ventured alone to America, becoming an ordinary high school student. During his freshman year, when he first participated in high school leagues, he acutely felt the disparity within the realm of basketball. He found himself devoid of any significant advantage. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he immersed himself in even more fervent training. By his sophomore year, He had begun to garner some recognition within the American high school basketball community. Over the subsequent 2 years, he ascended step by step, and by his senior year, he had firmly established himself as one of the strongest high school players in the nation. This is he, had it not been for his profound passion. He would never have embarked upon this path. By the time most American fans became acquainted with him, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of NCAA basketball. A formidable force, even capable of overshadowing the likes of Anthony Davis. Yet, unbeknownst to many, he had once been overwhelmed by numerous local players during his freshman year. His transformation into the ultimate powerhouse was not solely a product of innate talent, but also closely intertwined with his relentless training. Fueled by an unwavering love for the game and an insatiable desire to compete against the world's most elite basketball players. This fervor for basketball and the aspiration to challenge the finest remained undiminished even after he was drafted as the first overall pick. In fact, it intensified. Thus, upon the devastating confirmation of a complete Achilles tear, Wang Yu felt as though he had been struck by lightning, as if the very heavens had collapsed around him. He genuinely believed that he would have to relinquish basketball forever. Particularly after viewing the footage of his injury, he fell into a silence that lasted 2 days. Isolating himself in his room, lost in contemplation, he was utterly at a loss regarding what to do next. This sense of despondency lingers within him, even now. With his Achilles tendon fully healed, he remains unable to forget. It is precisely for this reason that he approaches any matters related to his treatment with the esteemed Dr. Lee with utmost caution and care. Dr. Lee had repeatedly admonished him to refrain from disclosing any details of the treatment to the outside world, which is why he has maintained such a resolute silence. Nevertheless, the diagnostic report is now in hand, and it is time to amplify the commotion. Bill Duffy, no longer preoccupied with this topic, clapped his hands around the report, brimming with confidence. The weight that had burdened his heart has finally been lifted. He had always believed in Wang Yu's recovery. Yet it was only upon witnessing the authoritative institution's verdict that he truly exhaled in relief. Now, his operations have become considerably more convenient. Next, I shall send this report to the inboxes of the general managers of all 30 NBA teams. I am confident that upon reviewing this report, no general manager will remain composed. I anticipate that within an hour, we shall receive calls from the team executives. Bill Duffy is brimming with confidence. Naturally, he has every reason to be so assured. Although Wang Yu has been absent from the league for nearly 3 years, he left an indelible impression on all the experts, scouts, and management during his time. This impression, coupled with the report, leads Bill Duffy to believe that not a single management team will remain indifferent. Even the Pelicans, who recently announced their decision to part ways with Wang Yu, may very well reconsider and reach out again. Chapter 7. The frenzy of pursuit. Is Wang Yu's diagnosis report genuine? Has his Achilles tendon truly recovered to such an extent? Oh my goodness, is this real? Wang has completely healed. Looking at the recently arranged tryout schedule, I must ensure ample time. I need to call Bill Duffy right away. Just as Bill Duffy anticipated, the general managers who reviewed Wang Yu's report are utterly exhilarated. Their instinctive reactions are nearly identical, as they all intend to arrange meetings with Wang Yu at the earliest opportunity. Even after 3 years, the name Wang Yu still holds significant weight in the minds of these executives. Despite never having played a single game in the NBA, he dominated the NCAA for an entire season, overpowering the league's top power forward, Anthony Davis, in the finals. Wang Yu is reminiscent of the legendary Len Bias. Many fans still believe that had Bias not succumbed to a tragic end due to personal issues, the Celtics dynasty would have continued. The Bad Boys would not have risen to prominence, and the Bulls dynasty might have faced its demise, leading to a decline in the Red head coach's influence and the relinquishment of the Celtics management. In the same vein, no one doubts that a healthy Wang Yu would not succeed in the NBA. And now, the healthy Wang Yu has returned. It is akin to the notion that if Bias were to be resurrected, even 3 years later, there would be no shortage of teams eager for his talents. On the 14th, we have already made arrangements to meet with the Cavaliers. My apologies. On the 15th, we cannot meet either, as we require a day to recuperate. On the 16th, we must travel to Los Angeles. Will you be able to join us in Cleveland on the 14th? That seems feasible. We can discuss the specifics when we connect on the 14th. Ha ha ha. Wang, you are even more sought after than I had anticipated. From the 14th to the 21st, our schedule is fully booked. We are set to meet with a team each day, and Maury is even considering coming to Cleveland to meet us himself. Bill Duffy engaged in an extensive phone call lasting approximately half an hour, and upon concluding the conversation, he gleefully approached Wang Yu to share the results. Wang Yu was somewhat taken aback, as he had not expected to remain this in demand. However, Wang, despite this, we must not grow overly optimistic. Although they are currently eager to meet with us, the final contract terms are unlikely to be advantageous. Bill Duffy seemed to remind himself, as well as Wang Yu. This marks merely the first step of the long march, and the path to ultimate victory remains distant. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, aware that these general managers approached with a mindset of seizing opportunities. Their eagerness stemmed from a simple desire to ascertain the extent of Wang Yu's recovery, not solely concerning his Achilles tendon, but also in other aspects. However, even if he were to return as the Wang Yu of yesteryears, these individuals would unlikely extend substantial contracts. The reasons are manifold. Wang Yu bears a significant history of injuries. He has been absent for 3 years, and he has yet to showcase his prowess on the NBA stage. These are risks, and such risks are not worth wagering on a substantial contract, let alone a multi-year one. Wang Yu is acutely aware of his current situation, unless an opportunity arises that allows him to first demonstrate his prowess. The offers from these general managers will likely be much more favorable. Scott, I do not wish to see you sign Wang. This is my sentiment and Carl's as well. I hope you understand that this represents our utmost respect, and I can assure you that Carl will soon prove that he is not merely a second Wang Yu. He is the one and only Karl Anthony Towns. While general managers from various teams are eagerly reaching out to Bill Duffy, Wolves GM Scott Layden received a call from Towns' agent, Leon Rose, who candidly expressed his disapproval of the Timberwolves engaging with Wang Yu. Layden understood that this was undoubtedly Towns' perspective, as the first overall pick. The pressure on him is immense. In such circumstances, to showcase his abilities, he naturally desires a team built around him, prioritizing him above all else. For only then can he swiftly realize his potential. This is precisely why he wishes to avoid any competitors that might threaten his position. Moreover, that competitor happens to be Wang Yu, whom the media often dubbed the second Wang Yu of the NCAA, a label that Towns has found hard to reconcile with, as it seems absurd for someone who has yet to play an NBA game to serve as his benchmark. Faced with such a resolute stance, Layden could only nod in agreement. After all, Towns possesses boundless potential, and if nurtured correctly, he could undoubtedly become a cornerstone for any team. Thus, cultivating a good relationship with such a promising talent is paramount. For this reason, Layden did not hesitate to affirm, rest assured, Leon, in the Timberwolves' future plans. Carl will always be the focal point. We hope he can become another Kevin. Please trust in our commitment to this. Okay. I believe Carl will be quite pleased to hear this news. Richie, Anthony's intention is for you to assist Wang in any capacity, even securing him a spot in the Summer League, as he believes Wang possesses such talent. Teddy, the situation may be far more favorable than you imagine. I believe numerous teams have already engaged with Wang, as his diagnostic report indicates that his Achilles has recovered thoroughly, as if he had never been injured. He is now a target that all general managers are keen to approach, including us. Therefore, please convey to Anthony that we will do our utmost to connect with Wang. But the opportunity to lend a helping hand may not fall to us. In the Hornets, a similar situation is unfolding, albeit with a distinction from Towns. Anthony Davis has appealed to the Hornets general manager for a chance for Wang Yu. Upon hearing the news of Wang Yu's return, he genuinely felt elated for him and sincerely wished for his comeback. Many believe that during the finals, he was thoroughly overpowered by Wang Yu, and it is only natural that he regards him as a formidable adversary. There is indeed some truth to this statement, yet it is not entirely accurate. He perceives Wang Yu as a rival, but one that he respects and admires. In the past, he aspired to reclaim his status in the NBA, and even now, that desire remains unchanged. He has been eagerly awaiting the day Wang Yu returns to the league. That day has finally arrived, and his hope for Wang Yu's successful entry into the NBA surpasses that of anyone else. Teddy relayed the news he received from Richie to Anthony Davis. It is no surprise that Wang Yu remains in high demand, even after a 3-year absence from the NBA. Upon hearing this news, Davis let out a sigh of relief, feeling reassured. Chapter 8. Tryout with the Cavaliers. On July 14th, Bill Duffy accompanied Wang Yu as they boarded their flight to Cleveland. The Cavaliers experienced a renaissance last year, as LeBron James simply announced his return to the team on his personal Twitter account. This decision transformed the previously underperforming Cavaliers into instant championship contenders. Of course, this is also closely tied to the magnetic charisma of LeBron James. Upon his return to the Cavaliers, Kevin Love of the Timberwolves promptly requested a trade. Leaving the frigid climes of Minnesota to join LeBron in the quaint town of Cleveland, thus forming a new triumvirate alongside Kevin Love. Such a configuration undoubtedly empowers the Cavaliers to traverse the Eastern Conference with ease. Within a single season, under the guidance of the new triumvirate, the Cavaliers surged into the NBA Finals, marking their return to the grand stage after a 7-year hiatus since 2007. Had it not been for the unforeseen emergence of the Warriors-Hamptons 5, this season could have seen the Cavaliers ascend to the pinnacle of glory. Nevertheless, securing the runner-up position instilled a renewed sense of hope among the fans of Cleveland, who firmly believe that the Cavaliers will rectify this slight in the upcoming season. Bill Duffy's decision to designate the Cavaliers as the first team to confront LeBron James upon his return is inextricably linked to this narrative. Although the quest for 6 championships in Miami fell short, marking another broken promise, LeBron's inaugural season back still left room for improvement. However, there is no denying that he is currently the preeminent figure in the league, commanding unparalleled attention. Anything associated with him inevitably captivates a multitude of fans. Wang Yu's return after 3 years necessitates repeated coverage, and his connection to the Cavaliers is pivotal. Duffy is confident that reporters will cover the story irrespective of circumstances, potentially even securing a few headlines. After all, it is the off-season, and remarkable news is scarce. The majority of public interest is focused on trades and signings. Although both LeBron James and Kevin Love have opted out of their contracts, it is widely understood that their retention with the Cavaliers is a certainty, with the only lingering suspense being the timing of the official announcement. This year's free agency market, aside from these 2 superstars, is largely comprised of minor transactions that fail to generate significant waves. At such times, the focus naturally shifts to the selection of high-profile teams. For instance, what kind of adjustments will the Cavaliers make to their roster this summer? With tryouts scheduled, the Cavaliers' general manager has chosen the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse as the meeting place. Upon first laying eyes on Wang Yu, Griffin couldn't help but exclaim in awe. He had never observed Wang Yu from such proximity. Even 3 years ago at the draft, he had only caught a distant glimpse, which had left him quite impressed. Yet, now standing face to face, he couldn't help but think, surely this young man possesses the strength of an atomic bomb within him. Griffin, observing Wang Yu's physique, instinctively understood, without the need for testing, that this individual's explosiveness must be remarkable. He then subconsciously glanced down at Wang Yu's ankles, specifically the Achilles tendon that had been injured. If this young man's Achilles had indeed recovered as the reports indicated, his return could potentially pose significant challenges within the league. Wait, why did I even think of that? Griffin was surprised by his own thoughts, finding it curious that he believed Wang Yu's return might impact the league. I must have rushed out this morning and forgotten to take my medication. He internally chided himself. Nevertheless, he silently discarded the original plan A that he had prepared. As for the B and C plans, he inquired, Wang, how is your current condition? If you don't mind, shall we proceed with a physical assessment? Griffin resolved to determine his negotiation strategy with Wang Yu only after the tryout. His initial plan A had been to offer Wang Yu a 2-year minimum salary contract. But now, observing Wang Yu's potential, he recognized that such an offer would be out of the question. The entire physical assessment unfolded smoothly, culminating in Wang Yu's final dunk after receiving the ball beneath the basket. As the tryout concluded, Griffin was taken aback by the detailed data compiled by his assistant. Name, Wang Yu. Age, 22 years. Height, 12 meters. Weight, 122 kilograms. Strength, maximum bench press 162 kilograms. Wingspan, 29 meters. Vertical jump, standing jump 82 centimeters, maximum jump 89 centimeters. 3/4 court sprint, 22 seconds. This is utterly inconceivable. Over the years, Griffin has evaluated numerous young talents, yet he has never encountered such astonishing athletic metrics. Not only in recent years, but throughout the entire history of the NBA, these physical statistics are undoubtedly on par with those of Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James. Moreover, what is even more remarkable is that this individual has previously suffered a complete Achilles tear, and after rehabilitation, he has achieved such extraordinary physical performance. This is truly beyond comprehension. We must acquire him. It is imperative that we secure his signature. The moment Griffin reviewed the data, his resolve to sign Wang Yu solidified. Bill and Wang. Let us get straight to the point. Griffin ushered Bill Duffy and Wang Yu into the conference room, and after a brief moment of preparation, he transitioned into negotiation mode. We are prepared to offer a 3-year contract worth $30 million to sign Wang. I wonder what your thoughts are on this. Griffin was direct, leaving both Wang Yu and Bill Duffy momentarily taken aback. This individual is indeed remarkably efficient. Wang Yu cast a glance at Bill Duffy, a seasoned veteran in the field. Although taken aback by Griffin's prompt and generous offer, he quickly regained his composure. David, this proposal is somewhat unexpected, yet quite gratifying. The Pelicans had opted to part ways due to the exorbitant amount in Wang Yu's final contract year, but now Griffin was presenting a salary in the millions. Therefore, Bill Duffy's expression of satisfaction was not merely polite. They were genuinely pleased. However, our inquiries extend beyond this matter. Just a moment ago, Griffin had been smiling at Bill Duffy's words, but now he appeared perplexed, unsure of how to respond. What is it that they truly seek? It became evident as Bill Duffy exchanged looks with Wang Yu. They were more interested in understanding how much playing time and shooting opportunities Wang would have upon joining the Cavaliers. In other words, is Wang an integral part of the Cavaliers? They did not wish to be the kind of player earning a multi-million-dollar salary while seated on the bench. Merely observing the water cooler. Chapter 9. The Lions share the Cavaliers' front court is rather crowded, featuring Tristan Thompson, Kevin Love, Mozgov, and even LeBron James and Richard Jefferson, who could both assume positions at the 4 spot. In this context, Griffin's initial approach to Wang Yu was merely an attempt to seize a valuable opportunity, seeking a 3rd or 4th rotation option for the 4 and 5 positions, ensuring that the team would not be left without capable players in the event of injuries. In truth, he had come with this mindset, but Wang Yu's outstanding physical metrics exceeded his expectations entirely. The offer of 3 years for $30 million had already surpassed all of his original plans. And it was a proposal he had not discussed with any other management or executives. It was his personal offer. Nevertheless, he was confident that once the Cavaliers' upper management reviewed Wang Yu's physical report, they would find no grounds for dissent regarding his proposal. After all, in this era, even players averaging a mere 8 points and 8 rebounds dare to demand $80 million. Wang Yu's talent, despite having yet to play a game in the NBA, certainly warranted such a price. However, Griffin was entirely unprepared for Wang Yu and Bill Duffy's reaction. They did not accept his offer with unbridled enthusiasm, but instead seemed inclined to continue the discussion. Does this fellow truly possess such confidence? I can assure you that Wang will receive ample playing time, yet I cannot ascertain the nature of his role. This requires a discussion with Ty and will ultimately depend on Wang's performance during the training camp. Griffin pondered for a moment before providing what he deemed a satisfactory answer. However, in Bill Duffy's eyes, this response appeared rather dismissive. The notion of sufficient playing time lacks precision, as it could range from merely a few minutes to over 20. Thus, Bill Duffy directly interjected, stating, "We require a starting position along with no less than 35 minutes of playing time." The combination of a starting role and a minimum of 35 minutes clearly indicated that Wang Yu was seeking a position as a key player. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed Griffin's face. How audacious! Griffin felt that his understanding of Wang Yu's confidence had been refreshed once again. Moreover, these must be incorporated into the contract. Just as Griffin hesitated, Bill Duffy spoke again, and his subsequent words caused Griffin's expression to shift dramatically. Is this truly not an attempt to disrupt the proceedings? A man returning from a serious injury, by what means does he dare to articulate such demands? I apologize. I believe I require some time to contemplate these conditions. If possible, let us maintain communication via phone at any time. Griffin sensed that today's discussions had reached an impasse. No problem. I await your call at your convenience. Bill Duffy and Wang Yu did not linger further, departing the quick loan arena with remarkable swiftness. Their abrupt exit left Griffin even more perplexed. After their meeting with Griffin, Bill Duffy and Wang Yu did not immediately leave Cleveland. Instead, they took a night's respite there. Bill Duffy had already arranged to meet with Morey in Cleveland. Yao had brought immense profits to the Rockets, a fact that had piqued Morey's interest, which explained his eagerness to meet. However, this did not imply he would present a substantial offer. Morey was renowned for his frugality within the industry. He favored emotional appeals and would certainly mention Yao. Yet, to be candid, with Dwight Howard on the team, the conditions we proposed to the Cavaliers were highly unlikely to be accepted. Nevertheless, I believe we can enhance our proposal slightly. Having previously served as Yao Ming's agent, Bill Duffy was well acquainted with Morey's modus operandi. Before their meeting, he meticulously briefed Wang Yu on Morey's negotiation style. Enhance the proposal? Wang Yu, upon hearing Bill Duffy's final remark, questioned whether his ears were deceiving him. It was already improbable for them to agree, and now they intended to elevate their demands. This was undoubtedly a path toward failure. Bill Duffy exhaled deeply, articulating his unfinished thoughts. Yes, I will propose a 4-year, $70 million contract. When the time comes, do not be startled and jeopardize my strategy. For years at 70 million, an average of 17.5 million per year. Goodness, is there something amiss? Wang Yu regarded Bill Duffy with a peculiar expression. Trust me, Wang, all you need to do is perform well on the court, and I assure you, the final outcome will not disappoint. Bill Duffy revealed a mysterious smile. Wang Yu shrugged, refraining from probing further. Initially introduced to him by Yao Ming, who held Duffy in high esteem, Wang Yu chose to place his faith in Duffy, knowing he would not jest with his own career. The following day, Mori arrived early, brimming with enthusiasm, yet 3 hours later, he left in a huff, rebooking his flight back to Houston. Is this madness? Is this truly madness? A severely injured individual, just recently recovered, has audaciously proposed a 4-year contract worth 70 million. Is this an attempt to extort money? Does he not realize that my boss is notoriously frugal throughout the league? Furthermore, on what grounds does he have the audacity to demand such an amount? Is this something a person who has torn their Achilles tendon would dare to utter? The airplane whisked away an irate Mori, while Bill Duffy appeared as jovial as a hefty individual weighing several hundred pounds. Wang, the news from tonight until tomorrow is bound to be entertaining. Let us observe what unfolds next. Bill Duffy, brimming with excitement, instinctively adjusted his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a cunning like that of a fox, exuding an air of confidence. With an exorbitant demand of 4 years for 70 million. Wang Yu's offer ignited Mori's fury. I have felt no sincerity from them whatsoever. With an average of 35 minutes of playtime per game and a requirement to start, how does Wang Yu possess such confidence after a 3-year absence? As Wang Yu and Bill Duffy boarded the flight to Los Angeles, details regarding their meeting with the Cavaliers and Mori began to emerge in reports. Numerous media outlets even elevated this news to headline status. Is this real? Has Bill Duffy lost his mind? Has Wang Yu lost his senses? Are they jesting? Are they serious? A person who has yet to play a single game and has endured significant injuries dares to make such demands. Initially, I felt sympathy for Wang, but now it appears he is undeserving. Does he still believe he is the player he was 3 years ago? Beneath these news articles, the comments overwhelmingly reflect a consensus among fans, who all believe that Wang Yu and Bill Duffy have lost their minds for daring to make such demands, especially under the current circumstances. Where does this fellow derive his audacity? Chapter 10. Bill Duffy's Scheme. Prior to the commencement of the 2012 to 2013 season, the venerable Bus sacrificed the entire future of the Lakers for Kobe's final peak performance. He orchestrated trades with the Suns and the Magic to acquire 2-time regular season MVP Steve Nash and the league's premier center at the time, Dwight Howard, thus forming a seemingly luxurious new F4. Regrettably, however, this Lakers lineup failed to forge a harmonious chemistry, and tensions even arose between Howard and Kobe, leading to the team's disheartening elimination in the first round, swept 4-0 by the Spurs. After the conclusion of this season, Howard departed from the Lakers, while Steve Nash, sidelined by a recurring back injury, opted for retirement at the season's end. The Lakers' final gamble proved to be a failure, plunging the team back into turmoil. In a desperate effort, Kobe endured a torn Achilles tendon, barely leading the Lakers into the playoffs and evading the embarrassment of missing the postseason entirely. However, following the Achilles injury, Kobe Bryant reached the twilight of his career. Although official announcements had yet to be made, it was widely acknowledged that the impending 2015 to 2016 season would mark the final chapter of Kobe Bryant's illustrious career. Thus, the 2015 to 2016 season naturally became a year to celebrate Kobe's farewell tour. The performance of the Lakers this year is destined to be less than impressive. This is a fact well known to all. Additionally, there is another widely acknowledged truth. The time for the Lakers management to identify a leader for the post-Kobe era is rapidly dwindling. At this juncture, Wang Yu's return to the NBA has positioned him as one of the trial candidates for the Lakers management. It can be said that they are in a state of desperation, willing to take any chance, even if it means risking 1,000 missteps rather than missing a single opportunity. In essence, they are prepared to explore every potential option. However, as General Manager Kupchak sits face-to-face with Wang Yu and Bill Duffy, a palpable uncertainty looms over the conversation, although he arrived with intentions to negotiate. The recent media reports have left him somewhat at a loss for direction. The Lakers have just acquired Roy Hibbert from the Pacers, whose new season salary is a staggering $51 million. Such an acquisition is clearly intended for a starting position. Of course, this starting role is not set in stone. Should Wang Yu perform exceptionally, who is to say he could not take it? Yet, How does one reconcile a 4-year, $70 million contract? It is imperative to consider that. Aside from Hibbert's $15 million, the Lakers are also obligated to pay Kobe's $25 million in the upcoming season. In this situation, it is utterly impossible for the Lakers to absorb such a substantial contract. After all, having just proclaimed that the new season is merely a preparatory phase. Should the results prove unsatisfactory, the lack of expenditure control would inevitably lead to Kupchak facing termination. Thus, he found himself in a dilemma. Utterly unsure of how to broach the subject, would he dare to suggest to this individual that Los Angeles is a land of abundant opportunities, brimming with potential for profit and ample exposure? Should one choose to join the Lakers, the attention garnered would far surpass that found elsewhere. Well, those words do possess a semblance of eloquence. We aspire to be the focal point of offensive strategies. Yet, the very first utterance from Bill Duffy rendered Kupchak speechless. Despite his extensive preparation, given Kobe's farewell tour, it is imperative that nothing disrupts this momentous occasion. Should Kobe be relegated to a supporting role during his final season, the fervent legion of Kobe fans would undoubtedly storm the Staples Center's general manager's office, tearing him to shreds. If Wang possessed sufficient prowess, I could assure that he would be a starter and the linchpin of the offense. After Kobe's retirement, he would rightfully ascend as the true king of Los Angeles. Kupchak laid all his cards on the table. Regrettably, Wang has squandered too much time. He requires an environment that allows him to flourish from the outset. Bill Duffy grasped the implication of his words and expressed his disagreement. Very well, it is unfortunate that this is the extent of my capabilities at present. But it is evident that we have not reached a consensus, and I extend my apologies. Confronted with Duffy's obstinate stance, Kupchak was evidently irked. After delivering his final pleasantries, he departed without a backward glance. In his view, Duffy and Wang were excessively arrogant and disrespectful. Such a character is merely here to disrupt the proceedings. What a waste of time. Kupchak muttered under his breath as he retrieved his phone from his pocket, immediately immersing himself in the task of contacting the next trial player. Bill, where are we headed next? Wang Yu inquired of Bill Duffy after leaving the Staples Center, having just faced another failed negotiation. To Charlotte, Bill Duffy exclaimed, producing the meticulously prepared plane tickets with a triumphant expression. Now, you must share your plans, Wang Yu remarked, unable to suppress his curiosity about Bill Duffy's intentions. Of course. Ultimately, it will hinge on your own performance. Bill Duffy replied without further preamble. If all goes as anticipated, our interview with the Lakers will likely become the headline of the evening, and you will undoubtedly be the center of attention this summer. However, the current fan sentiment towards you is predominantly negative. This attention might be better described as a spectacle awaiting your downfall. Therefore, your task is to demonstrate your worth on the court, to validate your status as a key player, to justify the 4-year, $70 million contract of this era, and to prove that you can be a focal point of the offense. I believe that, in due time, more general managers will come knocking, including the 3 who are currently seething with anger. As Bill Duffy concluded, adjusting his glasses, he revealed, in fact, aside from those 3 gentlemen, I also received a call from Rich, the general manager of the Hornets. He directly informed me that he has reserved a spot for you in the Hornets Summer League. You can reach out to him anytime if needed. At last, Wang Yu comprehended the elaborate strategy behind Bill Duffy's efforts. Wang, I have complete faith in you. And that is precisely why I am so bold in my actions. Now, it is your turn to shine. Despite Bill Duffy's smiling demeanor, a hint of gravity lingered in his expression. This plan involves not only Wang Yu's future but also his own. Should it fail, while Wang Yu's situation is significant, he himself would swiftly become the subject of ridicule within the industry. After all, a failed plan implies he has squandered a promising opportunity. Although there are remedial measures at his disposal, they would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in the field. Conversely, if successful, this endeavor could become a classic case within the industry, elevating his personal standing to new heights. Despite already being among the elite agents in the industry, he must concede that he lacks a defining career achievement to serve as his hallmark. He places his faith in Wang Yu's capabilities, wagering everything on him. Convinced that Wang Yu will substantiate his worthiness for a starting position, become a pivotal figure in the offensive strategy, and merit that 4-year, $70 million contract. Thus, Wang, take to the Summer League and let the world know that the former NCAA powerhouse has returned. Chapter 11. He is still just a child. Wang Yu arrived in Charlotte with Bill Duffy, facing no obstacles as he successfully completed his signing, thus becoming a member of the Hornets for the Summer League. Subsequently, Hornets general manager Rich took Wang Yu to meet the interim coach for the Summer League, Mark Price. Upon first encountering Wang Yu, Price was taken aback by his physique. "Oh my God, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly believe such a specimen existed. Wang, you are destined for this league. Welcome back." "Thank you, Coach Mark. Perhaps I can dive into training right away?" The players representing the Hornets in the Summer League had already begun their training 2 days prior, and they were currently engaged in an intense practice session. "Of course. If you feel ready, you may," Price nodded, appreciating players with enthusiasm. Breaking news: Wang Yu has signed a contract with the Hornets to compete in the Summer League. After the tryouts, the 2012 #1 draft pick signed a training camp contract with the Hornets for the Summer League. The consequence of arrogance? After interviewing with the Lakers, Wang Yu signed with the Hornets for the Summer League. As Wang Yu commenced his training, news of his contract with the Hornets for the Summer League began to circulate. Many NBA fans eagerly awaited updates on Wang Yu, and upon receiving news, they promptly commented beneath the article, "Wasn't it 4 years for $70 million? Wasn't he promised a starting position? Why did he end up signing a training camp contract?" This is the consequence of arrogance. No one is a fool, especially not the general managers in the NBA. How could a #1 draft pick, recovering from a 3-year injury, dare to make such demands? It is truly presumptuous. I can now definitively say, this is nothing short of a farce. The pride of Huaxia has come to make a mockery of himself. The comments from NBA fans are predominantly filled with sarcasm. It is not surprising, really. Anyone who, during an interview, demands a staggering 4-year contract worth $70 million, insists on being a starter, and seeks to be the focal point of the offense, only to end up signing a mere training camp contract, would inevitably be perceived as foolish. It would be remarkable if there were any favorable words to be spoken about him. Should he still participate in the Summer League? Well, that was to be expected. Best of luck to Wang Yu. This news is evidently far more credible than the previous reports. I hope Wang Yu can showcase his talents in the Summer League and win over the NBA general managers with his performance. Fans in China are now aware of this news, and unlike their counterparts in America, they are imbued with less hostility and more encouraging cheers. Ultimately, whether we will see Chinese players in the upcoming NBA season hinges on Wang Yu's determination. Naturally, Chinese fans are eager to witness their players on the NBA stage, so most of them are currently focused on offering support and encouragement. However, regardless of the cheers or criticisms, Wang Yu remains oblivious, fully immersed in his training. The Summer League teams predominantly consist of NBA rookies, along with second-year players who had limited opportunities in their debut season, and some fringe NBA players eager for new contracts. Thus, one cannot expect to see any renowned NBA stars. The Charlotte Hornets Summer League roster is no different upon glancing at it. It seems that Wang Yu's reputation stands out the most. Additionally, there is the 12th overall pick, Kaminsky, and last year's 8th overall pick, Noah Vonleh. These two individuals can be regarded as Wang Yu's primary competitors, as one occupies the 4th position and the other the 5th. However, during their training sessions together, neither of them exhibited any significant hostility towards Wang Yu. This is quite understandable. They are both players under rookie contracts and are not overly concerned about performing poorly in the Summer League and facing potential cuts. Consequently, there is no real conflict between them and Wang Yu. In contrast, last year's rookie for the Hornets, Dwight Powell, harbors a palpable animosity towards Wang Yu. He was a second-round pick last year and signed a 2-year contract worth $900,000 with the Hornets. This year marks his 2nd season, and if he wishes to secure an opportunity to remain in the NBA, he must seize every chance to play, even in the Summer League. Initially, he felt no pressure from just dealing with Vonleh and Kaminsky. After all, in a 40-minute game, he would still have his moments on the court. However, now that the Hornets have signed Wang Yu, an additional contender for his position has emerged, thus amplifying his pressure significantly. This is precisely why he regards Wang Yu with a degree of animosity. Feeling the competition for his spot naturally brings forth certain emotions. Wang Yu understands this. Yet, if he were to be compared to Dwight Howard, he might find some interest, but being compared to Dwight Powell leaves him rather indifferent. Those worthy of a lion's attention should at least be tigers. If a mere little kitten can garner attention, it would diminish the lion's stature. Thus, Wang Yu chose to disregard Powell's several subtle provocations, even going so far as to not acknowledge him with a glance. This only served to infuriate Powell further. What is this fellow from Huaxia so arrogant about? Is he not merely the top pick of 2012? A player who has already suffered a torn Achilles should not still consider himself the NCAA prodigy of yesteryear. Isn't he taking himself a bit too seriously? Powell, Having been overlooked, is no longer content with mere provocation. He is biding his time for an opportunity to teach Wang Yu a lesson. This opportunity did not keep him waiting for long. In the final group confrontation before the Summer League, he and Wang Yu were assigned to different groups, both playing in the power forward position. This is a direct confrontation. Let me show you how to teach a lesson. Frank's movements on the court appear somewhat sluggish in the NBA. Let us observe how he performs in this training session and consider if we might devise strategies to enhance his agility. Feng Lei displays commendable enthusiasm. Yet his potential seems constrained by innate talent. Let us assess his capability to synergize with the team. The individual partnering with Feng Lei is none other than Dwight. He appears remarkably spirited today. Mark Price is meticulously annotating the players who warrant particular scrutiny this year, and as he observes the initial exchanges of offense and defense, his attention is swiftly captivated by Dwight Powell on the court. Today, this fellow is exceptionally spirited. The ball. At this moment, Powell successfully requests the ball from his teammate. His excitement palpable. Observe how I shall take you on one-on-one. Powell possesses commendable ball-handling skills and a modicum of mid-range shooting ability, instilling in him a profound confidence when controlling the ball against adversaries. I shall make you aware of how ludicrous your confidence truly is. With the ball in hand, Powell disregards his teammates. Despite possessing passing abilities, he chooses this moment to teach Wang Yu a lesson in humility, reminding him that he is no longer the NCAA powerhouse. Powell's mind races with thoughts, and his ball handling showcases an array of flashy moves aimed at Wang Yu. However, just as he believes Wang Yu is caught off guard and prepares to shoot, Wang Yu leaps, swatting both the man and the ball down to the floor. Powell finds himself unceremoniously seated, while Wang Yu, having secured possession, charges toward the basket with unwavering determination. With a resounding thud, he executes a powerful two-handed dunk, yanking the rim down fiercely as he lands, reminiscent of a great shark breaching the surface to seize its prey. The entire training facility falls into a hushed silence. Price, poised to jot down notes, halts his pen, utterly at a loss for words as he witnesses Wang Yu's ferocious display on both offense and defense. Powell, after all, is still but a child. Chapter 12. Not of the same caliber. What just transpired? Powell sits on the ground, incredulity etched across his face. As he reflects on the moment, his expression reveals sheer astonishment. He can scarcely believe he was so effortlessly toppled. Indeed, he has always been a technically skilled player in the paint, lacking superior physicality. Yet he has trained rigorously for a year under the professional guidance of the Hornets training staff, achieving strength levels commensurate with the NBA. Yet, upon engaging with Wang Yu, he finds himself completely overpowered. The power of this individual is indeed formidable. Price's pen finally resumed its movement, yet he remained engulfed in astonishment at Wang Yu's prowess. Thus far, the Hornets had only engaged in one scrimmage during team integration, a time when Wang Yu was absent, leaving no one aware of the extent of his destructive capability on the court. In Price's estimation, this far surpassed the level typically seen in summer league play. A 4-year contract worth $70 million, a starting position, and core treatment, this hardly seems excessive for such a talent. Strangely, Price found himself recalling the headlines from the past few days, where most fans and experts deemed Wang Yu and Bill Duffy's offers to be utterly fanciful. Price himself had entertained similar thoughts at the time. However, now, even with just a single play, those knowledgeable in the field could discern the potential. The game had merely begun, yet this individual exhibited such astonishing destructive power. One could only wonder what remarkable feats he would display once fully acclimated to the game. This individual is undeniably a player of a different caliber compared to all the others on this court. Price concluded in his mind regarding Wang Yu, and his assessment was indisputable. In the next play, Wang Yu positioned himself low, effectively blocking Powell. After receiving a pass from a teammate, he swiftly pivoted, cradling the ball with both hands, and forcefully executed a dunk beneath the basket. Boom. The rim reverberated with a thunderous crack once more. Like a tiger roaring in the mountains, his presence was undeniably commanding. Wang Yu had already completed 2 dunks in the initial 2 plays of the game, his overwhelming dominance in the paint leaving both the spectators and players in awe. Could this individual truly have suffered a complete Achilles tear? Did they review the footage? Price inquired of his assistant beside him, and upon receiving an affirmative response, he whispered, "Please ensure the footage of this game is shown to Richie later. I believe he will grasp my meaning." Although he had only witnessed less than 2 minutes of action, Price was profoundly astonished. It had been quite some time since such a formidable interior player had graced this league. Reflecting on it, The last to play with such dominance in the paint was Dwight Howard during his tenure with the Magic. At last, this league has once again welcomed a player of such imposing presence beneath the basket. This is a player the Hornets must strive to acquire. Just imagine the beautiful scene of him partnering with Anthony Davis in the upcoming season. These are the thoughts occupying Price's mind at this moment. Is it reasonable to grant Wang Yu a contract worth $70 million over 4 years? With such dominance, what merit is there in such a valuation? If a blue-collar player can demand $80 million, why should Wang Yu not be entitled to $70 million over 4 years? Suddenly, as if to validate Price's thoughts, Wang Yu effortlessly completed yet another dunk in the paint. Following 3 consecutive offensive plays, he executed 3 successive dunks, leaving the Hornets' future core players, whom the team aims to evaluate closely this summer, utterly unable to raise their heads in response. At this moment, it seems as though everyone has once again witnessed the formidable Duke Blue Devils, who once ravaged the NCAA and overwhelmed Anthony Davis. He has truly returned. The internal training match concluded with Wang Yu's resounding victory, as he achieved an impeccable record of 9 successful shots out of 9 attempts, effortlessly securing a total of 18 points, all of which were garnered through his remarkable dunks. Indeed, Wang Yu utterly dominated the court with his aerial prowess. The front line of the Hornets Summer League team was utterly incapable of withstanding Wang Yu's formidable assault beneath the basket. Truly, he remains the legendary powerhouse of yesteryears. As the match drew to a close, Price hastily approached Wang Yu, expressing that this Summer League would undoubtedly reveal to all fans that he has indeed made a triumphant return. "Wang, you are simply astonishing," he exclaimed. "Thank you, Coach Mark. And I must also extend my gratitude to the Hornets for granting me this opportunity," Wang Yu replied with appreciation, before immersing himself back into his training regimen. The level of intra-team training poses little pressure for him. In fact, he finds it less exhausting than additional practice. Simultaneously, his anticipation for the Summer League has significantly diminished. The quality of players within the Hornets serves as a testament to the lack of challenge presented by the Summer League. Thus, he can only await the commencement of the NBA regular season. As for now, perhaps he should make another 400 shots? Wang Yu remains deeply immersed in his training. As the days pass, the Las Vegas Summer League draws ever closer. Each summer, the NBA hosts numerous leagues collectively referred to as the Summer League. The value of these leagues lies in their ability to provide teams with a platform to evaluate and refine their emerging talents, as well as to fill roster spots. Many players who previously faced rejection have found their way back into the league due to outstanding performances in the Summer League, with the notable example being Jeremy Lin, who became a sensation in New York. His remarkable display during the Summer League earned him a minimum contract offer from the Golden State Warriors. Among all the Summer Leagues, Las Vegas undoubtedly stands out as the largest, featuring as many as 24 NBA teams. Consequently, the quality of play in Las Vegas is generally superior to that of other leagues. The matchups for the Summer League have finally been released, and I can hardly contain my excitement to witness Towns in action. Is it true that the Charlotte Hornets' first game is against the Timberwolves? Is Towns set to face his own template? As the league commences, the specific matchups have been swiftly arranged, with several games igniting fervent discussions among fans. The most talked about game is undoubtedly the matchup between the Timberwolves and the Hornets. The immense attention garnered by this match can be attributed to 2 primary factors. Firstly, it marks Wang Yu's inaugural appearance, and everyone is eager to witness the prowess of this individual who audaciously demands a 4-year contract worth $70 million, alongside a starting position and core player status. Secondly, Towns has been dubbed the second Wang Yu of the NCAA, making the clash between these 2 former number 1 picks, both of whom are interior players, an inevitable spectacle. However, this is contingent on Wang Yu not faltering. Strangely, I find myself more inclined to see Towns decisively overpower this pretender. Soon enough, the true nature of Wang will be revealed to the majority. At this moment, I imagine Wang must be quite anxious, as he did not anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent in his first Summer League game. Fans who were eager to witness Wang Yu's downfall have resurfaced, their laughter almost contagious upon realizing that his adversary is Towns. The most significant farce in Summer League history is on the brink of unfolding. Chapter 13. The attitudes of both players. ESPN made a special effort to broadcast this match live. As a titan in the sports industry, ESPN's decision to cover this game underscores the extraordinary level of interest it has generated. Naturally, such fervor is hardly surprising, given that just days prior, Wang Yu had orchestrated what many fans perceived as a comical spectacle. A player who had been sidelined from the league for 3 years due to an Achilles rupture suddenly returns, harboring aspirations of securing a 4-year, $70 million contract. Alongside a starting role and core player benefits, does he truly consider NBA general managers to be fools? Does he think that money grows on trees? Fans are eager to discover what grounds Wang Yu dares to make such audacious demands. This is the primary reason. Another factor is that Wang Yu's opponent in this match is the Minnesota Timberwolves. The team experienced a lackluster season. Yet this unsuccessful endeavor has bestowed upon them the remarkable talent of the prodigious Anthony Towns. At the tender age of 19, Towns averaged merely 21 minutes per game during the recently concluded March Madness, yet he managed to contribute an impressive 3 points, 7 rebounds, and 2 blocks. With no discernible disadvantages in height and weight, coupled with a diverse array of offensive skills and remarkably refined footwork, one could succinctly encapsulate it. This young man is a veritable embodiment of visible talent. Such a remarkably talented individual effortlessly evokes memories of the last dominant force in the NCAA, Wang Yu. This is precisely why Towns is often referred to as the second Wang Yu of the NCAA. Although he did not completely dominate this season's NCAA like Wang Yu did and ultimately reached only the Final Four, talent is paramount. Everyone believes that if given sufficient time, Towns will undoubtedly emerge as the finest interior player in the NBA, evolving into a superstar capable of reigning over an entire era. This is also the reason why he unambiguously became the first overall pick in 2015. Data does not always convey the complete picture. All fans believe that Towns' prowess extends far beyond what statistics can illustrate. This is precisely why the fans eagerly anticipating Wang Yu's misadventures rejoiced upon discovering that the Hornets' first adversary would be the Timberwolves. They firmly believe that Towns will effortlessly dominate Wang Yu on the court, allowing the latter to experience the harsh reality of the old adage. The waves behind drive on those ahead, while the former are left to perish on the shore. Wang, there exists no superior narrative than this. Anthony Towns undoubtedly represents the ideal quarry, capable of drawing unprecedented attention to our cause. Therefore, Wang, summon your utmost prowess and demonstrate to Anthony Towns why you serve as his prototype. Following the announcement of the Hornets' first game against the Timberwolves, another individual brimming with excitement was Bill Duffy. He genuinely did not anticipate such divine favor, believing that no better scenario could unfold. If Wang Yu performs admirably in this match, his plans will be nearly realized. It is no exaggeration to assert that this game will determine the manner in which Wang Yu returns to the league this summer. He is naturally confident in Wang Yu's abilities, and it is precisely this faith that fuels his exhilaration. Wang Yu, bombarded daily by his enthusiasm, finds himself at a loss for words, yet he fully comprehends the significance of this match for his own career. After all, comparisons are an inherent aspect of human nature. Should his performance in direct confrontation with Towns fall short, no matter how stellar his subsequent displays in the Summer League may be, the consensus will remain that he is inferior to Towns. Consequently, the valuation of his worth by general managers across the league will inevitably diminish. Ultimately, this is merely the Summer League, not the true NBA regular season. If adversaries still pose a challenge during the Summer League, one can only imagine the struggles that await when the higher-stakes regular season commences. Such a fellow is hardly worth much. While this assertion may lack a certain persuasive quality, it is noteworthy that among the MVPs of past summer leagues, few have truly made a name for themselves in the NBA. Even the standout performer of the entire summer league finds himself in this predicament. It is only natural that a player who encounters rivals in the summer league is not held in high regard. Therefore, for Wang Yu, the commencement of the Summer League signifies a singular mission: to dominate each opponent he faces in a succession of games. At the forefront of those opponents is none other than Anthony Towns. Carl, let this match showcase your prowess. Let everyone recognize that you are not merely a second-rate player, but the one and only Anthony Towns. Meanwhile, Towns' agent, Leon Rose, was on the phone advising him. He had just secured a significant sponsorship for Towns and was in search of a captivating angle to enhance his visibility. If Towns could vanquish Wang Yu, the highly regarded 2012 first overall pick, it would undoubtedly elevate his profile significantly, potentially sealing the deal with investors. This is a sponsorship valued at $10 million, which Leon Rose holds in high regard. Leon, you should be aware that I am more earnest than anyone else. However, Towns appears to require no phone call from Leon Rose to fuel his motivation. He places ample importance on this game himself. The second king of the NCAA. This is the evaluation given by numerous experts regarding Towns, who is regarded as the next formidable force in NCAA after Wang Yu, and is anticipated to dominate the NBA in the future. To outsiders, This may appear as a commendation, yet for Towns, it is far from a compliment. In fact, as the number of individuals expressing such sentiments increases, his disdain for this notion only deepens. The second Wang Yu? Huh. What right does someone who has never played a single NBA game have to serve as my prototype? Merely due to his performance in the NCAA? Humph. Given the same opportunity, I too could achieve such results. This is nothing difficult. I can certainly excel even further. No worries, as the moment draws near. I shall ensure that all of you recognize me. Anthony Towns. My potential far exceeds that of Wang Yu. I am destined to become a superstar of immense stature in the annals of NBA history. Just wait and see. Those who have defined me by Wang Yu will surely come to apologize for their words. As Towns hung up the phone, he remained engulfed in excitement. He felt a profound sense of frustration. A player who had yet to step onto an NBA court had become his benchmark, and alarmingly, so many people accepted this comparison. To him, it signified a lack of acknowledgement. With a thunderous slam dunk, he charged into the hoop, securing his second point of the match. He dominated the paint against the Hornets, obliterating Wang Yu and demonstrating to all that his potential transcends the simplistic confines of Wang Yu. On the eve of the game, Towns, fervently yearning to prove himself, indulged in a vivid dream and nearly overslept. Yet, he perceived this as a positive omen. Chapter 14. Old Grudges. New rivalries. In the early years of its inception, the Summer League garnered little attention. However, with the launch of the largest summer league in Las Vegas, interest surged. Particularly over the past 2 years, as numerous platforms, including the industry titan ESPN, began broadcasting the event. Due to the heightened interest, ESPN opted to air only select games. And even then, solely via online streaming. Nevertheless, the substantial viewership for ESPN remained evident. Despite being just an online broadcast, the audience exceeded tens of thousands. While it still paled in comparison to the NBA regular season, this marked a significant increase in the Summer League's visibility. This year, however, appeared markedly different. Upon the release of the Summer League matchup schedule, ESPN promptly confirmed the broadcast of the Hornets versus Timberwolves game without hesitation. There was no choice. This matchup held exceptional intrigue. It could be argued that this game was among the most captivating in the history of the Summer League. Data does not lie. A mere half hour before the matchup between the Hornets and Timberwolves commenced, ESPN's online broadcast backend indicated that the number of viewers had already surpassed 80,000. This is merely the prelude. Once the competition commences, an audience exceeding double digits is a certainty. Over 100,000 viewers for a single Summer League match. This has undoubtedly etched itself into the annals of history. The venue for the competition is now filled to capacity with spectators, their murmurs rising and falling throughout the stands. The Hornets rookie, Kaminsky, turned to Wang Yu and inquired, "Wang, they are all here to see you. Are you feeling nervous?" "There is no cause for anxiety." Wang Yu replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon the opposing bench, where his greatest rival for the match, Anthony Towns, was seated. This was the first time he had laid eyes on Towns, and to be honest, the young man appeared quite impressive, clearly a gem in the rough. With diligent training over the next couple of years, he would undoubtedly evolve into one of the NBA's premier interior players. This was Wang Yu's first impression of Towns, a genius. He silently assessed in his mind. Coincidentally, at that moment, Towns also turned his gaze and their eyes met. Initially taken aback, Towns's expression soon revealed a palpable hostility. Wang Yu, unfazed, averted his gaze. Such provocations off the court were rare for him. He preferred to let his performance during the game speak for itself. As for off the court, if they couldn't be friends, they could simply remain strangers. Humph! How dare he disregard me? Just wait. Soon he will learn the cost of ignoring my presence. However, Wang Yu's indifference was perceived by Towns as a slight, further igniting his ire. He could hardly contain his eagerness for the match to commence, longing to teach Wang Yu a lesson. Kaminsky also noticed the animosity in Towns's gaze directed at Wang Yu and leaned in to whisper reassuringly, "Wang, rest assured, that guy is definitely no match for you." Wang Yu was taken aback by Kaminsky's sudden remark and looked at him with curiosity. With a grin, Kaminsky continued, "That guy only made it to the semifinals this year. And we, Wisconsin, defeated him. I've faced him before. He is absolutely no contender for you." Kaminsky was genuinely impressed by Wang Yu's performance in practice. He was unsure if the NBA had anyone with such destructive capability, but he was certain that Wang Yu's prowess surpassed that of Towns. There is no doubt about it. To my astonishment, he was indeed selected by the Hornets. Towns also took note of Kaminsky, the very individual who had eliminated him in the NCAA tournament. leaving a profound impression on him. Today has truly gathered all the individuals I despise in one place. Towns found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. Fortunately, the game time was approaching. When he noticed Kaminsky on the opposing side, there were less than 5 minutes left before the match commenced. At this juncture, both coaches summoned their starting players to the front, delivering a few perfunctory remarks before allowing the athletes to take the court. In truth, had it not been for their roles as head coaches, neither of them would have bothered with such formalities. The Summer League differs significantly from the regular season. There are no intricate strategies, no coordinated plays, and certainly nothing that requires caution. It's entirely about allowing the players to showcase their talents freely. After all, the essence of the Summer League is to evaluate players rather than solely to secure victories. Under these circumstances, the head coaches had little to convey. They simply observed the substitutions. Frank, today, I seek retribution. The representatives for the jump ball from the Hornets and the Timberwolves were Frank Kaminsky and Anthony Towns. Faced with Kaminsky, Towns declared his intention for revenge. This would not be an easy task. Kaminsky smirked in response. Just that one remark nearly sent Towns into a fury. He resolved to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Focusing intently on the ball held by the referee, Towns' escalating anger quickened his reflexes. As the ball reached its apex and began to descend, he swiftly batted it back down. The Timberwolves had possession. The Hornets players hastily retreated on defense, while the Timberwolves, under the guidance of their guards, advanced rapidly. Towns led the charge, heading directly towards Wang Yu. His objective was clear. He aimed to score the first point of the game over Wang's head, transforming the dream he had into reality. Anthony successfully received the ball in the paint, only to find Wang blocking his initial move. At that moment, the crowd collectively erupted with excitement, their cheers amplified by the live commentary. They were witnessing a thrilling matchup. Wang and Anthony were facing off right from the start. How spectacular! Anthony's momentum was formidable today. The outcome of Wang's performance was already foreseeable. Go for it, Anthony. Bring Wang down hard. Online viewers, witnessing Towns' aggressive approach towards Wang Yu, flooded the chat with enthusiastic comments. Equally exhilarated, the player demanding a 4-year, $70 million contract was about to be put to the test. Wang, after today, no one will dare to call me your second. Towns confidently leaned towards Wang Yu, brimming with self-assurance. Is that so? Wang Yu found himself in a precarious position, perhaps. In the future, you might come to reminisce about this moment. I long for you, you big-headed ghost. Towns gritted his teeth, summoning his strength, preparing to charge fiercely towards Wang Yu. However, as he turned, the instant he made contact with Wang Yu, he stumbled, taking several steps before regaining his balance. Beep. At that moment, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Number 32 of the Timberwolves was called for traveling. What on earth? OMG, traveling? What is Anthony doing? This is clearly a case of underestimating the opponent. The internet buzzed with animated discussions, with the majority of fans believing that Towns' overconfidence led to such a fundamental error. Only Towns himself understood that just as he intended to power through Wang Yu, he felt an immense force that caused him to lose his balance instantaneously. It felt as though the left side of his body had collided with a wall. What manner of creature is this fellow? At this moment, the arena was enveloped in silence, with a few fans rendered speechless as if they had swallowed eggs, utterly astonished by the absurdity of the game's onset. Are you performing a piece of avant-garde art? Wang Yu inquired, trailing behind Towns as they approached the interior of the Timberwolves' defense. Just wait and see. Towns momentarily found himself at a loss for words. The previous play had indeed been somewhat embarrassing for him. He could only mentally chastise himself, biding his time to regain his footing and retort with a comeback on the next play. It's my turn. Wang Yu had received the ball in a position nearly identical to Towns, and as he faced his opponent, he softly cautioned, "Be careful. Watch your mouth." Towns maintained a stoic expression, bracing himself as Wang Yu pressed against him. "I recall you intended to do this just now, didn't you?" Wang Yu murmured, as if addressing Towns while simultaneously conversing with himself. "Are you trying to emulate me?" The mere sound of Wang Yu's words intensified Towns' ire. His entire body instinctively tensed, eager to confront Wang Yu head-on. Although he had failed to displace Wang Yu earlier and had lost his own balance, he attributed this to his own lack of preparation, having underestimated Wang Yu's strength. Now, however, he felt ready, unwilling to accept defeat. Bam! At that moment, Wang Yu pivoted, and as their bodies collided, Towns felt as though a freight train had swept past him. Before he could muster his full strength, Wang Yu had already propelled him aside with overwhelming force. Once again subdued, a flicker of astonishment crossed Towns' face. Thud! Observing Wang Yu surge forward without a moment's hesitation to complete a dunk, Towns' composure unraveled. What sort of monster was this? Such extraordinary power was almost unfathomable. Did you skip breakfast? That is hardly a good habit. Wang Yu executed a ferocious dunk, eliciting gasps from the crowd. The visceral impact of his display was overwhelming. As he grasped the rim and descended, he floated past Towns, casually dropping a taunt that drove the latter into further frenzy. Wang just brushed aside Anthony to achieve that dunk. This fellow makes it seem far too effortless. Anthony couldn't possibly stop him. It feels as if Wang hasn't even exerted himself fully. The live broadcast of the game presented a replay, and in the slow-motion close-up shots, all the fans watching this match could clearly see Wang Yu effortlessly maneuvering past Towns, subsequently charging into the paint to execute a resounding dunk. This undoubtedly left fans astonished by Wang Yu's remarkable strength. Although Towns' scouting report did not explicitly highlight the extent of his prowess, it is evident that among the 2015 rookie class, he is certainly not lacking. Yet, Wang Yu effortlessly outmaneuvered him, showcasing the extraordinary nature of his own strength. Could this individual possess such terrifying strength? At this moment, many fans have cast aside their previous disdain for Wang Yu, realizing that this audacious figure demanding a $70 million contract indeed possesses remarkable talent. Even those who initially believed that Towns could easily handle Wang Yu now find themselves apprehensively reconsidering their stance. Excellent, Wang. As I have stated before, that fellow cannot hinder you. Kaminsky and the other players from the Hornets appeared to be the only ones unfazed by Wang Yu's breathtaking dunk over Towns. They had already witnessed his destructive prowess during practice matches, and his strength is undeniably formidable. However, their lack of astonishment is merely relative to others. Upon witnessing Wang Yu effortlessly overpower the 2015 first overall pick, they couldn't help but exclaim, "He is indeed a monster." Especially Price, who intended to call Richie that very night for an in-depth discussion, as he increasingly felt that if the Hornets were to miss out on Wang Yu, it would likely equate to foregoing a monumental opportunity for greatness. Having faced Wang Yu head-on twice, Towns was acutely aware that his strength was not on par with Wang Yu's. He quickly adjusted his approach, demonstrating a maturity that belied his 19 years, moving within a 1 to 2 step range of the three-point line to avoid physical contact with Wang Yu. The young man is commendable, at least he possesses some intellect. Wang Yu regarded Towns with a discerning glance. Those who understand the art of adaptation often thrive, both on and off the court. If Towns were to seek physical confrontation while being overpowered, his threat level to Wang Yu would diminish to that of Powell. Towns, executing a series of off-ball movements, received the ball near the free throw line and successfully scored his first 2 points of the game. Versatile in both driving and shooting. This is precisely why experts hold Towns in such high regard. The towering figure on the court appears to embody an air of invincibility. As Anthony exerted his strength, I remarked that he had momentarily let his guard down. Brilliantly, Anthony discovered a method to score against Wang Yu, leading me to ponder that Wang would soon find himself at a disadvantage. Might we soon witness Anthony skillfully combining shooting and driving to outmaneuver Wang? Towns' successful shot invigorated his supporters, who believed a fundamental shift in the game was imminent. Wang Yu, facing Towns' offensive prowess, would be at a loss for how to respond. And on the offensive end, he would soon be countered as well. Just as the fans were almost swept away in their imaginations, a thunderous sound on the court jolted them back to reality. Wang Yu executed another emphatic dunk beneath the basket. As he landed, he thumped his chest with a display of bravado that starkly contrasted with the helpless expression of Towns beside him. Once again, he effortlessly broke through Towns for another slam. It was time to redefine Wang's destructive capacity in the paint, at least based on these 2 offensive plays. He demonstrated overwhelming strength and resilience against the 2015 first overall pick, Towns. In the forthcoming matches, we may continuously witness such scenes. The renowned ESPN commentator Bill Walton also tuned into this game, and after Wang Yu's latest dunk, he couldn't contain his excitement and shared his thoughts on Twitter regarding Wang Yu. Chapter 16. Dunking over Towns. The match had barely commenced for a minute when Wang Yu had already made 2 successful attempts, scoring 4 points, both through powerful dunks into the paint, amidst physical contact. The crowd erupted in astonishment. In today's league, where small ball strategies are increasingly popular and tactical frameworks are shifting towards the perimeter, the roles of positions 4 and 5 have gradually leaned towards blue-collar responsibilities. Consequently, there are scarcely any teams left that emphasize interior play. In this current league, scenes of players like Wang Yu receiving the ball, with teammates creating space for his one-on-one plays, are becoming increasingly rare, let alone the spectacle of driving into the paint for a dunk. This alliance boasts an interior player with self-sufficient ball handling skills, capable of counting on his fingers. Wang Yu's recent plays transported the fans in attendance, as well as those watching from their computers, back to 5 or 6 years ago, a time when interior players who lacked the ability to execute low-post plays faced elimination. Anthony, maintain your rhythm and remain unaffected by your opponent. Sam Mitchell, the head coach of the Timberwolves Summer League, timely interjected, urging Towns to keep his emotions in check. The entire Timberwolves management harbors the utmost expectations and patience for Towns. They do not concern themselves with his current performance. It is well understood that Towns represents the future. For now, it is imperative that he learns and gains experience from every game, which is far more significant than accumulating points. Gradually, Towns calmed down in response to Mitchell's words. Sam is indeed correct. I simply need to maintain my rhythm. Although that guy scored on me twice, I managed to score on my last possession as well. As long as I can make my shot, my scoring remains on par with his. Therefore, there is no need for me to rush. Towns traversed the court from the backcourt to the front in merely a few strides. However, his mind had reset to the beginning, and his confidence remained unaffected, just as it was at the game's outset. He may be strong, but I wear Armani. This time, Wang Yu did not allow Towns to roam freely on the perimeter. He kept pace with Towns, shadowing him as he weaved near the free throw line. Towns found himself increasingly uncomfortable under this relentless pursuit. It was at this moment that Towns was once again astonished. This individual, whose strength far exceeded his own, moved with a speed that was equally impressive. Truly, he is a monster. Towns had always been referred to as a monster by others. Yet now he realized that Wang Yu was the true monster. Is this fellow perhaps a favored child of the gods? Whoosh. However, Towns did not participate in this offensive play, and the Timberwolves managed to score nonetheless. With Wang Yu drawn out from the paint, the Hornets' interior suddenly felt much more spacious. And without Wang Yu, Kaminsky struggled to guard the paint effectively, as his slower mobility was skillfully exploited by the opponents during this possession. Did you see that, Anthony? You can accomplish many things offensively without necessarily having the ball. Maintain your patience, and I believe we can secure victory in this game. Mitchell genuinely looked after Towns. During this possession, the latter did not receive the ball and was left floundering by Wang Yu's relentless pressure to prevent Towns from becoming frustrated. Mitchell attributed much of the credit for this play to him. Frank, no worries. Soon you will switch defense with me and guard Anthony Towns on the perimeter. Meanwhile, Wang Yu quickly reassured Kaminsky with a light pat on the back, urging him to pick up the pace. Quick, double team. Wang Yu successfully outmaneuvered Towns in 2 one-on-one confrontations. Mitchell, recognizing the potential for Towns' mindset to falter under continued isolation, swiftly summoned the small forward to assist in double-teaming Wang Yu. As Wang Yu received the ball, he was unexpectedly besieged by 2 defenders, a slight smirk escaping his lips. It was not as if he had never encountered such defensive pressure before, during his time in the NCAA, particularly in the exhilarating phase of March Madness. He had faced double teams in every match. He had grown accustomed to such tactics. However, he had not anticipated that his opponents would resort to double-teaming him quite so early in the game. It is merely a summer league game. Is it truly necessary? Wang Yu muttered under his breath, yet his movements were anything but sluggish. He initiated a feigned pass, deftly diverting the attention of the Timberwolves' perimeter defender, then swiftly dribbled the ball and charged towards the paint, showing utter disregard for Towns, who stood in his path. At this moment, his gaze was solely fixated on the hoop. Is it fair to be so merciless? How dismissive can one be? As Towns confronted Wang Yu with unwavering determination, he exhibited little regard for him, and his frustration surged once more. With his hands fully extended, he sought to disrupt Wang Yu's rhythm, his expression now entirely focused. He vowed to block Wang Yu's shot, demonstrating that he, Anthony Towns, was not to be underestimated. In a direct confrontation, Anthony Towns did not flinch as Wang approached for a layup, while Wang, facing a double team, resolutely opted for a drive, just as he had before. At that moment, the commentators' voices escalated, their fervent commentary resonating throughout the arena, causing the audience both in the stadium and those watching from their screens to become enthralled with tension. Whether it was Wang Yu successfully executing a layup or Anthony Towns managing to interfere, a wave of cheers was undoubtedly ignited. There was no denying the formidable strength displayed by both sides. A sharp sound echoed first, the clap of hands. Towns gritted his teeth, exerting all his might. As he felt his hand make precise contact with the ball, A flicker of joy danced in his eyes, compelling him to press down harder. However, Wang Yu's low growl swiftly followed, resonating in Towns' ears like the roar of a beast. At that moment, Towns realized that his hand could not suppress the ball at all. The two engaged in aerial combat. Towns, with all his strength, managed to hold his ground initially, but as Wang Yu soared towards the basket and exerted force once more, Towns could no longer withstand the pressure and was forcefully ejected, landing on the ground. With a resounding thud, Wang Yu, having gained the upper hand in their aerial tussle, emphatically slammed the ball into the hoop. My goodness. Oh my. Almighty God. Anthony Towns, the first overall pick of 2015. A player brimming with potential to become the league's premier power forward. He was dunked over. The entire arena, along with fans watching from their screens, erupted in a frenzy of exclamations following Wang Yu's dunk. The excitement was simply too explosive. Game over. This moment not only electrified the crowd, but also drew the attention of a quietly observing NBA legend. As renowned commentator Charles Barkley tweeted, "This year's Summer League has concluded because the great monster has returned." Chapter 17. Defensive switch. Towns had never felt as humiliated as he did at that moment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide within. He had been dunked over, even sent flying in the process. He was acutely aware that this would likely be regarded as the highlight of this year's Summer League, and he would be relegated to the role of a mere backdrop, repeatedly referenced throughout the summer and even throughout the year. At that moment, Towns found his mind utterly blank, completely at a loss as to how to proceed. It was an unprecedented experience in his entire basketball career. Mitchell promptly called for a timeout and thoughtfully led him aside. Anthony, as a basketball player, whether you execute a dunk or find yourself on the receiving end of one, it is an inevitable part of the game. Every player has faced this reality, including legends such as Tim Duncan, Patrick Ewing, and Hakeem Olajuwon. It is a common experience among all Hall of Famers throughout their careers. This is not a mark of shame, but rather a badge of honor, akin to a warrior's scars, symbolizing your tenacity in defense. If you always retreat on the defensive end, you will never find yourself in a position to be dunked on. So, my friend, you have performed admirably, and no one will ridicule you for this. Maintain your mindset, immerse yourself back into the game, and let us strive to win this match against Wang Yu. This will undoubtedly fortify your strength. Mitchell felt his eloquence was remarkable that night, as he noticed a renewed fire in Towns' expression once he concluded his words. This is sufficient. On the opposite bench, Wang Yu reveled in the cheers of the audience, alongside the astonished expressions of his teammates and coach. The Summer League lacked the distinction of home and away games. Spectators would only cheer for the player who performed exceptionally well, and Wang Yu's stunning dunk sent the crowd into a frenzy. Although the attendance was modest, the sound of their applause rivaled that of a crowd of thousands. Wang Yu basked in this adulation, for it had been long since he last experienced such acclaim. In that moment, he felt a blend of both familiarity and strangeness. Yet now, he truly sensed that he had returned, born for basketball. Wang Yu aspired to embody such a spirit. The game continued. Following prior discussions, Wang Yu instructed Kaminsky to guard Towns, while he himself remained stationed in the paint. Upon noticing the Hornets' defensive switch, Mitchell swiftly directed his teammates to pass the ball to Towns. Having just received some encouragement, Towns had regained a measure of confidence. If he could score a couple of baskets now, his self-assurance would surely soar. With Wang Yu not directly in front of him, this rare opportunity was one he had to seize. Towns received the ball, facing Kaminsky. For some reason, he instinctively exhaled, seamlessly executing a feint before launching a jump shot. Kaminsky, despite his lack of speed, adeptly spread his arms to create interference. Swish, the ball successfully found the net. As Towns retreated, he clenched his fist. This basket had alleviated some of the tension that had gripped him. Although his defense against Wang Yu had not been particularly effective thus far, at least his offensive performance remained steady. Damn it. Witnessing Towns score, Kaminsky slapped his own hand in frustration. He preferred to defend against more mobile opponents in the low post, but the issue was that when placed there, he struggled to provide timely help. Having repeatedly faltered on defense, Kaminsky's mindset began to fray. Buddy, do you not trust me? At that moment, Wang Yu gave him a firm pat on the back, pulling him from his anxious thoughts. Kaminsky looked at Wang Yu in confusion, unaware of what he meant. He had never expressed any mistrust in Wang Yu's abilities. If you trust me, you can confidently pressure him to drive. I will be right behind you to provide support, so there's no need to worry about his drive. Once Wang Yu completed his reassurance, Kaminsky finally grasped the sentiment behind his words. Wang Yu aimed to alleviate his pressure. All right, I understand. Kaminsky nodded. Okay, let us make this count. Let us secure this possession. After giving Kaminsky his instructions, Wang Yu crossed half-court and immediately dashed towards the Timberwolves' paint. Quick, stop him. In Mitchell's eyes, the current Wang Yu was akin to a demon. He had no desire to witness this player gain possession of the ball again. Towns has been scored upon thrice consecutively, and for the sake of his physical and mental well-being, he cannot permit Wang Yu to seize the ball unchallenged. The dual defense is evident. Even before Wang Yu receives the ball, he encounters simultaneous interception from two members of the Timberwolves. The team's vigilance towards him has reached such an extent. Commentators, observing the Timberwolves' apprehension regarding Wang Yu, expressed their astonishment, as it is a rarity in the Summer League for a player to be subjected to a double team. Faced with two defenders, Wang Yu wisely retreats, creating space for the Hornets to penetrate the paint. The Timberwolves' formation is fragmented, leaving them vulnerable, and the Hornets capitalize once again by scoring. As of now, the Hornets have succeeded in all four of their attempts, showcasing an overwhelming offensive momentum. The Timberwolves need someone to emerge and assist in maintaining their score. Otherwise, they risk becoming lost amidst the Hornets' relentless assault from the outset. In truth, the Timberwolves have only missed a single shot, with the deficit being a mere 2 points. Yet such is the nature of competitive sports. Skill is one facet, while momentum is another. At times, the latter can be more decisive than the former. Presently, the Hornets' momentum surpasses that of the Timberwolves, primarily driven by Wang Yu's formidable performance, which invigorates his teammates on the court. Such momentum enables Wang Yu to facilitate effortless scoring for the Hornets, even when he is not in possession of the ball. What the Timberwolves lack is not merely points. They are not deficient in that regard. Instead, they are in need of a leader like Wang Yu, who can inspire his teammates and exert influence over their adversaries. The commentators now turn their attention to Towns. Although this newly crowned champion of 2015 has been subdued by Wang Yu since the beginning of the match, his flawless 2-for-2 shooting on the offensive end demonstrates that he remains composed and unperturbed by the pressure, capable of contributing to his team. What he lacks, in comparison to Wang Yu, is a goal that can invigorate and inspire his teammates. Towns once again ventured into the restricted area of the Timberwolves, observing Kaminsky, who had positioned himself defensively behind him. He did not hesitate to demand the ball. Faced with Kaminsky's defense, his confidence was notably bolstered. However, Kaminsky altered his defensive strategy this time, swiftly closing in on Towns the moment he secured the ball. Despite several feints from the closely guarded Towns, he was unable to dislodge Kaminsky. Is this a refusal to allow me to shoot? Towns decisively took a bold step forward. Switch. Towns was allowed to enter, and Wang Yu shouted to remind Kaminsky to adjust his defense, while he himself approached Towns as previously agreed. Upon seeing Wang Yu approaching, Towns abruptly slammed on the brakes and, seizing the moment before Wang Yu could leap at him, swiftly released a shot. Wang Yu, witnessing the shot, immediately pivoted and returned to the basket. With a resounding clang, in a hurried release, the ball struck the rim and bounced out. Wang Yu leapt with great force, deftly snatching the rebound from the hands of the Timberwolves center. He then passed the ball to his own guard, swiftly following up on Towns, and said in a nonchalant tone, "Keep shooting, rookie. However, be prepared for the rebounds to be claimed by me." Towns paused, his expression growing increasingly serious. Chapter 18. The tide turns boom. Wang Yu once again completed a slam dunk, helping the Hornets extend their lead to 4 points. Thus far, he had made all 4 of his shots, totaling 8 points. Moreover, each of these 4 offensive plays concluded with a dunk. He had brought his destructive prowess from the training court to the Summer League, prompting Price on the sidelines to shake his head slightly, his face reflecting a mixture of astonishment and admiration. He realized that the Wang Yu displaying such terrifying performance on the court still seemed to have untapped energy. In other words, this guy had yet to truly unleash his full potential. Oh my goodness, what kind of monster is this? Lost in thought, Price startled himself with his own musings. Anthony, don't forget to keep shooting. Wang Yu, having successfully dunked and landed, did not forget to turn and continue applying verbal pressure on Towns. In this moment, Towns, yet to officially enter the league, profoundly grasped the essence of facing adversaries from a higher echelon of competition. To be candid, prior to the commencement of today's match, he had not regarded Wang Yu with any seriousness. He even believed that he could effortlessly dispatch him. Why not? A man who had vanished from the scene for 3 years due to a completely torn Achilles tendon. What could he possibly bring back upon his return? Why should he merit any consideration? Yet now, Towns comprehended the age-old adage, respect your elders, for they remained formidable. Despite his 3-year hiatus, the template of his prowess had not faded. It is not to say that Towns was subdued. He still possessed the fervor to continue the contest. But he undeniably felt the pressure Wang Yu exerted upon him, not merely physical, but psychological as well. Strangely, he sensed that even Kaminsky was becoming increasingly formidable. With a sudden motion, Towns faced Kaminsky once more, only to have the latter swat the ball from his grasp. Alarmed, Towns mentally cursed and swiftly pursued the trajectory of the ball. However, regardless of a big man's agility, he could not outmaneuver a smaller opponent. The diminutive player's lower center of gravity proved advantageous in this instance. The Hornets' perimeter players seized the opportunity, effortlessly snatching the ball and launching it towards the Timberwolves' defensive zone, where the Chinese beast had long been awaiting. With precision, Wang Yu, who had anticipated the play, executed another dunk in the Timberwolves' restricted area. The resounding impact of his two-handed slam reverberated like a heavy hammer striking directly at Towns' heart, causing his expression to shift dramatically in the ensuing seconds. Akin to the rapid transformations in a Sichuan opera performance. How could I have been intercepted by Frank? How could this be possible? Following this blunder, Towns experienced a significant fluctuation in his mindset, which led to a series of elementary errors in the subsequent matches. Bang! Whoosh! The Hornets seized this opportunity, maintaining their vigorous scoring momentum, and the point differential widened as they continued to score. By the end of the first quarter, the Hornets had established a double-digit lead. Splendid. Well done. Price stood on the sidelines, smiling as he awaited the Hornets players to exit the court one by one, eagerly exchanging high-fives with them. It was his inaugural experience leading the team in the Summer League. While winning the championship might seem inconsequential, achieving such a feat could hardly be deemed disadvantageous. After observing the first quarter of the match, he felt an abundance of confidence regarding the Hornets lineup this year, particularly in regard to Wang Yu, who appeared to be a veritable anomaly on the Summer League court. It was remarkable that he had yet to witness a player who could compel the opposing team to employ a double team within merely 3 minutes of play. There was little more to say. Wang Yu was simply exceptional. Anthony, there is no need for despondency. This is merely the first quarter, and we still have time to recalibrate. This is a challenge, but it is by no means insurmountable. Trust in yourself, my friend. The Timberwolves found themselves trailing by 10 points at the end of the first quarter, yet Mitchell's primary concern lay with Towns, who, in the latter half of the quarter, committed a series of elementary mistakes, errors uncharacteristic of his usual play. Clearly, this immensely talented individual was grappling with a mental hurdle. This is also the reason why Mitchell immediately offered Towns some uplifting words as soon as he stepped off the court. However, this time, Mitchell realized that despite his numerous attempts to console him, he could not perceive any shift in Towns' expression. It seemed as though Towns was ensnared in a web of his own turmoil, remaining impervious to Mitchell's words, locked in a fierce battle with his own thoughts. In this moment, Mitchell found himself at a loss on how to further guide the future cornerstone of the Timberwolves. Wow, where exactly did this monster, Wang, come from? Can someone enlighten me? Is it truly excessive to demand $70 million for this individual? Now, who among us still anticipates Anthony Towns overpowering Wang Yu? Let me clarify. I was once in that camp, but I have since become an admirer of Wang Yu. It is incredibly exhilarating. I feel as though I am witnessing the Shaquille O'Neal of yesteryears, for he played in that very manner. Meanwhile, online, following Wang Yu's stunning performance in the first quarter, a majority of fans watching the game have become his supporters, with more and more voices championing him. The shift in sentiment compared to pre-game commentary is nothing short of dramatic. Nevertheless, this is entirely understandable, as competitive sports have always been ruled by victors, where prowess reigns supreme. As long as one is formidable, they will inevitably attract a legion of fans and accolades. Anthony Towns is undeniably young and possesses ample talent. This is a fact beyond dispute. Yet, in comparison to Wang Yu, based solely on this match, he appears to hold no discernible advantage. In this segment, Barkley unmistakably relished the moment, his characteristic loquacity coming to the fore. His Twitter account saw yet another update, this time delivering a scathing critique of Towns. I suspect the management of the Timberwolves must be quite disheartened, for in comparison to Wang Yu, Anthony Towns does not appear particularly gifted. This may very well undermine the Timberwolves' resolve to develop Towns. He added, well, I'm merely jesting. What unfolds in the future is known only to God. However, Wang Yu must undoubtedly be the favored child of the divine. Upon his return 3 years later, he seems unchanged, still the formidable powerhouse. Magnificent. 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 Damn it. Wang Yu, I truly adore him. Another individual swept up in excitement was Bill Duffy, who noted Wang Yu's remarkable dominance in the first quarter, signifying that Wang Yu had proven himself and his gamble had paid off. He was certain that after the game concluded, a flurry of calls would ensue. Beep, beep, beep. Indeed, he need not even wait until the game's end. Duffy retrieved his phone from his pocket, glancing at the caller ID with a knowing smile. This summer was destined to be tumultuous for him. Chapter 19. The match between the Hornets and the Timberwolves resumed after a timeout, yet the tone established in the first quarter remained unaltered throughout the contest. Under Wang Yu's leadership, the Hornets grew increasingly aggressive, while the Timberwolves, mired in Towns' internal struggles, continued on a path of despair. In the second quarter, the Hornets extended their lead to 15 points. By the third quarter, the lead swelled to 20 points. In the fourth quarter, it surpassed 25 points. When the final buzzer rang, the score stood at 108-80, marking a resounding victory for the Hornets by a staggering 28 points. This is an unforeseen occurrence before the match. Wang Yu astonishingly recorded a remarkable tally of 36 points and 20 rebounds in this game, a feat that no one had anticipated beforehand. Particularly noteworthy is the fact that the 2015 first overall pick, Towns, managed a mere 15 points and 9 rebounds under these circumstances. This data is truly astonishing. History often presents striking similarities. Once, Anthony Davis faced a grim struggle against Wang Yu, and yet this did not impede him from becoming one of the finest power forwards in the NBA today. Similarly, Karl-Anthony Towns' performance tonight bore a resemblance to Davis' challenges during the NCAA Finals against Wang Yu. Consequently, it does not preclude him from potentially evolving into a dominant force within the NBA. Time alone shall reveal the answers. However, we must not overlook a crucial point. Whether it was the Anthony Davis of yesteryear or the current Karl-Anthony Towns, both appeared somewhat helpless when confronted with Wang Yu. They were far from being able to contend with the formidable prowess of the Chinese beast. It is questionable whether we need to deliberate on the current caliber of Wang Yu as he enters the league. Do not suggest to me whether he can adapt to this league, for heaven's sake. If such a powerful presence in the paint requires discussion regarding his viability in the NBA, then we are truly underestimating this Chinese giant. And such underestimation is both unwarranted and unreasonable. Let us engage in a direct discussion. Where does the 2012 number 1 draft pick, Wang Yu, rank among NBA big men? Following the conclusion of the game, another NBA legend, Chauncey Billups, emerged, having just transitioned to an ESPN analyst role, seizing the opportunity to become a familiar face by sharing his opinions during this moment of heightened interest. The commentators, one and all, including the verbose Charles Barkley and the ever-astounding Stephen A. Smith, are known for their audacious remarks. At times, they may not be oblivious to the foolishness of their statements. Yet they understand that such sensationalism garners attention. Of course, there are instances when their seemingly foolish comments genuinely reflect their actual thoughts. Chauncey Billups appears to be attempting this approach as he immediately initiated a discussion on Twitter regarding Wang Yu's current prowess and his potential ranking among NBA big men. Many fans participated in the discourse, yet most were left perplexed, as a significant number of NBA enthusiasts had not witnessed this so-called marquee summer league game. Their impressions of Wang Yu remained that of a jester, someone who regarded others as fools, destined to exit the league shortly. However, given Billups' influence, his sudden introduction of this topic prompted numerous fans to revisit the game, and upon viewing, their attitudes shifted dramatically. My goodness, isn't this reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal? Wasn't the Big Diesel known for playing just like this? I had high hopes for Karl-Anthony Towns, observing his fiery play during the NCAA. Yet it now seems that Wang remains the NCAA's reigning powerhouse, educating these prodigies. This match evokes memories of the time when LeBron effortlessly dominated Anthony Davis in the finals. Before him, it seemed there were no prodigies to rival his prowess. Fans who revisited this game, akin to Chauncey Billups, were reminded of LeBron's past triumphs in the NCAA, where he outshone various talents. Nostalgia is peculiar. At times it eludes us, yet occasionally, a single game is sufficient to reignite those memories. Thanks to Billups' influence, the discourse surrounding this topic attracted an astounding participation of 500,000 individuals, nearly double the number of viewers who tuned in for the live broadcast of the game. ESPN's real-time statistics revealed that the peak viewership soared to 235,000, significantly surpassing the initial audience count by over 100,000. Such unprecedented attention for a summer league game undoubtedly marks a historic moment in its annals. This naturally cannot be devoid of the enthusiastic commentators and retired NBA legends who tweeted during the game. It is precisely these individuals, with their successive tweets, that prompted numerous fans to access ESPN's live stream, thereby witnessing the Summer League match. Similarly, through their fervent promotion, 500,000 people are now aware of the incident where the 2015 rookie sensation was emphatically dunked on by Wang Yu, a figure whose notoriety continues to rise. Many media outlets have reported on this event. Anthony Towns was emphatically dunked on, announcing Wang Yu's triumphant return. The one-on-one showdown between the top draft picks culminated in Wang Yu's thunderous dunk over Anthony Towns. This nostalgic scene, with Wang Yu returning 3 years later to dunk on the new top draft pick, is certainly worthy of coverage. After all, a Summer League game might not typically warrant such attention, but the fact that Towns was dunked on, especially by Wang Yu, inevitably transforms it into a sensational news story. The titles crafted by these commentators reveal their singular focus. They seem disinterested in the outcome of the game itself, fixating solely on the moment of Towns being dunked on by Wang Yu. Is Wang Yu truly this formidable? OMG. Who would dare to claim he lacks the merit for a $70 million contract now? Although deriving conclusions solely from a single game may be somewhat unjust, the sheer destructive prowess Wang displayed in the paint undeniably marks him as a player of an entirely different caliber. I believe we owe Wang an apology. He is no fool. Rather, we resemble a band of jesters. Moreover, due to the media's extensive coverage of this incident, an increasing number of fans have revisited the game's replay, and upon viewing it, the majority have undergone a profound shift in their perception of Wang Yu. Even those who once mocked him have taken to social media to express their regrets. They genuinely did not anticipate that this individual, having suffered a complete Achilles tear, could return 3 years later, still embodying the essence of an unparalleled force. This defies logic. After all, we are speaking of an Achilles tear. Before him, only Dominique Wilkins had returned from such an injury and maintained his peak performance. It is often expected that an interior player would bear the lasting effects of such an injury, yet it seems that Wang Yu has emerged unscathed. Chapter 20. The two after the game. After tidying up in the locker room, Wang Yu returned to the hotel and promptly called Li Qian. Since arriving in America, no matter how busy he was, he always took half an hour to discuss the day's events with her. Today was no exception, despite having played a game. However, Wang Yu hardly needed to speak, for Li Qian was already well aware of what transpired on the court. News had spread domestically that he had decisively outperformed this year's top draft pick during the Summer League, and everyone was abuzz with discussions about it. How does it feel to be back on the court? Is it not exhilarating? The tone of Li Qian's inquiry was markedly different from before. For the past 3 years, she has been by Wang Yu's side, fully aware of his fervent desire to return to the arena. Now, as he finally steps back onto the stage and performs so remarkably, she genuinely feels joy for him. Indeed, Wang Yu solemnly nodded. Returning to the arena made him feel truly alive. How could such a sensation be anything but splendid? That's splendid. You promised me that you would propose with the championship ring. Li Qian's tone shifted abruptly. Wang Yu was taken aback momentarily. The subject had changed too swiftly for him to react. However, his instinct for self-preservation prompted him to nod and respond, "Yes, I'll hurry." Huh? Propose? It was only after he spoke that Wang Yu comprehended what Li Qian had meant. Simultaneously, he secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that he had agreed, for otherwise, this lady would have surely insisted for an hour. Hee. Well then, it's getting late, and you played a match today, so you should rest early. Good night. Satisfied? Li Qian promptly ended the call. As the busy signal echoed after the call terminated, Wang Yu let out a heavy sigh. Each conversation with his girlfriend felt akin to a battle, uncertain of which phrase might ignite a spark. Nonetheless, the intoxicating sweetness of romance kept him deeply enmeshed in its allure. "Hello, Bill. Are you still awake at this late hour?" Just after Li Qian hung up, Wang Yu received a call from Bill Duffy. It was already past midnight in America, yet the man was still brimming with excitement. "Wang, 16 general managers have called me. 2 have already made offers. The Raptors proposed a 3-year, $40 million contract, while the Pacers offered a 4-year, $55 million deal. Although the other teams haven't specified their offers, I can assure you, Wang, we are making history. Tell me, how can I possibly sleep at such an exhilarating moment? I think I should get some sleep. I have training tomorrow." Wang Yu intended to hang up after listening to him. Wait, Wang. Bill Duffy quickly called out to him. "There are still 3 games remaining in the Summer League. If you lead the Hornets to the finals and secure the championship, You will have at least 6 more games to play. Wang, I need you to perform as brilliantly in those 6 games as you did in the first one. You can think of it this way. For every game you excel in, your total contract value could increase by at least 2 million. Wang Yu's performance in the first Summer League game was nothing short of sensational, scoring a total of 36 points and grabbing 20 rebounds, completely dominating Towns. This has led to Bill Duffy receiving calls from 6 general managers, with 2 of them even extending offers. However, with a total of 30 teams in the league, and aside from those already boasting exceptional interior players, there remain around 20 teams in need of quality big men. So, why did Bill Duffy only receive calls from 6 general managers? The answer is quite simple. This is merely a singular event, and just a summer league at that. Who doesn't he indulge in a bowl of dumplings during the new year? While Wang Yu's performance has indeed been remarkable, one must wonder if he is simply experiencing an extraordinary surge in form. Consequently, many general managers are still biding their time. This is precisely why Bill Duffy urged Wang Yu to continue showcasing his exceptional performance. Only in this manner can more general managers enter the competition, thus affording Bill Duffy greater latitude in his choices. Rest assured, Bill. Wang Yu nodded. In truth, such encouragement was unnecessary, for he had spent 3 years away from the court and was now solely focused on playing and winning. Other considerations were far from his mind. He relished the thrill of the game. Oh, dear God. Damn it, Anthony, do you know? These investors are utterly insane, based solely on a single game. They have reneged and even declared their intention to replace the spokesperson with Wang Yu. Damn it. The shout of Leon Rose faded away as Towns pressed the end call button, plunging the room back into silence. With the phone screen extinguished, the last vestige of light in the room dimmed. Anthony Towns tossed his phone aside and collapsed heavily onto the bed, his face etched with despair. His mind replayed the scenes from the court earlier that day. Wang Yu's flawless performance contrasted starkly with his own dismal display. To him, it felt as if the gulf between them was insurmountable. He had never experienced such a crushing defeat before, and thus, he could not help but feel disheartened. Am I truly a genius? He even began to question his own talent. Everyone claimed he was a prodigy, yet he knew that a true genius could not suffer such a humiliating loss. So, was he genuinely a genius? Anthony Towns' confidence had been severely shaken by this match. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he spiraled into self-doubt, the phone he had cast aside rang, signaling an incoming call. Initially reluctant to answer, he straightened up the moment he recognized the caller ID and pressed the answer button. He cannot afford to ignore this call. This is a call from Kevin Garnett, the greatest player in the history of the Minnesota Timberwolves. He returned to the Timberwolves in February of this year, prompting some to suggest that the management was selecting a mentor for Karl Anthony Towns. Towns holds great respect for this future Hall of Famer and acknowledges him as a guiding figure in his heart. Hey, Anthony, how does it feel to play your first professional game? As Garnett's voice came through the line, Towns felt an inexplicable warmth, revealing a wry smile as he expressed his true feelings. Not great, to be honest. I feel awful. I can't recall a time in my basketball career worse than this. No, my boy, if you think that way, you are truly mistaken, Garnett interjected, listening to Towns' grievances. In the NBA, even Michael Jordan does not experience perfection every night. Various factors can lead to subpar performances, and that is simply the nature of the league. The opponents here are the finest basketball players in the world. Poor performance is not catastrophic. However, we must identify where we fell short and what needs to change instead of succumbing to frustration or self-doubt. As a professional, that is not the way to conduct oneself. Moreover, Anthony, you are not Yao Ming. Although many say you are the second coming of Yao in the NCAA, the truth is your playing styles differ significantly. I once admitted to the media my disdain for facing Shaquille O'Neal, yet that did not prevent me from performing well against him. Therefore, Anthony, what you need is to continue your growth, not to question yourself. Chapter 21. Rich's Dilemma. Rich, how are you? Is Wang signing or not? Let me tell you, my friend, this could very well be a trade that propels you to become the best general manager in the future. The combination of Anthony Davis and Wang in the paint will undoubtedly form another great duo following Tim Duncan and David Robinson. If you remain indecisive, that cooked duck might just fly away. In the sleepless late hours, aside from the excited Bill Duffy, there was also Price, the acting head coach of the Hornets Summer League, genuinely anxious for his friend Rich. Those in the know can see that Wang's strength will undoubtedly translate into the regular season, allowing him to dominate most of the league's frontcourt players. This means that Wang's formidable playing style will continue to shine in the regular season. The prowess of this individual is undeniably formidable within the NBA. Securing his signature, coupled with Anthony Davis, would create an interior combination that, to speak modestly, could be deemed the finest across the entire league. Price is genuinely perplexed as to why Rich continues to hesitate. What are you thinking, my friend? He wonders aloud. Despite articulating his concerns at length, Rich offers not a single response, which only serves to heighten Price's impatience. In truth, I have long since prepared a contract proposal. Having drafted a 4-year, $60 million agreement after reviewing the training footage you provided. Yet, the boss remains obstinately opposed, and I am currently awaiting his directives. Thus, my dear friend, it is not that I am unwilling to engage with Bill Duffy. Rather, the boss is yet to entertain such an idea. Under persistent inquiry from Price, Rich finally reveals his predicament. Upon learning that the boss is the source of the obstruction, Price's expression turns to one of sheer disbelief. The owner of the Hornets is a figure known throughout the NBA, none other than the legendary Michael Jordan, who dominated the league during the 1990s. It is irrefutable that the career of the basketball deity was nothing short of exemplary. However, one must concede that his decisions as a team executive, after stepping away from the court, have often drawn criticism. Without delving into the well-known debacle of Kwame Brown as the first overall pick, it is evident that many of the operational missteps of the Hornets in recent years can be traced back to this basketball icon. His desire for control over the entire team approaches an almost absolute degree. One might say that, given the opportunity, even the act of passing gas would require prior approval from him. Otherwise, it could tarnish his impression of you. Larry Brown serves as a prime example. Once personally recruited by Jordan, he successfully guided the team back to the playoffs, seemingly fulfilling Jordan's expectations. Yet, due to his own overabundance of ideas, he too was dismissed by Jordan. If a coach with 1,000 victories is treated thusly, one can only imagine the trepidation felt by other staff members within the Hornets organization. It can be asserted that, although Rich holds the title of general manager, his role resembles that of an assistant. The overarching operational decisions of the Hornets are still fundamentally dictated by Michael Jordan himself. This elucidates the reason for Rich's current inactivity. In Price's view, this dilemma is even more formidable than the negotiations that follow. Convincing the basketball deity to reconsider may require summoning Huang Xiaoming. Fortunately, time remains on their side. I fervently hope that some individual can provide a jolt to the boss, awakening him to the reality that the Hornets stand at the precipice of success. Price is acutely aware of Michael Jordan's domineering nature, and Rich is equally cognizant of it. Thus, all Rich can do now is await developments. Rich observes patiently as the Hornets, alongside Wang Yu, continue their journey, facing their second adversary, the Philadelphia 76ers, who boast this year's third overall pick, Okafor. The 2015 draft, when viewed solely through the lens of outcomes, can be characterized as a bonanza for interior players. Towns at first overall, Porzingis at 4th, Cauley-Stein at 6th, Miles Turner at 10th, and Kaminsky at 12th. Adding to this, Okafor is also among the top 3 picks. Among the franchises holding the top 12 selections, 6 opted for interior players. Notably, of the rookies chosen within the top 4 picks, with the exception of the second pick being a guard, all other teams selected interior players. Due to Wang Yu's stellar performance in the first Summer League game, the stands were filled with fans eager to witness the remarkable talent that had outshone the 2015 number 1 pick. Hey, brother. I finally get to meet you, the illustrious Duke star, the legendary number 1. I've always heard Coach K speak of you. Honestly, I've longed to meet you. During the warm-up, Okafor took the initiative to greet Wang Yu, his eyes brimming with admiration. Wang Yu only played 1 year at Duke, but his phenomenal performance during that time earned him the honor of having his jersey retired. The number 1 jersey has been proudly displayed in the Duke Arena for 3 years now. Every player who entered Duke University post-2012 holds the senior in great esteem, and Okafor is no exception. My dream has come true. After the game, could you please give me your jersey? Wang Yu readily agreed, of course, if you still desire it after the game. He vividly recalled his previous encounter with Towns, who had left the court with a stony expression, not uttering a single word. Wang Yu genuinely hoped Okafor would not follow suit. Haha, my friend, I'm not as petty as Anthony. Okafor remained cheerful as ever. Wang Yu found himself at a loss for how to respond to his words, even though he felt that Okafor had not said anything wrong. After indulging in light banter for a while, Okafor reluctantly returned to his side as the team was about to gather. Once he left, Wang Yu immediately felt a notable sense of relief. Okafor and Towns represented 2 extremes, the The former had hardly spoken a word to him outside of the game, while Okafor had already matched the entirety of Town's conversation during a single game before it even began. Couldn't he have a more conventional opponent? Wang Yu silently grumbled to himself. The match commenced officially. The 76ers seized the first offensive opportunity, and Okafor cheerfully positioned himself beside Wang Yu, saying, "Senior, don't take it too seriously. This is the arena of competition, Junior." As Wang Yu and Okafor began to engage in physical contact, it became evident that Okafor was quite familiar with his senior. When Wang Yu exerted force to establish contact, Okafor decisively yielded, fully aware that he could not contend with Wang Yu's strength. Despite his expertise in low-post play, seeking a one-on-one in this context would be akin to courting disaster. With a swift maneuver, he cleverly circled to the other side, leveraging the distraction created by a teammate attacking the basket to free himself from Wang Yu's defense. He then received a pass from the latter and executed a hook shot, scoring effortlessly. Haha, senior, I'm off to a good start. Chapter 22. The chatterbox turns reticent Okafor is a prodigious interior player from Duke University and the cornerstone of the team this year. To what extent is he a core player? One could say that Okafor serves as the fulcrum of all Duke's strategies. Prior to him, the only player who garnered such trust from Coach K in an interior position was none other than Wang Yu himself. Okafor has proven his prowess, leading Duke to this year's championship victory and once again elevating the Blue Devils' name throughout the NCAA. Had it not been for the Warriors' championship win in June, which prompted many teams in the league to increasingly emphasize small ball strategies, Okafor would undoubtedly have been a contender for the top draft pick alongside Towns. It is worth noting that Okafor is also just a freshman, yet his statistics this season in the NCAA far surpass those of Towns, averaging 17, 3 points, 8, 6 rebounds, and 1 for blocks per game over 30 minutes of play. This average statistics table, with the exception of blocks, showcases a superiority over Towns. Were it a decade ago, the distinction between the first and third overall picks would have been uncertain. Yet, when confronted by Wang Yu, Okafor decisively abandoned his advantageous style during his initial offensive play. Rather than demanding the ball in the post, he adeptly maneuvered to seize an opportunity in motion. Okafor understands that his preferred method of play mirrors Wang Yu's strengths. Engaging in a direct confrontation would likely transform him into a second Towns. He perceives the world as a splendid place, recognizing no need to create discomfort for himself. Observing Okafor's somewhat cheeky demeanor, Wang Yu is taken aback by the latter's choice. Prior to the game, Wang Yu had listened to the team's tactical analyst, who had highlighted Okafor's penchant for low-post isolations. He was prepared for the defensive challenge. Yet he did not anticipate Okafor's swift adaptation. After all, he hails from Duke and possesses a certain intellect. However, when it was the Hornets' turn to attack, Wang Yu, much like in the previous game, established position in the post. After successfully receiving the ball, he effortlessly spun past his defender and executed a powerful one-handed dunk. Bang! A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd as Wang Yu completed the slam. The exuberant cheers resound far more harmoniously than during the inaugural match. Indeed, these fans have come specifically to witness Wang Yu's prowess, unleashing their most fervent roars without a hint of hesitation as he dazzles on the court. Wang Yu is tempted to remind these supporters to temper their enthusiasm, as the contest has only just begun. Okafor, observing Wang Yu effortlessly execute a dunk, cannot help but swallow hard. He is acutely aware of the defender assigned to Wang Yu, having faced him frequently during the 76ers training camp. To speak candidly, he could never maintain the same composure as Wang Yu when confronted by that opponent. This senior is far more formidable than he initially perceived. So, have you mastered that move, Junior? Wang Yu, having successfully dunked, does not forget to retort to Okafor's previous banter. The latter chuckles sheepishly, scratching his head and falling silent. Typically a loquacious individual, he finds it out of character to remain mute in the face of trash talk. However, the murderous glare from his interior partner compels him to refrain from further commentary. Nevertheless, in his heart, Okafor resolves to score again soon, yearning for the opportunity to exchange jibes once more. Alas, the 76ers' subsequent offensive effort falters. Okafor's familiar tactic is thwarted by Kaminsky's timely defensive intervention, and the rebound, veering off course, is deftly seized by Wang Yu. Kaminsky is playing with remarkable intensity today. This year, he led his team to the NCAA Finals, only to be defeated by Duke University, which boasts Okafor. Thus, his current mindset mirrors that of Towns when he last encountered Kaminsky, both harboring a burning desire for vengeance against their recent defeats. Okafor finds himself in an even more vexing predicament, not due to his failure to score, but rather because he has been denied the chance to engage in banter for 2 consecutive plays. After acquiring the ball, Wang Yu swiftly passes it to a Hornets perimeter player before darting towards the 76ers basket. As he approaches the paint, he quickly turns to demand the ball, exhibiting no hesitation, regardless of the fierce opponent behind him, who is intent on dislodging him from the low post. What has he been nourished on to grow like this? Wang Yu found himself at a loss against the Philadelphia 76ers interior defense, feeling as though he had collided with an impenetrable wall. Bang! The sound of a dunk resonated once more. Wang Yu skillfully received the pass and effortlessly executed a one-handed slam. 4-2. The Hornets had taken the lead again, and the manner in which they did so bore no resemblance to their first game against the Timberwolves. Wang truly found it impossible to be contained during the Summer League. On the sidelines, Price watched as Wang Yu effortlessly completed another dunk, unable to refrain from expressing his sentiments to his assistant. I feel as though I am witnessing Shaquille O'Neal, Hakeem Olajuwon, and the legendary quartet of centers from years gone by. While I remain uncertain of the level of performance Wang will achieve in the true NBA, his current dominance undeniably evokes memories of the era when centers ruled the league. Price sighed deeply, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Ever since his conversation with Rich, he had harbored an unshakable feeling that Wang Yu's next destination would not be the Hornets. Watching the team miss out on a player who could very well create a significant stir in the future of the NBA was a source of profound lamentation for Price. Bang! The sound of another dunk snapped Price back to the present, and once again, it was none other than Wang Yu who had soared to the occasion. Following this dunk, the Hornets have extended their lead to 6 points. Price glanced at Wang Yu's statistical line: 8 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 block. He then cast a quick look at the remaining time in the first quarter, which stood at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Is this not merely a game of make-believe with children? Price shook his head repeatedly, pondering another thought. Had Wang Yu not suffered an Achilles tear 3 years prior, he would likely have ascended to become the premier center in the league by now. Unbeknownst to him, Price had unwittingly become a devoted fan of Wang Yu. Hey, Junior. You seem rather unenthusiastic, he remarked. On the court, Wang Yu continued to hurl trash talk at Okafor, whose demeanor had noticeably shifted from its initial exuberance, resembling someone who had retreated into a shell. It was hardly surprising. Since the moment he had uttered a provocative remark at the outset, he had been rendered mute, unable to utter another taunt. It is only natural for a loquacious individual to succumb to melancholy when silenced. The instant Wang Yu executed another dunk, Kaminsky immediately shouted, "Nice." Today, he was playing with remarkable intensity, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. It must be noted that Okafor's current state of despondency was significantly influenced by Kaminsky's relentless defensive efforts, which had rendered Okafor's usual low-post isolation plays ineffective. Faced with such fervent defensive pressure, Okafor felt as though he had stepped out without consulting the auspicious calendar. Chapter 23. The Most Disastrous Edition 98-81. As Okafor's expression neared utter despondency, the Charlotte Hornets' second Summer League game concluded once again in victory. Wang Yu effortlessly amassed an impressive tally of 32 points and 18 rebounds. Furthermore, his shooting percentage in this match was a staggering 78. This efficiency alone speaks volumes about Wang Yu's condition during the game, a presence that was, modesty aside, simply unstoppable. As the final buzzer sounded, Okafor quickly composed his expression. To speak frankly, he harbored no doubts regarding Wang Yu's prowess. It was common knowledge among American basketball fans that the latter had dominated the NCAA's young talents in 2012. However, Okafor was equally confident in his own abilities. He hailed from Duke, served as a tactical linchpin, and even led the Blue Devils to victory in this summer's championship. While Wang Yu had overwhelmed the prodigies of the 2012 class, Okafor too had emerged victorious in the end. In his view, he had accomplished everything Wang Yu had achieved. And if Wang Yu shone so brightly, then surely, he too could attain similar heights. Yet, the 2015 draft delivered a crushing blow. Despite having triumphed in the NCAA and boasting superior statistics, he ultimately fell behind Karl-Anthony Towns, who claimed the coveted first overall pick. Okafor found himself selected only at the 3rd position. Truth be told, he felt a simmering resentment. Why was it that he could not be the first overall pick? Why had Towns been chosen above him? He had long harbored a burning desire to prove himself. Following Wang Yu's explosive performance against Towns in the first game of the Hornets Summer League, he sensed that an opportunity was finally at hand. As long as he can deliver a commendable performance against the Hornets, even if it falls slightly short of Wang Yu's, Surpassing Towns would nonetheless serve as a testament to his superiority over Towns. To this end, he specifically requested the head coach to refrain from assigning him the task of defending Wang Yu in order to conserve his energy. On the offensive front, he also deviated from his usual scoring methods, opting instead for a more strategic approach. All of this was aimed at showcasing a performance that would eclipse that of Towns. However, in terms of results, his tally of 17 points and 8 rebounds did not significantly outshine Towns' performance, despite the extensive consideration he devoted to this game. The final outcome did not yield the anticipated results. The most unpredictable factor in this match, which Okafor had not anticipated, was Kaminsky. Okafor was well aware of Kaminsky's presence on the Hornets. He had thoroughly studied the entire team because he needed to fully understand Wang Yu. However, to be frank, he had not deemed Kaminsky worthy of his attention. In his eyes, Kaminsky was merely a defeated opponent, someone unworthy of further scrutiny. Yet today, it was precisely this individual he looked down upon who managed to thwart several of his otherwise easy shots with timely defensive plays. He felt discomfort, but was at a loss on how to counter Kaminsky. The latter's defensive prowess had significantly improved since their NCAA days. If he weren't familiar with that face, he might have doubted it was indeed Kaminsky. What is the matter? This defeat has hit you hard. A dejected Okafor suddenly heard Wang Yu's voice beside him. He looked up to see Wang Yu watching him with a teasing expression. How could this be? It was merely a summer league game. I will take my revenge when the regular season comes. As Okafor listened to Wang Yu's provocation, his earlier frustration transformed into a surge of fighting spirit. All right, now I feel reassured. I knew it. A Duke player is not easily defeated. Seeing Okafor regain his composure, Wang Yu's lingering concerns dissipated. He hadn't thought too much during the game, but upon reflection, it seemed he had gotten a bit carried away. If he had truly caused his junior to lose confidence, he would have felt quite guilty. Fortunately, Okafor appeared to be more carefree than he had anticipated, facing his taunts with unwavering determination. Watching Oladipo, Wang Yu couldn't help but recall the similarly defeated Towns, whose inability to handle loss was quite striking. It was truly difficult to articulate. Here, take this jersey. I have already signed it on the inside. It's a gift for you. Wang Yu then handed his jersey to Okafor. This is the true reason behind his casual banter with Okafor. Since he promised to sign a jersey for the latter before the game, he naturally had to honor that commitment. However, he had no intention of donning a soiled jersey that had yet to be washed. Upon realizing that Wang Yu remembered this promise, Okafor's stubborn demeanor was immediately replaced by excitement as he eagerly accepted the jersey, regardless of any mental calculations he may have had regarding the game. One thing was undeniably true. He respected Wang Yu and genuinely admired him. He did not shy away from declaring his status as a fan of Wang Yu. Among the basketball players who entered Duke after 2012, very few could claim to be anything but fans of Wang Yu. By the way, this is the first signed jersey I'm gifting upon my return after 3 years. Take good care of it. It will be worth quite a lot in the future, Wang Yu added. Upon hearing this, Okafor's joy was palpable, and he clutched the jersey even tighter. With an impressive tally of 32 points and 18 rebounds, Wang Yu once again dominated the game. The third overall pick was thoroughly overwhelmed as Wang Yu showcased his formidable prowess. The Summer League could not contain the beast from Huaxia. Wang Yu returned in peak form. Just 2 days prior, news of his dunk over Towns had not yet faded. And in this game, he delivered another spectacular performance with 32 points and 18 rebounds, prompting media outlets to continue reporting on this sensational story. Indeed, since the inception of the Summer League, no edition has garnered such attention from the outset. Among all players who have participated in the Summer League, none have commanded the level of excitement that Wang Yu has generated. He is on the verge of becoming a legend in the Summer League, much like he was in the NCAA as a dominant force. The Hornets' next match is against the Lakers, and I simply adore the league's scheduling for this Summer League. The rookies of the 2015 draft, from the first overall pick to the third, will all have their lesson from Wang before entering the league. I hope the New York Knicks continue to lose tomorrow. That way, they will face the Hornets in the first round of the playoffs. Consequently, this year's 4th overall pick, Portsias, will also have to contend with Wang. There will be no escape. News of Wang Yu's overwhelming performance against Okafor has exhilarated fans who, in addition to their usual adoration for Wang Yu, are now eagerly anticipating the Hornets' upcoming games. They wish to see the highly touted rookies of 2015 face Wang Yu's prowess. It can be prematurely declared that this year's crop of rookies is undoubtedly the most unfortunate, as they have barely begun to dream of a glorious career only to face the brutal reality of competition earlier than any previous class. Barkley also chimed in with timely humor. Chapter 24. Additional broadcast. Wang Yu is simply phenomenal. This guy managed to achieve nearly 30 points and 20 rebounds in consecutive Summer League games, thoroughly overpowering both the first pick, Towns, and the second pick, Okafor. This was no mere advantage. He completely crushed both of them. Tomorrow marks the much-anticipated clash between the Hornets and the Lakers, where Wang Yu will once again face this year's second overall pick, Russell. I am quite eager to witness this match. Alas, there is no broadcast available domestically. I have heard that ESPN has decided to air this game at the last minute. At this moment, I find my life in the country rather comfortable, The remarkable performance of Wang Yu in the NBA has sparked widespread discussion back home. To speak candidly, before Wang Yu announced his return to the NBA, many domestic fans were skeptical. The reason is quite straightforward. Wang Yu did not suffer from just any injury. He endured a complete rupture of his Achilles tendon, an affliction severe enough to potentially end an athlete's career. Furthermore, he had been absent for an astonishing 3 years, which further fueled doubts among fans regarding his remaining prowess on the court. However, now, despite having participated in only 2 Summer League games, which do not quite match the caliber of a genuine NBA regular season game, his astonishing performance has instilled a glimmer of belief among domestic fans. They now trust that Wang Yu possesses the ability to make a name for himself in the NBA. The fervor surrounding Wang Yu in America is indeed no mere exaggeration. This is evidenced by the stance of ESPN, which has made the last-minute decision to add the broadcast of this Hornets versus Lakers Summer League game. This is indeed a unique occurrence in the annals of the Summer League's history. After all, considering the limited influence of the Summer League and the relatively modest fame of its players, it is quite challenging to garner substantial attention. The decision to broadcast a few select games was primarily motivated by the desire to promote the Summer League. However, additional broadcasts were out of the question. It is important to note that ESPN is a titan in the realm of sports broadcasting, not solely focused on the NBA, but also covering a myriad of other high-profile events. It would be inconceivable for them to prioritize the Summer League over other significant competitions without ample justification. Yet, what was once deemed impossible has now become a reality. And the reason is rather straightforward. The emergence of Wang Yu, the NCAA prodigy from 3 years ago, having dominated both the first and third picks. He is now set to face the second pick, and a resounding victory seems inevitable. The only remaining intrigue is how decisively he will overcome Russell, the second pick. Furthermore, prior to the commencement of the Summer League, among the 4 teams Wang Yu interviewed with, he ultimately chose the Los Angeles Lakers. Kupchak had previously publicly criticized Wang Yu, suggesting that both he and his agent, Bill Duffy, were merely throwing around inflated figures without genuine intent. However, now, experts unanimously agree that even if Wang Yu does not warrant a valuation of $70 million, his worth is undoubtedly above $60 million. Kupchak has missed out on this promising talent, who is now poised to astound the Lakers management with his exceptional prowess. Surely, this plot is something even Hollywood screenwriters could scarcely conceive. Thus, this competition is particularly captivating. Marvelous, simply marvelous. I must say, Wang, you are truly an extraordinary individual. I swear to God, you have exceeded all my expectations. ESPN's impromptu coverage. If this were the NBA, such privileges would be reserved solely for the stars. Yet you have managed to prompt ESPN to make an exception for you, a player who has yet to step onto an NBA court. You are truly remarkable. Bill Duffy remains the most enthusiastic of all. By the way, I almost forgot. Wang, a sports beverage company wishes to invite you as their spokesperson, offering $15 million over 2 years. I have already accepted on your behalf. Once the game concludes, I will arrange the details. I hear they initially chose Towns as their spokesperson, but after witnessing your ferocious energy when you outperformed him, they have turned to us. Is that so? Bill Duffy has been showering Wang Yu with praises free of charge whenever he calls. He has grown accustomed to it. To his surprise, he has seized the endorsement originally meant for Towns, and what a significant endorsement it is, certainly enough to bring tears to the latter's eyes. After all, this is a $15 million endorsement contract. Even for a first overall pick like Towns, securing such an agreement would not be an easy feat. Undoubtedly, his agent, Leon Rose, has exerted considerable effort in this endeavor. Alas, after the conclusion of a single match, the hard-won contract has become merely a garment for Wang Yu. The thought of this causes Wang Yu to chuckle softly. Nonetheless, this sensation is rather exhilarating. Hence, regardless of the circumstances, he has resolved to accept this endorsement. After all, Something acquired through effort tends to be more gratifying. Russell, tomorrow you shall face Wang Yu. I wonder how you feel at this moment. While engaged in routine training at a venue in Las Vegas, preparing to contend against the Hornets, the second overall pick, Russell finds himself surrounded by reporters due to the anticipation surrounding this match. Typically, Summer League games do not attract a plethora of journalists for exclusive interviews, and post-game coverage is often sparse. However, this phenomenon underscores why every player in Los Angeles experiences a remarkable surge in visibility. The journalists in Los Angeles seem to have an abundance of leisure, eager to inquire about every detail of a player's life, even the most trivial. Yet, despite the triviality of such inquiries, there remains a significant audience willing to engage, unfazed by the lack of attention. The rationale is straightforward. These reports originate from Los Angeles. One can discern from Russell's demeanor that he has become entirely accustomed to the incessant interviews. When surrounded by reporters, he exhibits no surprise, as if he anticipated their presence all along. To be candid, I am perplexed as to why this individual garners such immense attention for merely 2 Summer League games. Russell articulates his thoughts, his pace measured, yet he remains oblivious to the astonished expressions of the journalists as they absorb his words. They exchange glances, questioning whether he comprehends the gravity of his statements. Is he out of his mind? Oh my goodness, he continues to speak. It is merely a Summer League. I have yet to fully engage. I do not wish to be the player who excels in Summer League yet falters during the regular season. Having finally concluded his remarks, it is evident from his expression that he feels satisfied with his responses. He has articulated everything he intended to convey. Perhaps a touch more disdain in his tone would better convey his indifference to the matter. He reflects on the points to consider for future inquiries. For soon he shall be the most dazzling figure in Los Angeles, necessitating a distinctive approach. Meanwhile, the journalists regard him with bemusement. Yet, this reaction is to be expected. He had already taken jabs at Kobe during his college days. It seems his mind is occupied solely with his own perceived greatness, and deriding Wang Yu is simply par for the course. Chapter 25. 2 reports after completing the interview, Russell was in high spirits. The reason for his elation was quite straightforward. He had publicly criticized Wang Yu in front of the media, finally releasing the pent-up frustration he had harbored. In recent days, all media outlets have been extolling Wang Yu, to the extent that prior to the commencement of this competition, nearly every journalist and expert anticipated that he would be utterly outclassed by Wang Yu. This is precisely where his discontent lies. Does he not realize that we are currently in the era of the small ball, a time when the perimeter reigns supreme? One should also reflect on how the Warriors clinched their championship. The media continues to fawn over an insider player, and while they indulge in their flattery, they simultaneously belittle him. Russell's irritation grew. The fleeting joy he felt from successfully dissing Wang Yu evaporated in an instant. He resolved that in the upcoming game, he would demonstrate his prowess to those contemptible journalists and the insufferable Wang Yu. Hey, Wang, take a look at the latest report. That guy D'Angelo is disparaging you in every possible way. He threatens to give you a taste of your own medicine. After a day of rigorous training, Wang Yu returned to the locker room where Kaminsky eagerly thrust a newspaper into his hands. The headline was striking. Russell, I do not wish to be a player who excels in the Summer League only to falter in the regular season. Wang Yu let out a light chuckle, glancing briefly at the paper Kaminsky had presented, yet he paid little mind to Russell's words. He understood that this individual was not particularly astute. He had even dissed Kobe prior to the draft. For someone like him, the best approach would be to overpower him on the court. Undoubtedly, he would remain obstinate. Such a person would never concede, which perhaps is a virtue in its own right. Confidence is not a flaw for a professional athlete. However, Wang Yu did not wish to dampen Kaminsky's enthusiasm. He could see that Kaminsky was quite excited, and if he appeared too aloof, it would only lead to awkwardness. They shared a good rapport, and there was no need for him to maintain an air of superiority. A little engagement would suffice. Yet, his attention was soon captured by another article on the newspaper. Anthony Davis. This is Wang. He is capable of such remarkable performances. Davis had also given an interview the previous day, in which he described Wang Yu's displays as entirely expected, revealing that he was not the slightest bit surprised by them. That fellow. A smile involuntarily curved the corner of Wang Yu's mouth as he recalled the days in the NCAA, where only Anthony Davis among the 12 freshmen posed a significant challenge to him. He could be regarded as the sole adversary worthy of Wang Yu's attention. Although Wang Yu ultimately dominated Davis in performance, he found himself placing even greater importance on Davis. After all, for them, the NCAA was never an endpoint. Rather, it resembled an examination for entry, and only upon passing this test and securing their ticket could they truly engage in the genuine contest. The arena for this contest was the NBA, a gathering of numerous prodigies. Wang Yu and Anthony Davis were inherently different types of players. If Wang Yu's archetype was the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, then Anthony Davis embodied the versatile Chris Webber, a multifaceted force in the paint. Generally, versatile big men share a common trajectory. They require time to mature and accumulate experience to fully unleash their latent potential. Just as O'Neal became a top-tier center in his rookie season, averaging 23 points, 14 rebounds, and 3.5 blocks, Chris Webber, in contrast, averaged only 17, 5 points and 9.1 rebounds, barely qualifying as a premier center. In the scope of their inaugural seasons, O'Neal vastly outperformed Webber. However, once both reached their peaks, the Sacramento Kings, led by Webber, posed significant challenges for O'Neal, even leading many fans to believe that had it not been for dubious officiating in that year's Western Conference Finals, the Kings would have triumphed over the Lakers. In this light, Anthony Davis resembled Chris Webber. His setbacks in the NCAA were largely due to his not yet reaching his full potential. This is precisely why Wang Yu holds Anthony Davis in such high regard. At that time, he perceived Davis as a potential rival for the future. Alas, due to injuries, he has not had the opportunity to face Davis since their NCAA days. However, one thing he did foresee correctly is that Anthony Davis has indeed ascended to become one of the premier big men in the league. Now a sought-after partner for any superstar, he has successfully fulfilled his immense potential. I have always believed in his return, as I have longed to avenge the defeat on the NCAA stage. Now that he has finally returned, my excitement knows no bounds, and I have never been so eager to embark on the new season. I anticipate that our reunion will undoubtedly be thrilling. Goodness, I find myself a bit exhilarated. After finishing the entire interview regarding Davis, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming desire to compete against Anthony once more. Observing the myriad expressions on Wang Yu's face, Kaminsky remarked, "Wang, I can tell from your expression that you're quite fired up right now, aren't you? No worries, let's give that guy a lesson tomorrow." "Indeed," Wang Yu nodded, knowing full well that instructing Russell was a given. Regardless of the words spoken, the lesson must proceed without fail. After all, he brought this upon himself. In these recent days, Wang Yu's return to the arena has sparked excitement, and he shows no hesitation in confronting anyone who crosses his path. Now that Russell has publicly criticized him, it is only natural that he should teach him a lesson with even greater fervor. This is also the reason why Wang Yu disregards the reports. What does it matter what he says? In the end, he still has to kneel and call him Dad. Does what he says hold any significance? Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the day of the game between the Hornets and the Lakers has arrived as scheduled. Just like the previous two matches, the arena was filled to capacity, with many fans even standing in the last row of the corridor. Wang Yu's current popularity is simply overwhelming. As the game commenced with the jump ball, Wang Yu cast a glance at Russell, the opposing guard, marking his first encounter with this year's second overall pick. Like all the critics, he bore a face that was simply begging for a challenge. Wang Yu's already heightened excitement surged even further upon seeing that face. He could hardly contain his eagerness to deliver a thunderous dunk on his opponent. From the very beginning of the match, Kaminsky seemed to sense his fervor, smoothly directing the jump ball into the hands of the Hornets guard. The Hornets guard confidently dribbled past the midcourt, and as he approached the three-point line, he charged towards the paint while signaling to Russell. Having practiced together for a while, there was a modicum of synergy between them. As soon as Wang Yu gestured, the guard promptly lofted the ball toward the basket. With a resounding impact, Wang Yu, who had indicated for the pass, successfully positioned himself beneath the hoop, leaping high to slam the ball into the basket. The rim reverberated with a deafening noise. Then, an even greater uproar erupted from the spectators. The arena exploded with excitement. Chapter 26. The future of the Lakers. Wang Yu commenced the game with a breathtaking dunk that left the audience in awe, and an explosive cheer erupted from outside the court. Meanwhile, the players of the Lakers exchanged bewildered glances. Notably, Larry Nance Jr. and Julius Randle, stationed in the paint, displayed more astonishment than Russell and Clarkson, who were positioned on the perimeter. Initially, they intended to attempt to intercept Wang Yu, as it seemed rather dismissive of them for him to charge so directly into the paint. Randle did not wish to be so underestimated, and Nance Jr. was even less inclined to be belittled. In terms of physical prowess, Nance Jr. held a degree of confidence. After all, His father was the champion of the inaugural NBA Slam Dunk Contest, as the offspring of a dunking legend. Nance Jr.'s athleticism was undoubtedly of elite caliber among players of his position. However, when Wang Yu barreled towards them, they suddenly felt as though they were facing not a man, but a freight truck. To attempt to block him would surely result in being knocked aside. Most importantly, they had gravely miscalculated Wang Yu's speed. As they prepared to intercept him in their predetermined positions, Wang Yu had already surged past them. This could be attributed to their lack of practical experience. After Wang Yu had breached their defense, their instinctive reaction was merely to stand there, watching in disbelief. This is precisely why the Summer League is held. Beyond evaluating players, its primary purpose is to provide these newcomers with a platform for real competition, allowing them to accumulate valuable experience. The accumulation of practical experience can only occur through a succession of games. There exists no alternative. Hey, team, it's our turn to attack. Let's see your movement. Run, run. The head coach of the Lakers Summer League, Farlandi, was clearly dissatisfied with the somewhat bewildered players on the court and immediately began to shout instructions. The Lakers are placing significant emphasis on this year's Summer League. In addition to the second overall pick, Russell, and the 27th pick, Randall, from the previous year, they have also sent Clarkson to the Summer League. It can be said that the Lakers management is committing their future to the Summer League this summer, with a clear objective: to secure the championship and bolster the confidence of these young athletes. To be frank, considering the roster the Lakers have assembled, it is not unreasonable to view the Summer League championship as a foregone conclusion. Although these four players may not be particularly renowned in the NBA, they have every potential to dominate the Summer League. This is a consensus among the entire management of the Lakers. However, they did not anticipate that Wang Yu would return with such vigor 3 years later. Consequently, he and the Hornets have naturally become the primary rivals of the Lakers. Should they suffer defeat, the repercussions would be dire. If they cannot even manage the Summer League, how can they hope to conquer the NBA? How could these newcomers possibly cultivate a sense of confidence? Thus, this match must be won. Farlandi could not help but recall the phone call from General Manager Kupchak prior to the game, whose serious tone left no room for complacency. Unbeknownst to others, he had spent the entire previous night analyzing footage in preparation for this match. He approached the game as if it were a genuine regular season contest. He had even devised several strategies specifically targeting Wang Yu, intending to showcase what NBA-level tactics truly entailed. However, he was taken aback when Wang Yu emerged more vigorous than ever today. Instead of merely positioning himself for the ball, he immediately engaged his teammates in alley-oops. What on earth has this fellow been nourished on? In this moment, the initial display of dominance was executed by the opposing team, prompting Farlandi to take the initiative to reassure his players. Russell, with a dismissive expression, advanced from the backcourt to the front, muttering to himself, "What a show-off. Only in the Summer League would one dare to behave like this. Can such antics persist into the regular season?" Russell's disdain was palpable. "Allow me to demonstrate what constitutes a truly effective maneuver in the NBA." As he dribbled beyond the three-point line of the Hornets, he skillfully executed a between-the-legs dribble and then, with a fluid motion akin to a prayer gesture, shook off his defender. Taking a couple of steps inside the arc, he noticed that his assigned defender had failed to close the gap, and he promptly released a shot. Swish. The ball sailed through the air, tracing a perfect arc before nestling into the net. It was a seamless execution. Turning towards his own defensive line, Russell remarked triumphantly, "Did you see that? Now, that is a technique suitable for the NBA. Why resort to dunks for mere spectacle? Modern basketball demands precision in shooting. Do you not comprehend this? Quite impressive," Wang Yu murmured as he observed Russell's retreating figure. However, it truly aligns with what was penned in the scout report. Exceptional defensive reading skills, remarkable shooting ability, and an array of dribbling techniques. No wonder this individual is likened to the Black Mamba, Roy. Wang Yu was uncertain whether this fellow could reach Roy's pinnacle. Yet one thing he was certain of was that this individual's physical attributes were rather lacking, particularly the first step after breaking free from a defender, which was indeed somewhat sluggish. If the defense remains as it is, press him to break through. Rest assured, I guarantee he won't score this time, Wang Yu declared after successfully executing another dunk, addressing the teammate defending Russell. Having grasped Russell's playing style, Wang Yu was increasingly confident that his defensive strategy against Russell was sound. He intended to prevent him from utilizing his favorite shooting methods, compelling him to rely on his physicality instead. Thus, one could naturally seize upon his weaknesses to deliver a resounding defeat. His teammates truly took Wang Yu's words to heart. As Russell approached the three-point line, That fellow immediately closed in, exerting all his effort in physical confrontation. Damn it, what's with this guy? Why is he so eager? Is it merely because the player he is defending is me? Huh? Do you truly believe you can thwart me like this? Russell internally scoffed at the fervor of his opponent while his hands remained unyielding, executing a series of deceptive dribbles before successfully breaching the defender's guard once more. My apologies. In the very instant Russell made his breakthrough, he swiftly adjusted his footing, stepping inside the three-point line, and released another shot. The ball is in. The corners of Russell's mouth instinctively lifted in a smile. Just wait, King. Once I find my rhythm, you will understand why this era belongs to perimeter players. Such a passion for slam dunks. Why not participate in the dunk contest? With a decisive motion, Russell released the ball, only for it to be intercepted by an enormous hand, which swiftly swatted it away. Chapter 27. The Lakers' greatest gain of last season. Blocked? A flicker of astonishment crossed Russell's face. He could scarcely recall the last time he had been blocked. Standing at 6 feet 4 inches, he possessed a height that was advantageous even in the shooting guard position, complemented by his exceptional ability to read defenses, making his shots exceedingly difficult to disrupt. This is precisely why he was selected as the second overall pick this year. Experts unanimously believe that his attributes will lead him to immense success in the NBA. In fact, Russell's performance in the first 2 games of the Summer League was remarkably impressive, achieving 20 points and 8 rebounds in the first game, followed by an even more commendable double-double of 23 points and 10 assists in the second. Such data undoubtedly justifies the second overall pick in the first round of 2015. It was supposed to be this way. Unfortunately, this year's Summer League introduced a player named Wang Yu, who frequently achieves astonishing statistics, such as 30 points and 20 rebounds. In stark contrast to such formidable figures, Russell appears rather insufficient. For this reason, apart from a few media outlets in Los Angeles that reported on Russell, the rest of the media have focused entirely on Wang Yu. The lack of exposure did not meet Russell's expectations, which is a significant source of his discontent. He believes that Wang Yu has overshadowed him, yet in Russell's eyes, his abilities are merely mediocre. He is convinced that if the ball were given to Larry Nance, the latter could accomplish the same feats. This is truly nothing difficult. How many interior players in the Summer League can be considered NBA caliber? However, he must now alter his perspective. Or rather, he must concede that Wang Yu is indeed superior to Larry Nance, at least in the aspect that Larry Nance cannot block his shots. Of course, that is about the extent of it. I shall be more cautious, and such a situation shall not arise again. Russell muttered to himself, intentionally avoiding eye contact with Wang Yu, as he genuinely had no words to exchange at that moment. Nice, Wang, splendid job. This fellow should be too intimidated to shoot like that again. The ball was swatted away by Wang Yu, thus maintaining possession for the Lakers. As Russell approached the three-point line to receive the ball, he overheard Kaminsky praising Wang Yu. Damn it. Underestimated. Russell's frustration grew. After receiving the ball again, he disregarded Clarkson and Randall's gestures for the ball, dribbling towards the Hornets defenders on his own. The recent defensive strategy had proven effective, which only reinforced the Hornets' guard's determination to confront Russell, seeking physical contact with him. To be fair, Russell's dribbling skills are indeed remarkable, amidst such fierce physical confrontation. His handling remained fluid. With several deft changes between hands and agile footwork, Russell once again evaded his defender, charging towards the Hornets' interior, particularly mindful of Wang Yu's position. Still a bit far, now's the moment. Without hesitation, Russell leaped to shoot. Bam! Yet, as he launched his shot, a colossal hand swatted the ball away. How could this be? Russell's face was a mix of disbelief. Was Wang Yu still a distance away from me? Apologies, D'Angelo. As Russell landed, Kaminsky grinned at him, having executed the block. Don't focus solely on Wang. After being denied twice in succession, Russell faced Kaminsky's taunts in silence, gritting his teeth as he retreated. He yearned to receive the ball and attempt once more. Calm down, Russell. You shouldn't play like this. Furlandy frowned as he watched Russell pass by, offering a reminder. Russell paid him no heed. The unfolding of this game was far from his pre-match expectations, and he was engulfed by a wave of disquiet. Furlandy, nominally the head coach of the Lakers Summer League, was merely an assistant coach within the team, as a future core player for the Lakers. If Russell had been in a better mood, he might have acknowledged him, but given his current state of agitation, all he could manage was a silent retort. After being blocked twice, who could remain composed? Russell silently cursed under his breath, but a mere few seconds later, his mood soured even further. The server, Randall, had passed the ball directly to Clarkson. What the hell? Clarkson, without so much as a glance in his direction, dribbled the ball up the court. Clearly, he was not receiving the ball this time. However, Russell found himself at a loss for words. Both players had joined the Lakers a year before him and had transitioned from being the veterans of the team to semi-veterans who no longer needed to buy burgers for the older players in the new season. Moreover, having just failed to pass to his teammate, it was only natural for Clarkson to disregard him. It was at that moment that Russell truly felt like a rookie. In college, even if he had been blocked on his first 2 shots, the ball would have been passed to him once he returned to the backcourt. Just wait. I will prove my abilities. Russell muttered to himself. I'm eager to see what makes this guy, who has played a year in the NBA, so different. He inwardly scoffed again. The Lakers had swiftly descended into mediocrity following the failed gamble on the F4, especially after Kobe's Achilles injury, which plunged the team into despair. Last season, they had become the laughingstock of the league, easily bullied by any opponent. For Lakers fans, the recently concluded season had been one of great suffering. Fortunately, amidst this painful season, there were some silver linings. Jordan Clarkson, the second-round pick from last year, emerged as one of the few bright spots for the Lakers. As a senior, Clarkson did not receive fair treatment during the draft process, being selected 46th overall in the second round, with experts doubting his ability to thrive as a shooting guard due to his physique. However, Clarkson proved that while his frame might be slight, his athleticism, agility, and defensive skills surpassed the NBA level. In an average of 22.6 minutes per game, he contributed 9 points, 5 assists, and 2 rebounds. Clarkson became the hidden gem of the 2014 draft and officially the future cornerstone of the Lakers. In ESPN's top 10 expectations for the Lakers' upcoming season, Clarkson ranked 5th for his potential performance in his second season, clearly establishing himself as a burgeoning star that many were eager to watch. The backcourt duo of Clarkson and Russell was also a source of great anticipation for the future. With a swift motion, Clarkson faced the Hornets' defenders, utilizing his speed to create space before executing a jumper over Kaminsky, successfully sinking the shot. The entire action unfolded with a grace akin to flowing water, remarkably fluid. Chapter 28. Once again overwhelmed. Clarkson's inaugural shot struck true, yet his expression remained largely unchanged. For Clarkson, who had already spent a year in the NBA, the Summer League undeniably felt somewhat trivial. Scoring in a contest of such intensity did not warrant excessive excitement. Merely a stroke of luck. However, Russell, observing Clarkson's nonchalant demeanor, could not help but silently scoff at him. What he despised the most was when others trivialized his abilities. Given such defensive intensity, he believed he too could score. He attributed this to the Hornets' overt focus on him. This is precisely why Clarkson is able to score. All the defensive attention is directed towards him, making it no easy task for the other members of the Lakers. Indeed, it is all due to my contributions. Russell suddenly feels an uplift in his spirits. Clarkson is oblivious to Russell's thoughts and has no desire to know. From the start of the game until he finally made his first basket, he has been wandering the court for far too long. Now, he is in urgent need of some ball possession to unleash his offensive desires. Consequently, as the Lakers' defense falters, Clarkson retrieves the ball once more in the backcourt and advances it to the front. Without a doubt, Clarkson's dribbling skills are on par with the league's premier point guards, as he remains error-free even under intense defensive pressure. However, his limited court vision, or perhaps his excessive selfishness, results in an unusually high rate of ball possession for a point guard. This also serves as a reason for his inability to assume the primary position. It can be articulated that Clarkson's abilities have indeed surpassed the expectations of many, which is why he was honored with a spot on the All-Rookie First Team during his inaugural season. However, his innate talent still falls short of qualifying him as the unequivocal centerpiece of a team. Consequently, no NBA coach appreciates Clarkson's tendency to hold the ball excessively. Naturally, this is the Summer League, a stage where he can freely showcase his offensive prowess. Swish. Clarkson's second shot finds the net once more, his somewhat ethereal playing style eliciting a considerable cheer from the audience. These are the spectators of the Summer League, who possess no absolute sense of home court advantage. They cheer for whoever performs admirably. They are indifferent to the outcomes of victory or defeat, finding joy solely in witnessing the players' remarkable displays. Although the Summer League features numerous first- and second-year NBA players, it is predominantly filled with dreamers yearning to become part of the league. Many of them are merely fringe players in the NBA, yet this very group continues to deliver a level of competition that surpasses that of many top-tier leagues worldwide. Given such a profound heritage, It is no wonder that America rightfully holds the title of the preeminent kingdom of basketball. This individual is not in sync with me. The Lakers, under Clarkson's relentless scoring, clung tenaciously to the scoreboard, concluding the first quarter with the Hornets leading by a mere point, 23-22. Clarkson accumulated 10 points in the quarter, trailing only Wang Yu by a single point in the scoring tally. Yet, in Russell's eyes, this team's key contributor has transformed into an adversary. He is in dire need of ball possession, while Clarkson's performance in the first quarter unequivocally indicates that he, too, is a player who heavily relies on possession. There is but one ball on the court, and inevitably, one of the two must yield. To speak frankly, Russell is unwilling to make that sacrifice. Moreover, the Lakers already have a multitude of players dependent on ball possession, including that veteran who is set to retire this year, and the one who treats the NBA like a playground for isolation plays. Now, with Clarkson added to the mix, this ball is clearly insufficient. The Lakers roster this summer is indeed formidable, particularly Clarkson, whose momentum is undeniably on par with Wang Yu. He is simply unstoppable, and it's no surprise that he made it to the NBA's all-rookie team last season. This match is truly exhilarating, far surpassing previous encounters. Indeed, a contest filled with back-and-forth tension is far more captivating. Russell, inevitably, could not escape the lessons imparted by Wang, as he was swiftly blocked upon entry. And throughout the first quarter, he seemed to wander in a daze. My heart ached for him for just a moment. Meanwhile, fans watching the live broadcast took the opportunity during the break to engage in lively discussions in the chat box. The excitement of the first quarter exceeded everyone's expectations, especially as Clarkson stepped up to showcase his NBA-caliber offensive prowess during his duel with Wang Yu, igniting a fervor among the fans who felt as if they were witnessing a regular season NBA game. However, Wang Yu remains truly formidable. Randall, having trained in the NBA for a year, still found himself outmatched in physical confrontations with Wang. Indeed, Wang is a beast. Of course, the accolades for Wang Yu continue to flood in, yet Randall and Larry Nance of the Lakers roster are no insignificant players. Randall was last year's 7th overall pick and, despite missing out due to injury, he has undergone a year of NBA-level training, boasting physical attributes that are entirely on par with the NBA. As for Larry Nance, his selection in the first round speaks volumes about his raw, beast-like physicality as a big man. Even if these two were to join the NBA, they would undoubtedly serve as formidable interior partners. Yet, before Wang Yu, even these NBA-caliber players found themselves on the receiving end of a relentless onslaught, unable to withstand his brute strength. As the second quarter commenced, Wang Yu continued to showcase his dominance in the paint, executing a one-handed slam dunk right in front of Randall. Watching Wang Yu retreat, Randall, with a hint of resignation, retrieved the ball to resume play from the baseline. Initially, when he received the call from Kupchak to participate in the Summer League, he approached it with the mindset of overwhelming lesser opponents. After all, he was a sophomore now. Despite not having played last year, his perspective and mentality had evolved, rendering the Summer League beneath his consideration. However, he soon realized that he may have been overly optimistic. Clarkson was still receiving the ball in the backcourt, and without a moment's hesitation, Randall passed it back to him. A pair of knaves. Russell observed these two, silently cursing them, yet he could hardly voice his dissent. Clarkson had shot 5 out of 7 in the first quarter, while Russell had managed only 1 out of 4, having been blocked twice. The disparity was evident, which explained why Russell only dared to grumble internally. Fortunately, Clarkson's performance in the first quarter prompted a shift in the Hornets' defensive strategy, forcing him to grip the ball with both hands to prevent turnovers. "Ball!" Russell exclaimed as he rushed over to demand the ball. With no other option, Clarkson complied. "Haha, finally got the ball." Russell felt as though the skies had cleared. It was now his turn to shine. Filled with excitement, he faced his opponent, skillfully dribbling to shake him off and charging toward the paint. Wang Yu was still far off, and Kaminsky was too late to intervene. It was time to shoot. But alas, Russell's shot was once again blocked, not by Wang Yu or Kaminsky, but by the very opponent he had just faked out. He had spent too much time assessing Wang Yu and Kaminsky's positions, allowing his defender to catch up. What the heck? Blocked for the 3rd time. Russell felt as though the entire world was conspiring against him. Chapter 29, The Final Offensive. Julius. At that moment, Clarkson seized the ball that Russell had failed to convert, promptly finding Randall and passing it to him. According to his usual play style, he would have taken the shot himself, but upon receiving the ball, he noticed 2 Hornets players closing in on him. To avoid being forced into a halt again, he wisely opted to pass the ball out. In truth, Larry Nance was in a better position, but Clarkson failed to see him, revealing a significant limitation in his court vision. Nice. However, Randall did not disappoint with his pass, effortlessly sending the ball into the basket with a delicate hook shot. Randall is one of the few remaining interior players possessing refined skills, unfortunately. Not many experts hold a favorable view of Randall, as his physical attributes still fall significantly short of elite standards, and there are no particularly outstanding aspects in other areas. Historically, all exceptional interior players have exhibited at least one remarkable trait. Consequently, many have concluded that Randall's potential ceiling is rather limited. Despite his commendable interior skills, this only secured him the 7th overall pick in the 2014 draft. The draft has traditionally favored interior players, and while being selected 7th in the first round appears commendable, it is not particularly high for a player in that category. It is worth noting that in 2008, a player like the Beat, who lacked skills, was chosen 2nd overall. While the 1st overall pick in 2013, Bennett, is now struggling to find playing time. Their rankings surpassed Randall's for a simple reason. They possessed exceptionally prominent traits in certain areas. The Beat entered the league with the moniker of the next Mutombo, showcasing astonishing dominance on the defensive end in his pre-NBA games. As for Bennett, it may be hard for many to believe, but prior to his entry into the league, he averaged 1 points, 8, 1 rebounds, and 2 blocks with a three-point shooting percentage of 37.5 in his NCAA season. Such performance led many experts to surmise that he would become a formidable force in the small ball era. These are the qualities they possess. Regrettably, this is also the reason why Randall ranks slightly lower. Conversely, Wang Yu embodies certain remarkable traits that have propelled him to surpass another genius and emerge as the ultimate 1st overall pick. It is worth noting that everyone believed Anthony Davis, whether in 2011 or 2013, would undoubtedly claim the top spot due to his exceptional prowess, yet he encountered Wang Yu. Wang Yu executed another successful slam dunk, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. From that moment on, the game transitioned into a fierce showdown. The Lakers, led by Clarkson and Randall, established a formidable inside-outside duo that challenged Wang Yu. The lead alternated between the two teams until the final 40 seconds. With the score remaining tightly contested at 78-75, the Hornets holding a slender 3-point advantage. Wow, the intensity of this firepower is remarkable. The intensity of this score is undoubtedly on par with that of an NBA regular season game. This is incredibly thrilling. After witnessing this match, who would dare claim that the Summer League games are unexciting? Clarkson and Randall's abilities far exceed those of the entire Summer League, rendering the Hornets incapable of containing these two players. Has Wang Yu been on the court for nearly 20 minutes now? He continues to maintain such a high-intensity offensive frequency. What is his physique made of? Bang! Wang Yu executed yet another slam dunk, marking his 10th dunk of the match, and with this, his score surpassed 30 points once again. Slow down, don't rush, maintain patience. Hey, boys, it's the final moments. Let us close the gap. It's merely a 1-point difference. At this juncture, both head coaches finally began to act like coaches, cupping their hands into a horn shape, directing various instructions onto the court. Clarkson, still calm, dribbled the ball forward, growing increasingly exhilarated as the game progressed. He relishes these moments, having always aspired to be a heroic figure, unafraid of bearing the burden of responsibility. As always, stay close in defense and deny them any opportunity to strategize their offense. Wang Yu observed him approaching, continuously advising his teammates on the court. In this match, he repeatedly positioned himself for defensive support, yet the results were far from satisfactory. A significant factor contributing to this was the ease with which his teammates allowed opponents to slip past them. This enabled the players from the Lakers to maintain their momentum and continue their offensive maneuvers even when confronted by him. Thus, effective defensive strategies truly require the cooperation of teammates. However, Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words. He could discern that his teammates displayed enthusiasm, yet they struggled to contain players of NBA caliber. As the ball advanced into the front court, Clarkson signaled for his teammates to create space. As a player renowned for his speed and explosive abilities, the essence of his success lay in having ample room to operate. If the space was sufficiently expansive, they would possess unwavering confidence in their ability to score. The other Lakers players complied with Clarkson's request, diligently clearing the way for him, including Russell. Unfortunately, the Hornets' 3 blocks had utterly shattered his confidence, resulting in a performance that could only be described as lackluster. Given his dismal display, he felt he could hardly demand the ball again, even as Clarkson, who was performing exceptionally, requested him to open up space. As Clarkson dribbled in place, he noticed the area around him expanding. His dribbling movements became increasingly pronounced, prompting the Hornets defender to instinctively take a step back. Having faced Clarkson's advances numerous times, the defender's confidence in containing him had all but evaporated. This mindset is, for professional athletes, undoubtedly the most deplorable. It is this self-sabotaging resignation that utterly prevents him from even contemplating how Clarkson might execute the shot. As Clarkson approached, his instinctive reaction was to retreat, maintaining his distance. Yet, just before the three-point line, Clarkson opted not to drive towards the basket but instead launched a shot. The defender, taken aback by Clarkson's choice of offense, reached out in an attempt to obstruct, yet lacked the necessary power in his legs to leap and effectively contest the shot. Such a defense posed no difference for Clarkson compared to an open shot, as the ball effortlessly found its way into the basket. The score stood at 78-78. With the teams locked in a tie, the arena erupted with cheers for Clarkson. As he retreated on defense amidst the applause, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The ball. Wang Yu seized it, calling out to his dazed teammates that only 18 seconds remained in the game. There was no need to rush. Yet in the Summer League, the clock continued to run regardless of whether a shot was taken, fueling Wang Yu's urgency. He had no desire for overtime. He aimed to seal the match decisively. In the final assault, trouble found Wang Yu as he received the ball. Everyone anticipated that the last play for the Hornets would rest in his hands, prompting the Lakers players to do everything in their power to disrupt his reception. Yet, the Hornets rallied to provide him with the necessary screens. With just 8 seconds remaining, Wang Yu finally secured the ball, and at that moment, the Lakers players instinctively sought their defensive positions. Observing this scene, the commentator couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the dominance of Wang in the Summer League. When he has the ball, every opponent instinctively alters their strategy." However, only 8 seconds remained in the game. How would Wang approach this crucial shot? While the commentator focused on Wang Yu's commanding presence, the fans watching the match eagerly anticipated what might unfold. Would there be a buzzer beater? Or perhaps an extension into overtime would be delightful. They truly wished for the game not to conclude so swiftly. Some fans found themselves in a quandary, desiring a dramatic finish but reluctant to see the game end so soon. After all, during the off-season, it was a rarity to witness such an exhilarating contest, and they did not wish for it to conclude in haste. As the fans engaged in various discussions, the game clock continued to dwindle, now down to the final 4 seconds. Throughout this time, Wang Yu skillfully dribbled, gradually maneuvering into his desired position. Opponent Randall grimaced and exerted pressure, yet he could only sense his position slipping away incrementally. The strength of this fellow is truly immense. If it were not for the palpable warmth emanating from him, Randall would have almost believed he was grappling with an excavator. This left him feeling somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, having played for a year, he had made some progress in mental regulation. He ceased to dwell on these thoughts and instead devoted himself wholeheartedly to defense. As long as he could thwart the shot, there would still be a chance. At that moment, Wang Yu, who had been adjusting his position, sprang into action. With a swift pivot, Randall was caught entirely off guard. Splendid. Kaminsky, observing this turn from close range, recognized the finesse required for such a maneuver, as he too was an interior player. It is fair to say that among 100 interior players, fewer than 20 possess this spinning technique in the low post. And among those 20, perhaps fewer than 10 can execute it with the ease that Wang Yu displayed. Not to mention the composure to perform such a move at a critical moment in the game. Wang Yu spun and left Randall behind, with only the hoop before him. Without hesitation, he grasped the ball and prepared to leap. However, just as he was about to take off, he pulled the ball back once more. In the next moment, Larry Nance soared over him. Had he truly jumped, he would undoubtedly have been blocked. But now, with the grace of a feint, Larry Nance was completely deceived. Wow. The final 2 seconds. The crowd gasped, and the commentators erupted with excitement. At this moment, Wang Yu leapt without hesitation. Yet, the obstruction remained as Clarkson and Russell rushed in. A double block. Wang Yu regarded the two before him, perceiving them as if they were mere phantoms. His single-handed grip transformed into a two-handed hold. Bang! Wang Yu slammed it home, sending Russell and Clarkson bouncing away. The double block morphed into a powerful strike. Undoubtedly, Wang Yu had executed a play worthy of the NBA's top 10. As Wang Yu descended from the rim following his dunk, the arena erupted with buzzing excitement. The game concluded. The final score settled at 80-78. Wang Yu had sealed the victory with his signature dunk, triumphing in this highly anticipated Summer League match. Clarkson, feeling a sense of loss, had amassed 24 points, and just 16 seconds before the end, he had made a crucial three-pointer to level the score. He nearly became the hero, but ultimately faded into the background. Randall wore an expression of resignation. He had achieved a double-double with 15 points and 10 rebounds, yet felt that his performance was severely lacking. He was no match for Wang Yu. This has instilled in him a degree of apprehension regarding the upcoming season. He is uncertain of Wang Yu's caliber as a player, leaving him in the dark about his own potential. Nonetheless, despite their feelings of gloom and concern, they at least possess some data. In stark contrast, the second overall pick, Russell, undoubtedly finds himself in a more disheartening predicament during this match. He was devoid of any notable contributions, appearing as though he were in a daze on the court. Ultimately, his statistics amounted to a mere 7 points and 3 assists, accompanied by a troubling 5 turnovers. The performance was utterly abysmal. Damn it, do not think that this match signifies the end. It is merely the Summer League. Just wait. Once I reach the NBA, I shall demonstrate precisely where you fall short. Nonetheless, Russell's confidence remains unshaken. He still believes in his own capabilities. It was simply an off night. Yet, he will not consistently perform at such a low level. Therefore, I will prove myself to be the finest rookie of the Summer League, the best newcomer of 2015. No one shall rival me. He continues to exude confidence before the media, but such statements after a dismal performance render him a figure of ridicule to the press. To me, this was merely an ordinary Summer League game, nothing more. After the game, Wang Yu was intercepted by reporters from Los Angeles. Yet he had little to say about the match. Even if he had contemplated teaching Russell a lesson beforehand, those thoughts dissipated after the block. As the disparity in skill was too vast, there was little satisfaction in teaching a lesson. Such opponents have never held any significance for Wang Yu. Post-match discussions online were plentiful. Wow, that feint under the basket. Wang had clearly held back in previous Summer League games. Indeed, this fellow had never made such moves before. It appears he simply opted not to. When the critical moments arrived, his actions were textbook perfect. I am genuinely curious if Wang has more in reserve. Although it may sound unbelievable, I truly wish to know if this individual possesses additional tools in his arsenal. Almost all fans are discussing Wang Yu's climactic game-winning shot. Not merely because of the spectacular nature of his dunk. Truth be told, while the dunk was indeed thrilling, visually, it pales in comparison to Towns' dunk. As a larger player dunking over a smaller one inherently appears less challenging. The discussion surrounding this play primarily revolves around Wang Yu's maneuvers beneath the basket. Historically, Wang Yu's dunks on the offensive end have always been grand and flamboyant. No one anticipated that he could execute such a remarkably realistic feint in the paint. This has taken the group of fans by surprise, igniting even greater excitement among them. In this match, Wang Yu once again astonished everyone with his remarkable performance, amassing 33 points and 19 rebounds. Chapter 31, The Hornets Offer. Throughout his NCAA career, Wang Yu consistently embodied a vigorous approach. Reminiscent of his aggressive play in the first 2 games of the Summer League, he often bulldozed through defenders, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. This sheer power overwhelmed all his opponents in 2012. It was this tenacious style of play that left an indelible impression on American basketball fans and instilled hope in Chinese basketball enthusiasts. This summer, upon his return, Wang Yu's electrifying dunk over Towns left spectators in awe. Yet, beyond the shock, there was an undeniable sense of familiarity. Wang Yu truly is that kind of player. The only element of surprise stemmed from his previous Achilles tendon rupture, which, remarkably, did not diminish his explosive prowess. Conversely, the game-winning shot against the Lakers, executed with a series of deft maneuvers under the basket, caught most fans off guard. During his 3-year hiatus, it seems Wang Yu has acquired a plethora of new skills. This has heightened the anticipation among fans for the arrival of the NBA regular season, as it is widely recognized that the Summer League is insufficient for Wang Yu to showcase his full potential. To witness his complete prowess, one must await the commencement of the NBA regular season. After triumphing over the Lakers, the Hornets effortlessly secured victory against the Spurs, achieving a remarkable 4 consecutive wins in the Summer League and entering the playoffs as the top seed. The playoffs of the Summer League adopt a round-robin elimination format, reminiscent of the NCAA's March Madness, with the distinction that the teams losing in the first round continue to compete against other eliminated teams, ensuring that every participating team plays a minimum of 6 games. The victorious teams advance, continuing in the elimination rounds until a champion is crowned. A majority of fans are particularly focused on the Knicks' final match against the Grizzlies before the playoffs. Prior to this game, the Knicks Summer League squad had suffered 3 consecutive defeats. And should they lose to the Grizzlies, they would become the sole winless team in the Las Vegas Summer League. More critically, they would face the 9th-seeded team in the first round of the playoffs. Conversely, a victory would set the stage for 4th overall pick Kristaps Porzingis from 2015 to confront Wang Yu. After the formidable Wang Yu had already bested players ranked 1 to 3 in 2015. Fans were eager for Porzingis to receive a lesson from him before officially entering the NBA. Regrettably, the outcome did not align with expectations. The Knicks, previously on a 3-game losing streak, displayed remarkable morale in this game, particularly Kristaps Porzingis, who exerted tremendous effort. He ultimately recorded an impressive 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 3 blocks, leading his team to their first victory against the Grizzlies in the Summer League, with a stat line of 24 and 12. Porzingis valiantly evaded the formidable challenges presented. Thank heavens, Porzingis still has a summer to refine his skills. However, following this victory, Porzingis faced ruthless mockery from the New York media. They deemed his performance to be devoid of any substantial value, as the Grizzlies rookie, another interior player, was merely the 25th pick in the first round. In the eyes of the New York media, Porzingis defeating such an opponent was merely expected, and there was no need for further commentary. If they were to genuinely support Porzingis, the simplest way would be for him to triumph over Wang Yu. The New York media indeed harbored a desire to witness Porzingis face Wang Yu, for only then could they ascertain what distinguished this player, favored by the Zen master, and understand how a seemingly frail international player could potentially become New York's future. However, now Porzingis has led his team to victory against the Grizzlies, diminishing their chances of encountering the Hornets. The New York media fails to perceive what they wish to see, and it is no wonder they resort to mockery in their articles. Damn it, Porzingis, upon reading these reports, could not help but curse vehemently. He never anticipated that the New York media would prove to be such a relentless adversary. Why did he exert himself to the utmost in this match? Don't these journalists possess any self-awareness? Previously, when the New York team suffered 3 consecutive defeats in the Summer League, was it not these same individuals who claimed he was incapable of leading the team to victory? Now that he has secured a win, they assert that it is merely out of fear of Wang Yu. These individuals are truly exasperating. Just wait. It's not merely a desire to witness my showdown with Wang Yu, is it? I shall ensure you witness it. The New York team triumphed in their final Summer League match, ultimately securing the 24th seed. According to the playoff regulations of the Summer League, it is quite probable that New York will not encounter the Hornets until the semifinals. Given the overall strength of the New York team, reaching the Final 4, or even the top 8, is no simple feat. However, Porzingis remains undeterred. Today, he has been incensed by the New York media, vowing to penetrate the Final 4 no matter the cost, and to exhibit his prowess during the match. He intends to demonstrate to that damn New York crowd that he is deserving of his 4th overall draft position. Buddy, you must act swiftly. Honestly, this guy still has so much more to reveal, and I assure you, you will be immensely impressed. The Hornets will rise in the new season because of you. My friend, the moment that will define your future has arrived. Price continually persuades his good friend Richie, as he truly cannot bear the thought of Wang Yu departing from the Hornets following the conclusion of the Summer League. Such an outstanding individual remaining with his team is undoubtedly the wisest decision. Price is indeed anxious. Rest assured, my friend, I have secured the boss's approval, and we shall also join the pursuit of Wang Yu. Although further permissions are yet to be granted, this marks a promising beginning. Moving forward, I will endeavor to retain Wang, aiming for him to become a member of the Hornets in the future. However, in the past, after expressing such sentiments, he was met with prolonged silence. This time, however, it was different. Richie let out a light chuckle, and his subsequent words stirred excitement within him. Damn it. The boss has finally displayed a semblance of rationality. Wang, the general manager of the Hornets, Richie, has formally extended an offer, a 4-year contract worth $57 million, with the final year being a player option. Shortly thereafter, Bill Duffy received a call from Richie and promptly informed Wang Yu. Why now? Wang Yu found it perplexing. If any team truly understands Wang Yu, it is undoubtedly the coaching staff of the Hornets. He could not believe that his performance had only recently captivated the management of the Hornets. Such a scenario seemed implausible. The real decision-makers within the Hornets are not Richie. And persuading that individual is no small feat. Nevertheless, now that an offer has been made, it signifies that the basketball gods have acknowledged your prowess, which speaks volumes. Bill Duffy, as a top-tier agent in the industry, is privy to many insider details and understands that the offer from the Hornets is not to be taken lightly. In the upcoming games, simply maintain your current form. Leave the rest to me. Bill Duffy intends to disseminate the news of the Hornets' offer at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 32. Persuasion. Previously, there were indeed teams that extended contracts, such as the Raptors and the Pacers, who had already provided offers following the first game of the Summer League. However, the significance of the contracts offered by these two teams differs greatly from the 4-year, $57 million contract presented by the Hornets this evening. The Hornets are currently Wang Yu's team, and they are undoubtedly privy to more accurate and detailed information. Their stance acts as a signal. Other general managers, who may have harbored reservations, will undoubtedly quell their concerns upon witnessing Richie's offer, even if they remain apprehensive. They can no longer afford to wait. The competition among various teams for Wang Yu is poised to commence following the release of this evening's news. This is what Bill Duffy believes. Furthermore, the developments did not surprise this top-tier agent within the industry. Shortly after Rich presented the contract offer, he received several proposals from various teams. Even the Raptors, who had reached out earlier, revised their offer, increasing it from 3 years and $40 million to 4 years and $60 million. He is the first general manager to secure a contract exceeding $60 million, which took Bill Duffy by surprise, albeit with a sense of delight. The Summer League has only reached its midpoint, with at least 2 more games to come, suggesting that this offer may continue to escalate. Nonetheless, despite this, Bill Duffy did not decline the Raptors' proposal. In fact, his consistent response to all teams has been to take it under advisement. An exceptional agent ought to operate in this manner, providing no definitive answer until the final moment. This is akin to the reason why certain individuals, often referred to as green tea, delight in maintaining a cadre of backup options. Competition thrives only in the presence of demand. If all avenues were categorically dismissed, where then could one seek the luxury of Hermes or Louis Vuitton? In a sports arena in Las Vegas, currently serving as the temporary training facility for the Hornets Summer League team, the esteemed Hornets, entering the playoffs as the top seed, find themselves awaiting the victor between the 9th and 26th seeds in the first round. Despite the absence of imminent games, training must persist. After all, the arrival of the playoffs signifies the impending conclusion of the Summer League, leaving little time to evaluate the potential of these players. Similarly, those who have merely secured training camp contracts approach their sessions with exceptional diligence, acutely aware that even routine practice could determine their futures. As training neared its conclusion, the venue was unexpectedly graced by a formidable guest whose imposing stature and arms nearly reaching the knees, coupled with strikingly prominent eyebrows and radiant, dark eyes, captivated all present. His visage resembled that of a 3-dimensional model, leaving everyone momentarily speechless, including Wang Yu. "Hey, buddy, long time no see." The visitor, unabashed by the intense gazes of those around him, strode directly towards Wang Yu, extending a colossal hand and flashing a smile. "Huh, it's been a while, Anthony." Wang Yu quickly regained his composure, reciprocating the handshake before embracing his guest warmly. The onlookers fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. The guest was none other than Anthony Davis, lauded as a potential harbinger of a new era and currently the league's preeminent power forward. His presence here was unexpected. Even Price was taken aback, unaware of Davis's visit. "Perhaps we could share a dinner together?" Davis proposed. Wang Yu did not decline. Having realized that the Hornets' decision to retain him for the Summer League was orchestrated by Davis himself in advanced discussions with Rich, compounded by Davis's public support on several occasions, Wang Yu found it hard to refuse. "Hey, Anthony is in Las Vegas. Was this your idea?" After training, Price, observing Wang Yu depart with Anthony Davis, eagerly called Rich. "Are they leaving so soon?" It seems Anthony is keen on collaborating with Wang. Rich did not directly answer Price's inquiry, yet his words implicitly confirmed it. "Oh my God, you are incredible. You dispatched someone to persuade them so promptly. I hope their conversation goes well. If successful, the upcoming season for the Hornets will be highly anticipated." Price's excitement was palpable. "Let us hope for the best." Last night, after Rich extended a contract offer to Bill Duffy, he promptly reached out to Anthony Davis, hoping he could act as an intermediary to persuade Wang Yu to remain with the Hornets. Initially, Anthony Davis was somewhat reluctant, as he still harbored the memory of that defeat to Wang Yu in the NCAA championship. Rather than collaboration, he yearned for the triumph of overcoming Wang Yu in competition. However, a single remark from Rich shifted his perspective. "The honor of the NCAA cannot bring you to the NBA. Yet the glory of the NBA can transform Charlotte and grant you a place in the Hall of Fame." transforming Charlotte and entering the Hall of Fame, undoubtedly. These aspirations far outweigh the significance of that NCAA loss. Anthony Davis yearned to reshape Charlotte, welcoming the championship trophy, which would undoubtedly secure his place in the Hall of Fame. No player wishes to forego such an honor. Wang, you will be your finest partner. Together, you will forge an era, establishing a legendary frontcourt akin to that of David Robinson and Tim Duncan. To be honest, I always imagined our first encounter would be on the court, not seated face-to-face as we are now. Although Anthony Davis agreed to Rich's request to persuade Wang Yu. Once seated at the dining table, he found himself at a loss for words, as he had never courted other players before. Since entering the league, his sole focus had been on self-improvement. Yet, with each passing year, despite his diligent efforts to enhance his skills and his unwavering confidence at the onset of new seasons, he discovered moments when he felt powerless. After years without significant breakthroughs, Anthony Davis came to realize that victories and defeats on the basketball court are not solely within an individual's control. He truly requires assistance. There is no doubt about this. Yet, this individual never anticipated that it would be Wang Yu. This is the crux of his dilemma. That day will inevitably arrive. Wang Yu's return to the league in the new season is a certainty, and likewise, his partnership with Anthony Davis on the court is merely a matter of time. To him, there is no need for such inner turmoil. Yet when Wang Yu gazed into Anthony Davis's face, he unmistakably perceived a struggle to articulate unspoken thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Anthony Davis took a deep breath and finally ventured, "What if you consider staying with the Hornets?" Wang Yu's countenance reflected genuine astonishment. He truly did not anticipate such words from Davis. Chapter 33. The outcome of the meeting. All right, Wang Yu, this is merely a suggestion. If you're unwilling, I shall not impose. Davis, noticing Wang Yu's shock, felt an immediate wave of embarrassment and hurriedly began to clarify his intentions. However, the awkwardness of his explanation elicited a light chuckle from Wang Yu. "Oh, no." Wang Yu's soft laughter made Davis acutely aware of the heat flushing his face. From his cheeks to his ears, he felt utterly mortified. He covered his face with his hands and hesitated to remove them, lacking the courage to do so. "I should not have come." A surge of belated regret welled up within him. "Ha." Wang Yu, observing Davis's demeanor, could no longer contain his laughter. "Hey, Wang." He finally ceased his amusement when Davis shot him an annoyed glance, raising his hand in apology. Sorry. But, my friend, isn't everything possible? I wouldn't mind us embarking on a grand era together. Yet you must understand, I have squandered too much time. I require a path that suits me best. I need to prove myself." "Anthony, you know precisely what I mean." Wang Yu's expression bore an uncommon seriousness. Faced with someone he respected, he opened his heart. Okay. Davis comprehended Wang Yu's sentiments. As a former basketball prodigy and a beacon of hope for Chinese basketball, Wang Yu bore the weight of immense expectations. 3 years of injuries had rendered this Chinese marvel impatient. Thus, he needed others to pave the way for him, rather than having to change himself. This necessity was why he had stipulated conditions of starting and core status during the pre-summer league interviews, even insisting they be included in the contract. Behind these seemingly arrogant demands lay a profound yearning to prove his worth. "If my conditions can be met, I would consider remaining with the Hornets. I do not oppose it. However, we must await the outcome of Bill's discussions with Richie. Regardless of the result, Anthony, I am truly grateful to you." Wang Yu's words swiftly dispelled Davis's moment of embarrassment, and he suddenly felt that his journey had been worthwhile. The opponent he esteemed had acknowledged his abilities, and that realization was sufficient. Following this, the two refrained from discussing Wang Yu's future, instead reminiscing about their shared experiences in the NCAA. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, extending their dinner to nearly 3 hours. Reports soon emerged regarding Anthony Davis's meeting with Wang Yu in Las Vegas. The convergence of these two prodigious talents in 2012 could potentially reshape the landscape of the league, with Anthony Davis inviting Wang Yu to dinner. Speculation arose about the formation of the league's most formidable frontcourt. Not long after their meal concluded, news articles about their encounter began to proliferate. As the star player of the Hornets, Anthony Davis's dinner with Wang Yu, who was participating in the Hornets Summer League, held significant implications. The combination of Davis and Wang, could it herald a championship for the Hornets? Forgive me for my enthusiasm, but I must assert that if Wang truly joins the Hornets, they must be included among the frontrunners for the title. The prospect of these two legends teaming up in 2012 is exhilarating, and I would undoubtedly become an ardent supporter of the Hornets. Come on, let this dream materialize. I am enamored with such a pairing. Fans expressed their exhilaration beneath these reports. There is no doubt that Anthony Davis ranks among the league's premier big men, candidly, based on efficiency and statistics. Bestowing upon him the title of the league's top power forward is entirely justified. Wang Yu, the first overall pick in 2012 and a former NCAA Titan, now serves as a trainer for the incoming 2015 rookies, having recently showcased historic performances in summer league games. Who would dare question such interior dominance? The anticipation of their potential collaboration is palpable. Did Wang and Anthony discuss anything? Did he persuade you? Have you agreed? Bill Duffy immediately contacted Wang Yu upon seeing the reports, but at that moment, Wang was dining with Anthony Davis and could not answer. Once the meal concluded, Wang promptly returned Bill's call. Upon connecting, Bill eagerly inquired about the specifics. No, Wang Yu shook his head. Okay. Upon hearing Wang's denial, Bill felt an immediate sense of relief. The current situation was far more favorable than he had initially anticipated. Thus, maintaining patience would undoubtedly maximize their benefits. In other words, there was no need to make any commitments to anyone at this juncture. At this moment, Rich reached out to Anthony Davis. Ever since he learned that Davis had traveled to Las Vegas today, he had been eagerly awaiting the final outcome. I apologize, General Manager Rich, but Wang has not made any commitments. Everything hinges on your negotiations with Bill Duffy. Davis's tone was filled with regret. Okay. Rich felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it confirmed elicited a sigh from within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. What did you just say? I need to negotiate with Bill Duffy? Did Wang say that? Yes, Davis nodded in response. All right. Rich's tone brightened once more with Davis's affirmation. Now it was Davis who seemed a bit perplexed. In any case, Anthony, I will do my utmost to bring Wang back to Charlotte. Rich did not elaborate further, but his confidence had undeniably surged. Since Wang Yu had instructed him to engage in negotiations with Bill Duffy, it signified that the Hornets were indeed one of Wang Yu's desired teams. If Wang Yu was inclined to join the Hornets, there was still hope. After hanging up the phone, Rich immediately immersed himself in revising the contract offer for Wang Yu. I apologize for disturbing you so late, Kobe. No problem, Mitch. What is on your mind? Simultaneously, in the Los Angeles Lakers general manager's office, GM Kupchak called Kobe. I believe we have found a suitable candidate for the Lakers. However, we need your assistance. All right, if I can help. Kobe readily agreed. Kupchak had brought in Pau Gasol in 2008, leading to back-to-back championships. And Kobe held a deep gratitude for him. Therefore, when Kupchak sought his help, he did not hesitate much. I need you to help persuade that Hua Beast to join the Lakers. Chapter 34, The Portly One Hua Beast? Wang. Kobe quickly grasped who Kupchak was referring to. However, he did not immediately respond to Kupchak's request. While he was not averse to being a lobbyist, having guarded the City of Angels for 19 years, he had reservations about the idea of lobbying. Years ago, the late Jerry Buss had gambled everything on then-league leading center Dwight Howard and two-time MVP Steve Nash, forming the illustrious Lakers F4. For the upcoming season, their sights were set solely on the championship. In a similar vein, following this season, Kobe, having secured his sixth championship and equaled Jordan's legacy, was poised to officially step down, facilitating Dwight Howard's ascendancy as the new figurehead of Los Angeles, thereby enabling the Lakers to seamlessly transition from their old core to the new. Ideally, the narrative should have unfolded in this manner. However, the rigidity of Kobe's character coupled with Howard's demeanor fostered a rift between them, which only deepened over time. Subsequently, Howard departed Los Angeles upon the expiration of his contract, leaving the Lakers unable to progress towards the envisioned trajectory. The gamble they undertook ultimately resulted in their current predicament. Kobe was meant to restore Los Angeles to its former glory, for at that moment, he remained the king of the city. Yet, the unpleasant encounter with Howard rendered him reluctant to actively recruit new talent to Los Angeles, uncertain whether the next arrival would be Gasol or Howard. Consequently, he chose silence. Kupchak remained on the line, awaiting a response, his brow slightly furrowed. Despite his impatience, he refrained from speaking, instead allowing the moment to linger, though the fingers of his other hand rhythmically tapped on the table, betraying his inner turmoil. After all, he had once possessed a remarkable opportunity to secure Wang Yu, only to watch helplessly as he slipped into another's embrace. Presently, Wang Yu's relentless and impressive performances were an intangible torment for him. With each media report underscoring the same lament, you have missed a potential game-changer for the Lakers. Damn it. This thought resurfaced once more in his mind. Having previously brought Gasol to Los Angeles to forge a new F4 for the Lakers, the season Kupchak couldn't help but inwardly curse. All right. I will give it a shot, though I cannot guarantee more. OMG, dear heavens, I was genuinely apprehensive that you might decline. Kobe, regardless of the outcome. I will forever be grateful to you. Ultimately, Kobe acquiesced to the proposal, granting Kupchak a newfound sense of assurance. What lay ahead for him was to meticulously prepare all that he could on his end. This time, he vowed to reclaim the lost opportunity and bring Wang Yu to the City of Angels. As the Summer League playoffs advanced to the second round, the Hornets, having had a bye in the first round, were finally set to resume their competition. The team that emerged from the initial round was the Denver Nuggets. Among the members of the team, Wang Yu was most familiar with Mutier. As a celebrated figure from Guangdong, the young man, possessing a distinctive personality, chose not to pursue a career in the NBA but instead ventured into the CBA with Huaxia to seek his fortune. In his 12 games in the CBA, he averaged 18 points, 2 rebounds, and 9 assists alongside 2 steals. Judging by the outcomes, Mutier's decision to join Huaxia in the CBA proved to be astute, as he was ultimately selected by the Denver Nuggets as the 7th pick in the first round. A significant elevation from the expectations set by experts just a year prior. During the draft, Mutier notably showcased the Huaxia flag embroidered on the inside of his suit, which became a delightful anecdote of that time. The moniker Huaxia Boy soon spread in the aftermath. Wang Yu's encounter with him during the Summer League playoffs ignited considerable discussion domestically, to the extent that Tencent Sports specifically broadcasted the match. In the audience, numerous scouts from various teams interested in Wang Yu were present to observe the game closely, hoping to gather more information about him. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, or even if he were aware, he would remain silent. Decisions regarding which team to sign with, how to proceed, and when to sign are matters that Bill Duffy would handle on his behalf. Wang Yu's sole focus is to relish the time he has on the court. Having finally returned to play, he wishes for nothing more than to excel in each game. However, it must be said that by performing well in every match, the rewards will naturally follow. He finds it particularly perplexing that some players, who, after dedicating years to their craft to become professionals, would begin to lose focus on the game after merely a few years of earning money, trading a decade of hard work for a few years of indulgence. He truly cannot comprehend the mindset of such individuals. The 3 years marred by injuries have imparted upon him a profound understanding of the significance of basketball in his life. His sole focus now rests upon excelling in the sport. Mutier approached Wang Yu, greeting him warmly, reminiscing fondly about his previous year with the Huaxia team. The generous sum of $2 million offered by the Guangdong team had undoubtedly enhanced both his and his family's quality of life, fostering an inexplicable sense of kinship towards the Huaxia people. Moreover, standing before him was none other than the formidable Wang Yu, a titan who had once shaken the NCAA. In truth, despite Mutier being a perimeter player, he vividly recalled the prowess of Wang Yu in 2012. It is worth noting that the prominent figures from the 2012 draft class, now renowned in the NBA, had faced a fierce challenge from Wang Yu during their NCAA days. Even the likes of Anthony Davis appeared to be a tier below him at that time. Wang Yu exchanged a few words with Mutier, but soon his attention was captured by a rather portly Caucasian gentleman. Typically, one would not use the term portly to describe a basketball player, even one of considerable height. However, Wang Yu found no other suitable descriptors for this individual. His physique concealed any visible muscle definition, and though his jersey masked a slight bulge at his midsection was evident, Wang Yu surmised that beneath that surface lay a considerable mass of abdominal muscle. Is that a basketball player? Wang Yu's expression bore a hint of astonishment. That is Nikola Jokic. Mutier noticed the incredulous look in Wang Yu's eyes and offered a brief introduction, adding, "Doesn't he seem uncharacteristic of a basketball player?" Indeed, Wang Yu nodded. Aside from his height, he truly could not fathom how such a figure could be associated with the sport, his body fat percentage seemingly approaching 20. However, Wang, be cautious, for this fellow is exceptionally formidable. Mutier mysteriously warned Wang Yu. Oh? A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Yu's face. Thus far, Jokic averaged over 30 points and 20 rebounds per game. Given the media coverage, he believed even Mutier must be aware of this. In light of this, the reminder of Jokic's strength piqued Wang Yu's curiosity about this portly individual named Jokic even further. Chapter 35. Battling Jokic. The match commenced shortly thereafter, with Kaminsky successfully securing the jump ball against Jokic, granting the Hornets the first offensive opportunity. Wang Yu had previously communicated with Kaminsky and proactively positioned himself in front of Jokic. The latter exhibited little change in demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Wang Yu's presence. Undeterred, Wang Yu asserted his position as he engaged Jokic. To be fair, despite Jokic's excess weight, he carried a certain heft, presenting Wang Yu with a challenge in securing his spot for the first time. Fortunately, Jokic's bulk, while substantial, did not inflict pain upon Wang Yu. Instead, Wang Yu's muscular frame felt akin to a solid mass, making Jokic feel as though he were contending with a freight truck. Particularly as Wang Yu received the ball and amplified his strength, he compelled Jokic to involuntarily retreat. What manner of creature is this fellow? Curse it! Jokic muttered under his breath, yet he was not particularly adept at defending. Wang Yu incessantly encroached upon his territory, ultimately forcing him out. In a swift motion, he pivoted and executed a one-handed slam dunk with finesse. Damn! Jokic cursed again, as this term aptly encapsulated his current sentiments. He harbored a particular disdain for players of Wang Yu's ilk. In this era of small ball, most big men in the NBA have abandoned low-post techniques, sparing Jokic from daily confrontations with cumbersome giants. Throughout the Summer League thus far, he had yet to encounter a player possessing low-post skills, which had allowed him to evade the necessity of anchoring in the paint during recent games. However, today, fate had other plans. He faced a player with formidable prowess in the low post, and it was evident that his intentions were directed squarely at Jokic. But this was my first encounter with him. Jokic pondered, unaware that Wang Yu's interest was instigated by Mutier's provocations. His weight was suitable for the center position, presenting no disadvantage against traditional centers in terms of mass. His strength surpassed that of the average big man. The scouts on the sidelines promptly recorded their observations regarding Wang Yu as the play concluded. They were familiar with Jokic, who had garnered some renown on the international basketball stage, having represented Serbia in youth leagues and already established a reputation at that time. He was regarded as a prodigious talent globally. The scouts had long since acquired his background information, and with his recent signing of a 4-year rookie contract with the Denver Nuggets this summer, they found little need for further details about him. However, their familiarity with Jokic's basic profile allowed for a comparative understanding of Wang Yu's capabilities. In contrast to the likes of Towns and Okafor, Jokic undoubtedly epitomized the quintessential center, marking Wang Yu's first encounter against a true five, thereby enabling them to gather more insights regarding Wang Yu's performance in that position. This is also the reason why today's match has attracted so many scouts. Jokic's intuition proved remarkably accurate today. After Wang Yu successfully executed a strong play in the low post with his first shot, he continued to demand the ball in the same position for subsequent offensive attempts. This compelled Jokic to persist in bearing the brunt of Wang Yu's relentless assaults in the low post. Amidst Wang Yu's continuous physical confrontations, Jokic experienced a disorienting sensation, akin to a small boat swaying in the wind, utterly unaware of where his center of gravity lay. This was the first time Jokic felt that his weight was still insufficient. As Wang Yu once again maneuvered past him to execute a dunk, Jokic helplessly shook his head, his expression far from pleasant. Following this play, the score between the Hornets and the Nuggets stood at 10-4. Although trailing was not a major concern, particularly since 8 of those 10 points came from Wang Yu, Jokic was increasingly irritated by the fact that he had yet to even touch the ball. He did not come to the NBA merely to toil in obscurity. Wang Yu executed another dunk, but he too furrowed his brow. Thus far, he had not noticed anything particularly impressive about Jokic. This player did not seem to possess the prowess that Mutier had described. At that moment, the underestimated Jokic suddenly called for the ball. Mutier, who was stationed beyond the three-point line contemplating his next move, hesitated briefly before approaching Jokic. Up until now, the Nuggets' 4 points had all been linked to him, albeit with a rather inefficient conversion of 6 attempts for just 4 points. Nevertheless, as the designated future core point guard of the Nuggets, Mutier felt obligated to provide Jokic with opportunities, even if he had only managed 2 successful shots out of 6 in the Summer League. After all, growth comes at a cost. Just look at Kevin Durant. His journey to becoming a 4-time scoring champion was forged through the freedom to shoot extensively early in his career. If the Thunder were willing to invest in Durant, the Nuggets could certainly afford to indulge in a Summer League. However, Jokic was now requesting the ball. And as a future teammate for the next 4 years, Mutier had to be considerate of this emerging player's feelings. Unable to assert himself in the low post against Wang Yu, Jokic decisively moved away to the high post to receive the ball. The moment he did, Wang Yu noticed a transformation in Jokic's demeanor. He suddenly appeared much more confident and focused. Upon receiving the ball, Jokic first surveyed the positions of his teammates before dribbling and maneuvering his hefty frame step by step toward Wang Yu. His drive resembled that of Diaw from the Spurs a couple of years prior, not particularly fast. As Wang Yu shifted laterally to prepare for a potential interception, Jokic approached without hesitation. Just as he drew near, he executed a nimble pivot, circling to the opposite side. His physical advantage became apparent during this maneuver. His half-turn covered a greater distance than a typical perimeter player's turn. However, he was still up against Wang Yu, who also stood at an impressive height of 2.13 meters. Jokic's close-range pivot did not shake off Wang Yu, but as he faced the basket again, he clutched the ball with both hands and delivered a direct pass to the interior, where Mudiay was perfectly positioned to receive it and effortlessly complete a reverse layup. This pass left Wang Yu momentarily taken aback. Impressive. This fellow. His passing and vision are remarkably exceptional. Wang Yu has finally grasped the essence of this player's prowess. Splendid. Mudiay scored a basket, pointed towards Jokic, and then exchanged a playful wink with Wang Yu. I told you. This guy is truly formidable. Chapter 36. My quest for weight loss, although it was merely a single basket. It was evident that Jokic epitomizes a quintessential ball-dominant core and embodies the archetype of a technically skilled European big man. If one were to seek a comparable model, Wang Yu perceives Jokic as somewhat reminiscent of a center version of Pau Gasol, a player capable of serving as the offensive fulcrum on the court. However, it is crucial to note that while their styles may bear similarities, it does not imply that Jokic's playing style is akin to that of Gasol. In truth, their approaches to the game are worlds apart. Moreover, Gasol undoubtedly possesses superior defensive capabilities compared to Jokic. Jokic showcased a glimpse of his skill, enabling the Nuggets to secure their 6th point, narrowing the gap to 4. His initial encounter with Wang Yu while in possession of the ball resulted in an assist, which momentarily eased Jokic's expression. Yet, within mere seconds, his mood soured once more as Wang Yu overpowered him in the low post with an unanswerable force. It was the first time in his life that Jokic earnestly wished for his excess weight to transform into muscle, yearning for a robust collision with Wang Yu. For now, he could only bear the consequences of the indulgent pleasures he had savored in his past, silently massaging his somewhat sore and plump chest. Jokic persistently called for the ball from a high position. Humans possess an inherent competitive spirit. After being subjected to such relentless attacks, Jokic could not permit himself to appear lackluster on the court. Mudiay, having charged forward with exuberance, clearly needed a respite and willingly relinquished the ball. Jokic glanced left and right, assessing his teammates' positions, and then, in a manner akin to before, he leisurely initiated a drive. Wang Yu remained unconcerned with Jokic's thoughts. After all, given the disparity in their physical attributes, Jokic was evidently at a disadvantage, even if he possessed excellent vision and passing abilities. It had no bearing on Wang Yu's current ball handling. Wang Yu engaged his body, and at last, Jokic awaited the arrival of his teammate, who was none other than Mudiay. Gliding along the baseline, just as Mudiay entered the paint, Jokic timely delivered the ball into his hands. Once again, Mudiay executed a reverse layup with finesse. This hefty player, known as Jokic, truly complemented Mudiay splendidly. Is this the same Jokic who utterly dominated in the U19? Is it for real? The Jokic I know? Nonsense. Jokic never actually faced Jokic in the U19. However, during that year's World Youth Championship, Jokic's statistics indeed surpassed those of Jokic. Are you serious? Does this mean our Chinese men's basketball team is on the verge of unveiling another great wall of mobility? Moreover, it could potentially be an even stronger version. As fans of the Huaxiao basketball team watched the Summer League via Tencent, they observed the seamless collaboration between Jokic and Mudiay. Some recognized the portly figure as Jokic, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Jokic during the U19 tournament, and the conversation naturally shifted to Jokic. Jokic has garnered significant attention as one of the rising stars of the Huaxiao men's basketball team. During the U19 World Championship, he averaged an impressive 11.3 points, 8.9 rebounds, and 5.4 blocks per game, helping his team equal the best performance by a national squad in global competitions. Currently, he plays for Xinjiang Guangwei in the CBA, where he concluded his first season with an average of 14.1 points, 7 rebounds, and 3.3 blocks per game. Fans believe he is a prodigious talent with a promising future in the NBA. Now, with the revelation that Jokic has entered the Summer League, their confidence in Jokic's potential to join the NBA has only strengthened, especially considering that Jokic's recent U19 performance did not match Jokic's excellence. Suddenly, The scene of Wang Yu executing a powerful slam dunk brought the audience's attention back to the game. Of course, some fans have begun to revel in the prospects of the future, with Wang Yu, Zhou Qi, and Yi Jianlian. The dawn of a new era for Huaxiao basketball seems imminent. The synergy between Jokic and Mudiay has kept the Nuggets momentarily locked in a scoring stalemate with the Hornets. The energy exhibited by this team took all the spectators by surprise. Thus far, only the Lakers have managed to contend with this Hornets squad. The Lakers roster is renowned for its formidable strength, featuring 3 first-round picks alongside last year's Rookie of the Year. Such a configuration undoubtedly casts a long shadow over the Summer League, presenting a level of luxury that other teams cannot match. It was this very lineup that kept pace with Wang Yu's ferocious offense, ultimately succumbing to his last-minute heroics. This year, the most recognized player on the Denver Nuggets is Mudiay, while the others could be described as lackluster at best, particularly that rotund fellow. One glance at his physique reveals a clear lack of discipline. Merely surviving a season in the NBA would be commendable for someone like him. Yet, paradoxically, this undisciplined player, alongside Mudiay, managed to maintain the pace of the Hornets' offense. This little chubby player possesses a certain charm. Is it merely an illusion? It seems that with the ball in his hands, Mudiay's game has become markedly more sensible. Among the audience, some fans suddenly perceived that the little chubby player was performing quite well. Perhaps he could indeed carve out a niche in the NBA. However, this competitive spirit from the Nuggets soon faded away, primarily due to Jokic's influence. At the commencement of the match, this remarkable individual captivated the audience. But by the 6-minute mark of the first quarter, he began to breathe heavily. His stamina was in jeopardy, and when confronted by Wang Yu's defense, he found himself unable to penetrate, relegating him to the periphery. As a central figure, his capacity to orchestrate plays from beyond the three-point line proved futile. The performance of the Denver players also deteriorated in tandem with Jokic's declining energy. Mudiay, in a moment of defiance, opted for individual plays, charging forth multiple times. Although he managed to score once, the gap widened to over 10 points. During this interval, Wang Yu and Kaminsky completely dominated the Nuggets' interior. By halftime, the score stood at 53-41, with Denver trailing by 12 points. Sitting on the sidelines, Jokic felt a pang of discontent upon witnessing the score. Had he been able to sustain his performance akin to Wang Yu, the Denver Nuggets would not have found themselves in such a deficit. To Jokic, this felt like his obligation. No one relishes defeat, and Jokic was no exception, particularly when he pondered that had his stamina been more enduring, perhaps the contest could have remained competitive. Jokic was no novice to professional play. The reason he did not join the NBA last year was due to an unfulfilled contract in Serbia. While competing in the Serbian league, he had been in a state well-suited for the competition, yet upon entering the NBA, even in the summer league, he recognized numerous issues, especially regarding his endurance, which had manifested previously during the summer league but was now markedly pronounced. I must lose weight. I absolutely must lose weight. After clashing with Wang Yu for a half, Jokic was consumed by the singular thought of reducing his body fat percentage. Chapter 37. Domestic discussions. The narrative of the second half mirrored that of the first. When Jokic was invigorated, the Nuggets could contend with the Hornets, but as his stamina waned, the Hornets extended their lead further. By the conclusion of the fourth quarter, the margin had escalated to over 20 points. The Hornets effortlessly secured their first victory of the playoffs. This victory has propelled the Hornets closer to the playoff quarterfinals. Wang Yu delivered yet another remarkable performance, amassing 35 points and 21 rebounds. Apart from him, only Kaminsky managed to score in double digits for the Hornets. On the Nuggets side, Mudiay recorded 21 points. While his offensive efforts appeared commendable at first glance, a deeper examination reveals a stark reality. He attempted a staggering 27 shots, converting merely 7 of them. Jokic's statistics were fairly commendable as well, with 12 points, 7 assists, and 5 rebounds, all achieved in a mere 28 minutes of play. To attain such figures in less than 30 minutes underscores Jokic's efficiency on the court. Were Wang Yu to comment, he might assert that Jokic's performance during that brief span surpassed that of Towns and his contemporaries. Although Jokic struggled defensively against his opponents, he stood out offensively as the sole player capable of maintaining his own rhythm. The others, when faced with his defense, often exhibited a noticeable shift in mentality. It is also conceivable that the Serbian was unaware that the player defending him was the NCAA powerhouse of 2012. After the game, Mudiay approached Wang Yu for a brief chat before heading to his locker room. Jokic observed silently, yearning to approach Wang Yu and declare, "Today, I concede to you. But rest assured, I shall seek vengeance in the NBA." However, the slightly immature young man refrained from such theatrics, ultimately opting to cast a distant glare at Wang Yu and mutter, "Once I achieve my weight loss goals, I will certainly challenge you for 48 minutes. Well, perhaps 35 minutes instead. This should pose no issue." Following the game, the American media offered little commentary on the match. In contrast, domestic discussions flourished. Spurred by Tencent's broadcast of the event, Wang Yu truly showcased an impressive ferocity. It is no wonder that the Raptors are now prepared to extend a $60 million contract. Is it unreasonable for him to demand $70 million? Mutier, still in the bloom of youth, appeared overly reliant on his physicality during his time in the CBA. And upon returning to a league of higher caliber, it is evident that his subpar shooting has become more pronounced. Jokic's performance on the court has proven to be far more reliable than this year's top draft picks. The focal points of discussion remain Wang Yu, Mutier, and Jokic. For many Chinese basketball fans, this marked the first occasion witnessing Wang Yu play an entire game. They experienced, for the first time, his dominance in the paint. The astonishing destructive power he displayed left them in disbelief that such prowess could reside within a Chinese player. Although there was once a Chinese center who nearly ascended to the pinnacle of the league, Wang Yu and Yao Ming are fundamentally distinct in style. If Yao Ming utilized his refined low-post techniques to command the league, Wang Yu, thus far, has dominated the summer league entirely through strength and innate talent. Strength and talent, attributes that have historically been scarce among Chinese players compared to their foreign counterparts, have now found their embodiment in Wang Yu's formidable presence. How could this not astonish the fans of Huaxia? However, witnessing Huaxiao players so dominantly overpower their foreign counterparts is indeed quite exhilarating. Regarding Mutier's performance in this match, the reaction from Huaxiao fans was largely anticipated. Mutier's play style in the CBA has shown some inconsistency, relying heavily on his innate talent. Many of his offensive attempts are rather unreasonable. Of course, in the CBA, relying solely on talent suffices, but in the NBA, if he does not refine his shot selection, instances of him shooting 1 out of 10 will only increase. Jokic is the player who truly captivated Huaxia fans, as he flawlessly exemplified the technical style of a European big man. Many new fans were also pleasantly surprised, realizing that a towering center can influence the game in such a manner. Had he been able to play for a longer duration, the outcome of this match would surely have been different. Numerous fans believe that if Jokic had a bit more playing time, the match would have been even more thrilling. As for Wang, the latest development indicates that a general manager has already made an offer of 4 years at $62 million. I believe if you can emerge victorious in the end, it is quite possible that a general manager will offer the $70 million we initially sought. Wang, you are truly remarkable. Bill Duffy, after the conclusion of this match, consistently updates Wang Yu on the latest developments. With the Summer League progressing, his excitement grows day by day. It is indeed a delightful situation. Having been an agent for over a decade, Bill Duffy has rarely encountered such circumstances throughout his career. He need not say much as various teams' general managers are raising their offers on their own, almost like an auction. If every transaction could mirror Wang Yu's, it would be splendid. Excited, Bill Duffy even indulges in a daydream. All right, Bill, you should know that as long as the money is sufficient, all my conditions must be included in the contract. Wang Yu is not overly concerned about the monetary aspect, given the current situation. The value of his new contract will undoubtedly be substantial, which alleviates his worries. His primary focus lies in his conditions, being a starter, the core of the offense, and ample playing time, none of which can be compromised. After all, in this era, numerous blue-collar big men are securing contracts worth tens of millions. He does not wish to be just a blue-collar worker. He desires a position of complete centrality, plain and simple. Rest assured, Wang, after so many matches, I believe many general managers will acquiesce to your demands. You can be confident, Bill Duffy assured him with conviction. In fact, many general managers have already consented to these requests, with 2 explicitly stating their intention to build their teams around Wang Yu. Thus, Wang Yu genuinely does not fear that his demands will be dismissed. All right, let's discuss the specifics once the Summer League concludes. Bill Duffy subsequently ended the call. Yet Wang Yu did not immediately put away his phone. Instead, he directly dialed Li Qian, as was his daily routine. After concluding the conversation with Li Qian, he tossed his phone onto the bed, preparing to watch a video of their upcoming opponent before retiring for the night. Just then, his phone rang again. Wang Yu picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number from Los Angeles. He pondered for a moment, realizing he had no acquaintances in Los Angeles, and promptly hung up. Did he just hang up on me? Pondered the perplexed caller from Los Angeles. Chapter 38. Summer League Finals. As Wang Yu's market value soared, the Hornets continued to maintain their dominant stance in the Summer League, triumphing over two more teams and successfully advancing to the finals. In these two games, Wang Yu achieved remarkable statistics of 33 points and 21 rebounds, followed by 31 points and 17 rebounds, showcasing his unwavering prowess. Once again, he delivered a performance of 30-plus points and 20 rebounds. How could one question his form? Who can elucidate why this Chinese prodigy departed from the NBA? How is it that I see no evidence of his Achilles injury? It is truly astonishing, honestly. Despite Wang Yu's repeated 30-plus and 20 rebounds, I am perpetually left in awe. American fans are genuinely impressed by Wang Yu, as some fans have commented. Such performances are not unprecedented for him. He has consistently achieved similar statistics since the first game of the Summer League, yet the American audience remains astonished and amazed. In this current league, the core of ball possession and the initiation of offense have increasingly shifted outward, with the significance of three-point shooting reaching unprecedented heights. Following the Warriors' championship victory with their small ball lineup, teams across the league have placed diminishing importance on traditional big men. Nowadays, most big players in the league are blue-collar centers. And achieving 20 points is a challenge, let alone witnessing a center score 30 points. To illustrate this point plainly, among the top 10 players in average points per game last season, 6 were perimeter players. If we extend the list to the top 15, the number of perimeter players rises to 11. Further extending it to the top 20, the count of perimeter players swells to 15. This indicates that among the top 20 players in average points per game last season, only 25 were interior players. Among those interior players in the top 20, only DeMarcus Cousins could effectively play the center position. Of course, Anthony Davis theoretically could as well, but his physicality does not suffice for the 5 position, and he himself despises playing as a center. This marks an era of decline for interior players, where the prospect of witnessing them dominate the paint as they did around the year 2000 seems exceedingly difficult. Presently, many interior players struggle even to retain possession. Once they step beyond the 3-second zone to receive the ball, unless they are in a state of cutting, they pose virtually no threat whatsoever. In such a challenging environment, the return of Wang Yu after a 3-year hiatus has rekindled fans' hopes, allowing them to once again behold the unique, destructive prowess in the paint that has long been absent from the league. How could this not excite the fans? The resurgence of traditional centers dominating the paint is astonishing, especially when the player in question is a Huaxia athlete. Wang Yu has swept through the Summer League like a tornado, thrusting what was once an uneventful season into the spotlight of American basketball enthusiasts, thereby infusing this monotonous summer with a plethora of thrilling narratives. I sincerely hope Wang Yu can sustain such dominance in the paint and showcase a vibrant challenge to this so-called small ball era. Some fans, disenchanted by the NBA's transformation into a mere shooting contest, have long since turned away from the game. However, Wang Yu's remarkable performance this summer has rekindled their anticipation for the NBA. They yearn for the visceral thrill of muscle colliding and the raw intensity of the competition. If possible, they wish for Wang Yu to stir the NBA, compelling general managers to once again value the traditional center position. A day later, the other team that advanced to the finals also revealed itself, and to the surprise of many fans, it turned out to be the New York Knicks. It is worth noting that prior to the playoffs, this team had only secured a single victory, entering as the 24th seed, and logically, they should have been eliminated in the first round. Yet now, no one could have anticipated that not only would they evade elimination, but they would also reach the finals to contend with the Hornets for the championship of the Summer League. This is somewhat unexpected. I did it. Following the conclusion of the final match before triumphing in the Summer League championship, the first thought that crossed Portse's mind was this. He truly made it to the ultimate finals and faced off against Wang Yu. Now, I am eager to see who dares to claim that I only defeated the Grizzlies out of fear of Wang Yu. In the last seeding match before the playoffs, the New York Knicks emerged victorious against the Memphis Grizzlies, with Portse delivering an outstanding performance, undoubtedly the key contributor to the Knicks' victory. However, he was taken aback when the media in New York insinuated that he fought so fiercely to win against the Grizzlies merely out of fear of Wang Yu, all to avoid encountering the Hornets in the playoffs. To be honest, he had never felt so underestimated throughout his life. This group of New York's go worry. Now, open your eyes and behold. I have stormed into the finals, poised to face the celebrated Wang Yu, so ardently champion. Am I still afraid? Porzingis internally roars with fervor. It is evident how terrifying the New York media can be, transforming a boyish figure into a figure of discontent. Porzingis has truly fought valiantly in these playoff games. At times, he has even risked himself to save a ball for the sake of a single possession. He can swear that he has never felt such an intense desire to win as he did during this recent stretch. It can be said that he has poured forth nearly all he possesses, ultimately averaging 23 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists, successfully leading his team into the Summer League Finals. Just wait until I triumph over the Hornets. Let us see what you will have to say then. However, for Porzingis, this is merely the beginning. He harbors grander ambitions to conquer the finals, to vanquish the Hornets, and to defeat Wang Yu. At that moment, let us see what vile words those New York journalists will conjure. During this winning streak of the New York Knicks, the journalists have not ceased their ridicule of Porzingis. Time and again, they churn out articles like 10 Reasons Why Porzingis Cannot Thrive in New York and international rookies struggling to adapt to the league's intensity. Even before Porzingis has truly begun to play in the regular season, he has already been worn down by the weight of such news. It is no wonder that there exists a saying, if you despise a player, send him to Madison Square Garden. If you adore a player, send him there as well. Porzingis remains unaware of what New York fans are like, but the media is indeed a challenging lot. Regardless, I must prevail. The disheartened Porzingis is prepared to unleash the frustrations of these days in tomorrow's game. Chapter 39. A spirited resolve in recent days. Wang Yu has encountered a variety of formidable interior players, the physically gifted yet somewhat immature Towns, the rare low-post technician Okafor, the versatile but less athletically gifted Randall, the star progeny Larry Nance, and even the Serbian center Jokic, who has utterly failed in physique management. Yet today, facing Porzingis, he realizes that his understanding of NBA big men will expand further. Up until now, Wang Yu has never encountered a player quite like Porzingis, tall and slender. Akin to a bamboo stalk, he genuinely fears that he might inadvertently break him upon collision. He is indeed tall, standing at 2.21 meters. Wang Yu must tilt his head slightly upward to meet his gaze. Yet he is undeniably lean. As the game officially commences, when Wang Yu stands alongside Porzingis, he cannot help but reflect on this in his mind. This is precisely the reason why the New York media expressed such dissatisfaction with the Knicks management after selecting him at the 4th position in the first round. With such a physique, what can he truly achieve on the NBA stage? One fears he might endure a few games before succumbing to injury for the entire season. The jump ball was seized by Porzingis, and naturally, the first possession belonged to the New York team. Porzingis immediately requested the ball near the high post, and then swiftly transitioned it to the right corner beyond the arc, where a teammate lay in wait. Upon receiving the pass, he took an immediate three-point shot. Swish. The vacant space was quite substantial, allowing the New York players to effortlessly score. The New York team opened with a swift 3-0 lead. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, as Porzingis' handling of the ball was somewhat unexpected. From the scouting report, he recalled that this individual lacked such ball-handling capabilities. As Porzingis retreated on defense, he secretly rejoiced. He had initially intended to take the shot himself, but Wang Yu's sudden advance startled him. Just as he turned his head, he spotted a Knicks player in the corner and quickly passed the ball, transforming a previously thwarted offensive attempt into a successful assist. Porzingis felt remarkably fortunate this evening. It seemed that the goddess of victory was favoring him. However, he was soon reminded that the Hornets' offense was approaching. Before he could position himself, he saw a basketball surpass him, directly entering the paint. His gaze followed the ball, where the towering Wang Yu firmly grasped it with both hands, executing a swift pivot and slamming it into the hoop. Porzingis barely had time to react to interfere. Nice, Wang Yu exclaimed to his teammate on the perimeter, who had passed him the ball. Having played alongside these teammates for some time, their synergy had significantly improved since the beginning. Now, all he needed to do was make a run towards the paint, and the Hornets' perimeter players instinctively awaited his cut, ready to deliver the pass. This time, Wang Yu's movements unfolded without any unforeseen events. An exquisite collaboration was successfully executed, allowing them to close the gap by 2 points. In the subsequent round, Wang Yu showed no mercy. He intensified his defensive efforts, engaging in physical confrontation. Upon initial contact, Porzingis' expression shifted noticeably. Is this fellow's physique authentic? Porzingis was unceremoniously pushed beyond the three-point line, and at that position, no matter how agile he might be, receiving the ball became rather awkward. Consequently, he was unable to contribute to the offensive play during this round. Bang! In this round, the New York team failed to score. Wang Yu accurately predicted the trajectory of the basketball, swiftly securing the rebound. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he launched the ball with a single hand into the New York team's defensive zone. There, the fast-breaking perimeter player from the Hornets arrived in a hurry and effortlessly made the basket. The moment the New York players missed their shot, the Hornets perimeter player immediately darted towards the New York team's paint without a backward glance. This is a manifestation of trust. A trust in Wang Yu's undeniable ability to secure rebounds. This confidence enabled the Hornets to execute a swift counterattack just 3 seconds after the New York team missed their shot. The score was turned around. Wang Yu exhibited remarkable dominance on both ends of the court. As Porzingis advanced the ball with his teammates, he discreetly cast a glance at Wang Yu beside him, then shifted his gaze back to his teammates. He boldly positioned himself beyond the three-point line, eager to demonstrate that he too could elevate his teammates' performance, that he too possessed the same commanding presence as Wang Yu. With a flourish, Porzingis feigned a drive, then rose effortlessly to release a shot from beyond the arc. This exemplifies a quintessential defensive style of play. It is remarkable that Porzingis, standing over 21 meters tall, executed it with such fluidity. Even Wang Yu failed to react in time. Moreover, this individual possesses an astonishingly rapid shooting release, with another three-pointer sinking through the net. The New York team has once again taken the lead. As Porzingis transitions back on defense, he begins to strategize for the next offensive play. Wang Yu, however, is not sluggish in his movements. He perceives the situation clearly. This time, he merely capitalized on a moment of surprise, catching his opponent off guard. In the upcoming round, he is confident that Wang Yu will not be so slow to respond. He must contemplate how to approach the next play. Bang! Wang Yu executed an alley-oop with his teammate in the paint, and remarkably, none of the Knicks dared to confront him directly. This also elucidates the reason why Porzingis disregards defending against Wang Yu. Defense has never been his forte, particularly when confronted with a player like Wang Yu, who possesses astonishing destructive power near the basket. In the first quarter, with 2.5 minutes elapsed, the score stood at a stalemate of 6-6. However, despite the tie, the Hornets played with remarkable ease. Their demeanor was relaxed, especially Wang Yu, who, after executing a dunk, casually swatted the ball towards the opposing player. In contrast, Porzingis furrowed his brow in concentration, pondering how to orchestrate the next offensive play. Given that the Hornets managed to score in merely 7 seconds for that possession, he barely had time to formulate a strategy before it was their turn to attack again. Truly a brief window for contemplation. Porzingis, positioned beyond the three-point line, found Wang Yu intensifying his defensive pressure, now even denying him entry beyond the arc. This compelled him to receive the ball only from the perimeter. Nevertheless, Porzingis' gaze grew increasingly sharp, as if flames were igniting within his eye sockets. His fighting spirit did not wane under the pressure exerted by Wang Yu. Rather, it intensified. Wang, good, very good. It seems the fools who have praised you were not entirely misguided. You possess some skill, Porzingis mused to himself, his hands moving with conviction as he swiftly passed the ball to a teammate. He then maneuvered around Wang Yu, utilizing his teammate's screen to break free, surged into the paint, and called for the ball once more, preparing to unleash a dunk. However, just as he raised his hand to execute the slam, a robust arm unexpectedly stretched out before him, forcefully swatting the ball away. Chapter 40. The disparity is too great. The unexpected appearance of Chung Yaojin, who was none other than Kristaps Porzingis' formidable rival Wang Yu, clearly anticipated Porzingis' offensive strategy. After Porzingis executed a pass and made a move without the ball, Wang astutely circled around from the other side and, at the most opportune moment, met Porzingis as he leaped, delivering a resounding block. The sudden force caught Porzingis off guard, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the floor. Dazed, he gazed upward at Wang Yu, who passed by him, a complex expression crossing his face as he rose to his feet. The fierce determination that had fueled his previous play was now overshadowed by a tumult of emotions, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. What a spectacular block! Kaminsky once again bore witness to the humiliation of a prodigy at the hands of a Chinese powerhouse. Aside from shaking his head in disbelief, he could only remark on the extraordinary physical prowess of his teammate, exclaiming how astonishingly strong he truly was. Fortunately, we are on the same team. As the ball was swatted away by Wang Yu, possession remained with the New York team. However, after such a definitive rejection, Porzingis' confidence was shaken, and his teammates hesitated to penetrate the paint, hastily attempting a shot from beyond the arc that clanged off the rim, resulting in a missed opportunity for New York. Conversely, buoyed by Wang Yu's impressive block, the Hornets found their morale soaring. effortlessly scoring 2 points on their next possession and regaining the lead in the match, bringing the score to 8-6. Portsea is sought to make an impact, but he suddenly realized that he had no space to receive the ball. Wang Yu was relentless, not even allowing Portsea to find comfort beyond the three-point line, constantly using his body to challenge him. The slender Portsea struggled to maintain his footing, let alone receive a pass. In this round, the New York team once again executed a chaotic offense without Porzingis. After a missed shot, possession reverted to the Hornets, who capitalized as Kaminsky found an open lane to score, narrowing the gap to 4 points. Porzingis turned around only to find Wang Yu obstructing his path, making it impossible for him to receive the ball. The Knicks found themselves in an exceedingly passive state during these two possessions. Damn it, Porzingis cursed inwardly. Unlike his previous fervor, he now felt a wave of frustration. God knows how much effort he exerted for this game. All he desired was an opportunity to confront Wang Yu, to prove himself, to show that he could stand his ground against anyone. He had fought for this chance. Yet within just 6 minutes of the game, he realized the significant disparity between himself and Wang Yu. In other words, those damn New York media outlets were not mistaken. He truly fell short compared to Wang Yu. It was this realization that fueled his agitation. Throughout his basketball journey, akin to a lesser-known star basking in the limelight, he had always been the most talented, yet he harbored no arrogance. On the contrary, he worked diligently. To speak candidly, Porzingis could confidently assert that no player over 220 meters could possess better ball-handling skills or a quicker shooting release than he. While his talent played a role, it was equally a testament to his relentless effort. Yet, why was he still subjected to scrutiny for being selected 4th overall in the draft? Why, when he performed admirably, was he accused of fearing his opponents? This damn prejudice. Portsea grew increasingly agitated with each passing moment, fueled by an unwavering desire to prove himself. Darn it, I acknowledge your strength, but I absolutely refuse to be defeated like this. Portsea gritted his teeth, firmly planted his feet, and reached out for the ball, confronting Wang Yu. He made no feints whatsoever and surged forward along the right flank with determination. In this moment, all that remained in his vision was the hoop. He had to score. He could not falter, for he sought to prove to the fans of New York that he was worthy of being the 4th overall pick. With a resounding thud, he surged forward. Yet, the challenge was formidable. Wang Yu's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin, and Wang Yu relentlessly sought physical confrontation. He lacked the power to exert himself fully. Stumbling unsteadily, he forced his way to the basket. But the feeble shot was once again swatted away by Wang Yu's formidable block. The inertia from his exertion caused Porzingis to stagger upon landing. Having attempted twice and been denied both times, Porzingis' expression darkened further. The disparity was too great. The head coach of the New York team's summer league observed Porzingis being blocked once more and shook his head in dismay. He had never held high hopes for Porzingis. The latter's physique was undeniably frail, a critical flaw. However, as an assistant coach, he had no say in the draft process, especially as Porzingis had been chosen by the esteemed Phil Jackson, whose illustrious coaching career left little room for doubt regarding his decisions. Surely, he possessed a unique perspective on evaluating players? This was his thought, but after coaching Porzingis for a while in the summer league, he found that his initial question mark had transformed into an exclamation point. Porzingis indeed possessed boundless potential, if properly nurtured. The sky would be the limit for this young talent. During the playoffs of the summer league, he completely won the coach over with his performance on the court. They forged a strong friendship, and whether in training or everyday life, Porzingis consistently showed him the utmost respect for his opinions. This proved to be quite beneficial for him. Consequently, Porzingis often confided in him during times of distress, allowing him to comprehend the intensity with which Porzingis approached the playoffs. Following their victory in the semifinals, if Porzingis was the most exhilarated, he undoubtedly ranked as the second most thrilled, harboring hopes that Porzingis would silence the New York media with his performance. After all, his potential should never be subjected to doubt. Unfortunately, as the finals commenced, and the NCAA sensation, who had been the focal point since the first game of the summer league, stood before Porzingis, he realized that there was indeed a significant gap between them, one that was not merely slight, but glaringly obvious. Porzingis would find it nearly impossible to address the skepticism of the New York media through his performance, as he was bound to be heavily overshadowed by Wang Yu. Yet, he could not help but acknowledge this as reality. With a resounding thud, Wang Yu overpowered Porzingis on the offensive end, executing a powerful dunk with ease. With the score, the Hornets had surged ahead 19-10, leading by 9 points. with a mere minute and 30 seconds remaining in the first quarter. In less than a single quarter, Wang Yu had thoroughly subdued Porzingis. The head coach of the New York team observed the flicker of self-doubt in Porzingis' eyes after being manhandled by Wang Yu and let out a soft sigh before substituting Porzingis out of the game. In this match, Porzingis endured a minute more of torment. Chapter 41. Dialogue with Kobe. Without Porzingis. The final of the Summer League transformed into a solo performance by Wang Yu, who did not exceed expectations. 34 points and 21 rebounds. A performance akin to his usual prowess. Ultimately, the Hornets triumphed in the Summer League championship, thanks to Wang Yu's contributions. He was awarded the Summer League MVP. An outcome devoid of suspense. It would indeed be remarkable if a player averaging over 30 points and 20 rebounds did not secure this accolade. Wang Yu thus became the first player from China to earn the Summer League MVP in NBA history. Numerous media representatives from China captured photographs to commemorate this historic moment. However, this honor held a somewhat hollow significance for Wang Yu. It was akin to the MVP he received during the NCAA Finals, symbolizing his exceptional talent elsewhere, but bearing no weight in the NBA. Nonetheless, it was still an award, marking a promising beginning. After the match concluded, Wang Yu participated in interviews with several Chinese media outlets. Congratulations, Wang Yu, on becoming the Summer League MVP, the first player from China to receive this award. How do you feel? I am somewhat pleased, as I have secured the Summer League championship, but it is merely the Summer League. I have yet to truly prove myself. So I shall wait until the regular season begins to speak further. Many fans, particularly those from our country, are concerned about your contract situation. Several teams are in contact with you. Do you have a preferred team in mind? I do not have specific thoughts yet. Beal and Duffy will handle everything for me, and I trust in their capabilities. Do you believe you can maintain your dominance in the upcoming season? I will strive to perform well in every game, and I am confident I can adapt to the pace of the NBA. Wang Yu did not elaborate much in front of the Chinese media. He felt it unnecessary to say more, letting his on-court performance speak for itself. After the interviews, Wang Yu joined a few teammates from the Hornets for a night out at a club. With the Summer League concluded, it was time for them to part ways. Yet humans are inherently emotional beings. Having spent many days together, Wang Yu had genuinely enjoyed their camaraderie. Friends, may our paths cross again. After reveling until past 2 a.m., Wang Yu bid farewell and departed first. Li Qian had already made several phone calls if he did not find a quiet spot to return the calls. He imagined she might arrive with a machete in hand. All right, get some rest. When will you be back? It may take some time. I will return once my contract is settled. Very well, call me then. I will come to pick you up. Sure. After finishing the call with Li Qian, Wang Yu exhaled with lingering trepidation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he retrieved his phone once more. As he reviewed the list of missed calls, he noticed not only Li Qian's call but also a single missed call from an unfamiliar number. Strangely, this unfamiliar number was one he recognized well. It was the same Los Angeles number he had declined to answer previously. The individual called twice consecutively. The likelihood of dialing the wrong number is exceedingly low. To err on the side of caution, Wang Yu decided to return the call. He failed to notice the time. This call had been made at 11:30 in the evening, and now 3.5 hours had elapsed. Damn, Wang Yu did not wait long. And with a curse, a man's voice echoed through the receiver. He could vaguely hear a woman's displeased murmur, as if she had been roused from sleep. It was only then that Wang Yu realized it was nearly 3 in the morning. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. This return call seemed rather ill-timed. Hello? On the other end, the man appeared to have relocated, as Wang Yu heard the sound of a door opening and closing. Yes, who are you? Wang Yu thought the voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. I am Kobe Bryant. What? Wang Yu was taken aback. Kobe Bryant? Surely. He was not mistaken. No wonder the voice sounded somewhat recognizable. This sound is often heard on computers. How could it not be familiar? Wang Yu, feeling quite embarrassed, apologized sincerely. He truly felt remorseful for disturbing Kobe in the middle of the night with a phone call. If this incident were to leak out, it would likely become a meme just as Yao Ming's fondness for tomatoes has. However, it seems this incident might not even qualify as waking Kobe, does it? At this hour, he rose to have breakfast, which coincided with the time he should behold the enchanting dawn views of Los Angeles. Congratulations, Wang. Congratulations on being awarded the MVP of the Summer League. Kobe did not dwell on the fact that Wang Yu had awakened him. After all, it was a rare occasion that Wang Yu returned his call. He hastened to extend his formal congratulations. Before Wang Yu could respond, Kobe inquired, Have you decided which team you wish to join next? Surprised by this question, Wang Yu momentarily faltered. However, Kobe pressed on without waiting for an answer. Come to Los Angeles. This city is in need of a new champion. Bill, this is our latest offer. 4 years for $68 million, along with the core benefits you mentioned, starting position and shooting privileges. All of this can be included in the contract. This is our sincerity. Although it was already 3 a.m., Bill Duffy had yet to rest. He was occupied with calls from various team general managers. A flurry of activity that persisted until now. Following the conclusion of the Summer League Finals, the GMs had evidently realized that the true battle had commenced. Each eager to reach out to Bill Duffy. Each general manager, much like the one Bill was currently speaking with, presented their offers with remarkable directness, clearly aiming to demonstrate their commitment to Bill Duffy and, by extension, to showcase their interest in Wang Yu. All right, I will consider it carefully. But I must reiterate my request. If we proceed to formalize the contract, I hope you can trade that outside shooter as previously discussed. His playing style clashes too greatly with Wang Yu's. That's a minor issue. If we sign, we will seek a trade for Darren Collison in the shortest possible time frame. Good, let's stay in touch. I believe we are moving in the right direction. Bill Duffy's tone suggested he was satisfied with the other party's attitude. However, once the call ended, his expression reverted to normal, as if the words just spoken were not his own. He quickly reviewed his notebook. With the general manager's recent offer, 9 teams had now reached out to him, each presenting enticing proposals. How to choose? Bill Duffy found himself in a delightful dilemma. Come to Los Angeles. Here, you will find the finest fans, the best team. And even the owner is primarily focused on managing this franchise, ensuring you receive the utmost attention. Moreover, this is Los Angeles. Achieving success here will yield an influence far surpassing that of any other place. Though Kobe spoke briefly, his words were imbued with undeniable allure. It must be acknowledged that in the United States, the mere mention of Los Angeles carries significant weight. Indeed, it serves as a premier stage, where the impact of achieving success resonates far more profoundly than in other cities. I concede that Los Angeles is rife with temptations. However, the decision regarding where I shall play ultimately rests in the capable hands of my agent, Mr. Bill Duffy, who possesses a clearer understanding of my best opportunities. Therefore, I extend my gratitude to you, Kobe. Your call was a delightful surprise, yet I regret to inform you that I cannot simply acquiesce to your invitation to Los Angeles. This matter requires the deliberation and negotiation of General Manager Kupchak alongside Mr. Duffy, after which I shall discern whether I am fortunate enough to become your teammate. Undoubtedly, I aspire to join forces with a great shooting guard. That would indeed be remarkable. Nevertheless, as I have reiterated, all hinges on the outcome of Mr. Duffy's negotiations, which will ultimately determine my destination. Thus, he politely declined Kobe's invitation. Chapter 42. Choosing a team. Here are the offers from all the teams, 11 in total. On the following day, Wang Yu arranged to meet Mr. Bill Duffy at a tea house. Duffy had been occupied until the early hours of the morning, subsequently receiving calls from 2 general managers. After compiling the offers, he created a comprehensive chart. It was only an hour prior to Wang Yu's arrival that he managed to rest his eyes for a mere 15 minutes. Arriving at the tea house half an hour early, where he ordered a latte and awaited Wang Yu's arrival. The rich, unsweetened coffee invigorated Duffy, enabling him to reset his focus to an optimal working state before Wang Yu appeared. As Wang Yu glanced at the notebook screen Duffy was manipulating, the chart was laid out clearly before him. After reviewing it from top to bottom, he grasped the current situation. Although Wang Yu comprehended the information, Duffy was not idle. Providing an overview of the 11 teams, the majority are offering 4-year contracts. The only teams to propose 2-year contracts are the Pacers and the Suns, with offers of $38 million for 2 years and $55 million for 3 years, respectively. However, these contracts are not without conditions, as the final year is a team option. Wang Yu listened intently, for these details were not included in Bill Duffy's chart. Initially, upon reviewing the figures, he found himself puzzled by the exorbitant salaries offered by the 2 teams juxtaposed with the brevity of the contract years. However, upon hearing Bill Duffy mention that the final year of both contracts was a team option, the reasoning became clear. Both franchises harbored reservations regarding his injury history, apprehensive that any further setbacks could jeopardize their long-term financial commitments. Yet, they recognized his prodigious talent and were compelled to take a chance, thus presenting such contracts to facilitate their maneuvering. If Wang Yu were to complete a healthy first year, they would possess another year to negotiate an extension for the subsequent contract. thereby maintaining the upper hand. To be candid, Wang Yu comprehended their rationale. Yet he felt a twinge of discontent. He desired to be a starter, to secure substantial playing time, and to ensure his role as a focal point on the offensive end, all of which needed to be explicitly stated in the contract. As a means to garner the team's unequivocal trust and support. The clear lack of such an attitude from these two teams, attempting to sway him merely with financial incentives, left him unwilling to grant them an opportunity. He remained uncertain about future injuries, and given his significant past injury, any minor ailment could incite trepidation. Only a multi-year contract could assure him that the teams were genuinely committed to him, at least in the nascent stages of his career. He required that sense of trust from the franchise. Thus, he decisively dismissed these two teams from consideration, mentally noting them for future encounters in the regular season. Vowing to confront them with fervor, Bill Duffy was not taken aback by this outcome. It was precisely for this reason he placed these two franchises at the bottom of the chart and had made that point clear from the outset. He anticipated Wang Yu would not select them, and it was better to conclude that discussion swiftly. The remaining teams, on the whole, offered contracts of similar stature, 4-year agreements with total compensations exceeding $60 million. Bill Duffy broadly outlined the situation regarding the 9 remaining contracts. After the Toronto Raptors general manager proposed a $60 million offer, it became apparent that any 4-year contract would surpass that figure. After all, if subsequent bidders presented offers below $60 million, it would be an exercise in futility. Therefore, this high valuation was not merely a desire of the general managers, but rather an unavoidable necessity. Wang Yu's market value had surged to a minimum of $60 million. Among the offers, the highest came from the Detroit Pistons, proposing a total of $68 million over 4 years. Additionally, they agreed to trade Jennings immediately upon signing the contract and would seek to acquire Collison or a similarly styled point guard. Bill Duffy further elaborated on the team that demonstrated the most sincerity among the remaining contracts, the Detroit Pistons. Oh, Wang Yu listened to Duffy's introduction, somewhat astonished. He could not help but acknowledge that the Pistons indeed extended a compelling offer. Not only did they present the highest salary, but they also agreed to part ways with the overly individualistic Jennings, which truly tempted Wang Yu. While Detroit may not be regarded as a major city, and its recent economic crisis has rendered it rather desolate, it must be said that this franchise holds profound significance in the annals of NBA history. Michael Jordan first entered the finals in the 7th year of his career, having already amassed every honor in the league except for the coveted championship ring and the MVP trophy. Throughout those 7 years, the notorious bad boys of Detroit were often the formidable adversaries that thwarted Jordan's aspirations in the Eastern Conference. Isaiah Thomas, the smiling assassin, was once the player Jordan despised the most, famously stating during the Dream Team era, "There is me, and there is no him," underscoring the depth of Jordan's animosity towards this Pistons leader. In 2004, the Pistons' gritty ensemble toppled the seemingly invincible Lakers, leading to the dissolution of the legendary duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, with the latter embarking on a 4-year journey of redemption. Additionally, LeBron James, the current top player in the league, also faced considerable challenges from this team early in his career, only achieving revenge in the Eastern Conference Finals of 2007. The fact that 3 of the league's foremost players have struggled against this franchise is a rarity, and honestly, Wang Yu appreciates such a rich team culture. After all, he plays with the elite. As for the Hornets and the Lakers, Wang Yu was already quite satisfied with the Pistons. But he did not forget to persuade his friends Anthony Davis and Kobe Bryant, although he did not secure their agreement at that time. Nonetheless, he inquired further. The Hornets later submitted an offer of 4 years and $65 million, which was the latest proposal received just 5 hours ago. While Lakers Kupchak also presented an offer of 4 years and $66 million. These two quotations stand out amidst offers exceeding $60 million. However, Bill Duffy deliberately refrained from mentioning this until Wang Yu inquired, prompting him to express his thoughts. While both contracts are indeed commendable, I must caution you, Wang. First, although Michael Jordan was extraordinary during his playing days, he has fundamentally transformed into a businessman. In commercial dealings, his primary interest lies in profit, and he is unlikely to invest significantly in the Hornets. His acquisition of the team was solely for financial gain. Furthermore, as you should be aware, during the 2011 lockout, he was one of the most stringent owners in terms of player salary, without exception. Given this context, I do not believe the Hornets are a prudent choice for you, particularly as the current offers are not the most lucrative. Chapter 43. For years, $70 million Wang Yu nodded, recognizing that a proprietor focused solely on profit, unwilling to invest, portends a bleak future for the team. Thus, rejecting the Hornets is indeed a reasonable decision. And what of the Lakers? As Kobe Bryant once stated, the Buss family's primary enterprise is the Lakers, and they are situated in Los Angeles. Most importantly, for a family such as theirs, the aspiration for the team to achieve success is paramount. This elucidates why the Los Angeles Lakers have historically attracted superstars. It is not solely due to their location in Los Angeles, but also because the ultimate ambition of this franchise has perpetually been to secure championships. For elite players, financial incentives often pale in comparison to the allure of winning titles, which remains paramount. Naturally, there are those who seek to establish their post-retirement business empires and thus choose to align themselves with such prestigious teams. Had it been 2012, I would have eagerly facilitated your move to Los Angeles. Bill Duffy would undoubtedly have wished to send Wang Yu to that vibrant city, where his commercial potential could be maximally exploited, allowing him, as Wang Yu's agent, to reap substantial rewards. However, the Lakers of today are not the same as they were 3 years ago. Following the demise of Jerry Buss, the Buss family has been mired in turmoil. Rumors even circulated that Jeannie Buss was actively seeking to reclaim the leadership position from her brother. A team plagued by internal strife is evidently not one that is steadfastly pursuing the right objectives. Therefore, we need not wade through this murky situation in Los Angeles. As I have reiterated, what we require is a team that will wholeheartedly support you. Bill Duffy divulged all the intelligence he possessed, and upon hearing it, Wang Yu no longer hesitated. Then let us head to Detroit. Given that the Pistons are currently the most fitting team for him, we shall align with this franchise. It is evident that Wang Yu is genuinely indifferent about which team he plays for, as long as the entire organization shares his aspirations. He possesses ample confidence that this team can emerge as a championship contender in the future. Very well. Tomorrow I shall place a call to the general manager of the Pistons to congratulate him. The Pistons have indeed become one of your favorite teams. Bill Duffy nodded. For in truth, the Pistons were the team he most desired for Wang Yu to join, not merely because they offered the highest bid, but also due to their willingness to make certain adjustments for Wang Yu's arrival. This consideration undoubtedly placed the Pistons' general manager ahead of his counterparts in other teams, demonstrating a keen strategic insight. Huh? Wang Yu seemed slightly perplexed. Jeff Bauer had only contacted me the day before yesterday, so there was no need to respond so promptly. Sometimes, allowing others to wait can be an art in itself. Bill Duffy smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate further. Wang Yu shrugged and expressed his relief. Fortunately, I am neither an agent nor a general manager. Dealing with these individuals is indeed quite taxing on the mind. After bidding farewell to Bill Duffy, Wang Yu did not return directly to the apartment rented for him by Duffy. Instead, he made a stop at the shopping mall. Having signed the contract, he needed to return to his homeland temporarily, for once the season commenced, he would have no opportunity to visit again. Seizing the chance to spend some time with his family, and particularly with his girlfriend, Li Qian, he ventured to the shopping plaza. In truth, he could have entrusted the task of purchasing gifts to Duffy, who would undoubtedly manage it well. However, Wang Yu felt that the recipients of his gifts were not mere acquaintances but family. To him, the significance of a gift lay not in its monetary value but in the heartfelt sentiment it conveyed. A gift procured through another's efforts, regardless of its nature, lacked that personal touch. Since he was already in America, having someone else procure a gift seemed rather unreasonable, no matter how busy he was. He could certainly spare time to select a present. Nonetheless, Wang Yu was efficient in his shopping. He had already decided on what to purchase. Upon entering the mall, he headed straight for his objectives. He bought a box of cigars for his father, recalling a moment when he had accompanied his father to watch television following an injury, during which his father had expressed a desire to try cigars. For his mother, he selected a piece of clothing, having previously inquired about her size when Li Qian had bought her an outfit. Additionally, he picked out some modest yet sincere gifts for Li Qian's parents and her grandfather, the esteemed traditional Chinese doctor who had treated his Achilles tendon. Lastly, he certainly did not forget Li Qian herself, purchasing her the latest model of an LV bag this year. In less than half an hour, Wang Yu emerged from the mall burdened with parcels. Just as he settled into his car, he received a call from Bill Duffy, who had just parted ways with him. Wang, I have wonderful news for you. Upon answering, Wang Yu was immediately greeted by Duffy's exhilarated voice. Wang Yu was taken aback. The team had just been finalized. What good news could there possibly be? Could it be that another endorsement had been secured? But how substantial could that endorsement be to elate Duffy to such a degree? Unable to fathom it, he was soon enlightened as Duffy continued, Wang, I just received a call from a general manager of another team. John Hammond, the general manager of the Milwaukee Bucks, just reached out to me. Do you know what their offer is? They proposed a 4-year deal worth $70 million. OMG. Wang. Can you believe that someone is actually willing to offer you $7 million? So, shall we head to the Milwaukee Bucks? Wang Yu was somewhat perplexed. While the Bucks' offer of 4 years and $70 million indeed surpassed that of the Pistons, it was merely $2 million more. Is it truly wise to join the Bucks merely for an additional $2 million? After all, the Pistons emerged as a choice from 11 teams. Not solely based on the highest salary. Rather, they represent a superior option after careful consideration of various factors compared to the other 10 teams. Has he decided so hastily, passing up this opportunity in less than 2 hours merely because the Bucks offered a bit more? Wang Yu finds it perplexing. Bill Duffy elucidates. The Bucks possess a more advantageous aspect than the Pistons. They have recently undergone a change in ownership, transitioning from Herb Kohl to Wesley Edens and Mark Lasry from New York. New NBA owners are often driven by ambition, as evidenced by the audacity of the Russian owner of the Nets, who spared no expense in assembling a championship team for at least the next 3 years. One need not worry about the Bucks roster enhancement, and should the Bucks clinch a championship within that time frame, the timeline could extend further. This represents one of the few vulnerabilities for the Pistons. Detroit's economy is languishing, adversely affecting the basketball market. While the Pistons' current owner may not yet have concrete plans, it is unlikely he will exhibit the same fervor as the 2 new owners of the Bucks. Furthermore, compared to the Pistons, the Bucks have performed commendably in the draft over the past 2 years, already boasting several promising newcomers who, with some development, will undoubtedly become valuable allies. Chapter 44. Journey to Milwaukee. Wang Yu acquiesced, and 2 days later, Bill Duffy escorted him onto a flight to Milwaukee. Milwaukee may not be regarded as a major city among the locales of NBA teams, yet it stands as the largest city and port in Wisconsin. Deeply influenced by German culture, beer halls and cafes abound, contributing to a thriving brewing industry, with 3 of America's 4 major breweries located in this city. The downtown area is now dominated by skyscrapers, yet distinct European cultural influences remain palpable in various neighborhoods. It is indeed a city worth visiting. This marks Wang Yu's inaugural visit to Milwaukee, and he holds no profound impressions of the city. The only recollection it evokes is that of the Chinese player Yi Jianlian, who was selected by this city and endured an unremarkable rookie season here. Beyond that, his knowledge of Milwaukee is virtually non-existent. Thus, during the journey, Bill Duffy prepared some materials for him, allowing him to familiarize himself with the city and the team. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon be signing a contract with the Bucks, thus it is essential to acquire some understanding of this team. The Milwaukee Bucks are a venerable franchise in the league, having joined as early as 1968. However, the city's first team was the Milwaukee Hawks, which unfortunately lacked substantial local support, leading to their eventual relocation to St. Louis. The Bucks, therefore, became the second NBA team to emerge from this city. Regrettably, despite nearly half a century of competing in the league, the glory associated with this team and its city harkens back to the 1970s. The franchise's inaugural number 1 draft pick, the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, led the Bucks to a championship in just their 3rd year of existence. Undeniably, in terms of championship speed, this team ranks among the most successful. Yet, it is astonishing that following that championship victory, the Bucks have not captured another title until the conclusion of last season. Fans have humorously remarked that Walter Kennedy, in his quest to acquire Abdul-Jabbar, depleted all of the Bucks' fortune. Kennedy served as the general manager during the team's formative years, and in the summer of 1969, both the Bucks and the Suns finished last in their respective conferences. The determination of the number 1 draft pick was settled through a coin toss between the representatives of the 2 teams, in which Kennedy emerged victorious, thus bringing Abdul-Jabbar to Milwaukee. Fortune is indeed an enigmatic force, yet the Bucks seem to have fallen under a spell. The city has seen stars rise after Abdul-Jabbar, such as Ray Allen and Michael Redd. Sadly, none of these players could replicate the brilliance that Abdul-Jabbar brought to the city. Around the year 2000, the team was acquired by the frugal owner Herb Kohl, and it languished in a state of mediocrity, with merely qualifying for the playoffs feeling like a significant achievement. Nearly 50 years have now passed, and the Milwaukee Bucks and their fans have yet to witness a second championship trophy. However, as Bill Duffy noted, the team has indeed undergone some changes in the past 2 to 3 years. The most notable transformation has been the change in ownership, with Herb Kohl being succeeded by Wesley Edens and Mark Lasry. judging by the recent actions and frequent presence of the latter two at games. They genuinely seem to have a passion for the NBA. Furthermore, the Bucks management has displayed keen insight during the draft in recent years. First selecting Giannis Antetokounmpo with the 15th overall pick in the 2013 draft, followed by the selection of the highly acclaimed Jabari Parker with the 2nd overall pick in 2014. Subsequently, they traded for Jason Kidd to serve as their head coach, utilizing 2 second-round picks from the Nets. The orchestration of these elements has enabled the Milwaukee Bucks to re-establish their presence in the Eastern Conference playoffs last season, solidifying their status as a formidable playoff contender. Although they did not achieve any extraordinary accolades, it is undeniably evident that this Bucks team is traversing the most auspicious path. Milwaukee appears to be gradually shedding its misfortunes. General Manager Hammond truly approached the situation with sincerity, as Bill Duffy and Wang Yu spotted a welcoming banner from a distance upon their arrival. Upon closer inspection, they were greeted by Hammond and other senior executives, as the Bucks management team had come to the airport to receive them. "Hello, Chinese boys," to Wang Yu's surprise. Hammond's first greeting was in Chinese. Although it sounded rather awkward, Wang Yu was able to comprehend his words. Of course, Hammond only knew this one phrase, which he had learned during his time with Yi Jianlian. Unfortunately, due to injuries and various other reasons, Yi Jianlian only spent a year with the Bucks before being traded, leaving Hammond with little time to learn more Chinese. Nonetheless, even a single phrase helped to foster an engaging atmosphere for conversation, preventing any awkward silences. This individual is truly remarkable. Indeed, his physique is astonishing. When the other executives first laid eyes on Wang Yu, they were equally taken aback by his imposing appearance, as he resembled a veritable mobile mountain, exuding an unmistakable aura of explosive power without the need for testing. Witnessing him in person assuaged their lingering doubts. The management team unanimously concurred with Hammond's assertion. This fellow is indeed a beast. Hammond, upon encountering Wang Yu, was equally astonished, though having previously met him, he experienced less surprise. Nevertheless, as he engaged in conversation with Wang Yu, he couldn't help but think to himself, this guy seems even taller and more robust. His explosive potential remains unparalleled. My assessment was correct. He is indeed a beast. The airport is not far from the Milwaukee Bucks arena, the Bradley Center, and driving there takes less than an hour. Before Hammond could finish recounting the narrative behind the Bucks' classic decision to select Giannis Antetokounmpo with the 15th pick in the first round, the driver had already parked in the lot of the Bradley Center. "Come on, Wang, let me first show you our Bradley Center, which will be your battlefield in the future, haha." Hammond reluctantly concluded the discussion about Giannis Antetokounmpo and began to guide Wang Yu and Bill Duffy through the arena. Hammond had evidently mapped out the tour route in advance, and after completing the tour, he led Wang Yu and Bill Duffy to the general manager's office. "Gentlemen, the contract is already prepared. I, John Hammond, on behalf of the Milwaukee Bucks, sincerely welcome you, Wang, to our team." Chapter 45, the signing completed with Bill Duffy's assistance. Wang Yu perused the contract. A 4-year deal worth $70 million contained numerous stipulations. For instance, in the first season, he is required to participate in no fewer than 70 regular season games, average at least 15 points per game, and secure a minimum of 10 rebounds. Additionally, there are weight restrictions and prohibitions against engaging in hazardous activities during the season, such as street racing. In essence, to secure the full compensation without incurring penalties, considerable effort will be required. However, this is quite standard, and importantly, these constraints are designed to help Wang maintain the professionalism expected of a player, which is not a negative aspect. After thoroughly reviewing the document and addressing several inquiries, he ultimately took up the pen and affixed his signature at the conclusion of the contract. As he signed, Hammond visibly relaxed, marking the completion of Wang Yu's signing process. "Haha, Wang, we will hold a press conference tomorrow at 9 a.m., and I hope you will be punctual." After Hammond confirmed Wang Yu's signature, he smiled and discussed the itinerary with him. Wang Yu nodded. This press conference was convened in his honor, and he had no reason to be absent. "Well, let me escort you to the hotel for some rest." Hammond had noted that Wang Yu had just disembarked from the plane. He had already arranged 2 rooms at a nearby budget hotel for Wang Yu and Bill Duffy, accommodating them for a month. Hammond was certain that Wang Yu would need time to find a suitable residence in Milwaukee. "Thank you, General Manager Hammond." Wang Yu accepted graciously, and he found himself increasingly appreciating Hammond's demeanor. Since his arrival, he had encountered no dissatisfaction. Hammond's meticulous arrangements inspired a deep sense of trust. Engaging with such a general manager made Wang Yu feel more assured about his choice. Coming to Milwaukee was indeed the right decision. A 4-year, $70 million contract. Hua Xia's fierce beast enters Milwaukee. Is Milwaukee rising? The Bucks place a bold bet on Wang Yu for 4 years and $70 million. With a successful signing, the Bucks distinguished themselves from numerous NBA teams to secure Wang Yu. Shortly after Hammond finalized the agreement, this news rapidly spread through various media channels. Timeliness is crucial in journalism, especially regarding contract announcements, which often rely on who breaks the story first. Consequently, within just 2 hours, the internet was inundated with reports about the Bucks signing Wang Yu. For years, $70 million. Wow. This must be the largest contract awarded to a player returning from an Achilles injury, right? It's utterly astonishing. Initially, when Bill Duffy sought a 4-year, $70 million deal, many labeled them as clowns. Now, it seems Wang Yu indeed possesses the worth to command such a salary. They were mistaken. We were the fools. Alas, Wang Yu did not remain with the Hornets. How wonderful it would have been to witness the synergy between the two most talented big men from the 2012 draft class. The news of Wang Yu's signing had been trickling out for some time, including reports of him and Bill Duffy flying to Milwaukee together, which surfaced even while they were still in the air. Therefore, if one were to express astonishment, it would not be due to the identity of the signing, but rather the magnitude of the contract. The Bucks offered a 4-year, $70 million deal, averaging $17.5 million annually. While this salary may not classify as that of a top-tier star, it certainly aligns with that of a solid player. For a Chinese athlete who endured a ruptured Achilles and disappeared for 3 years, to return and secure such a star-level contract is indeed remarkable. Naturally, most fans believe Wang Yu is worth this price. A player capable of averaging over 30 points and 20 rebounds in the Summer League. What's wrong with acquiring him for 4 years and $70 million? That player, averaging 8 points and 8 rebounds, dares to demand $80 million. In this day and age, it is often the case that peers serve to highlight one another. Even if Thompson were to participate in the Summer League now, it is unlikely he would average 30 points and 20 rebounds per game. Thus, while this offer may come as a surprise, upon further reflection, it does not seem extraordinary. Some fans express regret that Wang Yu is unable to remain with the Hornets. Ever since news circulated of his dining with Davis, they have eagerly anticipated his joining the team. The thought of Wang Yu partnering with Davis in the paint is indeed thrilling, yet alas, it appears their excitement was premature, as Wang Yu ultimately did not stay with the Hornets. Welcome, Wang. Let us strive together in the new season. Giannis Antetokounmpo and Jabari Parker both extended their warm welcomes to Wang Yu via their Twitter accounts amidst the buzz surrounding his arrival. Interestingly, Wang Yu shares commonalities with these two future stars. Like Antetokounmpo, he is an international player, and Parker happens to be Wang Yu's junior from Duke, having trained in the arena where Wang Yu's retired jersey proudly hangs. Wang Yu felt elated upon discovering he had a junior on the Bucks. At least if someone asked him to fetch a burger or carry a backpack, he would have someone to delegate to. Achoo. What is going on? Caught a cold? Parker, who was at home undergoing rehabilitation, rubbed his nose, puzzled by the incessant sneezing he experienced that day. Congratulations, Wang. Congratulations on your successful signing. Anthony Davis sent a congratulatory text to Wang Yu, who had informed him of his decision before heading to Milwaukee. Therefore, he did not feel disheartened, genuinely extending his well wishes. Thank you, Anthony. I'll see you on the court, Wang Yu replied, imbued with a hint of competitive spirit. Given they are not teammates, it seems only natural to provoke one another. Wang, to be honest, I am rather pleased you did not join the Hornets. I finally have the opportunity to seek revenge. Davis also became animated, readily countering Wang Yu's provocation, for he had not forgotten the score from 3 years prior. Well, this did not exceed my expectations. Kobe did not send Wang Yu a congratulatory message, as that is not his style, even though he sensed Wang Yu would not join the Lakers. Especially after Kupchak rejected him and publicly mocked him in the media, had he been in Wang Yu's position, he too would have chosen not to join the Lakers. Everyone has their pride, after all. When the league schedule is released, do let me know when we face the Bucks. Nonetheless, understanding aside, Kobe is indeed a man brimming with pride. How dare he refuse me? Chapter 46. The press conference on the following day, at the venue of the Bradley Arena. Wang Yu and Hammond took their seats at the microphone table, while a throng of journalists filled the audience below. Although the news had already been released, there remained an abundance of inquiries regarding Wang Yu that the attendees were eager to pose. This marks yet another prodigious talent emerging from China. following in the illustrious footsteps of Yao Ming. He is the first player to average over 30 points and 20 rebounds in the Summer League, and notably, the first to secure a 4-year, $70 million contract 3 years after recovering from an Achilles tendon rupture. Undoubtedly, Wang Yu has become the focal point of attention. This occasion also marks Wang Yu's inaugural formal press conference. He donned his new jersey, selecting the number 0, a choice imbued with profound significance, after a 3-year hiatus. He is starting anew. One reporter, evidently hailing from Los Angeles and exuding the typical arrogance of a big city journalist, posed the first question, with 12 teams pursuing you, including major cities like Los Angeles. Why did you ultimately choose Milwaukee? Upon hearing this, several journalists instinctively rolled their eyes. However, Hammond relished the question, wearing a proud smile. For the reporter's assertion was accurate. He had successfully secured Wang Yu from among 11 competitors, including Los Angeles. Such an achievement is rare for a general manager. And the thought filled Hammond with even greater pride. Wang Yu succinctly replied, because the Bucks align with all my aspirations. Though merely a single sentence, it spoke volumes. Alignment is paramount. Another reporter interjected, isn't it primarily about the money? From what I understand, the Bucks presented the highest offer. Wang Yu glanced at the reporter, and Hammond followed suit. The inquiries posed by this individual are indeed charged with intensity. Associating money with a professional athlete is perhaps the most profound insult one could bestow upon them. Of course, when such sentiments emerge from the player's own lips, it conveys an entirely different narrative. The fact remains that wealth is indeed paramount, a truth that Wang Yu does not dispute. The journalist's lips curled into a smirk, eagerly anticipating Wang Yu's subsequent remarks. He seemingly wished to imprint upon others the notion that Wang Yu was avaricious. As for the reason behind this, following the NCAA championship in 2012, he had long sought an interview with Wang Yu but had yet to secure permission. He has been harboring this matter in his mind. Today, he finally seized the opportunity. Yet, is this not the nature of the market? No one would offer LeBron James a 4-year, $70 million contract. Nor would anyone extend such an offer to a player from the developmental league. Why is that? The reason is quite simple. LeBron James possesses abilities that far exceed such an offer, whereas the typical developmental league player does not meet the criteria for such a contract. Therefore, LeBron James would never forego a 4-year, $100 million contract to sign a 4-year, $70 million deal. This is the unwritten rule of the market. Wang Yu provided a straightforward example and then cast a glance at the journalist. I am unsure if you are a novice reporter, but such elementary logic should not require my instruction. Wang Yu's final words were quite incisive. Upon uttering this, the journalist sank into his seat with a somber expression. As a journalist, especially one with years of experience, to have his professionalism questioned by a player in front of such an audience is not merely embarrassing. The journalist lowered his head further, feeling defeated. Failing to achieve his goal, he wished he could slap himself for his folly, especially in front of so many witnesses. What a ridiculous question. He's also anxious to embarrass Wang Yu. Wang, what do you believe you can contribute to Milwaukee? At this moment, a female journalist stood up, presumably from a local media outlet in Milwaukee. Her inquiries largely revolved around the development of the team. Wang Yu secured a 4-year contract worth $70 million, the largest contract attainable for a player returning from an Achilles tendon rupture. This agreement also elevates Wang Yu to the status of the highest-paid player on the Bucks roster. In terms of annual salary alone, Wang Yu can undoubtedly be regarded as the new cornerstone of the Bucks. Such a status in accepting this question is, indeed, not without justification. The principle of earning commensurate with effort holds true in America as well. The Milwaukee Bucks have been treading the right path in recent years, having made their way into the playoffs last season. For a team in the midst of reconstruction, reaching the playoffs signifies that the initial steps of their rebuilding process have at least borne fruit. My arrival is intended to propel this team further. The subsequent words of Wang Yu invigorated the attending reporters. His declarations are akin to setting a bold aspiration. The Bucks reached the playoffs last season. Although they were eliminated in the first round, they were still among the top 8 teams in the Eastern Conference. Wang Yu's ambition to advance further implies that they must at least reach the second round of the Eastern Conference. Aspiring to be one of the final 4 teams standing in the playoffs is no simple feat, especially considering it has been quite some time since the Bucks last advanced to the second round of the playoffs. This has undeniably added considerable challenges. Wang Yu is now confident in making further advancements, which inadvertently provides them with ammunition. Observing the journalists who are elated from acquiring sensational news, he remains unfazed, trusting in his own capabilities. Since the Bucks reached the first round of the playoffs last season, and with no significant personnel changes over the summer. How could they possibly fail to advance to the second round of the playoffs with his addition? No, not merely the second round of the playoffs. Wang Yu silently mused this thought, though he refrained from vocalizing it. Confidence is commendable, yet too much self-assurance can easily be perceived as arrogance. Wang Yu is not a man who relies on mere words. The press conference continued, though the subsequent inquiries were less incisive. Wang Yu responded to each question, and as the event gradually drew to a close, it officially concluded with Hammond's summary. Surprise! Upon returning to the locker room to change, Wang Yu was startled by a sudden pop, followed by a cascade of colorful streamers landing on his shoulders. However, upon recognizing the jovial face before him, he paused momentarily before laughing. Jabari, damn it, what are you doing here? I couldn't possibly miss my senior's first press conference. The visitor was none other than Jabari Parker, the prodigious small forward from Duke University in 2014 and one of the key future components of the Bucks. Giannis returned to Greece, but he asked me to bring you a gift. Welcome aboard. As Parker spoke, he produced two gifts from behind him, one from Giannis and the other from himself. How courteous, Wang Yu remarked, though he accepted the gifts without hesitation. International interactions tend to be more direct. In Parker's presence, Wang Yu unwrapped the gifts. He had some understanding of Giannis's situation. Despite entering the league, Giannis had to send most of his earnings back home, leaving little for himself. After completing his rookie season, he still went to the gym, so the gift was not extravagant, a watch valued at around $10,000. Parker's gift, however, was more substantial, a necklace of considerable thickness. Chapter 47. A period of return. Wang Yu, adhering to the principles of reciprocity, treated Parker to dinner while also gaining insights into the characteristics of his teammates on the Bucks. Compared to Hammond, who frequently occupied the general manager's office, Parker, as a player, had a clearer understanding of his fellow teammates. Wang Yu's inquiries served as prudent preparation for future interactions. Parker answered Wang Yu's questions with enthusiasm, sharing everything he knew, thus allowing Wang Yu to glean insights into the personalities of others he had yet to meet. The meal lasted approximately 2 hours, during which Parker and Wang Yu found themselves increasingly in sync. After finishing their dinner, Parker contemplated inviting Wang Yu to a nightclub. Wang Yu, fond of this junior from elementary school, regrettably expressed that he would have to return to his home country the next day and suggested, "Let us arrange something when I return. I'll treat you." Sounds good. The junior demonstrated remarkable understanding, not pressing the matter further. However, the allure of the night had ignited within him, and he couldn't return home so obediently. Instead, he ventured out to the nightclub. Wang Yu, on the other hand, strolled back to his hotel to rest. The following morning, Wang Yu boarded his flight, embarking on his journey home. Unbeknownst to him, someone had leaked his itinerary. Upon disembarking, as he traversed the airport corridor, he was greeted by a throng of fans brandishing support banners, and an enthusiastic cheer erupted upon his arrival. Wang Yu felt a mix of familiarity and novelty in their fervor. 3 years prior, when he had first returned home as a top student, a similar crowd had gathered to welcome him. Unfortunately, an unexpected Achilles tendon rupture had curtailed such receptions for 3 long years. Now, as he experienced this warmth once more, he couldn't help but reflect back to that time, silently expressing gratitude. "Thank you, heavens, for granting me the gift of basketball once again." Wang Yu waved at the fans who had come to greet him and soon spotted the ever-smiling Li Qian. Perhaps due to the multitude of fans, she did not rush to embrace him as she usually would. Instead, she stood a bit reserved, hands clasped behind her, gazing at Wang Yu as he approached. "Let us go home." Without further ado, Wang Yu took her hand and led her out of the airport. "How about you? Have you decided which university to apply to for your graduate studies?" Wang Yu inquired as they settled into the car. Li Qian, now a senior, was preparing to continue her studies in the United States. "It's all your fault. I had everything prepared, but now I have to redo my applications. I never anticipated you would go to Milwaukee." Upon hearing Wang Yu mention this, she playfully reproached, though relieved to add, "Fortunately, the Wisconsin branch is in Milwaukee, which is one of my preferred schools. I've already submitted my application and am now awaiting the review." Wang Yu initially felt a pang of anxiety, but upon hearing that Li Qian had resolved the situation, he relaxed and chuckled. "That's great. Milwaukee should be a wonderful fit for you." While Li Qian was generally lively, she surprisingly favored cities rich in culture. Milwaukee, influenced by German heritage, was not just a haven for beer enthusiasts but also home to numerous music venues, making it an ideal place for someone with an appreciation for the arts. "That's wonderful. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Li Qian felt a significant lift in her spirits. That evening, she accompanied Wang Yu directly to his home. As their families had been close friends for 3 generations, Wang Yu and Li Qian had grown up together, their bond blossoming from childhood playmates to a romantic relationship established during their high school years. As their parents expressed intentions to unite them, the couple naturally decided to take their relationship to the next level. Had it not been for Li Qian's academic pursuits and Wang Yu's lingering injuries, it is likely they would have already registered their marriage under parental encouragement, despite not having officially tied the knot yet. Both families had long regarded Li Qian and Wang Yu as their future daughter-in-law and son-in-law. Nonetheless, Li Qian was determined not to arrive empty-handed. At the tender age of 22, she still felt a touch of bashfulness, and it would be rather awkward to visit without a token of appreciation. Wang Yu presented the gifts he had prepared for his parents, although they feigned disapproval by calling it a waste of money. The delight on their faces revealed their true feelings. Wang Yu had thoughtfully chosen gifts that clearly resonated with his parents' tastes. His father, in particular, immediately donned reading glasses to peruse the instructions for smoking cigars. As for his mother, she initially insisted on setting the gifts aside but soon changed into a new outfit after serving the meal. Beaming with joy as she presented herself before Wang Yu and the others. "How do I look? Is it all right?" she inquired. "You look wonderful, Auntie." Li Qian seized the opportunity to flatter her future mother-in-law. Wang Yu's father, driven by a strong desire to please, nodded enthusiastically, affirming, "You look great." Wang Yu merely smiled in silence, observing that while the outfit was indeed stylish, it seemed somewhat mismatched for a woman nearing 50. In simpler terms, it did not appear to be attire suitable for someone of her age. "I love it, even if it's not quite right for me. My son bought it. So why the silly smiles? Let us eat." Wang Yu's mother acknowledged that the outfit might be a tad inappropriate for her age. Yet her affection for her son's gift overshadowed any misgivings. With a playful jab at Wang Yu's father, she chose to keep the outfit on as they settled down for dinner. Fortunately, with Li Qian by her side next time, there would be no fear of poor fashion choices. Wang Yu felt a hint of embarrassment over the ill-suited gift, but was reassured that Li Qian would soon be heading to Milwaukee, where she could assist in selecting more appropriate clothing. The following day, Wang Yu did not linger at home, but instead accompanied Li Qian to her residence, delivering the gifts he had prepared for her parents. After ensuring everything was settled, Wang Yu spent the day at Li Qian's house. Coincidentally, Li Qian's grandfather was also present for dinner, sparing Wang Yu another trip to visit him. Wang Yu harbored genuine gratitude towards Li Qian's grandfather, for without his support, it was uncertain whether Wang Yu would ever return to the competitive arena, let alone secure a lucrative contract worth 70 million over 4 years. It could be said that Li Qian's grandfather had granted Wang Yu a second chance at life. Aside from his dedication to traditional Chinese medicine, old Li's sole passion lies in the game of chess. Wang Yu, possessing a modicum of skill in this ancient pastime, graciously spent an afternoon engaging in matches with old Li. Meanwhile, Li Qian remained by Wang Yu's side, observing the unfolding games, or rather, witnessing Wang Yu's series of defeats throughout the afternoon. Fortunately, in a twist of fate, Wang Yu managed to secure a victory in the end. Under the playful insistence of Li Qian, old Li, with a chuckle, conceded defeat, allowing Wang Yu to triumph in one game. In the days that followed, Wang Yu continued to accompany Li Qian in various activities, and as their time together drew to a close, he received a call from Bill Duffy. "Wang, I've arranged for the trainer you requested. You can return to your training now." Chapter 48, 85 points. Even NBA players, including stars and superstars, seek out trainers during the off-season to aid them in specialized training. Each trainer possesses unique expertise. Some excel in shooting, others in physical conditioning, and still others in post techniques. In essence, these trainers each bring their own strengths to the table. Drew Hamlin is the trainer Wang Yu had Bill Duffy contact on his behalf. Hamlin's comprehensive skill set allows him to provide assistance across a wide array of training needs. Such a trainer is indeed the most suitable for Wang Yu. Although he performed reasonably well in the Summer League, 3 years away from the game has hindered his mastery over his body, his strength, and the application of his skills, preventing him from reaching his optimal state. He requires someone to assist him in readjusting his condition. Naturally, the well-rounded Drew Hanlong, who possesses a comprehensive understanding of various aspects, is the ideal candidate. The day after receiving the call, Wang Yu returned to America. Although Li Qian felt somewhat reluctant, having just returned, he was already set to leave again. She understood the immense pressure Wang Yu was under. In such times, Her only course of action was to offer unwavering support. This is also what Wang Yu appreciates most about Li Qian, her genuine understanding of him. When Wang Yu returned to America, it was already August, and mid-September marked the commencement of training camps for NBA teams. Consequently, Bill Duffy arranged a month-long training period for Wang Yu. Drew Hamlin, as a professional trainer, began to supervise Wang Yu's training the day after conducting tests and presenting a training plan. Although this training period was relatively lengthy, the numerous aspects Wang Yu needed to adjust made the various assignments arranged by Drew quite engaging rather than monotonous. During this training period, the globally popular NBA series game, 2K, reached the time of its annual player ratings announcement. Each year, the ratings released by 2K become a focal point of discussion among fans. And this year was no exception. Interestingly, the timing of 2K's announcement coincided with a period when there was little news for NBA fans to follow. After all, the Summer League had concluded, trades among teams had been finalized, and star players were either seizing the last moments of their vacation or immersing themselves in training. Consequently, there was a dearth of captivating news concerning most players. By choosing to reveal player ratings during this lull, 2K easily sparked widespread fan engagement. Moreover, 2K does not unveil all ratings at once. Instead, they select a few players each day to disclose their ratings, ensuring sustained interest leading up to the game's release. The current list of released player ratings includes over 20 individuals, among them Wang Yu's Jr., Parker, whose rating reached 80. According to the fans' classification of player prowess, a score of 80 is roughly indicative of a starting player's capability. For Parker, who played only one season and was sidelined after 40 games due to injury, this rating is quite commendable, at least in the eyes of the fans. Among the more than 20 players whose ratings have been disclosed, the highest scorer is Kevin Durant. As the cover athlete for 2K15, Kevin Durant boasts an impressive rating of 97. This score, based on the historical ratings by 2K, undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 in the league. 2K has only ever awarded Michael Jordan a perfect score of 100. Other stars have peaked at a mere 99. Thus, a score of 97 certainly places one among the elite. Furthermore, there is considerable controversy surrounding Stephen Curry's rating, which stands at a modest 88, barely qualifying as all-star caliber. Warriors fans deem this score an affront to a player who was pivotal in last season's finals. Surely, he deserves at least a score of 90. One wonders what rating will be assigned to Wang. The Chinese beast averaged an impressive 30 points and 20 rebounds in the Summer League, warranting a rating of at least 85. I recall that 2K12 assigned him a score of 88, indicating all-star potential. It will be intriguing to see what 2K15 will bestow upon him 3 years later. Fans are abuzz with anticipation, eager for the announcement of Wang Yu's rating. 3 years prior, Wang Yu triumphed over Anthony Davis to become the first overall pick in 2012, and his dominance in the finals elevated his rating to 88, marking him as an all-star caliber player. The fact that a rookie who missed an entire season could achieve such a score speaks volumes about the optimism surrounding him, including from 2K. Regrettably, none could have foreseen the devastating injuries that would befall this formidable Chinese beast. Yet, astonishingly, no one expected the NCAA powerhouse to make a resounding return after 3 years, still exhibiting his formidable prowess. Ultimately, he even secured a lucrative 4-year, $70 million contract. Currently, the highest-paid player on the Milwaukee Bucks roster is undeniably being regarded by the management as the cornerstone of the team. Therefore, everyone is eager to see the rating 2K will assign to Wang Yu. The score is 85. 2K did not keep fans in suspense, as just 2 days later, Wang Yu's name appeared in the latest batch of ratings. An individual who averaged over 30 points and 20 rebounds during the Summer League receiving a mere 85 points is baffling, especially when the player he outperformed received a score of 77. It is truly incomprehensible what criteria are being used for these ratings. I believe an 85 is quite respectable. At the very least, it is not low. He primarily scored through dunks in the Summer League, yet his strength may not have been fully tested there. However, once the regular season commences, he will undoubtedly face greater challenges, and an 85 is certainly not a meager score. Opinions on this rating vary among fans. Some consider it low, while others find it acceptable. There are even fans who took the time to comment on Wang Yu's Twitter. Wang, do you think 2K's rating meets your expectations? After Wang Yu joined the Bucks, Bill Duffy created a dedicated Twitter account for him. However, after signing the contract, Wang Yu returned to his homeland and did not log in during that period. Upon his return, he was astonished to find that his follower count had surged by over 600,000 while he was away, and it continues to grow at an astonishing rate. The curiosity surrounding the Chinese beast is palpable. Wang Yu is quite active on Twitter, posting daily updates and responding to mentions from fans. This time was no exception. After a fan tagged him, Wang Yu responded that evening. After all, this is not the first time they have raised a player's ratings post-release. I believe they are quite experienced in this regard. Naturally, Wang Yu was dissatisfied, having achieved a score of 88 in 2012. He was baffled to find himself rated at only 85 this time around. Chapter 49. The Reluctant Hero in Decline. Wang Yu's lament over the 2K score unexpectedly stirred discontent among some fans, and 85 is already quite respectable. Only 3 points shy of all-star status. What more could one expect from someone whose only skill is dunking? How can he be dissatisfied? When did players from Huaxia become so arrogant? Among the multitude of players released, he was the sole individual I deemed overrated. Within the NBA fanbase, there exists a contingent that evaluates a player first and foremost by their skin color, before delving into discussions of their actual prowess. For instance, during the surge of Jeremy Lin's popularity, these fans would dismiss his achievements, stating, "What is the big deal? He played well for just half a month. If he were a black player, he wouldn't have garnered such attention." It was Lin's ethnicity that aided his rise. Similarly, when Yao Ming faced off against Dwight Howard, the latter's average stats plummeted by at least half when matched against him, yet Howard still retained the title of the league's premier center. Even further back, a blue-collar center audaciously proclaimed himself the second-best center in the West. Make no mistake, the first center in his eyes was Shaquille O'Neal. This is the inherent bias that has always existed within this league. Now, Wang Yu is also subjected to such unfair scrutiny. His numerous dunks during the Summer League, in the eyes of these fans, merely exemplify a lack of offensive diversity. They perceive it as nothing more than sheer strength. They deliberately overlook the finesse of Wang Yu's ball handling and footwork prior to his dunks, fixating on a singular notion: this fellow can only dunk. Such a fellow will certainly face repercussions during the regular season. Does he truly believe the regular season resembles the Summer League? How utterly amusing that he finds 85 points insufficient. While Anthony Towns may not have shone as brightly as you during the Summer League, once the regular season commences, with the aid of strategy, he will undoubtedly surpass your performance. This comment has garnered the highest number of likes. Wang Yu, upon seeing it, offered no reply, yet chose to pin it at the top. Its meaning remained elusive to all, including the fan who pinned it, who appeared utterly bewildered. However, the trainer, Drew Hanlong, who had been intensively training Wang Yu, responded to the comment with a mischievous grin. He was aware that this fan would undoubtedly be proven wrong in a few months. Initially, Drew Hanlong, who had not assisted Wang Yu in his training, may have harbored doubts about his abilities. Yet, after a week of rigorous training, he was astonished to discover that Wang Yu exhibited offensive skills during the Summer League that surpassed even half of what he himself could demonstrate, be it in shooting, hook shots, or even floaters. These skills are well within Wang Yu's repertoire, yet he seldom showcased them during the Summer League. The frequent dunks he executed left many fans with the impression that he could only dunk. Drew Hanlon once inquired why Wang Yu opted for dunks exclusively during the Summer League, to which Wang Yu responded with two remarks: he was simply too exhilarated at the moment, and that it did not require excessive complexity. Hanlon had no doubts regarding Wang Yu's statements. Any basketball enthusiast returning to the court after a 3-year hiatus would naturally experience a surge of excitement. The notion of simplicity is also easily comprehensible. Wang Yu's strength was overwhelmingly dominant in the Summer League. A collision beneath the basket would naturally create space, allowing him to dunk with ease, indeed requiring no intricate maneuvers. Consequently, Hanlon found himself in disagreement with the fans' assessment. While he believed that limitations could be imposed on Wang Yu during the regular season, Hanlon was convinced that suppressing him would not be an easy feat, even for the elite players within the NBA. Furthermore, this young man has exhibited increasing coordination and finesse in his movements. It is likely that, come the regular season, he will execute his actions with even greater ease and elusiveness. Although Hanlon was uncertain of the caliber of performance Wang Yu would deliver, he was confident that it would surpass that of Karl Anthony Towns. In another development, a significant controversy emerged 2 days later regarding the 2K ratings, revealing that Kobe's overall ability score was a mere 79, failing to reach even the level of an average starting player. This naturally sparked a lively discussion among a group of fans. How could a player averaging 22, 3 points, 5, 6 rebounds, and 5, 7 assists receive a mere rating of 79? Is this madness? With an average shooting percentage of 37, 3 and a three-point shooting percentage of 29.3. Is it not rather reasonable to assign such a score? Regardless, it is the final season, so let the scores be whatever they may. Eagerly awaiting the farewell tour of the legend. There are those who voice their discontent on behalf of Kobe, while others find the rating quite acceptable, and of course, there are the more laid-back fans. Yet, whether one acknowledges it or not, all fans are aware that the upcoming season marks Kobe's final chapter, and indeed, his efficiency last season was lacking. He may still manage to score 40, 50, or even 60 points in a game. This is beyond dispute. However, his scoring efficiency has undeniably declined compared to his earlier years. The Achilles tear has significantly shortened the lifespan of Kobe's illustrious career, a fact that remains indisputable. The staff at 2K are utterly incompetent. Nevertheless, facts are facts. Kobe is still the same Kobe. He expressed his dissatisfaction and anger at receiving only a score of 79 almost immediately. Indeed, they are utterly incompetent. Wang Yu chimed in with a comment, accompanied by a smiling emoji. This statement conveys a sense of vindication for himself, as well as a plea for fairness on behalf of Kobe. In his perspective, the allocation of 79 points was rather unwise, especially considering that Kobe had already declared that the upcoming season would mark the final chapter of his illustrious career. At such a moment, if Wang Yu were part of the 2K15 production team, even if they did not bestow a score surpassing 95, a remarkable score of 90 would certainly be warranted. Although it is universally acknowledged that the current Kobe Bryant no longer possesses the capacity for a 90-point performance, such a rating would symbolize a profound respect. After all, Kobe Bryant stands as the most influential and phenomenal player following Michael Jordan, and this respect must be upheld. However, Kobe did not respond to him. That individual was also upset due to Kobe's ultimate decision not to choose the Lakers. The insufferable tsundere. Aside from Wang Yu, numerous players, including several retired stars, have come forth to defend Kobe, asserting that he deserved more than this singular score. Indeed, Kobe's mere 79 points have prompted many fans to acknowledge a poignant reality. The league is undergoing a subtle yet inevitable transformation. Once the paramount figure of the league, Kobe Bryant has succumbed to the relentless passage of time, stepping down from his pedestal. Some fans are reminded of the 2013 All-Star Game, when Kobe delivered two emphatic blocks on LeBron, a fierce proclamation of his unwillingness to yield, symbolizing the silent transition of the crown of the league's best to LeBron James. I am not yet finished. How has this fellow ascended to the throne? Chapter 50. Middleton Drew Hanlon was genuinely taken aback. After 2 weeks of training with Wang Yu, he increased the intensity as per their plan, but he was astonished to find that nearly doubling the training regimen did not faze Wang Yu in the slightest. He completed it with remarkable quality and appeared to have ample energy remaining. Drew had initially anticipated collapsing into a chair, exhausted after watching Wang Yu's training session. However, it now seemed evident that he was dealing with a veritable monster. The physical conditioning is exhilarating. After finishing his training, Wang Yu shook his aching arms, a satisfied smile illuminating his face, as he felt immense contentment with the day's training intensity. In truth, even before the training regimen doubled, he had sensed that the previous workload was insufficient. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Drew Hanlon had already augmented the training load, doing so with remarkable precision, truly a hallmark of professionalism. Following a week of intensified training, Drew Hanlon once again escalated Wang Yu's regimen. Wang Yu's formidable stamina ignited Drew's competitive spirit. Having spent many years as a trainer, having worked with at least 50 professional athletes, he was accustomed to witnessing them leave the training session gasping for breath. Yet, this remarkable individual merely furrowed his brow and shook his arms, completely devoid of the sight of him slumped in a chair, panting heavily. Once it was established that Wang Yu was not merely putting on a brave front, Drew Hanlon significantly increased the training intensity once more, raising the overall workload by approximately 50%. It was not that he was unwilling to enhance it further. Rather, the total training volume could only be arranged to such an extent. After all, moderation is key. While competition is vital, the efficacy of the training must not be compromised. Drew Hanlon certainly possessed a keen awareness of this balance. The recent increase in training intensity arrived at a most opportune moment. After his rigorous session, Wang Yu once again felt the familiar ache in his arms. Observing Wang Yu in this state, Drew Hanlon ultimately chose to concede. He had already maximized the training load without compromising its efficacy, yet Wang Yu continued to adapt to this heightened intensity. Apart from marveling at Wang Yu's extraordinary capabilities, he found himself devoid of any further thoughts. Of course, even if he had ideas, they would be of no consequence. With the conclusion of the final training week, Wang Yu's month-long regimen came to an end. Wang, in the upcoming season, you are destined to astonish the entire league once more. This marks the final statement from Drew Hanlon to Wang Yu, who, after training numerous professional players, considers Wang Yu to be among the most talented and formidable individuals. In the upcoming NBA regular season, this remarkable athlete is sure to astonish fans once more. Thank you, Drew. Wang Yu is thoroughly satisfied with Drew Hanlon's training regimen. As the overall adjustments have exceeded his initial expectations, he has never felt in such exceptional condition before. During this time, Bill Duffy has also been quite busy, diligently searching for a new residence for Wang Yu. Given that the contract has been signed, it is anticipated that Wang Yu will reside here for the next 4 years. Thus, the selection of a living space requires careful consideration. Fortunately, after 3 weeks of searching, Bill Duffy found a villa for Wang Yu, reasonably priced at around $4 million. When Wang Yu first viewed the property, he found no faults, particularly appreciating the fact that it takes approximately 30 minutes to drive to the arena, a detail that pleased him immensely as he prefers not to waste excessive time commuting daily. In the following week, Wang Yu began furnishing his new home with essentials such as a bed, tables, and a television. The villa is quite spacious, featuring 8 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, 2 kitchens, a small indoor swimming pool, a compact gym, and a basketball court. After purchasing all the furniture and exercise equipment, the total expenditure amounted to $200,000. This was not the end. The following day, Wang Yu purchased a brand new model of the Range Rover in full, expending an additional $150,000. In less than a week, Wang Yu has spent nearly $4,300,000. In an instant, he had squandered half a year's salary. Wang Yu couldn't help but murmur that money truly does seem to vanish effortlessly. However, Wang Yu need not advance his wages. His rookie contract had secured him over $10 million in 3 years, so he could readily afford this expenditure. This also explains why he hastily purchased everything he needed. With money in his pocket, he felt entirely at ease. Once Wang Yu finished arranging his home, he received a call from Hammond, announcing that the Milwaukee Bucks training camp for the new season was approaching. "Jabari, are you free tonight? Let us go out to Randy's for some fun." Wang Yu confirmed the gathering time, September 15th, just 3 days away. Thus, he decided to call his junior from Duke, Parker, who had been eager to hang out with him since his return. However, Wang Yu had been preoccupied with training and later with furnishing his home, leaving him with little time. Now that everything was in order and with the training camp imminent, it was time to reach out to his teammates and foster some camaraderie. Parker clearly understood his senior's intentions, and when they met that evening, he brought along 2 teammates, Giannis and Chris. Giannis, known as Antetokounmpo, had become widely recognized by his nickname in China, Letter Brother, due to the complexity of his name. Speaking of nicknames, the creativity of domestic fans is indeed impressive. The other teammate, Chris, is Chris Middleton, who shares a unique connection with Wang Yu. Both entered the draft in 2012, although Middleton was selected much later, at the 36th pick in the second round, signing a 3-year minimum contract. In comparison, their trajectories were worlds apart. Nevertheless, Middleton has recently emerged from the shadows. Just a week ago, the Bucks signed him to a lucrative 5-year, $70 million extension, making him the second highest paid player on the team after Wang Yu. Together, they represent the only 2 players on the Bucks earning over $10 million annually. This is also the reason why Bill Duffy holds a favorable view of the Milwaukee Bucks. This team possesses not only exceptional young talent, but also a remarkably balanced salary structure, devoid of any detrimental contracts. Middleton took the initiative to greet Wang Yu, his gaze infused with an inexplicable brilliance. Upon seeing Wang Yu, he felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps it was not just him, the entire cohort of rookies from 2012. Anyone who had competed in that year's NCAA could not help but feel astonished by Wang Yu. This fellow truly managed to win over all the newcomers from the class of 2012. Initially, Middleton contemplated sending a welcoming message to Wang Yu upon learning of his signing with the Bucks, but since his own contract was still under negotiation, he hesitated, fearing that a failure to finalize the deal would render such a gesture awkward. Now that the contract has been successfully concluded, upon hearing from Parker that they would be hanging out with Wang Yu that evening, he readily agreed. "Let us go and revel in the moment." Unbeknownst to Parker, Middleton was grappling with a complex array of emotions as he stood before the nightclub, his thoughts solely fixated on the prospect of entering. Chapter 51. For individuals. For personalities after an exhilarating night at the club, Wang Yu took the opportunity to invite his companions over to his home the following day. Given that the shortest contracts among them would not conclude for at least 2 years, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely share the court for a minimum of 2 years. A stronger camaraderie off the court would inevitably translate into fewer issues on it. After all, it is implausible in this era to maintain the same detached relationships that characterized the 1990s, where players could remain estranged off the court yet collaborate seamlessly during games. With the rapid advancement of the media industry, each player's visibility has significantly increased. Who among them is not a star? Who does not possess a hint of temperament? In this age, poor relationships off the court will undoubtedly influence on-court synergy, potentially leading to severe repercussions. Wang Yu specifically requested Bill Duffy to procure some ingredients for making dumplings, as he intended to prepare a meal for his friends. To foreigners, dumplings carry an air of mystery. They often find themselves puzzled about how the meat filling is encased within the dough. They share this sense of wonder regarding baozi as well. However, Wang Yu does not possess the skill to make baozi, and the process is rather cumbersome. Thus, dumplings are the preferable choice. The group did not surprise Wang Yu. When the dumplings were served, each of them wore an expression of astonishment. Is this what dumplings look like? Giannis examined the dumplings on his plate, hesitating to pick up his fork and knife, instead surveying the dish as if trying to discern its essence. Dumplings were among the few Chinese delicacies he was familiar with, yet despite having heard of them, he had never tasted them. Wow, that's hot. Jabari Parker, however, wasted no time. As soon as the plate was placed before him, he swiftly grabbed his utensils, cutting a piece and shoving it into his mouth, skin and filling combined, steam wafting up as he did so, only to erupt in cries of discomfort, hissing and blowing. As though his mouth had been bitten by something, he managed to swallow, tears streaming from the heat. Yet, despite the scalding sensation, he exclaimed, "Delicious," and immediately stabbed another piece, this time learning from his earlier mistake, blowing on it before indulging, his face alight with enjoyment. Wang Yu shook his head in disbelief. This fellow had turned the act of eating dumplings into a comical spectacle. At this moment, Middleton began to eat as well, but in stark contrast to the boisterous Parker. He was much quieter. Middleton had a demeanor that suggested a straightforward nature, and his reserved personality had already been evident the previous night at the nightclub. Indeed, these three exhibited distinct personalities. Giannis, with a childlike spirit, Middleton, who was rather serious, and Parker, full of exuberance. Nevertheless, whether as friends or teammates, these three were not the type to be difficult to get along with. After finishing the dumplings, Wang Yu pulled out the game 2K14. The 2K series had consistently been popular among NBA players, with many stars enjoying the game together. Not playing, Parker exclaimed immediately upon seeing the game, shaking his head in refusal. Oh, Wang Yu was somewhat taken aback. This demeanor did not seem characteristic of someone who would shy away from 2K. 2K gave me an 80 rating this year, and I've been furious every time I see it, so I'm not playing, Parker lamented. Wang Yu was surprised to learn that this was the reason behind Parker's refusal. Considering that Parker had only played 25 games last season, averaging 12, 3 points, 5 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals per game, such a performance still merited an 80 rating, indicating optimism about his potential. In contrast, Middleton had played 79 games last season, averaging 13, 4 points, 4 rebounds, 2, 3 assists, and 5 steals, and yet his rating in 2K15 was merely 81. It was noteworthy that while Middleton had played significantly more games and his overall statistics, aside from rebounds, surpassed Parker's, his rating was only 1 point higher. It is evident that the 2K company holds a favorable view of Parker. Indeed, Parker's statistics from his NCAA season are nothing short of dazzling, averaging 19, 1 points, 8, 7 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 1 steals per game. He has even been likened to a fusion of LeBron and Durant, which certainly justifies the optimism surrounding him. Middleton, on the other hand, embodies the classic narrative of a rags-to-riches story. He has showcased a remarkable season compared to his previous years. However, it remains uncertain whether he can continue to evolve, as he is not exactly a prodigious talent. Giannis possesses a higher rating in 2K than both of them, reaching an impressive 85. Although Giannis averaged merely 12, 7 points, 6, 7 rebounds, 2, 5 assists, and 1 block last season, his untapped potential is glaringly apparent. With proper development, he could achieve even greater heights. Talent exists on a spectrum, and Giannis is undeniably a more exceptional talent than Parker. Last season, My rating was 82. But due to injuries, it plummeted to 80. Did they think injuries could conquer me? Parker murmured to himself. Let us begin. Wang Yu disregarded him, handing the controllers to Giannis and Middleton, signaling them to start. I shall play first. Parker, noticing the lack of engagement, quickly donned a smile. Middleton, without hesitation, passed the controller to Parker, eager to play. Giannis, do not compete with me for the Bucks. I want to play with my own team to showcase my prowess. Parker promptly selected the Bucks. Rest assured, I shall not vie with you. Giannis chuckled in response, opting for the Lakers. As a devoted fan of Kobe, he typically chooses the Lakers when playing 2K. Although Kobe faced a downturn this season with a rating of 79, last season he remained among the league's elite, boasting a remarkable score of 93, a true superstar in the realm of basketball. With such remarkable attributes, one can maneuver through the game effortlessly, relying solely on individual skill without the necessity for teamwork. As long as one possesses sufficient mastery, success is almost guaranteed. Giannis Antetokounmpo exemplifies this, having outperformed Kobe Bryant single-handedly, finishing a quarter with a 10-point lead over Parker. How splendid! Giannis remains beaming with delight, clearly reveling in the game. Oh, it's still early. Just wait for the next quarter, and I shall overwhelm you. Parker's expression darkens. Who devised this? How could they render me so feeble? Playing for the Milwaukee Bucks, Parker's intention was to showcase his own prowess. Thus, he engaged in isolation plays akin to Giannis' strategy against Kobe. Yet his capabilities are evidently not on the same echelon. Many shots are simply deemed unsuccessful by the system if one fails to establish position in advance. This is also the reason why Parker's team would lose by 10 points in a single session. I'm done. After another round, Parker's controlled Bucks were once again overwhelmed by the Lakers, orchestrated by Giannis. Parker raised his hands in surrender. After being thoroughly defeated twice, he lost all desire to continue. If you're not going to play, then relinquish the controller. Wang Yu teased, passing the gamepad to Middleton. The four of them played until nightfall, thoroughly enjoying themselves before heading out to the club to revel in the nightlife. After 2 days of this camaraderie, their bonds had significantly strengthened. But the time for training camp had finally arrived. Chapter 52. Training Camp Day, approximately a month before the commencement of each NBA season. Teams gather their players for training camp. This is essential because each team typically engages in trades during the summer, and even if no trades occur, there are always 1 or 2 newcomers who need to acclimatize, requiring the team to re-establish their chemistry. Additionally, not every player maintains enough discipline during the off-season. Thus, early training can assist those who lack self-regulation in regaining their form. Moreover, seasoned veterans often refrain from rigorous training during the off-season, and training camp serves as a means for them to rediscover their competitive edge. Once players reach a certain age, particularly after 33, each off-season poses the risk of a significant decline in performance, a phenomenon that cannot be entirely controlled by human effort, although such efforts may slow the decline. However, the current roster of the Bucks lacks older players. The oldest, O.J. Mayo, is merely 28 years old, an age when physical and mental vitality peaks. Consequently, the Bucks training camp focuses on fostering synergy among the younger players, as their core team has not played together for more than 3 years. Furthermore, these individuals have yet to solidify their skills. Who knows what new techniques they might have developed over the off-season. In summary, training camp is of utmost importance. Wang Yu had already built rapport with Parker, Giannis, and Middleton, and although it was only the first day of reporting, he quickly acquainted himself with several other Bucks players. For instance, he connected with fellow power forward, Miles Plumlee, who, like him, was drafted in 2012. He also met the seasoned Vasquez, who had frequently posted near triple-doubles during Chris Paul's injury spells, along with Michael Carter-Williams, the Rookie of the Year from the 2013 to 2014 season. These names, particularly Wang Yu, are known to many. Despite his departure from the league for 3 years, his interest in it has never waned. Others have become increasingly familiar with Wang Yu, the NCAA phenomenon, eagerly anticipating a glimpse of the man himself. Upon seeing him today, they instinctively muttered the word monster under their breath. After a month of training at Drew Hanlon, while his physique had not undergone significant changes, he undoubtedly appeared more robust. Standing there, he exuded an imposing presence, akin to a mountain that commands respect. A group of players surrounded Wang Yu, engaging in animated discussions, with even the newcomers from the Bucks involuntarily joining the conversation. On their first day back together, they chatted with remarkable warmth, unfazed by the months apart. partly due to Wang Yu providing a shared topic of conversation. However, not everyone participated in the chatter. Oh, J. Mayo, the third overall pick of the 2008 draft and once the nation's top high school player, sat alone in front of his locker, head bowed in silence, lost in his thoughts. It wasn't until Gerald Bellis entered and initiated a conversation that Mayo looked up to exchange a few words, though his demeanor remained stoic, with little change in expression. Wang Yu pondered for a moment before approaching the two. Bellis appeared momentarily surprised, evidently not expecting Wang Yu to step away from the lively discussion. But he soon nodded and extended his hand for a high five. Mayo's reaction to Wang Yu was far more subdued, offering only a slight nod without uttering a word. Noticing Mayo's demeanor, Bellis quickly interjected, saying, "He's not in the best mood today. It's nothing personal." Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, signaling that he held no offense. As the newly drafted Rashad Vaughn entered the locker room with a sense of trepidation, all the Bucks players reported back to the team on time. Shortly thereafter, they changed into their jerseys and made their way to the training facility. Upon entering the practice court, Wang Yu spotted a bald man engaged in conversation with several middle-aged gentlemen dressed in suits. The bald man before us is none other than Jason Kidd, once heralded as one of the finest point guards in league history and a former premier player in the NBA. Presently, he holds the esteemed position of head coach for the Milwaukee Bucks. In his youth, Kidd was renowned as a master of fast breaks, leading the New Jersey Nets to 2 consecutive finals in 2002 and 2003, with his prowess at the core of their success. Had it not been for the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, along with the legendary Tim Duncan, Kidd might have claimed a championship ring much earlier. Instead, it was only upon nearing the end of his illustrious 17-year career in 2011 that he finally secured his first and only championship ring. Nevertheless, there is no denying the speed and agility he exhibited in his prime. After retiring, Kidd transitioned swiftly into coaching, donning the Nets head coach mantle merely 10 days post-retirement, thus setting a historic precedent for players moving directly into coaching roles. In his inaugural season, he validated the notion that a great point guard can indeed become a successful coach, leading the Nets into the playoffs that year. His capabilities prompted the Bucks management to acquire him for 2 second-round draft picks, making him the second coach, following Doc Rivers, to be traded by a team. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to see you all once more. I trust the off-season has treated you well. However, as we reconvene in the gym, it is imperative to acknowledge that the holiday has come to an end and a new season is upon us. Therefore, I urge each of you to immerse yourselves fully in the upcoming training sessions. I expect you to arrive at the commencement of the new season in the prime condition befitting professional athletes. On the first day of training camp, newly appointed coach Jason Kidd spoke with the authoritative tone reminiscent of a school principal. The players listened attentively, or at least feigned attentiveness, as he commanded respect in his role. "Now, listen closely. Those whose names I call, please step forward," Kidd stated, producing the roster and calling out names: John Henson, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jabari Parker, O.J. Mayo, and Gerald Green. "You 5, stand here." Once he finished calling the 5 names, he glanced at the lined-up Bucks players. The 5 selected stepped to his right, forming a group. "You 5 are Team 1, he declared. Continuing, he called out, Wang Yu, Miles Plumlee, Chris Middleton, Rashad Vaughn, and Michael Carter-Williams. "You 5 will form Team 2. As Wang Yu and his group assembled to Kidd's left, he added, "From now on, you each have 10 minutes to prepare. After 10 minutes, the 2 teams will face off in a match. The losing team will remain after practice today to complete an additional 400 shots as a penalty." Chapter 53, Jason Kidd's intentions from the perspective of the groupings. On Giannis's side, John Henson was a promising rookie selected by the Bucks 3 years ago, having been with the team since then. Giannis, needless to say, was the starting power forward for the Bucks last season. Jabari Parker, prior to his injury, was also the starting small forward for the team. O.J. Mayo has been with the Bucks for nearly 3 years, and Jerry Bayless was a key point guard before Michael Carter-Williams joined the team. Among the 5, 3 were last season as starters, while the other 2 were seasoned veterans with the longest tenure in the team. On the other hand, Wang Yu's situation was different. He was a newly signed rookie this year. Although Miles Plumlee was a 2012 draft pick, he only joined the Bucks last year. As for Middleton, he became a starter only after Parker's injury. Prior to that, he played as a backup small forward. Rashad Vaughn was a newly selected rookie this year. The only exception was Michael Carter-Williams, who, despite joining the team last year, had established himself as a mainstay, earning Jason Kidd's particular admiration. standing at 198 meters. Carter Williams was the starting point guard, and last season, the Bucks starting lineup was even dubbed the Death Five, in parallel to the Warriors small ball lineup. However, judging by the final outcomes of both teams last season, the Bucks Five seemed somewhat overrated. This match could be viewed as a test between the original starters and veterans of the Bucks against the substitutes and newcomers. While the reason behind Kidd's decision to orchestrate such a test was unclear, Wang Yu was determined not to lose. It wasn't merely about punishment, even without Kidd's admonitions. He would practice his shooting after each training session. The emphasis the league placed on the shooting capabilities of big men was undeniable, and Wang Yu was not one to overlook such developments. He would not abandon his low-post skills, yet he was equally aware of the necessity to adapt to the times. His desire to win stemmed primarily from his current status. He had signed a lucrative 4-year, $70 million contract, making him the highest valued player on the Bucks. Furthermore, his previous request for a starting role and core player status had been widely reported by the media. If he were to lose the very first game of training camp, it would be challenging to gain respect. Moreover, if he could not dominate even in inter-team scrimmages, how could he prove his capability to lead the Bucks to greatness? Thus, this seemingly was a training match designed by Jason Kidd to evaluate the players, but it was equally a proving ground for Wang Yu. He had to demonstrate his prowess to his teammates. He needed to perform exceptionally well. This marks an unprecedented determination from Wang Yu prior to the Summer League. Allow me to briefly delineate two strategies. Jason Kidd afforded a 10-minute preparation period, which Wang Yu naturally seized upon. He proactively gathered his teammates around him, intending to discuss the nuances of their cooperative play for the upcoming match. His teammates were quite amenable to his leadership, and before long, they began to voice their own insights. This is the advantage of having newcomers and substitutes on Wang Yu's side. He does not need to contemplate excessively and can effortlessly position himself as the central figure. The teammates, initially devoid of any ambition to claim the position of leader, were naturally inclined to follow. Kidd observed Wang Yu as he engaged in a circle of discussion, nodding slightly in approval, silently acknowledging, "This fellow possesses commendable leadership skills." The Bucks, being a notably young team, have yet to cultivate a competent leader, which is evident from the scoring statistics of the previous season. They played a style of basketball that emphasized teamwork, with no individual outperforming the others significantly. While this posed no issue during the regular season, it became a substantial problem in the playoffs, where the intensity of competition and pace of the game escalated dramatically. The most glaring issue was the absence of a player capable of breaking the deadlock in challenging moments, a factor that contributed to the Bucks' swift elimination in the first round of last year's playoffs. Kidd paired Wang Yu with several relatively less skilled players, not only to assess his capability in leading the team, but also to determine if he could inspire his teammates to unite cohesively. Judging by the current circumstances, he has certainly succeeded in the latter. Consequently, Kidd felt a sense of satisfaction. 10 minutes later, the match commenced. The rules were straightforward, a duration of 12 minutes. With the team achieving the highest score declared the victor. Wang Yu stepped forward to jump against John Henson. Like Wang Yu, Henson was a versatile player, but at a height of only 2.11 meters, he was shorter and lacked Wang Yu's explosive power. As a result, Wang Yu secured the tip-off and swiftly passed the ball to McCaw. Upon receiving the ball, both sides quickly repositioned. Judging by the speed of their movements, it appeared that Giannis' team was slightly quicker, while the rookie Vaughn on Wang Yu's team was still struggling to find his place. McCaw's offensive style leaned towards driving, with an abysmal three-point shooting capability and highly inconsistent mid-range shooting. His teammates, having engaged in numerous training matches with him, were acutely aware of these weaknesses. Thus, when he faced Bellard, Giannis and Henson positioned themselves near the paint, ready to disrupt his drive. Observing this setup, Wang Yu immediately moved to the high post near the right free throw line. Henson hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided against following. With no defender trailing him, Wang Yu confidently called for the ball. McCaw, after exchanging glances with Bellard and wary of Giannis and Henson lurking in the paint, promptly passed the ball to Wang Yu. Receiving the pass, Wang Yu took the shot, and the ball swished through the net, scoring 2 points. Does this fellow possess shooting skills? The assistant coaches of the Bucks were momentarily taken aback by Wang Yu's remarkably adept shooting stance, exchanging glances amongst themselves. It is no wonder they reacted this way. Wang Yu gained fame during the Summer League, where his numerous thunderous dunks could easily compile into a 2-minute highlight reel. When discussing Wang Yu, the immediate association for everyone is undoubtedly his dunks, and the Bucks staff is no exception. This is also why John Henson hesitated to follow suit. as he instinctively perceived Wang Yu as a traditional center whose prowess is confined to the low post. However, if one were to analyze Wang Yu's shooting statistics from the many games in the Summer League, they would be astonished to discover that his mid-range shooting percentage is rather commendable, with 8 successful shots out of 17 attempts, yielding an approximate shooting accuracy of 45. Such a shooting accuracy makes it effortless to score from an open position. Moreover, among the multitude of Chinese players who have entered or are on the verge of entering the NBA, there is hardly anyone, apart from Bader, whose shooting ability is in question. Wang Yu is certainly no exception. His soft touch has long been a hallmark of Chinese players. Chapter 54, The Beast Giannis. Cheers erupted as Wang Yu retreated on defense. The Bucks players, teammates of Giannis, were taken aback by Wang Yu's exceptional shooting prowess. To their dismay, John Henson silently cursed within himself. The very first shot was made by the player he was supposed to defend, which was rather disconcerting, especially since he had misjudged the situation. Undoubtedly, if this were a real game, he would be facing the wrath of the head coach right about now. Get it together. John, did you party too hard at the club last night? Although this was merely a scrimmage, he could not escape being berated by Kidd. Having entered the league in 1994, Kidd has witnessed the rapid evolution of the NBA through the 90s, aughts, and into the 10s. Yet, his coaching style reflects a bygone era, leaning heavily towards the traditional methods of the 90s, characterized by loud admonishments. Yelled at by Kidd, John felt a surge of frustration, but he could not vent his anger towards his coach. He could only channel this energy onto the court. He vigorously contested for position against Wang Yu under the basket, contemplating that if the Bucks were to miss their first defensive attempt, he could secure the rebound for a second chance opportunity. John's physical attributes are commendable, particularly his leaping ability, which ranks among the elite in the league. This is evident from his average of 1.9 offensive rebounds per game. His proficiency with both hands further enhances his efficiency in scoring off rebounds. Last season, approximately 3 of his average 7 points came from second-chance opportunities. However, despite his thoughts, reality dealt him a harsh blow as he found himself unable to budge Wang Yu. Despite exerting all his strength, Wang Yu remained steadfast, firmly occupying the most advantageous position for rebounding. For a fleeting moment, John Henson felt as though he was wrestling with a bulldozer. What manner of creature is this? John Henson, like so many players who have faced off against Wang Yu, pondered this question in his mind. Fortunately, although he failed to secure the position, Wang Yu, who did manage to claim it, was unable to seize the rebound. Giannis, with the ball beyond the three-point line, confronted by the defending problem, astonishingly accelerated, executing a sweeping change of direction to break past his opponent. He then made a powerful 3-step layup that culminated in a resounding dunk. The distance from the three-point line to the basket is approximately 7.25 meters, yet Giannis was able to complete the offensive maneuver in just 3 steps. This remarkable play left Wang Yu utterly astonished. It was indeed his first encounter with such an extraordinary phenomenon. Isn't this individual's athletic prowess and physical condition somewhat astonishing? Moreover, the most terrifying aspect lies in the fact that he can accelerate past Pralimum while taking his longest strides. The latter is renowned in the league for his athleticism as a rim-protecting forward, yet he was so effortlessly surpassed, which speaks volumes about Giannis's extraordinary speed at that moment. A true marvel. The head coach, Jason Kidd, along with his assistant coaching staff, were once again left in awe. Naturally, their surprise regarding Wang Yu was greater, for they, like John Henson, had presumed Wang Yu to be a traditional center confined to the low post. In contrast, their admiration for Giannis stemmed from the realization that such a score had little to do with technique and was entirely a demonstration of raw talent. Remarkably, last season, Giannis did not possess such capabilities. Who could have anticipated that merely one off-season would lead to such an evolution in this individual? It is truly remarkable. The assistant coaching staff exchanged glances once more, their faces subtly illuminated by excitement. If Wang Yu's talent could be traced, then Giannis resembled an entirely new weapon that the league had never before encountered. They were eager to engage with Giannis on the court, yearning to witness the kind of statistics that could underpin such a monster. The game continued to unfold. Just as Wang Yu made a successful shot, John Henson dared not leave him unguarded at the high post, closely shadowing him. However, this left only Giannis in the paint. Despite Giannis showcasing his physical prowess, McCaw was undeterred and resolutely chose to drive to the basket. Unfortunately, as soon as he took his first step, Bellas swiftly moved to intercept him. The explosive power of that initial step was Bellas' signature skill. Unable to break through, McCaw opted to pass instead. His height combined with his vision ensured his passing ability was exceptional. In a seamless off-ball movement, he utilized Pralamum's screen to find Middleton in an open position. He delivered the ball in a rather unconventional manner, yet despite the awkwardness of his delivery, the height of the pass was perfect upon reaching Middleton, allowing him to receive it comfortably without the need for adjustment. With a swift motion, he effortlessly secured a three-pointer. Before long, this individual had not abandoned his forte. As Kid observed the play, he swiftly inclined his head to inscribe the phrase off-ball movement for Chris on the tactical board in his hands. Among the current roster of the Bucks, few players possess the ability to execute off-ball movements for three-point shots, and Middleton stands out as the most accurate among them. His performance directly influences the frequency with which this strategy will be employed in the upcoming season. Presently, it appears that Middleton has maintained commendable form throughout the summer, showing no signs of complacency despite securing a lucrative contract. Naturally, his character dictates that he is unlikely to become arrogant. John Henson returned to the offensive end, attempting to vie for position against Wang Yu under the basket. However, much like the previous occasion, his efforts proved futile. He was unable to displace Wang Yu and suddenly realized, amidst the scramble for the rebound, that he was already fatigued. How much energy have I truly expended? Henson, slow to comprehend, had been so fixated on pushing Wang Yu aside that he neglected to regulate his breathing as his attempts only intensified. Crash. Pralamum had been particularly attentive to Giannis's movements this time, swiftly closing in as he exerted force, denying him ample space to maneuver. Unable to shake off Pralamum, Giannis did not cling to the ball. Instead, he quickly passed it to Parker. His early experiences as a point guard during his initial forays into basketball had honed Giannis's passing skills, which he has adeptly preserved. He is indeed a forward with remarkable playmaking ability. This will undoubtedly render him even more formidable. Faced with Middleton, Parker, with his advantageous physique, opted to drive towards the basket. Unfortunately, his final attempt was thwarted by Middleton, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Rebound. At that moment, Pralam and Antetokounmpo returned to the paint. The instant the ball ricocheted off the rim, both leapt into the air simultaneously. On the opposite side, Wang Yu and John Henson, who had deftly maneuvered around Wang Yu, also ascended. For individuals, for hands, all instinctively reaching for the ball. Chapter 55. The Two Prongs It's Mine. Antetokounmpo, with his towering stature and long arms, possessed a distinct advantage over both Henson and Pralam. Coupled with his explosive power, he was able to make contact with the ball before Henson and Pralam. All that remained was to pull it back. With a resounding smack, Antetokounmpo exerted force. Yet he could unmistakably feel a significant force emanating from the opposite side of the ball. Before he could intensify his grip, he sensed the basketball slipping from his grasp. The tactile sensation he had just moments ago vanished. He watched helplessly as the ball escaped his control. Then came the thunderous sound of a dribble. A robust arm had snatched away the ball that he had believed was securely in his possession. Antetokounmpo recalled that overwhelming force. Wang Yu. Oh my goodness. The coaching staff of the Bucks, along with the players both on and off the court, couldn't help but inwardly exclaim as they witnessed Wang Yu dominantly seize the rebound amidst the chaotic fray. This individual exudes an imposing aura with every gesture. Upon landing, Wang Yu forcefully slapped the ball in his hands before passing it to the perimeter to Mike Away. The team led by Giannis Antetokounmpo swiftly retreated on defense after Wang Yu gained possession. However, Mike Away appeared oblivious, accelerating directly towards the paint of Giannis's team, only to be intercepted by Bellis, who successfully drew an offensive foul, prompting Mike Away to retreat in disappointment. Mike Away epitomizes the archetype of a prodigy, having achieved fame instantaneously. On October 31st, 2013, he embarked on a memorable journey marked by his debut in a match between the Philadelphia 76ers and the Miami Heat. It was the day he rose to prominence as he faced the trio of superstars from the Heat, amassing an impressive near quadruple-double, 22 points, 12 assists, 9 steals, and 7 rebounds. His 12 assists rank second in NBA history for a rookie debut, just 2 shy of the record held by Ernie Grunfeld, while his 9 steals stand as the highest for any rookie in their first game. Furthermore, his remarkable 22-12-9-7 stat line marked the first occurrence of such a performance since more of the Spurs in 1985. Crucially, Mike Away was contending against the Heat's formidable trio in what was his inaugural professional game. Fans who followed the news were convinced of his limitless potential, with some noting the serendipitous alignment of his name, Michael Carter Williams, comprising 2 star-caliber names. Thus, it was inevitable that he would emerge as a star in his own right. Following that singular performance, Micah Way became the cornerstone of the 76ers' future, with the entire 2013 to 2014 season revolving around him. He was granted unparalleled freedom to score and direct the game, averaging 16, 7 points, 6, 2 rebounds, 6, 3 assists, and 9 steals, ultimately earning the title of Rookie of the Year. However, in the subsequent year, rather than improving, his overall performance deteriorated across various metrics, compounded by teams becoming increasingly adept at countering his playstyle. The once promising future cornerstone envisioned by the 76ers found himself traded to the Milwaukee Bucks, relegated to the status of a standard starting player. Micah Way's challenges are manifold, chief among them being his inadequate shooting ability in the current era. A point guard must possess reliable shooting skills, which undeniably contributed to the 76ers' decision to part ways with him. Additionally, he often fails to fully leverage his court vision and passing abilities, frequently opting for perplexing offensive plays that leave observers bewildered. For instance, in the earlier moment, all present noticed that half of Giannis's team had retreated on defense, making a fast break improbable. Nevertheless, Micah Way initiated a fast break, ultimately resulting in a turnover. Such occurrences are, in fact, far from rare. Throughout the 2 seasons he has completed, such situations have repeatedly arisen. "No worries, defend," he exclaimed. The hard-won rebounds snatched from the grasp of the formidable Greek and his companions were squandered in an instant. Yet, Wang Yu remained unfazed, merely calling out for defense without expressing any discontent. On the court, mutual blame is the gravest taboo. Engaging in such behavior can lead to the deterioration of even the finest gameplay. Particularly as a leader, one ought to embody encouragement. As Micah Way absorbed Wang Yu's motivating words, a slight grin crept across his face. In the heat of the moment, he had not contemplated the implications. But with a clearer mind now, he recognized the minor blunder he had committed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. This was indeed the inaugural collaboration between him and Wang Yu. Yet it culminated in such a rudimentary blunder. Parker, with the ball in hand, continued to press on. He enjoyed a physical advantage over Middleton. However, a player who has clawed his way up from the depths may lack certain attributes, yet his enthusiasm on the court remains undiminished. Middleton was pushed aside by Parker, losing his optimal defensive stance, yet he persistently shadowed Parker, applying constant pressure. Under this duress, Parker ultimately refrained from attempting a layup, for he noticed his senior drawing near. Having observed Wang Yu's fierce struggle for rebounds against Giannis, akin to a beast, he dared not challenge the territory guarded by that formidable presence. As Parker stepped past the free throw line, he swiftly turned to seek out O.J. Mayo beyond the three-point arc. The latter received the ball, briefly glanced at the hoop, and disregarded the rookie Vaughn entirely, launching his shot directly over him. Clang. Regrettably, the arc was slightly deficient, causing the ball to ricochet off the front of the rim. And Wang Yu secured the rebound once more. O.J. Mayo exhibited no change in demeanor. He lowered his head to transition back on defense, showing no signs of psychological distress over his missed shot. His attitude and shot selection indicated that he did not regard this practice match with any seriousness. Jason Kidd observed Mayo's demeanor and shook his head slightly. To be candid, he found O.J. Mayo's attitude quite disheartening. A player ought to approach every game with utmost seriousness. This is a hallmark of professional ethics expected of an athlete. It is worth noting that Mayo rose to prominence at a young age, having been hailed as the top high school player in the nation and dubbed the next Kobe Bryant. Yet, the reason he cannot even catch a glimpse of Kobe's taillights is largely attributable to his attitude. Had he embraced the same level of dedication to the game as Kobe, he might not have reached Kobe's heights. But he certainly could have attained the status of an all-star caliber guard. Alas, Jason Kidd lamented this in silence, his pen working diligently as he marked a cross next to O.J. Mayo's name. He had initially intended to give Mayo a chance to prove himself as the starting shooting guard, but it now seemed unnecessary. Perhaps he would be better suited as a bench player. After further consideration, he also marked a cross next to the rookie Vaughn's name. Vaughn was the only first-round pick for the Bucks this year, yet based on his performance in the scrimmage thus far, he appeared ill-fitted for the role of starting shooting guard for the team. Chapter 56. Winning the Scrimmage. This training session was conducted by Kidd to ascertain the starting lineup for the upcoming season. Currently, the 2 candidates he initially considered for the starting shooting guard position have both been crossed off his list. The only remaining option is a dual-position player like Vasquez. Frankly, he is reluctant to place a player like Vasquez, who requires complete ball control to be effective, in either the 1 or 2 position. He harbors what he believes to be a rather promising idea. Moreover, McCaw, occupying the point guard position, is also in desperate need of ball possession. Adding Vasquez to the backcourt, where both players crave the ball, would clearly prove insufficient in terms of distribution. In truth, Bells has performed significantly better than McCaw. However, Jason Kidd has a penchant for McCaw. Although he is younger, McCaw's creative passing is precisely what Kidd admires. With proper development, McCaw is destined to become an excellent pivot on the court, a quality that Bells lacks. Furthermore, Bells' composed demeanor indeed renders him better suited to stabilize the team during the second quarter. After all, most players in the substitute rotation tend to exhibit lesser abilities compared to the starters. Maintaining a steady rhythm can ensure that the team does not collapse during these periods. Aside from the confirmed point guard position, the starting center and power forward roles are also firmly established. Prior to the scrimmage, both individuals were already included in the starting lineup. The distinction between talent and effort is evident. Talent is conspicuous, and after just 2 games, everything becomes crystal clear. Wang Yu and Antetokounmpo are undoubtedly of an entirely different caliber of genius. Such a player could undoubtedly secure a starting position on any team, and the Milwaukee Bucks are no exception. However, Jason Kidd finds himself in a bit of a quandary regarding the remaining small forward spot. Unlike his dissatisfaction with the 2 candidates for shooting guard, Kidd is quite pleased with both options for small forward, Parker and Middleton. The former possesses a deft scoring ability that effectively pressures the opponent's wing defense, while the latter's off-ball movement and three-point shooting can dismantle the adversary's defense and create space for teammates in the paint. Most importantly, both players are still quite young, possessing ample room for growth. Truly, either choice would be commendable. As Kidd grapples with the starting lineup, the intensity on the court escalates. Unbeknownst to them, Kidd orchestrated this practice game for a purpose. As they faced formidable opponents, the atmosphere became increasingly vibrant. O.J. Mayo's missed shot was seized by Wang Yu, who promptly passed it to Micah. This time, Micah refrained from recklessly charging. Instead, he held the ball beyond the three-point line, awaiting Wang Yu to secure position in the low post before delivering the ball to him. John Henson, already struggling against Wang Yu, soon realized that his challenges were merely a prelude. Once he received the ball, Wang Yu unleashed his power like a dormant volcano erupting. With a mere nudge of his backside, he sent Henson reeling off balance. With the obstruction behind him vanished, Wang Yu decisively turned and executed a thunderous dunk beneath the basket. His dominance showcase during the Summer League finally manifested in this practice game. Well, Wang Yu's audacious dunk left the onlookers, players and assistant coaches alike, gaping in awe, their pupils dilating in astonishment. In that moment, they collectively recalled the name Shaquille O'Neal. Wasn't he this how the legendary Lakers Big Shark played in the paint? Wang Yu's style is simply astounding. While many had heard whispers of Wang Yu during the offseason, and perhaps even glimpsed highlights of his games, witnessing his prowess in person was an entirely different experience. His gameplay is undeniably eye-catching. Is this for real, brother? Just a little bump, and he was sent flying? Giannis cast a skeptical glance towards John Henson. He was aware of Henson's strength, which surpassed that of the average power forward. There was no way he could have been so easily overpowered. Doubts crept into his mind, leading him to suspect that Henson might be underperforming intentionally. Henson, resigned, shrugged his shoulders with an expression that conveyed a sense of defeat. Having realized early on during their initial battle for position that Wang Yu's strength far exceeded his own, what he had not anticipated was that Wang Yu possessed a power that ranked among the elite in the league. In the 3 years Henson had faced opponents in the league, none had exhibited the kind of strength that left him utterly helpless as Wang Yu did. Wang Yu executed a dunk, and unbeknownst to them, their team had surged ahead of Giannis's squad by 5 points. Apart from Giannis's remarkable dunk, none of his teammates had managed to score. There were numerous reasons for this, but the most significant was that their attempts thus far had primarily relied on driving to the basket. The sole individual opting for an outside shot was O.J. Mayo, whose demeanor suggested he opted for a jump shot out of sheer reluctance to drive, as his playing style typically favored penetration. Moreover, due to the lack of shooting range from Giannis's team, Wang Yu had communicated with his teammates before the game to tighten their defensive circle, focusing on preventing drives. It appeared that apart from Giannis's initial basket, which caught them off guard, they had effectively defended against the other layups. Crash. Giannis attempted another drive, but failed to convert. Wang Yu had provided minimal space for him to maneuver, leaving Giannis unable to generate the necessary power, resulting in a rather feeble attempt at the basket. Wang Yu successfully disrupted the shot and leapt quickly to secure the defensive rebound. Damn it, Giannis thought, frustrated, as he slapped his hand in exasperation while retreating on defense. Such a shot should never have been taken. With a resounding thud, Wang Yu once again established his dominance over John Henson in the low post. On the very first day of training camp, Henson found himself grappling with a harsh reality as he never anticipated that his physical prowess would be so thoroughly outmatched. With 6 minutes remaining in the scrimmage, the outcome was evidently decided. Wang Yu stood resolutely near the key, thwarting Giannis Antetokounmpo's team's attempts to penetrate. Deprived of shooting range, Antetokounmpo and his teammates were forced to charge in recklessly, the cacophony of clanging irons serving as a testament to the futility of their efforts. Ultimately, the scrimmage concluded with Wang Yu's team claiming victory. Not only did Wang Yu showcase his supremacy in the low post, but he also displayed a remarkable shooting ability. A revelation that eased Jason Kidd's concerns. Initially worried that Wang Yu's presence in the low post might disrupt Antetokounmpo's incursions into the paint, Kidd now felt completely reassured upon recognizing Wang Yu's shooting capabilities. Antetokounmpo, having suffered a disappointing performance, felt disheartened. His shooting statistics, a mere 1 out of 10, left him questioning the efficacy of his summer training. Chapter 57, The Chosen One following the scrimmage. Jason Kidd did not schedule any additional activities but instead arranged for the Bucks players to undergo physical testing. The data gleaned from these assessments provides the most direct insight into a player's condition, enabling the coaching staff to tailor subsequent training to facilitate a swift recovery. Thus, prior to the commencement of each training camp, nearly every team conducts such evaluations. Among these players, both Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu stood out prominently. Antetokounmpo's most formidable attributes lie in his wingspan and the sheer size of his hands. His hands, measuring an astonishing 30 centimeters, surpass those of renowned big-handed players in the league, such as Kawhi Leonard. The advantages bestowed upon him by his remarkably large hands are evident. He can effortlessly control the ball even during rapid sprints, a feat intimately connected to the extraordinary size of his palms. However, this attribute has also presented certain challenges, the most significant being his consistently unorthodox shooting form. His entire shooting gesture appears rather rigid at the moment of release, which contributes to his inaccuracy. Others sharing a similar predicament include Dwight Howard and LeBron James. While there are subtle distinctions, Howard's issue stems not from the size of his palms, but rather from his inflexible fingers, which hinder his ball handling. And LeBron's muscular development creates a lack of coordination, resulting in a shooting posture reminiscent of a giant hurling a shot put. They all belong to a category of players who seem perpetually unable to refine their shooting skills. Dwight Howard's early professional years from 2004 to 2008 showcased significant improvement year after year. The first 2 years focused on strength, the third on coordination. And by the 4th year, he reportedly dedicated himself to shooting practice during the off-season. Yet, when the new season commenced, he found himself unable to maintain accuracy due to his rigid hand shape, which became particularly pronounced as his physical stamina waned. Although there have been intermittent reports of his continued shooting practice, the results speak for themselves. Dwight Howard lacks shooting proficiency. LeBron James, on the other hand, has shown marginally better progress. The 2008 Olympics taught him how to exert greater influence on the game, shifting his focus from relentless drives to ball sharing, and underscoring the importance of shooting ability. It was post-2008 Olympics that he began to hone his shooting skills more rigorously. After joining the Miami Heat in 2011, he began to explore mid-range and long-range shots more frequently. Nonetheless, in critical moments, he still favors driving to the basket or passing. His shooting reliability remains strongest at the 90-degree angle, while his performance from other angles and distances is merely average. According to last year's ESPN statistics on the shooting hotspots of the league's top 10 stars, a staggering 70% of LeBron's scoring methods occur beneath the basket, suggesting he resembles an interior player more than a perimeter shooter. If Howard and LeBron face such challenges, Giannis Antetokounmpo is unlikely to fare any better. This is not to suggest that Antetokounmpo is incapable of developing a shooting game, but from Wang Yu's perspective, it appears to be an arduous journey, with little hope for significant improvement in the next 3 to 4 years. Observing LeBron's progress illustrates this point. His current shooting capabilities are a result of conscious practice that commenced after 2008, spanning a significant 7 years. Indeed, when one door closes, another opens. God has granted LeBron James and Dwight Howard extraordinary physical attributes that are beyond the reach of most, and similarly, Giannis possesses a physique that is almost monstrous. In many respects, his physical prowess may even surpass that of LeBron and Howard. In addition to possessing enormous hands, he boasts Achilles tendons that are twice the length of those of Michael Jordan. This remarkable feature allows him to sprint with the grace of an antelope, effortlessly covering ground without the slightest hint of hesitation. Furthermore, the reason why Giannis Antetokounmpo fell to the 15th pick in the first round, becoming a hidden gem for the Milwaukee Bucks, is not due to the incompetence of the general managers of the 14 preceding teams. Rather, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that his pre-draft physical measurements were taken before his nutrition had fully developed. Once he officially entered the league and his nutritional needs were met, his astonishing physical attributes began to manifest. His musculature became more pronounced, and his height increased, all while he astonishingly retained the agility and coordination typically found in perimeter players. Such individuals are no longer merely a matter of divine favoritism. He is undoubtedly a child of the Almighty. Name: Wang Yu. Age: 22 years. Height: 213 centimeters. Weight: 126 kilograms. Strength: maximum bench press of 180 kilograms. Wingspan: 229 centimeters. Vertical leap: 83 centimeters from a standing position, with a maximum jump of 91 centimeters. 3/4 court sprint: 20 seconds. If one were to suggest that the Almighty has a son named Giannis Antetokounmpo, Jason Kidd would surely believe there is more than one. Wang Yu is undoubtedly one of his progeny. The intensity of the fitness data is hardly inferior to that of the Greek freak. "Oh my goodness!" Jason Kidd internally exclaims in exhilaration, his expression subtly reflecting his excitement. There is no reason for him not to be thrilled. For a head coach, possessing a prodigious player is the finest foundation for achieving greatness, and now he holds a pair of aces in his hands. He cannot help but recall Phil Jackson, one of the league's 10 most victorious coaches, renowned for achieving his 1,000th win at an unprecedented pace. What was his secret? It was none other than the extraordinary talents of Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Now, with Wang Yu and the Greek freak at his disposal, it is akin to having a Jordan or a Kobe, surely securing at least 500 wins in his grasp, right? As Jason Kidd contemplates this, he can't help but smile. This dream is indeed delightful. While the fitness data of other players may not match these two exceptional talents, they still hold merit when compared within the league. Jabari Parker stands out as the most balanced among them, lacking any glaring weaknesses, though he also does not possess significant advantages. Meanwhile, O.J. Mayo's fitness data causes Kidd to furrow his brow. The implications of his off-season activities are all too evident in these results. Alas, what a pity. Once more, Jason Kidd feels a pang of regret for O.J. Mayo. The league is filled with prodigies, but few possess the innate talent of Mayo. Watching him sink into a quagmire from which he cannot extricate himself weighs heavily on Kidd's heart. Sometimes, a smooth journey is not a blessing. Take O.J. Mayo, for instance, whose pre-league narrative was one befitting a protagonist. However, upon entering the league, he faced a series of setbacks coupled with a lack of self-discipline, gradually becoming ensnared in a mire from which he could not escape. The underlying reason for his downfall lies in his inability to adjust his mindset. Chapter 58. Extra practice. With the first day of training concluded, the Greek Freaks team commenced additional practice, executing 400 free throws as previously agreed before the match. Wang Yu did not leave either. He remained to practice his shooting alongside them. Of course, apart from him, the rest of their group had departed. Some were wary of the intense training after such a long absence, fearing the physical repercussions the next day, while others felt they had exerted enough effort for the day. After all, not everyone possesses the obsessive drive of Kobe, where diligent training is merely regarded as industriousness in the eyes of other players. This cannot be compelled. Wang Yu dedicated the majority of his energy over the past month to his physical conditioning, engaging in merely a basic regimen of shooting practice. Such minimal training could only ensure that his shooting touch would not diminish, but it certainly fell short of enhancing his skills. To even claim maintenance would be an exaggeration. Thus, during this period, he intends to intensify his shooting drills. The reactions observed from the training matches, particularly from Henson, indicate that opponents remain primarily wary of his offensive prowess in the low post. Indeed, during the Summer League, he executed some remarkably forceful dunks, culminating in a 2-minute highlight reel of his dunks. This compilation has garnered millions of views on a foreign video sharing platform, evidencing the widespread recognition of his dunking ability. In light of this, other teams are undoubtedly focused on curtailing his effectiveness in the paint, paying little attention to his shooting. This also bodes well for Wang Yu as he prepares for his debut. Wang Yu places great significance on this first appearance, not solely due to the anticipation of the fans, but also for himself, as it marks his long-awaited return after 3 years. He aspires to declare his comeback right from the outset of the match. A solitary individual spent approximately an hour shooting, while Giannis had already completed 400 shots. Wang Yu, however, had yet to reach that number, as he preferred to take longer breaks between his sets, a habit of his, relishing the opportunity to extend the rest periods during practice. As for the efficacy or scientific rationale behind this approach, Wang Yu had never taken the time to investigate. When Wang Yu commenced another round of shooting, Giannis, having finished his own practice, did not rush to leave. Instead, he lingered at the sidelines for a while. And when Wang Yu concluded his shots and stepped off the court for a breather, Giannis looked at him with a hint of envy, exclaiming, "Wang, I truly envy your shooting touch. It is remarkably smooth." Wang Yu had just completed around 50 shots, although Giannis had not counted meticulously. He noticed that Wang Yu had only missed 2 or 3. Even though this was merely practice, such accuracy was indeed commendable, especially considering Wang Yu's stature, which mirrored Giannis's own. What mattered most was the finesse Wang Yu exhibited while shooting. Giannis understood that this was a skill he could not replicate. Wang Yu smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate. If one were to argue that the athletic prowess of African players is an innate gift, then a refined shooting touch could be considered a talent inherent to players from Huaxia. Although Wang Yu had developed some of the physical attributes akin to his African counterparts, he simultaneously possessed that same exquisite touch characteristic of other players from Huaxia. With diligent practice, achieving a shooting accuracy of missing merely 2 or 3 out of 50 shots is truly not a formidable challenge. However, what is effortless for him poses a monumental task for Giannis. If he could consistently miss only 2 or 3 shots during each training session, he might wake up smiling even in his sleep. "Wang, may I join you for extra practice in the future?" Giannis inquired as he sat beside Wang, wiping the sweat from his face and shoulders. This was a spontaneous decision on his part, given Wang Yu's exceptional shooting skills. Training alongside him should undoubtedly enhance his own shooting abilities, right? Certainly, without a doubt. Wang Yu nodded, deeming it unnecessary to deliberate. Practicing alone inevitably leads to moments of monotony, yet having someone to accompany him would allow for engaging competitions and shooting contests. To Wang Yu's surprise, Parker had not left. Given Parker's fervor for nightlife and his character, one would not expect him to maintain composure and train diligently in the gym. Swish, swish, swish. Parker executed various technical maneuvers directed at the hoop, each appearing remarkably precise and aesthetically pleasing, culminating in a series of successful shots that effortlessly found their way through the net. After completing several sets of exercises, Parker paused to catch his breath before resuming his practice. The fact that 2K had rated his abilities lower than the previous season was not merely a trivial annoyance. He had genuinely internalized this matter. Moreover, it wasn't just 2K that underestimated him. Numerous experts believed that his recent injury would significantly impact his overall performance, making it unlikely for him to surpass his rookie season's achievements. Though Parker had never publicly rebuffed these expert opinions, he harbored a similar sentiment towards them as he did with 2K. He kept their words close to his heart. However, retaliating against such critiques was not a trivial endeavor. Last season, Parker had engaged briefly with the league's elite and understood that they were not to be trifled with. To silence those experts, he would need to exert even greater effort. Suddenly, Parker caught sight of 2 figures out of the corner of his eye and instinctively glanced toward the benches on the opposite side of the court. There stood Giannis and Wang Yu. "What brings you here so late?" Parker inquired with a cheerful smile. "We're just putting in some extra practice. The new season is about to commence. A little more training never hurt anyone," Wang Yu candidly replied. Giannis nodded in agreement, echoing Wang Yu's sentiment. Parker was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled again, this time more as a mask for his astonishment. He had observed Wang Yu and Giannis during their physical assessments, and their athletic prowess was unparalleled, truly a gift beyond compare. Yet, to witness such talent coupled with their diligence and practice was inspiring. "No, I must be harsher on myself," Parker resolved within. With Wang Yu and Giannis possessing such innate talent and still showing dedication, there was no justification for him to slacken his efforts. He not only needed to practice more, but to practice with fervor and intensity. Thus, one would not be left too far behind. Parker gazed at Wang Yu, his eyes brimming with admiration as if to say, "This individual is my role model." Wang Yu likely never anticipated that his decision to remain for additional practice would inspire Parker to train with even greater diligence. This can be considered an unexpected gain, can't it? Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly a positive development. Who wouldn't desire formidable teammates? After a brief chat among the three, they returned to their respective training. After approximately an hour, boredom began to set in, prompting them to discuss a shooting competition. The contest was proposed by Parker, and Wang Yu had no objections, while Giannis also did not dampen the mood. After a slight preparation, the three commenced the contest. The rules were akin to those of a three-point shooting competition: 5 angles, 5 shots from each angle, with 3-point shots valued at 2 points and 2-point shots at 1 point. The participant with the highest cumulative score declared the winner. Giannis was the first to shoot, accumulating 30 points. He performed admirably with the 2-point shots, scoring 18 out of 25, yet his 3-point performance was rather dismal, making only 6 out of 25. Wang Yu shot second, missing 1 2-point shot and totaling 24 points, but his 3-point shooting was similarly subpar, making 15 out of 25 for a total of 54 points. The 3-point range was evidently beyond his capability. Parker emerged as the final victor, despite missing 2 2-point shots. He successfully landed 23 pointers, amassing 63 points, and securing a comfortable victory. Parker, the winner, laughed with delight. There is a certain joy in triumphing over a genius. Giannis and Wang Yu, observing Parker's smug demeanor, united to give him a playful reprimand. Chapter 59. The 4 young men of Milwaukee from the very first day. Wang Yu, Parker, and Giannis have made it a habit to stay behind for extra training whenever possible. Practicing together, they found that engaging in small competitions, akin to shooting contests, alleviated the tedium, allowing for a balanced approach to training that proved efficient. A few days later, Middleton joined this extra training group. He had intended to begin additional practice earlier, but due to suboptimal results in his physical assessments, the trainer advised him to limit his initial training load to avoid undue strain on his body. After a 2-day respite, he felt sufficiently recovered and promptly integrated himself into Wang Yu's training ensemble. Wang Yu demonstrated in the practice matches that he still possessed the prowess that had astonished the entire NCAA back in 2012. And Middleton felt a resurgence of his youthful vigor. Thus, his enthusiasm for extra training was no less fervent than Parker's. Of course, while both were motivated by Wang Yu, their reasons diverged significantly. Middleton's eagerness stemmed solely from the desire to not leave a negative impression in front of his idol, which fueled his commitment to training. Conversely, Parker was inspired to intensify his efforts upon witnessing Wang Yu and Giannis, 2 superlative talents, diligently honing their skills. As Lu Xun famously stated, "If those more capable than you are working hard, what right do you have not to strive?" Parker did not wish for a day to come when comparisons between himself and Wang Yu, both Duke alumni, would yield stark disparities. This is his pride. However, Wang Yu remains indifferent to the reasons behind their rigorous training. As long as they are training diligently, that is sufficient. The emergence of a small training group within the Bucks has allowed the Chinese beast to seamlessly integrate into the team. Could this be the dark horse of the new season? The Bucks have initiated collective training, showcasing the enthusiasm of the Milwaukee Quartet. Media outlets swiftly reported on the news of these 4 individuals training together, sparking discussions among fans. Wow, Wang's integration into the team is remarkably swift. Has he truly bonded with the main players of the Bucks so quickly? Truth be told, the Milwaukee Quartet reminds me of the former Thunder Quartet. In terms of sheer talent, Wang and Giannis are certainly on par with the likes of Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. The potential of this quartet remains to be seen. Unbeknownst to them, the Bucks have amassed a wealth of young talent. If nurtured properly, they could very well emerge as a formidable force in the league in the coming years. Fans' attention is primarily focused on the 4 training together: Wang Yu, Giannis, Jabari Parker, and Middleton. Among them, the eldest, Middleton, is merely 24 years old, thus deserving the title of youth. Yet, aside from Wang Yu, the other 3 exhibited considerable potential during last season's regular matches, which has garnered optimism regarding their futures. Wang Yu's addition has undoubtedly transformed the team's talent dynamic, prompting many fans to reminisce about the Thunder's quartet: Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Serge Ibaka. In the 2010 to 2011 season, the Thunder advanced to the finals for the first time, thanks to their quartet. Unfortunately, the management's sudden lapse in judgment led to them unwilling to offer Harden an additional $6 million, resulting in his departure to Houston. The Thunder's quartet, having just begun to make a name for themselves, became a part of history. Reflecting on Harden's subsequent performances in Houston, one might conclude that had the Thunder retained him, they could have long since claimed their championship ring. Certainly, events that have not occurred cannot be taken seriously. However, to this day, many fans lament the dissolution of the Thunder's formidable quartet. Now, the four promising talents of the Bucks evoke echoes of that illustrious group, and with the emergence of reports, a surge of anticipation for the Bucks' upcoming season has captivated numerous fans. Yet, despite this newfound enthusiasm, most supporters remain rational in their eyes. This Bucks team is still notably youthful. The trio of emerging stars, as evidenced by their performance in last season's playoffs, displayed a certain immaturity and will require time to refine their skills. Furthermore, the potential of Wang Yu remains shrouded in uncertainty, as the 2012 #1 draft pick has yet to participate in a regular NBA season game. Although he dominated in the Summer League, it remains uncertain whether he can swiftly acclimate to the rigors of the true NBA arena. After all, the Summer League pales in comparison to the regular season in terms of intensity and caliber. It is precisely due to their youthfulness that few hold high expectations for them to create significant waves in the upcoming season. Nonetheless, many believe that as long as the Bucks management does not exhibit the same folly as that of the Thunder, a promising future undoubtedly awaits the franchise. Approximately 2 weeks after the commencement of the Bucks training camp, the players have nearly completed their targeted adjustments, and Jason Kidd swiftly initiated tactical drills among the team members. With only 2 weeks remaining in the training camp, the time has come to elevate the intensity of these tactical preparations. As the tactical drills begin, the starting lineup for the Bucks has now been formally established: point guard Mike Away, power forward Giannis Antetokounmpo, and center Wang Yu. A trio that has been determined from the outset. In recent days, after observing the tailored training sessions of the players, Jason Kidd has finally settled on definitive candidates for the shooting guard and small forward positions. He has positioned Middleton and Parker directly into the starting lineup, with Parker taking on the small forward role while Middleton assumes the shooting guard position. Given that Middleton primarily relies on off-ball movement to create opportunities for three-point shots, this approach does not conflict with the typical playstyle of a shooting guard. Moreover, Middleton's somewhat slender physique renders him vulnerable when defending the small forward position, making him an easy target for drives. However, such concerns are alleviated when he plays as a shooting guard. Crucially, the Bucks starting lineup necessitates an outside shooting threat to create space on the court. Unfortunately, both Vaughn and Mayo have proven to be erratic in their three-point shooting, making Middleton a more favorable option to take the floor. Furthermore, Kidd is aware of the ongoing discussions surrounding the Milwaukee Four and recognizes that these players regularly engage in additional practice sessions together, fostering a strong chemistry that will benefit the cohesion of the starting lineup. This decision serves multiple purposes, leading Kidd to naturally integrate Middleton into the first team. As anticipated, the four players who have been practicing together exhibited remarkable synergy in executing their strategies, mastering several commonly used plays within just a few days. However, this harmonious connection has rendered point guard McCaw somewhat out of sync, as he frequently encounters difficulties during tactical drills. Consequently, Kidd has been seen wearing a frown. He genuinely admires McCaw's talent. The issue with McCaw stems from his deviation from the traditional point guard mold. He resembles a ball-dominant small forward more than a true facilitator. While he is capable of orchestrating plays and scoring independently, his core style inadvertently hampers the performance of Wang Yu and the other three players, curtailing their abilities. For instance, when McCaw drives to the basket, he requires the interior presence of Wang Yu and Giannis to create space, necessitating Wang Yu's departure from the restricted area. This means that during McCaw's ball-dominant plays, Wang Yu is compelled to vacate the paint, which significantly diminishes his dominance in the low post that he previously showcased during the Summer League. Essentially, McCaw's ball handling restricts Wang Yu's movement around the basket, effectively transforming him into a space-oriented big man, which has considerable implications. Similarly, Giannis, while categorized as a power forward, also leans towards the playstyle of a small forward, necessitating ball control to drive toward the basket. More importantly, his subpar projection abilities prevent him from creating space in the paint like Wang Yu. To put it more bluntly, the playing styles of Giannis and McCaw overlap significantly. Their presence on the court together resembles that of Wade and LeBron in 2010, where one player could only stand by with hands on hips while the other took charge of the offense, offering little assistance. The rapport between Giannis and McCaw pales in comparison to that of LeBron and Wade, rendering any notion of sacrifice moot. As for Parker, he is a quintessential small forward. When both the point guard and power forward exhibit a similar small forward style, his opportunities with the ball diminish considerably, leading to a lack of presence on the court. At least based on current practice results, the number of times he runs without purpose far exceeds the instances he has the ball in hand. Middleton is the least affected among them. He does not demand the ball, and his proficiency in three-point shooting remains largely unaffected by McCaw's style. In fact, one might argue that he serves as McCaw's ideal partner. However, while he remains insulated from McCaw's influence, the latter's impact on the other three players inadvertently limits Middleton's space beyond the arc. With Giannis and Parker left with no alternative, they can only position themselves outside while McCaw holds the ball, thus constricting Middleton's operational range on the perimeter. Throughout tactical drills, he has collided with both Giannis and Parker on multiple occasions. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lies in McCaw's insufficient skill level. His penetrative drives require assistance to create space. Without it, his effectiveness as a penetrator diminishes. More critically, when his drives fail to pose a threat to the opposition, his presence on offense becomes negligible, especially given his lackluster shooting abilities. A proficient passer is predicated on possessing frontline offensive capabilities, which include the ability to draw and slice through the opponent's defense. Historically, exemplary assist leaders such as Stockton and Nash concealed their scoring prowess beneath their assist records, each equipped with formidable scoring techniques. Conversely, when a capable passer lacks offensive skills, he becomes increasingly reliant on his teammates. A prime example of this is Rajon Rondo, who benefited from having a trio of superstars to create offensive pressure, significantly enhancing his scoring potential. However, after Ainge dismantled the trio, Rondo's shooting deficiencies were magnified, leading to a rapid decline in his assist-to-turnover ratio. Initially seen as the successor to the Celtics' Big Three, he was soon relegated. In all honesty, McCaw does not measure up to the Rondo of yesteryears, who undoubtedly possessed elite playmaking skills. In terms of tactical acumen, Rondo surpassed McCaw by several notches. He is the type of player who elevates the performance of superstars alongside him. McCaw, on the other hand, embodies a player with the style of a superstar but lacking the requisite talent. Frankly, if McCaw were to compete in a lower-tier league, his abilities and talents would render him a dominant force. Unfortunately, in the NBA, his style is constrained by both skill and talent, and it would be a blessing if he could secure a rotation spot in the future. To put it plainly, McCaw is ill-suited to collaborate with Wang Yu and his three counterparts. Given their styles, they would benefit more from a supplementary point guard, akin to Patrick Beverley's defensive-oriented role with the Rockets or Derek Fisher's clutch shooting alongside Kobe. There are myriad possibilities. Yet they share a common trait. They do not commandeer ball possession. After all, both Giannis and Parker are ball-dominant players, and adding another such player would render ball distribution untenable. However, the Bucks lack such a point guard. Vasquez and Bellas both require ball control. The former is a traditional point guard who excels at passing but relishes dominating the ball during critical moments, enjoying the spotlight. The latter possesses commendable abilities, yet is defensively awkward, struggling to defend against both point guards due to slow footwork and facing challenges when matched against shooting guards. His offensive game revolves around ball dominance, leaving him with almost no off-ball capabilities. These two fellows, along with a McAvoy, this encapsulates the current state of the Milwaukee Bucks point guard position. However, if one were to select a starting point guard, it is evident that Bledsoe is far more suitable than McCallum. Not only does Bledsoe possess superior scoring capabilities, but having entered the league in 2008, he has amassed 7 years of invaluable experience that the other starters lack. Moreover, his shooting proficiency is crucial. A point guard with shooting ability greatly enhances the performance of the other four players. Despite this, all the reasoning in the world seemed futile. After several days of furrowing his brow without arriving at a solution, Kidd decided to relinquish the matter from his mind. He preferred to believe that the issue lay in the team's chemistry, and that with time, McCallum would eventually find his rhythm with his teammates. This was Jason Kidd's line of thought, for he was reluctant to dismiss McCallum from the starting lineup. Ultimately, the starting roster remained unchanged despite McCallum's struggle to assimilate with the Milwaukee core. The lineup of McCallum, Middleton, Parker, Antetokounmpo, and Wang Yu was officially established as the Bucks starting five for the new season. As training camp approached its conclusion, a positive development emerged just a few days prior. McCallum and the Milwaukee quartet finally began to exhibit some degree of synergy. While these connections appeared to stem from Wang Yu and the others adapting their play style to accommodate McCallum, the mere existence of such cooperation was a promising sign. Kidd exhaled a sigh of relief. In the days leading up to the conclusion of the closed training camp, Jason Kidd organized another intra-squad scrimmage. Since the first day of training camp, There had been a continuous series of scrimmages, occurring approximately every 2 to 3 days. However, this particular matchup differed from the previous ones, as Kidd assembled the starting 5 for the upcoming season into one team and selected the 5 most talented reserves, such as O.J. Mayo and John Henson, to serve as their practice opponents. Additionally, a stipulation was added. Wang Yu was prohibited from utilizing low-post techniques during the game. This endeavor, aside from aiming to balance the strengths of the two teams, also serves to assess the level of synergy among the starters. If there were no constraints on Wang Yu, the necessity of this internal training match would be rendered moot, for none of the Bucks' substitute big men could withstand his prowess. Nevertheless, even under such circumstances, the Bucks' starting lineup swiftly established a double-digit lead within a mere 5 minutes. By the conclusion of the 12-minute scrimmage, the starting 5 had triumphed over the reserve squad by an impressive margin of 18 points, nearing a staggering 20-point disparity. In the final 2 minutes, Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu slightly eased their defenses, allowing the opposing team to successfully break through on several occasions. Otherwise, the point difference would have undoubtedly surged towards 25. It was, without a doubt, a one-sided contest. Yet, Jason Kidd wore a furrowed brow. In this training match, although the starting 5 effortlessly triumphed over the bench players, the manner of victory was far from what he desired. During these 12 minutes, Wang Yu amassed 13 points and 10 rebounds, while Giannis recorded 9 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. Parker contributed 6 points, as did Middleton, yet Micah Way managed a mere single point, which was obtained through a free throw. Additionally, as a point guard, his assist tally stood at just 3, accompanied by 2 turnovers. Thus, it can be concluded that this resounding victory bore little relation to him. In fact, he may have inadvertently hindered the team's performance. However, one cannot deny that his 3 assists were executed with remarkable flair, showcasing a certain synergy with his teammates. Regrettably, his skills seem to fall short in comparison to those of his 4 counterparts. At this juncture, there is little choice but to proceed as is. The starting lineup has been refining their chemistry for half a month, and with training camp concluded, a sudden alteration in the starting 5 would be ill-advised. For now, they shall continue and await the regular season to gauge the efficacy of this lineup. Jason Kidd must momentarily set aside this troubling concern. The day following the conclusion of training camp marked the media day, when the arena opened its doors to the public and all players were to face interviews from reporters. Whether or not they received interviews was a different matter altogether. Judging by the influx of journalists covering the Bucks, the team's popularity this season appears to be significantly heightened. The previously subdued Bradley Center welcomed an assembly of 50 to 60 reporters, representing a diverse array of media outlets. The coverage of Milwaukee's Big Four has sparked intense discussions among fans, and the excitement continues to swell as everyone is eager to witness the emergence of a second Thunder Four. This is the reason why so many journalists have gathered in the small city of Milwaukee. Of course, another reason is the presence of Wang Yu on this team. After all, the reporters from Huaxia are primarily here for him. Wang Yu, ESPN has ranked you as the 40th player in their new season player list. What are your thoughts on this? Kobe, too, finds himself at the 93rd position this year, so I hold no particular opinion regarding my ranking. Moreover, ESPN's rankings are not necessarily accurate. I generally refrain from following their reports. During the closed training camp, major media outlets remained active, including notable names like ESPN and Sports Illustrated, all providing a degree of insight into the upcoming season. However, such forecasts merely consist of the usual player rankings and team evaluations, predicting each team's chances of victory. Last year, ESPN stirred considerable controversy when they ranked Kobe, who was just recovering from an Achilles tear, at the 40th position, prompting an irate response from him on Twitter. Yet, judging by Kobe's performance in the subsequent season, his placement at 40th appears somewhat justified. Perhaps ESPN's rankings were not erroneous but rather prescient. This marked the first instance since 2009 when Kobe was underestimated by the media without a successful retort. It also signifies that the league's top player, Kobe, has indeed descended from his pedestal. His acknowledgement that this season would be the final chapter of his illustrious career illustrates his awareness of the irreparable impact of the Achilles injury. Time is eternal. The strong may forge an era but cannot transcend it, and Kobe is no exception. Yet, his acceptance of fate led to ESPN further underestimating him. As in their preseason outlook for the 2015 to 2016 season, they placed him at the 93rd position, perilously close to falling out of the top 100. This ranking has undoubtedly stirred a considerable commotion. Kobe, who was recently undervalued by 2K, has now faced similar disdain from ESPN, causing him to erupt with fury akin to a powder keg. He unleashed a flurry of tweets mocking ESPN, only to calm himself slightly. However, anyone daring to mention ESPN during this period would be met with his disdainful countenance, nostrils flared in indignation. The Black Mamba's penchant for holding grudges is legendary throughout the league. Wang Yu's placement at the 40th spot has also sparked some discussion. The top 10 are undoubtedly superstars, and this is indisputable. The 11th to 20th positions generally consist of players of star caliber, capable of becoming the leader of a team. Meanwhile, those ranked from 20 to 40 are roughly at the all-star level. While not every player in this range has necessarily made an all-star appearance, their prowess is undeniably of that caliber. A player occupying such a position is likely a core member of their team, if not the primary leader. I concede that Wang exhibited a ferocious performance in the Summer League, but can one truly assert that such a showing alone qualifies him as an all-star caliber player? That assertion seems rather lacking in rigor. ESPN's two most significant missteps this year are their failure to accord Kobe the respect he deserves and their overestimation of Wang's potential. However, we are no longer in the era of traditional centers. I genuinely doubt that a player incapable of making three-point shots can sustain his position in the league. Damn ESPN. Are they attempting to elevate him only to undermine him? It is naturally contentious that Wang Yu, a player yet to set foot on an NBA court, is ranked in this manner, with many fans expressing that this ranking seems excessively high. Chapter 62. Aspiring for MVP. ESPN has also projected the rankings and win totals for all 30 teams for the upcoming season. The Milwaukee Bucks, with a record of 42 wins and 10 losses, have been positioned 9th in the Eastern Conference. Undoubtedly, this is a team brimming with talent, featuring players like Giannis, the NCAA powerhouse Wang Yu, and last year's second overall pick, Jabari Parker, all of whom are exceptionally gifted. One could assert that the Bucks are gradually evolving into the Eastern Conference's version of the Thunder, although the Thunder's rise took a full 3 years. The Bucks' ascent will similarly require time. We eagerly anticipate the future of this team, but for this season, we must express our apologies. ESPN's commentary on this team echoes the sentiments shared by fans in recent discussions. The future undoubtedly belongs to them, but they still require time to mature. Thus, most fans are in agreement with the Bucks ranking for the upcoming season. Only the players themselves scoff at this assessment. Upon the release of the ranking, Giannis frequently reminded Wang Yu, "I will make them regret this in the new season. We made the playoffs last season. How could they possibly think we will regress this year?" Such remarks abound. Wang Yu harbors considerable dissatisfaction regarding this ranking. During his inaugural press conference following his contract with the Bucks, he fervently asserted his commitment to elevating the team's performance in the upcoming season. However, ESPN has audaciously predicted that the Bucks will not even qualify for the playoffs, a statement that feels like a slap in the face. It would be rather peculiar for him to be content with such a ranking. After addressing inquiries from Hwasha Media, Wang Yu was summoned to the press conference venue by the Bucks public relations staff, where he stands as one of the team's player representatives alongside Giannis Antetokounmpo. Wang, do you recall your assertion during the press conference? You promised to advance the Bucks in the new season? The female journalist who posed that question previously was present once more at this inaugural press conference of the season, reiterating her inquiry to Wang Yu. Naturally, Wang Yu did not shy away from acknowledging his own words. There is no need for denial. In the new season, he is determined to lead the Milwaukee Bucks to the second round of the playoffs, if not further. If the Bucks were to regress due to my joining, what would be the significance of my decision to join this team? He stated confidently. Thank you for your response, Wang. The female journalist appeared quite satisfied with his answer as she settled into her seat. Now, Wang, do you believe you can secure the Rookie of the Year title this season? Another journalist rose, linking his inquiry to the Rookie of the Year award from the 2015 to 2016 season. Wang Yu had dominated the top 4 picks from the 2015 draft during the Summer League, so discussions regarding this accolade naturally included his name. As the number 1 pick in 2012, isn't it a bit late to be discussing the Rookie of the Year? A subtle smile graced Wang Yu's face. Since arriving in America, he has contemplated many aspects. Yet the Rookie of the Year award for the upcoming season was not among them. He has subconsciously bypassed that consideration. After all, even if he has missed 3 seasons, he is indeed a 2012 rookie. It would be rather myopic to focus on securing the 2015 to 2016 Rookie of the Year if one is to compete. Why not aim for more significant honors? Compared to the Rookie of the Year award, I am far more concerned about the regular season MVP. Wang Yu's final statement elicited astonished expressions from the journalists present, who exchanged glances with their colleagues, uncertain if they had indeed heard him correctly. This individual actually claims that he aspires to secure the regular season MVP in the upcoming season? Is this madness? Does this fellow truly comprehend the words he utters? Oh my goodness. If he is not mad, then it must be I who is losing my sanity. Sitting to the left of Wang Yu, both Antetokounmpo and Hammond were equally taken aback. They too had not anticipated Wang Yu's remarkable confidence. This is indeed the MVP of the regular season. In the illustrious history of the Milwaukee Bucks, the last recipient of this prestigious accolade was none other than the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, a remarkable 46 years ago, during a time when even general manager John Hammond had yet to be born. Since Abdul-Jabbar's era, no player from the Bucks has achieved this honor, rendering it a formidable curse for a span of 46 years. Remarkably, Wang Yu, without having played a single game, dares to declare his aspiration to claim the MVP title. In this era, do players from Huaxia possess such confidence? Hammond couldn't help but reminisce about the past when Yi Jianlian graced the court. The latter, reserved and inarticulate, would typically respond to inquiries with a humble acknowledgement of the need for further effort, expressing a desire for improved performance. Both are players from Huaxia, yet the disparity is rather pronounced. Hammond pondered whether this was a positive or negative development. Yet he had to concede one undeniable truth. Wang Yu's prowess far surpasses that of the former Yi Jianlian. There is indeed some capital involved, though it remains uncertain if this capital will hold its value in the upcoming season. From the audience, another journalist stood to pose a question. The regular season MVP is traditionally awarded to the league's finest performer. Are you implying that you possess the caliber to rival LeBron James and Kevin Durant? Journalists are often skilled at crafting traps, particularly those in the NBA, and one reporter, believing Wang Yu's previous response lacked sufficient impact, had laid a significant snare. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, the reporter awaited Wang Yu's reply. Wang Yu cast a penetrating gaze in his direction, realizing the depth of the trap laid before him. It appeared he was being underestimated. I have no intention of comparing myself to others, Wang Yu clarified. My aspiration for the MVP is primarily to encourage others to perceive me in a broader light, rather than merely as the Rookie of the Year, a distinction I sought 3 years prior. If, at the conclusion of the new season, the only commendation I receive is that I am merely the best among newcomers, it would undoubtedly be a failure. Wang Yu deftly sidestepped the trap, further elucidating his earlier statements instead. After this explanation, his statement about wanting to win the regular season MVP no longer seems out of place. At the very least, the fans would not react too vehemently. After all, anyone can empathize with such feelings. A once-in-a-generation talent returning after a 3-year hiatus naturally would not wish to be compared to a group of newcomers. This sentiment is entirely understandable, as it is how most individuals would feel. For this reason, what initially appeared to be a sensational topic suddenly lost its spark, and all the journalists present turned their reproachful gazes towards the reporter who posed the question. Why did you have to speak up and ask that? Clearly, you think you're special. The reporter who had asked the question felt the weight of the unfriendly stares, chuckled awkwardly, and hastily took his seat, his head nearly buried between his legs, wishing he could vanish into the floor. Chapter 63. The preseason begins following the media day. The Milwaukee Bucks commence taking the players' official portraits. Each team must retake these portraits before the onset of a new season. This is essential for 2 reasons. First, every summer, teams undergo trades and personnel changes, necessitating new photos to reflect the altered rosters. Second, the team's official website and promotional materials require the latest images. Thus, capturing new official portraits is indispensable. Moreover, there is a certain art to these portraits. For instance, individual portraits or those featuring pairs, triples, or quartets are not typically accessible to just any player, especially those that are displayed on each team's official website, which are reserved exclusively for core players. This year, the Bucks showcased 4 official portraits on their Twitter account, one each of Wang Yu and Giannis Antetokounmpo, a joint photo of the two with the ball, and finally, a portrait featuring the 4 key players of Milwaukee standing together. It is evident that these images represent the face of the Bucks for the new season, particularly Wang Yu and Giannis, who are truly the epitome of that face. Their combined talent is nothing short of terrifying. At long last, we can once again witness a Chinese player gracing the NBA courts. This day has been long awaited. These 4 photographs alone illustrate the Bucks' significant emphasis on Wang Yu and Giannis, with hopes that both will perform exceptionally together, forming yet another dominant frontcourt duo in the league. In comparison to American fans, the discussions among Chinese fans regarding the official portraits are evidently more fervent. After all, this marks the return of a Chinese player to the NBA courts since Yi Jianlian's departure from the league. How can one not be exhilarated by this? Moreover, as a core player, many fans cannot help but reminisce about the words spoken by Wang Yu 3 months ago before his journey to America. If I cannot secure a successful contract, I may have to participate in the Summer League or even the Development League. However, rest assured, I shall return to the NBA promptly and fulfill the promise I made to all of you 3 years ago. After uttering this statement, he immediately set off for America. And as he predicted, he participated in the Summer League in his quest to return to the league. It is indeed astonishing that his performance during the Summer League far surpassed everyone's expectations. With his remarkable display and a dominant showing against the entire class of 2015 rookies, Wang Yu successfully achieved what he had articulated, a 4-year, $70 million contract with the Milwaukee Bucks, thus returning to the league expeditiously. Now, he must fulfill the final clause of his statement to realize the promise made 3 years ago. 3 years ago, following the draft, Wang Yu proclaimed, "Before long, I believe that when foreigners mention Chinese basketball, they will include my name, Wang Yu." Can he accomplish this? The fervor surrounding Wang Yu across America since the Summer League suggests that he is indeed capable. However, it is essential to remember that this was merely the Summer League, not the NBA regular season. Chinese fans are inclined to believe in Wang Yu's ability to deliver astonishing performances in the regular season, yet until the games are played, apprehension is inevitable. Nevertheless, unlike previous concerns, this time, the majority of Chinese fans are filled with confidence in Wang Yu's prowess. Following the official team photos, the first preseason game is also on the horizon. Jason Kidd has evidently been busier during this period, as he must swiftly arrange the strategies and player lineups for the preseason. The outcomes of the 5 preseason games do not count towards the regular season record. Thus, all teams primarily focus on training, fostering synergy among starting players, adjusting their conditions, competing among substitutes for their performance, and determining the fate of those on training camp contracts with the Bucks. These matters are neither overly abundant nor scarce. Indeed, they provide ample engagement for Jason Kidd, the fledgling head coach, who has yet to complete 5 years in his role. Furthermore, the Milwaukee Bucks differ from other teams. They are notably youthful, with the starting 5 having played together for less than 3 years, resulting in significant issues regarding their synergy. The sole positive aspect is the commendable rapport among the starters, which is conducive to fostering better cooperation and generating a fruitful chemistry. However, Rome was not built in a day, and the cohesion among the Bucks starting players requires time on the court to develop. This implies that the starters will need to play substantial minutes in each preseason game. Their considerable time on the floor also means that the opportunities for other players to showcase their talents are limited. It falls upon Jason Kidd to judiciously arrange the evaluations of the remaining bench players and role players within this constrained timeframe. Fortunately, his hair has long since departed. Otherwise, the mere task of orchestrating these matters would have surely cost him a considerable amount of it. The advantages of being bald are evident. One need not worry about hair loss. The Milwaukee Bucks face the Denver Nuggets in their first preseason game at home. Consequently, Wang Yu encountered the Chinese boy Mudiay and the Kola boy Jokic once more after 2 months. Much like the Bucks, the Nuggets are a youthful team that has not seen a superstar since the departure of Carmelo Anthony, becoming a thoroughly ordinary team. However, the core players of this team have been together for an extended period, thus they did not remain on the court for long. Just after half of the first quarter, Mudiay and Jokic, along with the other newcomers, were summoned to the court. Jason Kidd did not follow suit with the Nugget substitutions. He adhered to his prearranged plan, allowing the starting 5 to play the entirety of the first quarter. The point differential widened when the Nuggets replaced their starting lineup with newcomers. Prior to the substitutions, the Bucks led by a mere 4 points, but after the Nuggets switched players, the Bucks quickly established a double-digit lead. Wang Yu and Giannis alternated in scoring, relying solely on their innate talent to overpower the Nuggets. Despite this, the Nuggets head coach refrained from substituting the starters, allowing Mudiay and his teammates to remain on the court. Kidd also made no substitutions, keeping Wang Yu and his teammates in play, which further increased the point gap. By halftime, the Bucks had already surged ahead by 18 points. In the second half, Kidd did not reintroduce the starting lineup, opting instead to evaluate the main substitutes and role players. Initially, Kidd anticipated that the starting five would need at least 25 minutes to gel on the court. But the quality of the players on the floor for the Nuggets was simply too low to provide a challenge to the Bucks starters, rendering the intended synergy ineffective. Ultimately, the first preseason game concluded with Wang Yu playing for 20 minutes and effortlessly achieving a double-double with 15 points and 10 rebounds, while Giannis also logged nearly 20 minutes, contributing 10 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists. Chapter 64, Praise and Criticism. In the second game of the playoffs, the Bucks continued their contest against the Nuggets, this time as visitors. It was Wang Yu's first time playing in Denver, as well as his first experience contending with altitude sickness. Initially, he struggled to acclimate, as the physical burden was markedly greater than usual. Consequently, in the first quarter, he managed only 2 successful shots out of 5 attempts, failing to surpass a 50% shooting percentage. With Wang Yu's underwhelming performance in the paint, the entire Nuggets defense spread wide, thereby constricting Middleton's movement and limiting his opportunities for open shots. He went 0 for 2 from beyond the arc. As the Bucks faced pressure from the Nuggets' perimeter defense, the point guard, McCaw, failed to fulfill his role by utilizing organization and passing to help the team penetrate the opponent's defense. He even recorded 3 turnovers in the first quarter. The Nuggets' expansive defensive setup offered McCaw ample opportunity to drive, yet he repeatedly faltered with successive mistakes. McCaw sat with his head bowed on the bench, having not lifted it since being substituted in the first quarter. His eagerness was palpable. He yearned to score. McCaw was acutely aware of his current predicament. Among the starting 5, he struggled to integrate with the synergy of his teammates, instead requiring others to adapt to his style of play. After 2 tumultuous years in the league, he certainly recognized that he lacked the standing to demand such accommodation. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself once again at a crucial crossroads. Should he fail to showcase his abilities, he would likely face a decline in tactical relevance, or worse, a return to wandering. Today was meant to be his opportunity. Wang Yu's underperformance was an uncommon occurrence. In training camp, he consistently emerged as the most formidable threat. When pitted against Giannis, he often emerged victorious. While it was said that Wang Yu and Giannis were the team's 2 main cornerstones, the truth remained that Wang Yu's immediate impact was significantly superior to that of Giannis, at least by a clear margin. Such a player, having encountered a decline in performance due to the initial effects of altitude, necessitates another individual to step forth. It must be said, this undoubtedly presents an opportunity. This is also the reason behind his relentless efforts in the first quarter. Unfortunately, he failed to seize this opportunity. As for when the next opportunity might arise, Micah was uncertain. Perhaps he would never have another chance. Micah felt as if his entire mindset had shattered. "How are you, Wang?" Giannis glanced at Wang Yu while sipping on Gatorade. He remembered his own first experience with altitude sickness, feeling fatigued almost instantly, especially as if his legs were laden with lead. Wang Yu shook his head. "It's nothing." He adjusted his breathing. The duration of the first quarter had been sufficient for his body to acclimatize to the altitude. "Let us close the gap in the score." With the sound signaling the commencement of the second quarter, Wang Yu exchanged a fist bump with Giannis before taking to the court. The Bucks trailed by 4 points at the end of the first quarter, and Wang Yu naturally bore the responsibility on his shoulders, embodying the awareness expected of a team leader. True to his word, he commenced the second quarter with 3 consecutive scores, even completing a 3-point play. The score was swiftly equalized by the Bucks. Observing Wang Yu's resurgence from his slump, Micah's mood soured further. Indeed, opportunities are fleeting, and once missed, they seldom return. Wang Yu's resurgence, coupled with the Nuggets' decision to field a new lineup, rendered the game simpler. By the conclusion of the match, the Bucks emerged victorious once more, triumphing 89-80 and securing their second consecutive win in the preseason. In this match, Wang Yu's playing time reached 25 minutes, an increase of 5 minutes compared to the previous game. However, due to a sluggish performance in the first quarter, his final statistics of 16 points and 9 rebounds did not surpass those from the last game. Nevertheless, Jason Kidd expressed great satisfaction with Wang Yu's performance today, even more so than with his previous outing, as he recognized Wang Yu's ability to swiftly overcome his slump. Players possessing such resilience are indeed capable of thriving in challenging situations. Giannis Antetokounmpo played 4 minutes longer than Wang Yu today, filling the void left by Wang Yu's offensive output by playing the entirety of the first quarter. Consequently, his performance was remarkable, amassing 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, figures that certainly reflect all-star caliber. Following the game, various media outlets in Milwaukee praised Giannis, noting a significant improvement compared to last season. He has increasingly harnessed his innate talent, yet it is evident that there remains room for further enhancement. Milwaukee Sentinel, Wang Yu's exceptional partner, the extraordinarily talented Giannis. Milwaukee Huaxia times. The Greek freak evolves once more, achieving 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists to join the All-Star ranks. Milwaukee News. This marks Giannis Antetokounmpo's third year in Milwaukee, and all Milwaukee fans have witnessed his transformation from a relatively slender figure to the formidable athlete he is today. It can be said that Giannis has grown before the eyes of the Milwaukee supporters. Consequently, in comparison to Wang Yu, they naturally feel a closer affinity towards Giannis. In a mere 29 minutes, he achieved an impressive stat line of 20 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists, although it is but a preseason game. Considering that in his previous outing he managed 10 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 assists in just 15 minutes, his performance is indeed commendable. More importantly, Giannis appeared to have reserves of energy while accumulating these statistics, which is quite daunting. Conversely, Michael Carter-Williams, with an average of 4 turnovers, does not merit a starting position. He recorded 6 points, 6 assists, and 6 turnovers, leaving the 2013 Rookie of the Year seemingly devoid of a promising future. Is yet another disappointing season on the horizon? It seems increasingly difficult for Michael Carter-Williams to reclaim his former glory. The Milwaukee media, while praising Giannis's progress, has criticized Carter-Williams, asserting that his performance does not warrant a starting role on this Bucks team. It is hardly surprising, given that he is unable to even average 7 points, alongside 4 turnovers. This is indeed the preseason. As a starting player, such performance is simply unacceptable. I cannot fathom why Jason Kidd insists on placing him in the starting lineup, a decision that seems to have commenced last season. He appears to have a particular fondness for Michael, yet it is evident that he does not fit the starting roster of the Bucks. Jerry Bayless, averaging 20 minutes over the 2 preseason games, contributes 8 points and 4 assists with merely 5 turnovers. Does this not render him a more suitable candidate than Michael? The Milwaukee Sentinel has not hesitated to criticize both Jason Kidd and his choice to start McCallum, expressing bafflement at this decision. Chapter 65. The conclusion of the preseason. The Milwaukee Sentinel unleashed a scathing critique of Jason Kidd, yet he remained unfazed. In the 3rd preseason game, McCallum continued to start. A nadir often precedes a resurgence. Despite McCallum's dismal performances in the initial 2 games, he erupted in the second quarter against the Nets, scoring 8 points and providing 2 assists, helping the team establish a 14-point lead during that stretch, ultimately leading to a victory. The Bucks achieved a 3-game winning streak in the preseason. McCallum delivered his finest performance of the series, amassing 15 points, 6 rebounds, and 7 assists. Although he still recorded 4 turnovers, it was a marked improvement compared to his earlier outings. In response to the critiques from the Milwaukee Sentinel, Jason Kidd remarked, "Michael possesses considerable talent. We cannot dismiss a player based on 1 or 2 games, especially since this is merely the preseason, and we have ample time." The official Twitter account of the Milwaukee Sentinel swiftly countered his retort. Likewise, we cannot afford to grant him excessive time based solely on 1 game. Following the conclusion of the 3rd preseason game of the 2015 to 2016 season, a public dispute erupted between the Bucks head coach and the mainstream Milwaukee press. Many Milwaukee fans have also engaged in this debate, and from the majority of comments, it appears that most supporters align with the perspective of the Milwaukee Sentinel, believing that McCallum is indeed ill-suited for the Bucks starting position. Particularly this year, the talent of the Milwaukee quartet is evident. The point guard position must serve as a facilitating role, allowing these 4 players to gain sufficient experience. And it is clear that McCallum is not a suitable candidate for such a role. Even the most ardent fans can discern this. Jason Kidd was swiftly confronted with reality. In the 4th preseason game, the Milwaukee Bucks faced the Atlanta Hawks, where Michael Carter-Williams matched up against last season's newly minted All-Star, Jeff Teague. During their 20 minutes of direct competition, Teague dominated, scoring 10 points, providing 5 assists, and securing 2 steals without a single turnover. In contrast, Carter-Williams managed only 3 points, 3 assists, and 3 turnovers from 5 attempts. The disparity between the 2 players was strikingly evident. Ultimately, the Bucks succumbed to the Hawks with a score of 89-95, marking their first defeat of the preseason. In the post-game press conference, Jason Kidd's demeanor was akin to that of a man who had tasted something foul, his face flushed to a deep shade of crimson. A reporter from the Milwaukee Sentinel arrived, wearing a sardonic expression, eager to see how Kidd would defend Carter-Williams this time. Giannis Antetokounmpo's performance was commendable, and the Kings' consistent prowess beneath the basket continued to instill confidence. Although we lost this match, it is not a matter of great concern. I firmly believe that when we encounter the Hawks again in the regular season, we shall exact our revenge. Kidd exemplified the adage that the old horse knows the way. He extolled the merits of the Milwaukee quartet while conveniently omitting any mention of Carter Williams' performance, unilaterally concluding the interview. Jason Kidd is merely a charlatan who uses words to mask the truth. The Milwaukee Sentinel would not let Kidd evade accountability, responding with a critical article that took him to task. Having completed 4 preseason games, the Milwaukee Sentinel has issued 2 scathing critiques of the head coach, a rarity in Milwaukee's history. We have never worried about the performances of players like the King, Giannis, or even Chris and Jabari. What we need to understand now is why Michael Carter Williams is the starting point guard. From the 4 preseason games played, it is evident that he is not compatible with the other 4 players, and his dismal performance stems from his attempts to synchronize with them. Why maintain a combination that yields negative results simply because they have played together for a short time? Regrettably, such reasoning lacks persuasiveness and should not be an excuse for a head coach. After all, even ordinary fans can see that Carter Williams' style is in stark conflict with that of the other 4. Yet, Jason Kidd has yet to provide a straightforward answer to this pressing issue. I hope to receive clarity on why Michael Carter Williams is steadfastly positioned as the starting point guard before the conclusion of the preseason. The Milwaukee Sentinel has boldly brought Jason Kidd's evasive responses into the limelight, even tagging him in a tweet, hoping he might address their inquiries. Faced with the Sentinel's relentless probing, Kidd opted not to confront them directly. As the local paper known for its critical stance, engaging further could ultimately reflect poorly on him, leading him to choose silence and unilaterally declare a ceasefire. In the absence of his voice, the Milwaukee Sentinel lost interest in pursuing him further, redirecting its focus back to reports on Wang Yu and Giannis Antetokounmpo. During this period, the Bucks completed their final preseason game, securing victory with strong performances from Wang Yu and Giannis, concluding the preseason with an impressive 4-1 record. While preseason results are often disregarded, this record stands notably better than those of previous years. In an average of 26.8 minutes on the court during the preseason, Wang Yu has achieved commendable statistics of 18 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 blocks. If extrapolated to 36 minutes, these figures would translate to an average of 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 5 blocks. This data unequivocally reflects the premier performance of the league's interior players. Giannis Antetokounmpo averaged 28 minutes of play during the preseason, amassing 13 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block per game, when projected over 36 minutes. It undeniably showcases his versatility as a forward. Additionally, Chris Middleton averaged 12 points, while Jabari Parker contributed 13 points per game. The quartet from Milwaukee collectively secured an average of 56 points for the team during the preseason, though merely a precursor to the regular season. It is noteworthy that these figures were achieved without them fully unleashing their potential. The Bucks appear poised for ascendance with this talented quartet. The roster for the upcoming season has been officially confirmed following the conclusion of the preseason. Centers, Wang Yu, John Henson. Power forwards, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Miles Plumlee, Johnny O'Bryant III. Small forwards, Chris Middleton, Jabari Parker, Damian Inglis. Shooting guards, O.J. Mayo, Rashad Vaughn, Jerry Bellows. Point guards, Michael Carter Williams, Greaves Vasquez, Tyler Ennis. With a 15-man roster, Hammond has filled 14 spots, leaving 1 vacancy intended for acquiring a vital piece mid-season. Chapter 66. Before facing the Bulls, the Bucks lineup for the new season has been officially established, yet it has not garnered significant attention. Despite the presence of Wang Yu and Giannis Antetokounmpo, they pale in comparison to the likes of LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Kobe Bryant. Undoubtedly, the spotlight remains on the superstars, and discussions concerning lineups predominantly revolve around teams with these iconic figures. The youthful roster of the Bucks only surfaces in conversations about talent. At other times, they attract little notice. However, this may serve them well, as the Milwaukee Bucks embark on their journey to Chicago, ready to confront their first adversary of the new season, the Chicago Bulls. The fervor surrounding this match in the domestic sphere undoubtedly surpasses that in the United States. Tencent Sports has proactively promoted this event, generating significant buzz for Wang Yu's inaugural game in the NBA. On the day of the match, various Tencent-related applications showcased content pertinent to the event, with Tencent Video prominently featuring a large banner on its homepage. heralding the return of Chinese players to the NBA after 3 years. Following Yao Ming's injury and subsequent season-ending absence in the 2010 to 2011 season, and Yi Jianlian's departure from the NBA in 2012, Wang Yu was selected as the first overall pick in 2012, but unfortunately faced an Achilles tendon rupture during the offseason. Since those 3 players, no Chinese athletes have graced the NBA. However, this awkward record is poised to be shattered imminently, as the once celebrated beacon of Chinese basketball once again bears the hopes of the nation. He has successfully signed with the Milwaukee Bucks and is set to officially embark on his NBA journey. Concurrently, Tencent's live stream took the initiative to reflect on Wang Yu's notable achievements in the NCAA an hour prior, analyzing his performances during the Summer League and preseason matches. In conclusion, Yang Yi remarked that, despite having suffered an Achilles tendon rupture, Wang Yu's explosiveness has not diminished as it has for many other players. His athletic prowess remains as formidable as ever. Furthermore, he has retained his competitive instincts, keeping pace with the rhythm of both the Summer League and preseason games. Although the regular season will present stronger opponents, the intensity at the outset is unlikely to surpass that of the preseason. I am confident that Wang Yu will deliver a commendable performance in his forthcoming debut. As for the extent of his prowess, we shall only ascertain that once the game officially commences. Arranging the regular season opener against last season's playoff adversary is a common tactic within the NBA scheduling framework, a strategy that has been employed since the 1990s, specifically following David Stern's ascendancy to the presidency of the league. The former commissioner of the league, who has now stepped down, is undoubtedly the most significant contributor to the current influence of the NBA, whether through instigating rivalries or nurturing star players. David Stern employed strategies in advancing the commercial aspects of the NBA that even the most seasoned business magnates could only admire in astonishment. It is undeniable that such long-standing adversaries easily generate a plethora of topics, and with an abundance of intrigue, fans are drawn to watch the games. There is no doubt about it. The Milwaukee Bucks season opener is against the Chicago Bulls, the very team that eliminated them from the playoffs last season. When Giannis first glimpsed the schedule and saw that their inaugural game was against the Bulls, his demeanor transformed in an instant, ignited by a burning desire for vengeance. Last season marked Giannis's inaugural entry into the playoffs, yet he was unceremoniously subdued by the Bulls, who mercilessly exploited his weaknesses. Despite showing considerable improvement during the regular season, Giannis's key statistics plummeted during that series, particularly his shooting percentage, which dropped from an average of 49.1 to a mere 36.6, a staggering decline of over 12 points. The Bulls, recognizing his limitations, relentlessly targeted him, imparting a harsh lesson about the brutality of the playoffs, an entirely different realm of competition. Nonetheless, the Bulls have also become the team Giannis yearns to conquer, fueling his thirst for retribution. The league's scheduling aligns perfectly with his aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, the first game of the new season is upon us, and I urge you all to muster your spirits and seize victory in this opening match. Jason Kidd delivered an impassioned pregame rallying cry. As a legendary player with a 17-year tenure in the league, Kidd possesses profound insight into the player's psyche at this pivotal moment. As he has lived through similar circumstances, he understands what the Bucks players are thinking and how to galvanize these young men, 2 essential points. The season opener demands a triumphant start, and the opponent is the Bulls, whom they must defeat to avenge their previous defeat. Go, go, go. Kidd's motivational speech resonated deeply, and as the team huddled together, their spirited cheers echoed with enthusiasm. As Wang Yu emerged from the players' tunnel towards the visiting team's exit, the cacophony grew increasingly intense. Upon stepping out alongside his Bucks teammates, a chorus of boos erupted from the assembled crowd. At this moment, there remains an hour until the commencement of the match, however. The venue is already filled to 70% capacity, a testament to the fervor of a certain illustrious player. The enthusiasm of the Chicago fans ranks among the highest in the entire league, as evidenced by the timing of their arrival. Wang Yu sits on the bench, gradually acclimating to the cacophony of boos that envelopes him. Though he is no stranger to away games, having experienced them during his time in the NCAA. The scale of this event is incomparable. While NCAA regular season attendance pales in comparison to the NBA, the NCAA finals do attract crowds of NBA caliber. Yet, those are neutral venues where cheers are bestowed upon whichever side performs well. As a dominant force in the NCAA, Wang Yu adeptly transformed that neutral arena into a home court for Duke. Thus, he has not encountered an away game of such magnitude before, and the jeers evoke a slight psychological response within him. Nevertheless, as a professional athlete, managing one's mental state is a vital skill. Wang Yu steadies his breath, arranges his gear, and swiftly casts aside the distractions of the crowd. He retrieves the ball and begins to shoot, one after another, warming up for the game. Chapter 67. The First Shot. The Bucks have played for 40 minutes, and the spectators have voiced their discontent for the same duration, only to be transformed into cheers as the Bulls' starting lineup is introduced. The Bulls have remained relatively quiet this summer, not only due to the absence of significant signings, but also because they have recently secured Jimmy Butler with a 5-year, $95 million contract extension. This contract marks yet another significant agreement exceeding $90 million offered by the Chicago Bulls, following the one granted to Derrick Rose. Whether intentional or not, Jimmy Butler's 5-year, $95 million deal is precisely $1 million more than Derrick Rose's contract from years past. This agreement indicates the Bulls' management's intention to appoint Butler as the new leader of the team in the wake of Rose's tenure. Indeed, this contract is well justified. Last season, Butler averaged 20 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists, and 8 steals. In this era, a 5-year, $95 million contract, averaging $19 million annually, is not excessive. One by one, the Bulls players emerged from the tunnel to the roaring cheers of the crowd. Taj Gibson, Joakim Noah. Bringing up the rear was none other than Derrick Rose himself. As these familiar faces stepped onto the court, it effortlessly transported fans back to the 2010 to 2011 season. During that season, Rose ascended like a comet, while the Bulls emerged as dark horses, leaving the entire league in awe. It was the season when the Bulls were closest to resurgence. Although they ultimately faltered in the Eastern Conference Finals, they left behind boundless hope. Regrettably, Derrick Rose's rise was as fleeting as a comet's trajectory, brilliant yet ephemeral. The devastating injury in 2012 returned him to a state of ordinariness. Since that incident, he has not completed a single full season, and more crucially, his average points have never returned to 20. However, it is comforting to note that Rose's competitive spirit endures. Last season, he still managed to average 7 points, 9 assists, and 7 rebounds, while he may no longer command the court with the same dominance. As long as he remains healthy, that is enough. Chicago fans offered the loudest cheers upon his appearance. Simply witnessing Derrick Rose on the court in good health is more than sufficient, for he once bore the weight of this city on his shoulders. During warm-ups, Mike Dunleavy greeted Wang Yu, who also hails from Duke University and was a teammate of Shane Battier in the same draft class. Despite the passage of time, Wang Yu fondly recalled the moment in 2012 when Duke reached the finals, with Battier present to support him, even capturing a photograph together. Little did they know that 3 years would pass before they would meet again. "Welcome back, Wang. You truly belong in this league," Dunleavy exclaimed, embracing Wang with a smile and extending his well wishes. Meanwhile, Giannis Antetokounmpo, with a stern expression, watched Dunleavy with a hint of disdain, muttering to himself, "Just wait till I take you down." As Giannis Antetokounmpo dribbled the ball, a cacophony of sounds erupted, prompting a chorus of boos from the nearby spectators. With a disdainful huff, Giannis exhaled. The match was soon underway. The starting lineups were announced, with the Milwaukee Bucks featuring point guard Michael Carter-Williams alongside the formidable quartet, while the Chicago Bulls showcased point guard Derrick Rose, shooting guard Jimmy Butler, small forward Mike Dunleavy, power forward Taj Gibson, and center Pau Gasol. The game commenced with Wang Yu passing the ball to Carter-Williams. Gasol, with his towering stature and long reach, typically held an advantage in jump balls, but against Wang Yu, such advantages were rendered moot. As Carter-Williams advanced the ball into the front court, his instinct was not to assert himself. Recently, he had faced severe criticism from Milwaukee media, and even his staunch supporter, Jason Kidd, had been subjected to harsh rebukes. With the regular season now in full swing, he understood that the moment of truth had arrived, and time was of the essence. He could either evolve or persist in silence. Given the circumstances, he opted for transformation. He glanced at Wang Yu, who was sandwiched between Gasol and Gibson, unable to receive the ball. His eyes then caught sight of Giannis, who had maneuvered to receive a pass, prompting him to quickly relinquish the ball as if he were discarding a scalding hot potato. In the past, such occurrences were rare. Jason Kidd observed the court, raising an eyebrow at the sight of Mike away, yet he remained silent. The Greek Freak continued his game, while the Bulls adhered to their defensive strategies from last season's playoffs, allowing him to shoot, but blocking his drives. "Feel free to shoot, but should you attempt to penetrate, we shall swiftly obstruct your path." Clang. The Greek Freak's shot was disrupted, It seemed nothing had changed. Thibodeau, witnessing the Greek freak's relentless assault on the paint, reminiscent of last season's playoffs, silently mused, "This makes things easier." Suddenly, a resounding sound echoed across the court as a single hand cradled the ball before clasping it with both hands. A basketball, veering away from the hoop, was intercepted by a massive palm, snatching it away from between Bulls players Gasol and Gibson. It was Wang Yu. As he descended, Gibson and Gasol landed closely behind. Yet before they could muster the strength to leap again, Wang Yu had already soared, thrusting the ball into the hoop with both hands. Bang! The rim reverberated with a thunderous noise. Well, at that moment, the Bucks bench erupted, all substitutes rising to their feet, towels in hand, waving them exuberantly. OMG, OMG. Well, on the TNT commentary team, the animated Charles Barkley was so enthralled by Wang Yu's sequence of actions that his mouth was agape in astonishment. Jason Kidd, unable to contain himself, reached into his suit pocket, unsure of what he sought, merely wishing to appear less overwhelmed. This fellow has indeed kept something in reserve during the training match. The Milwaukee Bucks have engaged in internal scrimmages no less than 30 times thus far. Yet Wang Yu has never displayed such ferocity as he did today. Gibson and Gasol exchanged knowing glances prior to the match. Thibodeau instructed them to double-team Wang Yu from the outset, ensuring he would not receive the ball. Initially, they found this directive perplexing, believing Thibodeau was overreacting. However, when Giannis charged towards the basket, they had just relented on the double-team of Wang Yu, who then unleashed an impressive display. Such a talent, such explosive power, this extraordinary physique, completing a rebound between two players, followed by a swift second effort to execute a dunk. The 2012 first overall pick, the NCAA powerhouse Wang Yu, announced his return to professional basketball with such a remarkable play in his debut match. Chapter 68. It is indeed a gift. Wow, Wang Yu is simply astounding. Is he truly a player from Arhuaxia? To perform like this on the court is truly eye-opening. Splendid. The comments section of the Tencent livestream erupted in excitement due to this play. Yang Yi remarked, Wang Yu's physical attributes are indeed unparalleled, even in the NBA. Taj Gibson may lack height, yet he relies on his athleticism and tenacity, managing to snatch an offensive rebound over him. This is no small feat. Wang Yu returned to defense, exchanging a high five with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Wang, you are incredible. Giannis promptly extended his hand. The score was 2-0, and the Bulls faced an unexpected challenge at home. Derrick Rose dribbled past half-court. Lacking his former explosiveness, he found it difficult to break past McCaw. After waiting for his teammates to position themselves, he directly passed the ball to Jimmy Butler. While Butler may not be conventionally attractive, his offensive skills are undeniably impressive. He executed a deceptive dribble to maneuver past Middleton and then made a mid-range jump shot, leveling the score at 2-2, eliciting cheers from the crowd. For Bulls fans, Butler represented a new beacon of hope. As the Bucks returned to offense, Wang Yu found himself double-teamed once again. During their initial attempt to contain him, Pau Gasol and Taj Gibson had somewhat underestimated Wang Yu. However, this time, they dared not underestimate him again. With such physical attributes, how could they afford to do so? Giannis once more requested the ball from the perimeter, and McCaw efficiently passed it to him. Holding the ball, Giannis compelled Gibson to retreat. Giannis's past experience playing as a point guard became evident as he delivered the ball to Wang Yu, who faced Pau Gasol. After a couple of strong pushes, he spun and forcefully executed a one-handed dunk. Pau Gasol, destabilized by the impact, managed to regain his balance only after Wang Yu completed the dunk. It is indeed a testament to this era. Otherwise, there's no way Pau Gasol could ever play the center position. His defensive effort is commendable, yet he lacks the strength and bulk required for that role. Facing Wang Yu in the low post feels almost like a playful encounter. Damn it. On the sidelines, Joakim Noah observed as Pau Gasol was so easily overpowered by Wang Yu, muttering under his breath. He had yet to fully recover, needing at least another 2 weeks. Witnessing his previously protected paint area so effortlessly breached undoubtedly weighed heavily on his heart. Giannis felt fortunate. If he could, he would sing a song for Wang Yu. Provided Wang Yu understood the Greek language, Wang Yu's formidable presence in the low post imbued him with a sense of ease. During last season's playoff against the Bulls, he had previously engaged in ball control on the wing. However, despite his efforts to create opportunities, his teammates struggled to score, leaving him isolated and unsupported. This was the most profound realization of Giannis Antetokounmpo during the last postseason. Yet now, simply by exerting pressure on the wing and making a pass. He could initiate a successful offensive play. How could he not feel elated? Spread out. Expand your coverage. Do not allow them time to hold the ball beyond the three-point line. Force them to drive. Jason Kidd shouted to the Bucks as they returned to defense. Aside from Dunleavy, the Bulls' perimeter players possessed one-on-one capabilities, evidenced moments ago by Jimmy Butler's successful isolation play. Kidd was determined to eliminate such opportunities, knowing that the Bucks' perimeter and wing defenders were not regarded as elite in the league. Despite facing criticism from the media, Kidd still commanded respect among the Bucks players. His call to action prompted an immediate extension of their perimeter defense, with Derrick Rose handling the ball and facing tight coverage. He had no choice but to signal for Pau Gasol to set a screen. Successfully maneuvering around Michael Carter-Williams, Rose charged towards the paint. Wang Yu quickly closed in on him, forcing Rose to halt his advance, yet he adeptly located a cutting Taj Gibson. Gibson, with his relentless drives and defensive rebounds, surged into the paint. However, just as he elevated for a shot, Giannis, sprinting from the opposite side, delivered a thunderous block, sending the ball careening away. The crowd, which had been on the verge of erupting in cheers, was silenced in an instant. Giannis's emphatic rejection left the Chicago fans momentarily speechless, revealing that the Bulls' power forward remained somewhat undersized. This is also the reason why Jason Kidd dares to allow the Milwaukee Bucks perimeter players to extend their defensive efforts. He is unafraid of the opposition's advances. The Bucks' starting frontcourt consists of two towering athletes, each exceeding 2.13 meters, endowed with remarkable physical prowess. Furthermore, their unwavering dedication on the defensive end fortifies the notion that their defensive capabilities are formidable. With the Bulls failing to make contact with the rim, only 6 seconds remained on the shot clock. Jimmy Butler, undeterred, drove once more towards the paint. As he approached the basket, he spotted Giannis soaring on his left and Wang Yu timely positioning himself for support on his right. The duo executed a formidable double team, delivering Butler a thorough and uncompromising defensive encounter. Wang Yu seized the ball and, upon confirming the absence of any opposing hands nearby, passed it to the perimeter where McCaw waited. As McCaw prepared to initiate a fast break, he noticed Giannis already charging past him with remarkable speed, akin to a sprinting ostrich. Quickly, McCaw transferred the ball to Giannis, who dribbled beyond the three-point arc and, with a series of swift strides, launched into a soaring dunk from just inside the free throw line, executing a graceful glide. The Bucks bench erupted once more, rising in unison to applaud the spectacle. As the ball swished through the net, Giannis erupted with exuberance, striding forward with triumphant steps. In stark contrast, the atmosphere within the Bulls arena was one of desolation, with even the benchwarmers rendered speechless. This is truly a display of talent. TSK. Barkley gazed at the screen with an expression of indescribable astonishment. As a thought crossed his mind, he glanced at his longtime companion, Kenny Smith, and from the typically expressionless countenance of the latter, he discerned a sense of shock as well. These two prodigies. The NBA is replete with talents, akin to fish migrating in a stream. One could easily catch a dozen with a single net. However, the caliber of players like Giannis Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu is exceedingly rare. Now, a remarkable development has transpired. These two extraordinary athletes are united in the same team. Milwaukee fans are indeed fortunate. As Charles Barkley observed Giannis and Wang Yu exchanging high fives during a defensive play, he mused that if their recent style of play becomes their norm, then the upcoming season will undoubtedly position the Bucks as one of the most captivating teams in the league. Talent and style dictate a great deal. Take the 2010 to 2011 Chicago Bulls, for instance. Under Tom Thibodeau's guidance, they prioritized defense and boasted a rather unremarkable offense. Yet, they did not transform into the Jazz or the Spurs, and the reason is simple. A certain Derrick Rose mesmerized fans with his breathtaking agility, compelling them to remain enthralled. The current Bucks are no different. The explosive play of Wang Yu and Giannis is destined to captivate fans across the league, and as Milwaukee supporters, they have the opportunity to witness this spectacle a staggering 41 times in a single season. This is truly a visual feast. Within less than 2 minutes of the game commencing, the Bucks took the initiative, leading 6-2 against the Bulls on their home turf. Chapter 69. The Limitations of Failure. The Bucks began with remarkable momentum, which enabled them to secure an 8-point lead by the end of the first quarter. Wang Yu delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 9 points in just 8 minutes on the court. Thibodeau was nearly hoarse from shouting on the sidelines, while Taj Gibson and Pau Gasol were unable to contain Wang Yu's dominance in the low post. Wang is an extraordinary individual. His authority beneath the basket remains formidable, whether in the summer league or the regular season. His exceptional display prompted Jason Kidd to lavish praise upon him during an ESPN interview at the quarter break. Frankly, Wang Yu's performance exceeded all expectations. This individual effortlessly keeps pace with the rhythm of the NBA regular season, and 3 years of refinement have not dulled his innate brilliance on the court. What on earth are you all doing? I implored you to force that player out of the paint. Do not allow him to receive the ball in the low post. Jimmy, Derek, I need to witness your defensive tenacity. You must learn to sever the connection between those two players on the Bucks. One stands over two, 11 meters tall. Do not tell me you cannot anticipate his passing intentions. The Bucks led by 8 points in the first quarter, with the pivotal duo being Giannis and Wang Yu. Disrupting their synergy is of utmost importance. The first step in achieving this is to prevent them from occupying comfortable positions. Thibodeau's hoarse voice continued to roar. Today, he was particularly animated, and his volume was unyielding. However, there is an advantage to such loudness. At least the Bulls players could hear him clearly. For minutes into the second quarter, upon re-entering the game, Wang Yu distinctly sensed a shift in the defensive strategy against him. These players no longer double-teamed him. Instead, they exerted all their effort to push him out of the 3-second zone. Wang Yu did not stubbornly contest their encroachment, he simply acquiesced. He is quite amenable. Wang was forced out of the low post. Barkley's tone carried a sense of curiosity. Like many others, Barkley's strongest impression of Wang Yu is his dominance in the paint. He had never contemplated what it would be like for Wang Yu to vacate the 3-second area. The Chicago Bulls had not anticipated this scenario. Upon witnessing him step outside the paint, Thibodeau and the two interior players of the Bulls involuntarily exhaled in relief. They instinctively believed that Wang Yu posed no threat once he departed from the low post. Unfortunately, the sample size regarding Wang Yu's performance is exceedingly limited. Most fans are merely aware that he is a formidable presence in the low post. The coaching staff of the Bulls shares this sentiment. Their most vivid impression of Wang Yu being his threat in the low post. Thus, their defensive strategies leading up to the game primarily focused on that area. They initiated a double team, yet it is impractical to maintain such a strategy indefinitely. Once the Greek behemoth secures the ball, Taj Gibson must engage in the double team, leaving a captivating sister-in-law in the low post, rendering this tactic ineffective. Consequently, Thibodeau altered the approach, instructing the Bulls' interior players to push Wang Yu out. A task undoubtedly more laborious than the double team. At the age of 35, Pau Gasol certainly would find such dirty work taxing. But it was the only course of action available. If Wang Yu remained in the low post, the Bulls' counterattacks would falter, and the occasional dunk would fail to generate momentum. With Wang Yu vacating the low post, the Bulls' defensive focus immediately shifted toward Giannis Antetokounmpo. As soon as Giannis garnered the ball, the Bulls' defensive formation contracted. Even Pau Gasol unconsciously gravitated closer to the paint. Wang Yu found himself with a relatively ample space, albeit only comparatively speaking, beside him. Derrick Rose loomed just inside the three-point line, poised and vigilant. Mike Conley, stationed well beyond the arc, was afforded a considerable distance, a full 3 positions away. Any shooter with a three-point shooting percentage above 35 would pose a significant threat in such circumstances. However, Conley did not emerge as a threat, instead being overlooked. The league's other teams had long since deduced that Conley was not a proficient three-point shooter. This is also the reason why the Bulls' defense dared to contract so significantly. Apart from Jimmy Butler, who stood before Middleton, maintaining a mere step's distance, the others were entirely focused on the ball handler, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Confronted with such a compressed defense, Giannis displayed no hesitation. He seized the ball and charged forward. The Bulls players, akin to hunters poised for a beast to stumble into a trap, converged towards him. Even Pau Gasol edged closer to the side where Giannis was attacking, ready to seal off any advances as soon as Giannis stepped onto the free throw line. Just as Giannis crossed into the free throw area and Pau Gasol moved to provide help in the restricted zone, Giannis flicked the ball to the right side, where Wang Yu received it with assurance, while Gasol found himself 2 or 3 steps away. Without a moment's pause, Wang Yu took a shot, and the ball swished through the net, a seamless 2-pointer. Thibodeau and Gasol watched as Wang Yu effortlessly scored, both mistakenly believing that Wang Yu would pose significantly less of a threat once he left the low post. Yet, witnessing his adept shooting form and unwavering execution, they realized Wang Yu harbored immense confidence in his mid-range abilities. A traditional big man now possessed the capability to stretch the floor. This development presented a formidable challenge. Pau was likely to feel utterly exhausted by the end of the night. Barkley observed Wang Yu's successful mid-range shot, glancing at Pau Gasol, who stood with hands on hips. Feeling a twinge of concern for his teammate, the 35-year-old veteran faced off against the physically gifted 22-year-old, and it was a daunting matchup. Throughout the second quarter, the score remained relatively stagnant. One team would score, and the other would respond immediately. Wang Yu's recent basket merely narrowed the deficit back to 8 points. However, the pressing issue was that Wang Yu had just entered the second quarter and immediately connected with Giannis again, indicating that Thibodeau's defensive strategies against these two had once again proven ineffective. The two international players on the Bucks continued to synchronize their efforts seamlessly. Fortunately, while failing to contain their opponents, the Bulls performed admirably on the offensive end. Derrick Rose, with a breakthrough reminiscent of his peak days, reduced the gap to 6 points. With the second quarter progressing, the Bulls' backcourt duo excelled, with Rose efficiently scoring 11 points through screens, while Jimmy Butler also contributed 10 points. The exceptional performances of these two individuals are a crucial factor in the Bulls' ability to maintain their lead despite subpar defensive efforts. Chapter 70: Vulnerabilities. At the conclusion of the second quarter, the point differential remained at 8. Both teams played with great intensity during the second quarter, yet Thibodeau's expression grew increasingly grim. The stalemate in the scoreline was far from favorable news for them. This indicates that the rhythm of the game is certainly not in their control. As a team that has built its foundation on defense, competing offensively against such a remarkably talented squad is bound to lead to collapse sooner or later. Do not allow that player from Huaxia to possess the ball. In response to the coaching staff's feedback during the first half, Thibodeau ultimately made a decisive move, ensuring that Wang Yu would not receive the ball at any position, always maintaining the presence of two players by his side. This tactic is evidently a last resort. However, as long as there are always two individuals shadowing Wang Yu, one of them must inevitably be relinquished, and without much hesitation, Thibodeau was selected for this role. In critical moments, the point guard for the Bucks can be disregarded entirely. Well done, team. This is the rhythm we need to maintain. We shall claim our first victory of the regular season in this arena. Jason Kidd was quite pleased with the Bucks' performance in the first half. From his perspective, although the integration of McCaw into the Milwaukee quartet had yet to materialize, Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu clearly exhibited a remarkable chemistry, with no discord between the two core players, which was sufficient for his satisfaction. After all, this is a youthful squad, with ample time to refine other aspects. In summary, Jason Kidd was very content with the Bucks' first half performance. Unfortunately, Kidd's smile did not last long into the third quarter, as Wang Yu faced an intense double team. Even as he approached the three-point line, two Bulls players still trailed him closely. What if this guy can still shoot a three? Wow, with the Bulls' intensity, it seems they would follow Wang into the restroom without hesitation. Barkley chuckled, noting the Bulls' harsh treatment towards the player from Huaxia. After all, he had only played half a game. Barkley relished the banter, yet it was undeniable that the scoring gap between the two teams had indeed narrowed. With Dunleavy sinking a three-pointer, the 8-point deficit was completely erased in less than 4 minutes into the third quarter. Damn, Michael, he leaves me utterly speechless. Is this wretched ball so difficult to make? What on earth has Michael been practicing? As an NBA player, failing to score from such an open shot is utterly unacceptable. The Bucks fans watching the game became exceedingly agitated as they witnessed the erasure of the score difference. The reason for the Bucks being caught up was McCaw's inability to convert open shots. One wide-open opportunity after another went begging, compounded by McCaw's evident hesitation. Amidst his continuous indecision, the Bucks' offensive efforts were squandered time and again. Michael was proving to be a liability on the offensive end, failing to make even open shots. It was high time to reconsider his presence on the court. Kenny Smith had heard whispers of Jason Kidd's fondness for McCaw, but given the current situation, no amount of affection warranted keeping such a glaring weakness on the floor. Kidd ought to call a timeout or simply replace Michael without delay. Kenny Smith expressed his concerns, unsure if Jason Kidd had heard him. To everyone's surprise, Kidd called a timeout. Giannis, who had just touched the ball, angrily tossed it aside and walked off the court. Throughout the third quarter, he found himself utterly ineffective, reminiscent of his struggles in last season's playoffs. However, he didn't blame Wang Yu. It was understandable that Wang Yu, closely shadowed by two defenders, couldn't get his hands on the ball. After all, he was not an outside shooter, lacking the nimble movements and footwork required to shake off defenders with screens. As a big man, being double-teamed made it exceedingly challenging for him to receive the ball. Giannis was frustrated with McCaw, questioning why he couldn't score even with such ample space. had he managed to convert even one or two of those recent offensive opportunities. The Bulls would have thought twice before leaving him open. Few players in the NBA are truly ineffective. If McCaw found his rhythm, he could deliver just as Rodman could from the perimeter. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that he missed every shot, allowing the Bulls' defensive strategy to tighten around Wang Yu. Coupled with the Bulls' overall defensive contraction, especially during Giannis's ball handling, it significantly increased the difficulty for Giannis to penetrate. Given the circumstances, his frustration was quite justified. When the timeout was called, McCaw wore a solemn expression, quickly lowering his head as he made his way to the bench. Upon returning to his spot, he silently accepted the towel and Gatorade handed to him by the staff, his head still bowed. His confidence had taken a severe blow. In the second half, he had been left open yet failed to score, which led him to shy away from even looking at the basket when he had the ball. The referee's timeout whistle felt like a form of liberation for him. He didn't believe he would return to the game, so he readily returned to his position. "Jerry, you're up." Jason Kidd had initially intended to substitute McCaw, hoping to impart some wisdom to him. However, observing McCaw's demeanor, he realized that the situation was beyond his control. McCaw was simply unable to play. Still lacking experience, Kidd mused, feeling a sense of disappointment. He had hoped that after 2 years of ups and downs, McCaw would have matured. Yet, he seemed no different from 2 years prior, his mental fortitude still insufficient. After the timeout, Bellas entered the game. He had played less than 5 minutes earlier and had seen the court in the second half until now. Upon stepping onto the court, he exuded vitality, particularly as Rose hesitated on whether to continue double-teaming Wang Yu at the high post. Bellas confidently dribbled in one step inside the three-point line and immediately took a mid-range shot. Swish! The ball smoothly found its way through the hoop. Shooting off the dribble was Bellas's preferred and most proficient method, having observed intently from the sidelines moments before. The Bulls strategically neglected the point guard position. While he sat on the bench, watching McCaw squander shot after shot, he couldn't help but curse under his breath, lamenting the inadequacy of this player. What an excellent opportunity to score. Fortunately, he was on the court when this chance presented itself. Without hesitation, Bellas took his shot. For shooting is certainly not his weak point. Chapter 71. A promising start. Tibbs did not immediately abandon his strategy of double-teaming Wang Yu when Bellas made his first basket. Instead, he patiently awaited another offensive play from the Bucks. After Bellas scored again, he could no longer afford to disregard the Bucks' point guard. The shackles binding Wang Yu were finally released, as a single Pau Gasol could not impede his reception of the ball, and Giannis re-established their connection. With a swift motion, Giannis charged into the paint, effortlessly leaving Taj Gibson behind. Drawing in Pau Gasol's double team, he promptly pivoted and passed the ball to the high post where Wang Yu awaited. Wang Yu made the shot with unwavering confidence. This marks his second attempt from the high post, and both shots find their mark. Wang Yu's mid-range shooting capability has once again been affirmed. Thibodeau finds himself in a quandary. Wang Yu's connection with Antetokounmpo signifies that all his strategies have been meticulously unraveled as the game progresses. He re-evaluates the Bucks, observing that the current lineup revolves around Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu, supported by two sharpshooters capable of spacing the floor. Additionally, Bledsoe and Parker can both initiate ball handling, facilitating secondary penetrations that further dissect the opponent's defense. Not particularly adept at formulating offensive tactics, Thibodeau merely glances over the situation, yet numerous offensive strategies flood his mind. The offensive prowess of this Bucks team is simply remarkable. With a starting five where nearly every player possesses scoring ability, Thibodeau genuinely struggles to determine which aspect to curtail. On the defensive end, Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu flank the court, their defensive ranges completely encompassing their respective quarter-court areas. This extensive coverage enables the Bucks' perimeter players to operate with impunity, further constricting the opposition's outside shooting space. In a league that increasingly emphasizes spatial dynamics, the Bucks' starting defensive lineup appears exceptionally well-matched. The Bulls, lacking in spatial expansion capabilities, find their already sluggish ball movement entirely stifled. Relying solely on the individual talents of Jimmy Butler and Derrick Rose for scoring. Unable to restrict defensively and stumbling offensively, Thibodeau, typically known for his animated sideline presence, unexpectedly falls silent in the latter half of the third quarter. Meanwhile, the score gap widens to 8 points amidst his silence. As the third quarter concludes, the Bucks lead 78-70 on the road. During this period, Jason Kidd has been observing the Bucks on the court. The addition of Bledsoe felt akin to the final piece of a jigsaw puzzle being perfectly placed. the Bucks' offensive spacing was entirely stretched open, with Giannis and Bledsoe working in tandem, leaving the Bulls' defense vulnerable. This was precisely why the Bucks swiftly widened the score gap. For a fleeting moment, Jason Kidd perceived a reversal of roles between the two teams, with the Bulls resembling last season's Bucks, reliant solely on individual prowess to score. The Bucks had seized control of the game's tempo, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they were poised to secure their first victory of the season. This match revealed that the Bucks have made significant strides in strength compared to the previous season, as the Bulls, who had eliminated them in the playoffs, were utterly incapable of thwarting their efforts. Before the fourth quarter even commenced, Charles Barkley had already made his prediction regarding the outcome of the game. As a former NBA superstar, Barkley possesses a unique insight into the dynamics of the game. Although the rational Kenny Smith refrained from speaking, he subtly nodded in agreement after Barkley's remarks, indicating that, from his perspective, the Bulls faced insurmountable odds for a comeback. After all, they were suppressed on both ends of the court by the Bucks and showed no signs of a potential turnaround. Butler and Rose lacked formidable three-point shooting abilities, making it exceedingly difficult to close the gap. Unless a sudden surge in momentum occurred, it seemed the Bulls had already resigned themselves to defeat. Moreover, even if the Bulls managed to ignite a scoring run, as long as the point differential remained manageable, given the Bucks' performance on both offense and defense, a recovery appeared inevitable. The fourth quarter commenced swiftly, and the game's trajectory remained consistent with Barkley's expectations. The Bucks continued to firmly dominate the Bulls in the final quarter. Although the margin did not significantly widen, Butler and Rose put forth commendable efforts, yet the deficit remained unchanged. Ultimately, the game concluded with the Bucks triumphing 100-90 at the Bulls' home court, marking the inaugural victory of the new season and serving as a measure of retribution for their elimination in last season's playoffs. Hooray! We won. The players of the Bucks, in a moment of unrestrained joy, embraced one another immediately after the conclusion of the match. Triumphing in their inaugural game of the new season against last season's playoff rivals was undeniably a splendid feeling. The sole individual bearing a discontented expression was McCaw, who played for 28 minutes, managing to score merely 5 points, alongside 1 rebound and 2 assists, compounded by 4 turnovers. Most crucially, he was completely benched in the latter half of the third quarter, having not been granted a single minute on the court following the timeout. He remained oblivious to the implications of this decision and dared not contemplate its significance. Another individual feeling somewhat uneasy was Jason Kidd. Although the victory should have brought him joy, the fact that he substituted McCaw and allowed Bellows to join the Milwaukee quartet to not only close the gap but also take the lead raised a troubling question. Did this not serve to highlight that his steadfast choices during the preseason were, in fact, erroneous? In this context, it would be quite remarkable for him to feel any joy. Wang, you were truly exceptional. It has been a long time since I have witnessed a player of such dominance in the paint within the league. After the game, Dunleavy returned to greet Wang Yu, having reached an age where the fierce desire to win has diminished. Instead, he is now at a stage where he ought to contemplate life post-retirement. Fortuitously, his father was once the head coach of the Clippers, providing him with a robust foundation for future endeavors. It is likely that he will continue to pursue a role within the NBA. With this mindset, it is only prudent for him to maintain his network of connections. Moreover, Wang Yu had an outstanding performance today, achieving a double-double with 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Thibodeau employed various defensive strategies, yet he could not contain Wang Yu's on-court prowess. Such a player, especially one making his NBA debut today, displaying such remarkable skill, is indeed impressive. It is noteworthy that Anthony Towns, who had already participated in the season opener yesterday, managed only 15 points and 8 rebounds, underscoring the evident disparity. However, it is worth reiterating that the difference between Towns and Wang Yu became apparent during the Summer League, particularly with that unforgettable dunk over Towns, which still resurfaces in conversation from time to time. Chapter 72. The press conference. Wang Yu and Giannis Antetokounmpo attended the press conference together following the game. Wang Yu recorded a double-double with over 20 points, while Giannis's performance was commendable as well, boasting 15 points, 7 assists, and 8 rebounds, a near triple-double, complemented by 1 block and 2 steals, showcasing a well-rounded display. Most significantly, they triumphed over the Bulls, a team he had longed to defeat prior to the match. Thus, at the post-game press conference, he was beaming with joy. His smile was not solely a reflection of victory, but also of the pleasure in partnering with Wang Yu. Tonight, out of his 8 assists, 4 were directed to Wang Yu, indicating that Wang Yu contributed to half of his assists. This teammate has made his assists remarkably effortless. More importantly, he has finally come to fully appreciate Wang Yu's prowess in both high and low post situations. In practice games, Wang Yu had indeed showcased such performances before, particularly in the low post. The few backup players from the Bucks, when tasked with defending Wang Yu during these scrimmages, would instantly wear expressions more bitter than that of a bitter melon. It is said that their aversion to Wang Yu has reached a point where they would rather endure an additional 2 sets of weighted squats than confront him. However, that was merely in practice games, and the defenders were only backup players. Now, he is completely at ease, for he is all too familiar with the expressions of the interior players who are defending Wang Yu today. He has witnessed them countless times during scrimmages. Such teammates render his performance effortless and make the game considerably easier. Were it not for the presence of the photographer capturing the moment, Giannis's smile would likely be even more radiant, perhaps to the point of losing a tooth from sheer joy. Congratulations, Wang, on achieving a double-double with over 20 points in your very first NBA game. In this match, we witnessed Tom Thibodeau employing various defensive strategies against you, yet none proved particularly effective. From this perspective, it is evident that you have adapted remarkably well to the intensity of the NBA, despite this being your inaugural game. One wonders how you would assess your performance in this initial outing. Wang Yu was the first to be questioned by the same female reporter who had appeared at the press conference earlier. Initially unaware of her name, he later discovered that she was called Dia after browsing through Twitter a few times. Ironically, Dia is the journalist from the Milwaukee Sentinel who had recently been embroiled in a controversy with Jason Kidd, which caused Kidd to appear slightly perturbed as he sat nearby, harboring a less than favorable opinion of the media outlet, despite it being a local publication. Unperturbed by Kidd's gaze, Dia's focus remained solely on Wang Yu. Unlike her previous interviews with him, where her demeanor and tone had been somewhat rigid, her expression tonight was markedly brighter. She was in excellent spirits. Having witnessed Wang Yu's performance on the court, her initial skepticism regarding him had dissipated, as she observed the Bulls' defensive strategies aimed at him being skillfully countered. She also noted the seamless synergy between the immensely talented Giannis and Wang Yu, and she marveled at Wang Yu's effortless command of the offensive plays. Such a player may not guarantee the elevation of the Milwaukee Bucks to unprecedented heights, yet it is certain that they will undeniably enhance the team's prowess. Dia is not just any ordinary Milwaukee journalist. Her father has been an ardent admirer of the Bucks since her childhood. Influenced by him, she has been frequenting Bradley Center since the tender age of 3, nurturing a profound love for the team. This is also the reason she pursued a career in journalism. She aspires for her pen to chronicle an era of Milwaukee. This marks her second year in the journalism profession, coinciding with the moment 2 years ago when this team embarked upon the right path. She ardently hopes that this team will carve out a niche of their own in the world. Wang Yu is a delightful surprise. Initially, she felt apprehensive, but now she recognizes that this unforeseen turn of events is yet another astute decision made by Milwaukee. Go, Milwaukee. The front page of the notebook she holds prominently features a striking phrase. This was penned by her while she awaited the commencement of the post-match press conference. I find it quite satisfactory. Were I to assign a score, I would approximate it around 7. Of course, there remain numerous areas for improvement, and there are additional feats I must accomplish on the court. After all, as I have previously stated, I will lead this Bucks team to achieve greater success this season. Wang Yu, upon seeing this journalist, was immediately reminded of the promises he made in the presence of this individual. Coupled with ESPN's preseason prediction placing the Bucks 9th in the Eastern Conference, he felt it necessary to reiterate his earlier statements, serving as a rebuttal to ESPN's skepticism regarding their potential. Next, you shall return to your home court to face your second match of the season, which also marks your inaugural home game this season. Having just secured a resounding victory tonight, I believe the Milwaukee fans will greet you with exuberant cheers. However, your next opponent, the Thunder, possesses a strength that far surpasses that of the Bulls. I wonder, do you feel confident about securing a win in this upcoming match? A second journalist posed a question pertaining to the Thunder, the formidable adversary for the second match. With their dynamic duo, the Thunder are perennial championship contenders, their prowess significantly eclipsing that of the Bulls, the Bucks' initial opponents. If the Bulls serve to gauge the caliber of the Bucks players, a clash with the Thunder will reveal the team's true potential. Any team capable of overcoming the Thunder is certainly not to be underestimated. We possess confidence in our ability to prevail against any team. Our strength is undeniable. However, we currently require more time to reach our peak performance. Without question, We are capable of defeating the Thunder. Yet, should we falter, it is merely part of the game. Thus, rather than fixating on victory or defeat, I hope my players can perform to the best of their abilities. If they can achieve this, victory will be as assured as the wine I savored last night. Already secured in my grasp. Jason Kidd addressed this inquiry, yet his response was so vague that it offered no clear answer. As the head coach, one must learn to speak in circles. Providing straightforward answers consistently might lead to an embarrassing situation throughout one's coaching career. Jason, will you continue to start Michael in the next game? Upon answering this question, Kidd's expression shifted dramatically as he faced a query he detested most. With so many journalists gazing at him, he felt obligated to respond. After a moment's contemplation, he resorted to the phrase he typically employs to navigate media inquiries. We cannot draw conclusions based on a single game. That would not be a judicious decision. The season is still long, and we have time. He remains reluctant to concede that he might be mistaken. Chapter 73. The debate today's match commentary concludes here. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Wang Yu for securing victory in this contest while also achieving remarkable statistics. Judging by Wang Yu's performance in this match, it is evident that he is poised for a brilliant future within the league. May we wish him continued success in his forthcoming games. In the Tencent live broadcast, Yang Yi is delivering the final summary of this match. The joyful expressions of his fellow commentators reveal their delight in Wang Yu's commendable performance, dispelling the last remnants of their initial concerns. The previous season's achievement of the Bulls reaching the second round of the playoffs indicates that, while they may not rank among the elite teams in the league, they are certainly not to be underestimated. The display of skill in this match underscores that Wang Yu's debut was not merely commendable, but truly exceptional. If he can maintain such performance levels, he will undoubtedly earn the title of a top-tier interior player in the league. This is sufficient. Consequently, the fans of Huaxia who witnessed the match were thoroughly satisfied. Even after the conclusion of the game, these individuals remained, engaging in lively discussions on the message board. After watching this match, their anticipation for Wang Yu has grown immensely. The Huaxia Beast has finally made his NBA debut after 3 years, leading his team with a remarkable 21 points and 11 rebounds to a decisive victory over the Bulls. With Wang Yu and Giannis on the roster, the Bucks are undoubtedly a team to watch. The Bucks showcased their talent in their opening victory, as the Huaxia Beast made a formidable entrance. Following the game, reports began to emerge, highlighting that both Giannis and Wang Yu were the standout players, exhibiting their extraordinary skills on the court. Notably, Wang Yu demonstrated in this single match that his dominance in the paint, showcased during the Summer League, remains unchanged even on a grander stage. Even the former All-Star center Pau Gasol and the renowned power forward Taj Gibson, known for their strength, were unable to contain Wang Yu's scoring in the low post. He reminded fans of the long-lost dominance in the paint, and to their surprise, he also displayed a remarkably consistent mid-range shot. A beast in the low post with shooting prowess encapsulates the formidable threat Wang Yu embodies. The last player to possess such dual attributes at the center position was none other than fellow Huaxia player Yao Ming. His peak performance in the league is well known. During his time, 2 phrases resonated among fans. Darren Williams feasts on Paul, and Howard ruled the league, while Yao dominated Howard. Chris Paul was widely acknowledged as the premier point guard, while Howard seized the title of the league's top center as other centers faded. Yao's ability to overpower the league's best center speaks volumes of his prowess. Wang Yu possesses the technical skills that Yao Ming had, yet he also boasts physical attributes that Yao did not. It can be said that, aside from height, Wang Yu's physical conditions and qualities far surpass those of Yao Ming. One might boldly refer to Wang Yu as a Yao Ming with superior athleticism or a Shaquille O'Neal with an extended shooting range. Such a character inevitably sparks considerable discussion following the match. Indeed, beneath the reports concerning Wang Yu and the Bucks, numerous fans have left comments. Within just 2 hours, there were already tens of thousands of remarks. Wang is truly exceptional. The Bulls' interior defense couldn't apply any pressure on him. It seems that Tom Thibodeau never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent in the very first game of the new season. Although it is merely one match, it is already certain that Wang will emerge as the new beast in the league's frontcourt. After this game, those who previously doubted Wang Yu's ability to perform solely in the lower post during Summer League have vanished, replaced by a multitude of fans expressing optimism about his prospects. Of course, this is quite natural. Champions always attract devoted supporters, regardless of the sport. Wang Yu is outstanding. His low post skills and shooting ability from the high post are remarkably impressive. His prowess, demonstrated against Pau Gasol and Taj Gibson, indicates that he possesses the capability to thrive in the NBA. However, it must be noted that he will encounter challenges in his second NBA game. Indeed, I refer to his potential struggles against the Thunder's interior, as Enes Kanter is currently one of the league's premier post defenders, and Serge Ibaka stands out as an elite rim protector. Not to mention, the Thunder's bench also boasts Steven Adams. I firmly believe that Wang Yu will not find the second game as effortless as the first. Nevertheless, while most media outlets have predominantly lauded Wang Yu, the Oklahoma newspaper has published a report suggesting that he will face difficulties in the upcoming match against the Thunder at the Bucks' home court. This report has sparked considerable controversy, attracting supporters among fans. After all, the interior players mentioned in the report are indeed formidable, significantly surpassing those of the Bulls, particularly in terms of defense. Each of these individuals possesses noteworthy defensive capabilities, such as Ibaka's physical prowess and Kanter's substantial presence. The justifications provided in the report are compelling, garnering acceptance from many fans. Naturally, dissenting voices exist as well. In the previous match against the Bulls, Wang was playing his inaugural game, primarily focused on acclimatizing to the intensity. Moreover, he faced intense scrutiny from the opposition in his debut, which hindered his ability to perform at his best. However, now that they have returned to their home court, bolstered by the support of local fans and with Wang having adapted to the competitive level, he is bound to deliver an even more impressive performance, perhaps even surpassing that of the last game. This is the most liked comment, expressing the belief that Wang Yu's performance in the first game did not reflect his true potential. With familiarity comes improvement, and it is anticipated that his condition will undoubtedly be better in the second match. The fans from both sides did not engage in prolonged arguments. After about an hour of debate, the comment section fell silent. The game is set to commence in just a day, rendering any need to declare a victor at this moment unnecessary. Once the match begins and Wang Yu faces off against the Thunder's interior players, the truth will become evident. Therefore, there is truly no need for discord at this time. Chapter 74. Where is everyone? Wang, do you believe you can achieve another 20-plus performance against the Thunder's frontcourt? Wang Yu has posed this question. Honestly, I do not wish to set a numerical target for myself before the game. My aspiration is for my performance to contribute to my team's victory. Otherwise, whether I score 20, 30, or even 40 points would hold little significance. Wang Yu skillfully navigated the question, though he added, "Of course, I do not consider my abilities inferior to anyone else's." This response reached Enes Kanter of the Thunder prior to the game, and upon hearing it, Kanter's eyes nearly bulged in surprise as he retorted in a deep voice. I admire Wang's confidence, but that is where it ends. Once the game commences, I will make him aware that this league is not merely inhabited by soft players and short individuals. It is well known that Charles Barkley possesses a notorious reputation for his outspoken nature, yet when it comes to criticism, he pales in comparison to Kanter. In the entire NBA, and indeed across the globe, there is no one Kanter refrains from targeting, having previously criticized LeBron James and Kevin Durant, and even disparaging his own country, which led to his father being imprisoned and their relationship severed. Kanter's audacity in this regard is quite unparalleled. From this interview, one can discern his prowess as a provocateur. With a mere sentence, he managed to insult 3 individuals. His serious demeanor indicates that his comments were not merely for publicity but stemmed from genuine belief. Every creature has its master. Despite Kanter's bravado in pre-game interviews, upon entering the Bradley Center, he was met with a chorus of boos from the fans. As the new face of Milwaukee, Wang Yu garnered a substantial following of devoted fans after the first match, and these loyal supporters certainly would not tolerate any derision directed at him. However, Kanter appeared unfazed, casually digging at his ears as if the boos were insufficiently loud. Having played in the league for 4 years, he is certainly beyond being affected psychologically by the jeers from opposing crowds. Go for it, Wang. As the home player ceremony commenced, Giannis Antetokounmpo, positioned before Wang Yu, unexpectedly turned back to offer him a word of encouragement. He had noticed the online controversies surrounding Wang and, while he felt they wouldn't affect him, he remained silent until just before entering the court, when a flicker of concern arose within him regarding the Thunder's formidable interior players. He turned back and uttered a few words of motivation. Wang Yu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, watching Giannis's departing figure along with the overwhelming cheers emanating from the entrance. He exhaled deeply. This was his inaugural home game in his professional career, and he had been designated to enter last. The thunderous applause for Giannis nearly threatened to lift the very roof of the arena. and Wang felt certain that his own reception would be even more resounding. Emotional fluctuations were natural. After all, he was not a robot. Yet, as he reminded himself, his ability to self-regulate was commendable. A deep breath and a simple exhale restored his composure. As he jogged onto the court amidst the DJ's introductions, the cheers that greeted him were noticeably louder than before. If all those sounds converged towards a singular point in the arena, Wang believed they could indeed shatter the roof. He waved to the fans while making his way toward his teammates who had already emerged. The Bucks players, who had entered first, formed a wall, resembling a shield. As they regarded Wang Yu with trepidation, as he approached them within 3 meters, he mimicked the motion of Thor hurling his hammer, scattering the makeshift shield with that simple gesture. ESPN commentator Mark Woodson chuckled at Wang's entrance. What exuberance! Meanwhile, N.S. Canner on the Thunder's bench wore a smirk of derision. Did he really aspire to play the role of Thor? How amusing. Soon enough, he would learn what the true power of Mjolnir felt like. Cantor always believed he was the most fitting candidate for the role of the God of Thunder, just as his teammate Adams suited the role of Aquaman. The arena erupted in cheers as Wang Yu executed his entrance move, reaching a crescendo of enthusiasm. General Manager Hammond, standing in the players' tunnel, observed the joyful camaraderie among the Bucks players and listened to the powerful support. He felt an unexpected surge of emotion. The Bradley Center was no longer lifeless. The Bucks' rebuilding efforts were finally bearing fruit. Following warm-ups, this highly debated match officially began. The Bucks maintained their starting lineup, with McCaw set to start despite a lackluster previous performance. The Thunder lined up with point guard Russell Westbrook, shooting guard Dion Waiters, small forward Kevin Durant, power forward Serge Ibaka, and center Canner. During the jump ball, Wang Yu faced off against Canner, ultimately seizing the ball with his superior leap, prompting a roaring cheer from the Bradley Center as they celebrated his victory in the jump. Oh, these delightful home fans. A faint smile graced Wang Yu's lips. In stark contrast, Candy's expression was far from pleasant. As the formation spread, Giannis passed the ball to Wang Yu right away, displaying unwavering confidence in Candy's weight. Noduwan opted not to implement any double teaming, allowing Canty to guard Wang Yu alone. Upon receiving the ball, Wang Yu engaged in a one-on-one confrontation. He was acutely aware of Canty's capabilities. At this moment, failing to respond would be utterly unmanly and a disservice to the exuberant cheers from the crowd. Wang Yu attempted to push against Canty a couple of times. To be fair, Canty's strength was commendable. It marked Wang Yu's first encounter with an opponent he couldn't easily maneuver against since returning to the league. Deciding to retreat along the baseline, Wang Yu noticed Canty scoff, believing his movement signified capitulation. However, before Canty could follow suit, Wang Yu executed a sudden, sweeping turn, his speed catching Canty off guard. In an instant, Canty found himself trailing behind, while Wang Yu re-entered the reasonable collision zone. With a single leap off 1 foot, he executed a one-handed slam dunk, scoring with flair. The arena erupted in even louder cheers. Remarkable, exclaimed Hovis, Mark Whitson's teammate, as he marveled at Wang Yu's impressive play. After landing gracefully, Wang Yu exaggeratedly scanned the surroundings, playfully waving his hand before his face, as if to say, "Where is everyone? I see no one before me." Canty's expression soured to an unprecedented degree. Chapter 75. Outclassing Canty. Canty's weight was around 120 kilograms, nearly matching Wang Yu's. Such a standard fifth position, with its weight and force, can naturally withstand Wang Yu's power. However, despite having a similar weight to Wang Yu, he lacks Wang Yu's physical prowess and nimble footwork. Wang Yu pulls him out of the low position, creating ample space for exertion, making it quite effortless for him to shake him off. This dunk serves as undeniable evidence. Well, the entire bench of the Bucks rises in unison at this moment, the very first shot of the game delivered with such force. Particularly, Wang Yu's celebratory gesture is imbued with a provocative flair, igniting the spirit of his teammates. Cantor, in a state of frustration, retrieves the ball and passes it to Westbrook, who offers a sympathetic glance as if to say, "This is for you, my brother." Kevin Durant, having played only a handful of games last season before succumbing to injury, left the formidable duo with Westbrook as the sole representative. Yet, this season has propelled Westbrook into the realm of superstars, averaging 28.1 points and securing his first scoring title, becoming the second player from the Thunder to achieve this honor after Kevin Durant. This season, the return of Kevin Durant has transformed a team into a formidable championship contender, boasting 2 scoring champions, despite their failure to reach the playoffs last season. The return of certain players can indeed alter the dynamics of the league. The Thunder have 2 such individuals. As Westbrook drives forward, McCaw, like a deserted morning road. Accelerates and swiftly leaves him behind. Swish. Wang Yu steps in to contest, but Westbrook executes a sudden stop for a jump shot. The ball bouncing twice on the rim before rolling in. The score is tied at 2-2. While many players in the league are adept at sudden stop jump shots, Westbrook's is unparalleled. He can launch the ball mid-stride at an astonishing speed, showcasing his exceptional athleticism. Cantor, witnessing Westbrook's basket, feels an urge to curse. Although Westbrook managed to score in front of Wang Yu, avenging him somewhat, Cantor had just sprinted from the backcourt to the front without even finding his footing before Westbrook scored again, forcing him to sprint back defensively. His stamina is a significant weakness, hindering his progress. Yet, with the league's pace accelerating, he lacks the ability to slow down the Thunder's tempo. He simply cannot exert such influence. Thus, he grits his teeth and retreats defensively. Wang Yu possesses the strength that Cantor lacks. McCaw advances the ball past half-court but does not initiate the offense. Instead, he half-turns, protecting the dribble while awaiting Wang Yu's arrival from the backcourt. The moment Wang Yu jogs into position, McCaw shifts his posture and begins orchestrating the attack. Cantor's expression darkens further. Why should it be this way? The Thunder maintain their defensive strategy, with Cantor still tasked with guarding Wang Yu. Wang Yu, unfazed, seizes the opportunity presented to him. True to form, he dribbles to create space. This time, Cantor dares not pursue, fearing he might be outmaneuvered again, which would be utterly humiliating. Observing Cantor's reluctance, and sensing he has created a significant distance, Wang Yu takes a jump shot. Swish. The ball goes in effortlessly. Too easy. In the face of Wang Yu, Cantor appears like a foolish child, unable to respond to Wang's provocations, resorting to tears as he seeks solace from his mother. Markwitson. Watching Wang Yu score effortlessly twice against Cantor makes a vivid analogy that leaves his partner in fits of laughter. Wang Yu has grown weary of provoking Cantor. The latter has become unworthy of such attention. Fuck. Cantor internally vents his frustration, never anticipating the game would unfold this way. Donovan observes Cantor's grim demeanor, his own expression darkening. He had initially intended to adopt a strategy similar to Thibodeau's, applying double teams on Wang Yu. After all, given that Pau Gasol and Taj Gibson had struggled so much in the previous game against Wang Yu, how could such a player not warrant special attention? Before the game, Cantor expressed his unwavering confidence, asserting that he could single-handedly defend against Wang Yu. After multiple assurances, Donovan finally acquiesced to let him attempt it. However, this overambitious individual faltered. Yet, despite the Thunder's repeated failures on the defensive end, they excelled offensively, with Westbrook attacking, followed by Kevin Durant. In the league, there are two towering players exceeding 2.11 meters who possess ball-handling skills rivaling those of perimeter players. One is Giannis Antetokounmpo, and the other is Kevin Durant. Today, these two titans faced off. Giannis boasts a significant advantage over Durant due to his larger frame, allowing him to easily gain muscle mass, while Durant's primary drawback lies in his physicality when it comes to confrontation. This has led these two individuals down distinctly divergent paths. Giannis Antetokounmpo exhibits an exuberant style, effortlessly maneuvering through defenses with unparalleled dribbling skills, reminiscent of the young LeBron James in his prime. In contrast, Kevin Durant remains more focused on shooting, leveraging his physical stature. He is capable of executing significant directional changes, thereby creating ample space for his shots with ease. Although Giannis Antetokounmpo has effectively positioned himself to defend, Kevin Durant has seamlessly entered his shooting rhythm. Even in the face of a defender, this shot has confidently found its way into the basket. 4-4. This is yet another attribute of Kevin Durant. His shooting touch is remarkably exquisite. Before another offensive play began for the Bucks, Ibaka proactively engaged Cantor in conversation, saying, "Buddy, you stay with him. I'll assist you on defense." Ibaka meant well, but Cantor promptly declined. He had discussed strategy with Wang Yu before the game and was determined to face the challenge alone. The thought of needing his teammates' assistance for defense was unacceptable to him. Moreover, if the help defense failed to contain Wang Yu, the situation would become even more disheartening. Cantor was prepared to give it his all. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yu was fully aware of Cantor's mindset and chose to exploit his sluggish movement. Whenever Cantor followed him, Wang Yu would drive to the basket, and when he didn't, he would take the shot. After 6 minutes of the first quarter, Wang Yu had made 5 out of 7 attempts, effortlessly accumulating 11 points, which included a remarkable 2-1 against Cantor. These 11 points represented the entirety of the Bucks' scoring in those first 6 minutes, as his efficiency prompted other players on the team to feed him the ball. While Giannis and Parker each managed to take a shot, unfortunately, Neither found the net. However, this 11-point contribution did not help them establish a significant lead, as the Thunder, buoyed by the dynamic duo's synergy, also secured 10 points, trailing by a mere one. Time for substitutions. Although the deficit was minimal, Donovan's patience had worn thin, and he intended to replace Kanter, who had not lived up to his trust. Steven Adams was brought in as his replacement. The Thunder's early substitution saw Ines taken off, making way for Steven. If he failed to contain Wang Yu as well, Chris would surely face ridicule after the game. Chris was the journalist who had recently written in the Oklahoma City newspaper that Wang Yu would struggle against the Thunder's interior defense. Wang Yu's performance in this game was markedly superior to the first. Kanter, who believed his weight could rival Wang Yu's and hinder his scoring in the low post, was thoroughly outplayed in just 6 minutes, allowing Wang Yu to amass 11 points. Should Adams also be overwhelmed by Wang Yu, mockery following the game would undoubtedly ensue. Chapter 76. The encounter between two youngsters. Steve Adams, selected as the 12th overall pick in the first round of the 2013 draft, epitomizes the quintessential blue-collar player. To what extent is this purity defined? ESPN's Rookie Encyclopedia from 2013 once described Adams as possessing the tenacious character of a laborer. Even his demeanor leans towards a blue-collar essence, underscoring the authenticity of his role. Frankly speaking, Adams has been fortunate. Had it been a decade ago, his prospects in the league may have been grim. However, in this current era, where functional players reign supreme, Adams has seen his status within the Thunder steadily rise. Thanks to his commendable defensive enthusiasm and capability, despite lacking offensive prowess, his playing time last season surged from a mere 14 minutes in his rookie year to an impressive 25 minutes, almost indistinguishable from that of the starting player, Enes Kanter. His performance has lived up to the coaching staff's faith, with average statistics escalating from 3 points, 4, 1 rebounds, and 0.9 blocks to 7 points, 7, 5 rebounds, and 1.2 blocks. While statistics may not encapsulate the entirety of a player's contribution, they do indicate that given ample playing time, Adams can indeed make a difference. Even Donovan, newly appointed for the current season, cannot overlook his contributions. Adams continues to share similar playing time with Kanter in the Thunder's regular lineup, even being called upon earlier today due to Kanter's struggles against Wang Yu. In comparison to Kanter, Adams presents both clear advantages and disadvantages. His physical attributes and mobility surpass those of Kanter, yet he falls significantly short in offensive capabilities. Nonetheless, the Thunder currently does not require Kanter to shine offensively. They need someone capable of somewhat containing Wang Yu. Upon their first encounter, Wang Yu quickly recognized Adams' impressive speed and athleticism, making it challenging for him to score as effortlessly as before. Additionally, after completing 6 consecutive minutes of play, Wang Yu needed a moment to recuperate. Wang Yu, with alacrity, positioned himself at the high post while awaiting the placement from McCaw, with Adams trailing closely behind. "Give it to Giannis." Wang Yu signaled to McCaw, gesturing for the ball to be delivered to the waiting Giannis on the opposite side. McCaw promptly complied, passing the ball to Giannis, who had stepped beyond the three-point arc. Ibaka also followed suit, unperturbed by the prospect of trailing to the perimeter, showcasing his commendable mobility. His confidence emboldened Giannis, who seized the ball and surged forward without any embellishments, executing a straightforward in-and-out dribble before barreling past Ibaka. The latter, taken aback, found himself startled by Giannis' explosive quickness and physical presence. Bam! Adams followed him outside, and after Giannis evaded Ibaka, the Thunder's interior defense was rendered ineffective. Giannis elevated the ball high above his head and executed a thunderous dunk, reminiscent of a fiery descent from the heavens. Today, he achieved his first 2 points. The arena erupted in jubilant cheers for Giannis' dunk. Wang Yu had just ignited the crowd with a series of impressive one-on-one plays. Yet there lingered a sense of something missing for the fans. Now, following Giannis' dunk, they realized what that missing element was. If another exceptionally gifted core player doesn't showcase his talents, their enjoyment will remain somewhat incomplete. It must be said that the talent within the Bucks is truly extraordinary. Mark Woodson, having just marveled at Wang Yu, now turns his admiration towards Giannis. He clearly observed that Giannis, much like a physically dominant Ibaka, relied solely on his athleticism to break through. Who is Ibaka? He is renowned in the league for his remarkable physical prowess, at least at an elite level. Yet he could not keep pace with Giannis' explosive effort. This underscores the sheer ferocity of Giannis' explosiveness. After this play, the tempo of the Bucks shifted imperceptibly. Giannis supplanted Wang Yu as the team's primary offensive weapon, while Wang Yu took on the role that Giannis had just performed, focusing on creating space. In a certain sense, Wang Yu's ability to create space was far superior to what Giannis had just executed, considering that Giannis lacks shooting capability and poses little threat beyond the arc. Wang Yu, on the other hand, even when positioned high up, compelled Adams to stay close. The Bucks' strategy remained unchanged, still centered around individual isolation plays. The only difference lay in the transition from Wang Yu to Giannis. Nevertheless, the outcome remained consistent. Giannis aggressively challenged Ibaka, achieving remarkable efficiency with 4 successful field goals out of 6 attempts, along with 2 successful free throws from 4 attempts, ultimately accumulating 10 points. The 10 points helped the Bucks maintain a slender 1-point lead at the conclusion of the first quarter. Wang Yu, however, did not remain on the court for long, being substituted out after just 8.5 minutes. During his brief stint against Adams, he primarily focused on drawing attention but still managed 2 attempts, successfully scoring a 2-pointer, thereby accumulating a total of 13 points. He and Giannis Antetokounmpo combined for an impressive 23 points in the first quarter. Hollis, upon reviewing the post-game statistics of both teams, could not help but exclaim, "Isn't it as if the Thunder are playing against themselves?" His astonishment was justified. The duo from the Bucks secured 23 points, while the entire team managed only 28 in that quarter, meaning the remaining players contributed a mere 5 points. Giannis and Wang Yu single-handedly propelled the Bucks' entire offense. The Thunder trailed the Bucks by a single point, having scored 27 in the first quarter, with a staggering 24 of those points generated by the dynamic duo of Westbrook and Durant. The former netted 11 points, while the latter contributed 13, leaving the rest of the Thunder roster to muster only 3 points throughout the quarter. Compared to the monstrous duo from the Bucks, the Thunder's explosive pair held a slightly higher percentage of their team's total scoring. Truly, they are 2 scoring titans. Mark Woodson, observing the statistics, muttered in agreement. At the start of the first quarter, his attention was entirely captivated by Giannis and Wang Yu, marveling at their talents. Yet, upon reviewing the final statistics after the quarter concluded, he recognized that the Thunder's duo was indeed more formidable, displaying slightly greater firepower than their Milwaukee counterparts. Wang's performance was indeed surprising. We encountered some issues with our initial strategy, but we swiftly made adjustments to mitigate our losses. Wang only managed an additional 2 points thereafter. Steve is an exceptional player, consistently improving. This marks his 3rd season in the league, and he is becoming increasingly proficient. I am confident he will continue to fulfill his duties admirably in the forthcoming games. During the intermission, Donovan participated in a fixed interview with ESPN, where he ardently praised Adams. From Donovan's perspective, the fact that Wang Yu only scored 2 points while Adams was on the court was sufficient grounds for commendation. Chapter 77, Restricted? As the second quarter commenced, O.J. Mayo inexplicably faltered. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive offensive attempts, all resulting in failures. The Bucks, having scored 28 points in the first quarter, found themselves stagnant after 1 minute into the second. Jason Kidd, visibly frustrated, was at a loss for words. The disparity between the Bucks starters and bench players was glaringly apparent this year, with the only player of notable skill during the rotation being O.J. Mayo. Thus, Jason Kidd was left to watch as O.J. Mayo continued to struggle on the court. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, the Milwaukee Bucks have O.J. Mayo on their bench, while the Oklahoma City Thunder's starting lineup features Dion Waiters, who is equally formidable. Together, they orchestrated a symphony of plays, with Waiters showcasing his signature step-back jumper, albeit with little success. It seems that Dion is also a rookie from the class of 2012, isn't he? Giannis inquired. Why hasn't he come to greet you? Since the preseason commenced, any player from the 2012 draft class or those emerging from Duke University has made it a point to greet Wang Yu. Even Gerald Henderson, an alumnus from Duke, approached Wang Yu with familiarity. In the eyes of these individuals, Wang Yu has undoubtedly become a symbol. However, today, Dion Waiters, as a rookie from 2012, seemed oblivious to Wang Yu's presence. This reaction is hardly surprising. He even disregards LeBron. Wang Yu remarked with a smirk. Duke University had previously engaged in a scrimmage against Syracuse University, where Duke dominated from the outset. Syracuse never managed to take the lead, and at one point, the deficit swelled to 20 points. In that game, Wang Yu amassed an impressive 32 points and 19 rebounds, while Dion Waiters, also a key player, could only muster 12 points, a stark contrast indeed. Initially, one might think this was the end of the matter, merely a practice match, and they would not encounter each other in the regular season. However, Wang Yu later learned that Dion Waiters had been disparaging his teammates after the game, claiming they couldn't even defend a player who merely relied on dunks and questioned their worthiness to be on the team. If memory serves Wang Yu correctly, he had blocked Dion Waiters 3, if not 4, times during that game. He could anticipate every move of that individual. It was unexpected for him to utter such words after the match. This exemplifies a typical case of someone lacking competence yet unable to accept defeat, constantly believing themselves to be the best in the realm. Last season, when LeBron returned to the Cavaliers, the team's management intended to cultivate Waiters as a loyal supporter. However, this individual chose to disregard LeBron's calls for the ball, opting instead to isolate himself for a one-on-one confrontation. Had he succeeded, it might have been excusable, but alas, his shot did not find the mark. Merely missing the shot would have been forgivable, yet he continued to pursue his solitary endeavors. He has unwittingly become a second iteration of Ricky Davis, who, at least, was capable of averaging over 20 points per game. This individual surpasses even Davis in his antics. Indeed, from Wang Yu's perspective, this person is capable of such behavior. Consequently, his defiance against LeBron resulted in his departure from the Cavaliers to the Thunder. However, in the ever-changing landscape of teams, Dion Waiters remains steadfastly self-centered within the Thunder. With no options available, Donovan can only allow him to play in the backup phase, hoping that this will keep him in line upon the return of the star player. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that Waiters possesses considerable talent if he were to mature. He could undoubtedly fulfill a role akin to that which Harden played during his tenure with the Thunder. This is precisely the reason why the Thunder's management traded for him this summer. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that this trade has not brought about any transformation in Dion Waiters. He remains the same Dion Waiters, a figure of unwavering confidence. The symphony played for a little over 3 minutes, and at the command of Jason Kidd. The starting players led by Wang Yu and Giannis Antetokounmpo gradually returned to the court. Observing the Bucks reinstating their starters, Donovan promptly brought the Wangja duo back into the game. Notably, the center accompanying the Wangja duo on the court was not Cantor, but Adams. During the break, Donovan praised Adams sincerely, recognizing his significant role. He believed that Adams would effectively fulfill his directive by utilizing his exceptional defensive skills to contain Wang Yu. Concurrently, Donovan also made some adjustments to the defense against Giannis, allowing for a bit more space, deeming it unnecessary to apply such tight coverage. He specifically reminded Ibaka, just before he took the court. Ibaka nodded in acknowledgement. In the first quarter, he had been preoccupied with the idea of disrupting Giannis's momentum the moment he unleashed his strength. However, Giannis's explosive power was indeed terrifying. The transition from his initial movement to full acceleration occurred in the blink of an eye. Despite Ibaka's best efforts to react, he consistently fell short of matching Giannis's explosiveness. Often being pushed aside, Giannis's physicality was equally formidable. In fact, before stepping onto the court, Ibaka had already resigned himself to the challenge, preparing to concede a step. There was little he could do when confronted with such an imposing force. Fortunately, he mused to himself, Giannis was not a proficient shooter, which offered a glimmer of hope amidst his apprehension. If this fellow manages to refine his shooting skills, even if only for mid-range shots, he would undoubtedly become significantly more challenging to defend against. Fortunately, he has yet to achieve that, Ibaka remarked once more. As Giannis retreated a considerable distance behind Ibaka, his incisive drive was notably dulled. Ibaka is renowned in the league for his prowess in rim protection, relishing the opportunity to impose physical contact as players attempt to penetrate. Given ample time to exert his strength, he can withstand Giannis's final thrust. Bang! The Bucks starting player failed to ignite the offensive momentum with their first shot. Swish! Kevin Durant, unfazed, confidently sank a mid-range jumper, reversing the score disparity. The greatest scoring machine since Michael Jordan. During his NCAA days, some media outlets had already bestowed this title upon Kevin Durant. It is evident that he has indeed lived up to that reputation. The ball. Giannis faced a challenge, and Wang Yu stepped up in the next play. His stamina had fully recovered, and it was time for him to contribute to the team's scoring. Wang Yu seized the ball from the high post, while his teammates strategically spaced out beyond the three-point line. With room to isolate, Wang Yu immediately charged toward Adams. Adams, also a formidable presence at the center position, possessed considerable strength, but Wang Yu's 2 hard drives only managed to push him back a couple of steps. The approach taken was insufficient. 5 seconds felt too brief and excessively strenuous. Wang Yu halted, transforming his back post into a face-up. Could Wang manage to overpower Steven Adams? Mark Woodson was somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, He recalled that Wang had not forcefully challenged Cantor either. He surmised that Wang was not one to expend brute strength. However, Adams' agility surpassed that of Cantor by a considerable margin, making it seemingly difficult for Wang to evade the former while in possession of the ball. He successfully defended. Donovan observed Wang relinquishing his attempt to back down, feeling an immense sense of relief. The youthful duo from Milwaukee still had much to learn. With Giannis failing to score and Wang's efforts being curtailed, Woodson concluded that the Milwaukee Bucks would need others to step up in the forthcoming moments. Chapter 78, 7-0. Wang found himself unable to budge the Thunder's center. This offensive play appeared to be in jeopardy once more. Damn it, was there no alternative strategy? Alas. One could only hope for other players to rise to the occasion. The atmosphere in the Bradley Center was rife with unease. With Giannis being contained and Wang struggling against his counterpart, the Bucks' situation on the court was precarious. It seemed the Bucks were still a notch below those elite teams. Many fans silently echoed this sentiment. In that fleeting moment, the commentators, the Bucks supporters, and the Thunder's head coach all anticipated that the Bucks' offense would remain stagnant. Signaling the end of their standoff with the Thunder, the duo of scoring kings formed a more enduring alliance. Yet, the players on and off the court for the Bucks remained unfazed by Wang's inability to score forcefully. They watched intently as Wang faced off against Adams. Judging by their expressions, several bore a glimmer of hope. Having trained together, they undoubtedly understood Wang better than others. They were aware that when Wang struggled to assert himself, that was precisely when he would unleash his true prowess. Wang angled his body and leaned towards Adams once more. As he drew nearer, he executed a sweeping nearly 360-degree spin, seamlessly transitioning the ball from his left hand to his right. With a decisive step forward, Wang entered the free throw line. Aligning himself shoulder to shoulder with Adams, without hesitation, he unleashed a right-handed hook shot. Adams, not lacking in responsiveness, leaped to contest the shot as soon as he perceived Wang's right hand rising. However, in the very moment Adams ascended, Wang deftly retracted the ball, pivoted once again, and switched back to his left hand, altering direction to score from the opposite side of the rim. Swish. The ball gently kissed the backboard, descending into the net. Adams, who had leaped, barely touched down at that instant. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. The arena erupted with tremendous cheers. In fact, the moment Wang Yu launched the ball towards Adams, a wave of excitement had already begun to swell. As Wang Yu executed his subsequent maneuvers, the cacophony of applause only intensified, culminating in an overwhelming roar that engulfed the entire Bradley Center the instant the ball swished through the net. They had presumed that Wang Yu had been effectively contained, yet they were unprepared for the revelation that the constrained Wang Yu had unleashed his most formidable skills. Many fans erupted in exuberance, suddenly recalling the breathtaking last-second shot Wang Yu had made during the Summer League with his exquisite footwork beneath the basket. At that time, Wang Yu was merely a glimpse of his potential. This particular shot showcased the full extent of his remarkable footwork. Well, just moments ago, Mark Woodson had remarked on Wang Yu's youth, but after witnessing such a remarkable basket, his expression was once again filled with astonishment. As the match unfolds, he has astonished the Milwaukee duo on numerous occasions, yet even now, he finds himself compelled to be amazed once more. What secrets lie hidden within this individual named Wang Yu? At the onset of the regular season, many experts and fans asserted that he was merely a dunker, asserting that once he was driven out of the low post, he would be rendered ineffective. Yet, as the game progressed, Wang Yu showcased a remarkably consistent mid-range shot from the high post. Subsequently, some reporters claimed that when faced with a center possessing significant weight, strength, and speed, Wang Yu would struggle offensively. However, just moments ago, he deftly maneuvered past Adams with his exquisite footwork. Splendid! The bench of the Bucks erupted in jubilant cheers, fully aware of Wang Yu's agility, thus harboring no concerns that he would falter in the face of his opponent. Yet, they were taken aback by the sheer beauty of Wang Yu's play. Adams, a commendable defender in his own right, was nonetheless left bewildered. Wang Yu, after successfully making the shot, shook his head slightly, surprised that he had encountered an opponent who could not be subdued merely by physical prowess so swiftly. Indeed, this is the NBA. There is a reason it is hailed as the pinnacle of basketball leagues worldwide. The score once again favored the Bucks as Westbrook drove towards the basket, the ball bouncing off the rim twice before failing to enter. Wang Yu secured the rebound, presenting an opportunity to extend the lead. In contrast to Kevin Durant, Westbrook's performance fluctuates considerably. When on form, he can score effortlessly, yet when off, he struggles to find the net. More critically, his temperament is akin to a double-edged sword. Prone to stubbornness, this trait can propel him to greatness but may also occasionally harm the team. Facing Adams once more, Wang Yu initiated a one-on-one play. This time, after a half-spin, he quickly pivoted back, taking a step forward to catch Adams off guard with a swift layup. The shot succeeded, narrowing the deficit to 3 points. Westbrook continued to push the offense. McCaw, having gained experience from his encounters, successfully anticipated Westbrook's explosive move, blocking him off effectively, preventing his ascent. However, Westbrook's athleticism is simply astonishing. Thwarted momentarily, he quickly took a second step, bypassing McCaw. The latter appeared momentarily frozen, unable to follow. Fortunately, McCaw's initial block afforded Wang Yu the time to position himself firmly in Westbrook's path. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul against the Thunder. Yes. Jason Kidd clenched his fist tightly, observing Wang Yu being lifted by his teammates amidst the cheers of the crowd, silently acknowledging, "This young man is truly remarkable." With 2 successful offensive plays and a drawn foul, Wang Yu rose to the occasion at a critical moment, embodying the qualities of a true leader. Under his influence, Middleton scored a trailing 3-pointer in the next offensive play, instantly increasing the team's lead to 6 points. The Bucks surged with a swift 7-0 run. The surge of scoring prompted Donovan to call a timeout. Observing his players exit the court with composed expressions, Donovan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Initially, he thought the Bucks were finished when Wang Yu faltered, but to his astonishment, Wang had concealed a trump card, showcasing unexpectedly adept footwork in the paint. The situation shifted in favor of the Bucks as Wang unveiled his hidden talent. However, Donovan's furrowed brow deepened. It would have sufficed if only Wang had performed well. More critically, Westbrook had ensnared himself in a quagmire. His training game experience indicated that once Westbrook fell into such a trap, it would be arduous to recalibrate. Unless he regained his rhythm and released the pent-up frustration, Donovan found himself at a loss regarding tactical arrangements. Chapter 79. No one can stop Durant as the match resumed. Just as Donovan had anticipated, Westbrook was harboring a strong determination that a single timeout would not remedy. He immediately took control of the ball and attempted a play. Unfortunately, Jason Kidd had already recognized that he was isolated, and during the timeout, had devised a strategy specifically targeting Westbrook, assigning Giannis and Wang to alternate in their defense. Bang! Bang! The Thunder's initial 2 possessions were both taken by Westbrook, yet he failed to convert. Meanwhile, the Bucks seized the opportunity to add 2 more points, extending their lead to 8. This left Donovan feeling as though his timeout had been in vain. As the esteemed head coach of the NCAA, had he been at the University of Florida, any player daring to dismiss his directives would undoubtedly find themselves relegated to the bench for an eternity. This exemplifies the authority of an NCAA head coach, while it may be somewhat exaggerated to speak of life and death power. The ability to bench a player is certainly not an issue. However, upon entering the NBA, although he retains the title of head coach, his standing within the team is considerably diminished. He can be certain that if he were to have a disagreement with Westbrook or Durant, the management would not hesitate to part ways with him. This is also the reason why most NCAA head coaches are reluctant to take on roles in the NBA. Although the exposure may not match that of NBA coaches in the collegiate realm, the authority of a head coach is indisputable, and the financial rewards at the pinnacle of this level are not significantly less than those earned by their NBA counterparts. Unless one possesses a genuine desire to venture into the NBA, NCAA coaches are generally not swayed to make the leap. Donovan, of course, made the decision to come on his own accord. However, during the second game of the new season, he began to feel a sense of frustration, one that he could not express outwardly. Fortunately, the situation on the court did not remain firmly in the grasp of the Bucks. After Russell Westbrook missed 2 consecutive shots, Kevin Durant began to actively seek the ball. While Westbrook might disregard others, he could not overlook Durant's request. He passed the ball to the latter, marking Durant's first touch since the timeout. Having been deprived of the ball for an extended period, he seized the opportunity without hesitation, weaving dramatically as he settled into his rhythm, then launching a shot against Giannis Antetokounmpo's outstretched arms. The ball swished through the net. Kevin Durant scores again. Precise, truly exceptional. Even though this is the Bradley Center, witnessing Kevin Durant's successful shot compelled an audible gasp of admiration from the crowd. This fellow is truly beyond reason. How have they achieved such prowess? They find it somewhat perplexing, particularly the seasoned fans. In their past experiences, the pinnacle of shooting ability among towering players was epitomized by Dirk Nowitzki. However, they have never witnessed a player of Kevin Durant's stature, standing at 2.11 meters, dribbling with finesse, executing sharp directional changes and shooting with the prowess of an outside player. It is indeed a rarity to encounter such a remarkable talent, one that emerges perhaps only once in several decades. Otherwise, it would not seem so extraordinary. With a resounding thud, Wang Yu swiftly halted the bleeding. Kevin Durant's shooting narrowed the deficit to 6 points. Immediately, he utilized his footwork to outmaneuver Adams in the low post, executing a dunk that extended the lead back to 8 points. The arena erupted in a wave of cheers. This is also the reason they still find it in their hearts to marvel at Kevin Durant. A phenomenon that appears only once in several decades is not exclusive to the Thunder, as the Bucks too possess such a rarity. Thus, the two teams delved into a showcase of scoring prowess. Yet neither side managed to seize a scoring surge that could alter the rhythm of the game until the conclusion of the first half. However, due to Westbrook's performance, the Thunder conceded 2 more baskets than the Bucks, allowing the latter to extend their lead to 10 points. The fans at the Bradley Center were exhilarated during halftime, as they had not anticipated the Bucks to hold a double-digit advantage over the Thunder at this juncture. After all, prior to the onset of the new season, the Thunder were heralded as championship contenders, their strength widely acknowledged by league experts. The Bucks' ability to dominate the Thunder in the first half speaks volumes about their remarkable performance today. Enthusiastic music resonated throughout the Bradley Center, with fans joyously swaying to the rhythm, lost in the melody. "Russell, I believe we need to implement some changes. Only then can we bridge the gap." Donovan proactively communicated with Westbrook during the break. The latter was acutely aware of his subpar performance in the first half, listening intently to Donovan's words without interjecting, only nodding slightly once Donovan concluded his thoughts. Although Donovan had not spent much time with Westbrook, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding him, confident that his message had been received. This illustrates a commendable aspect of Westbrook. When he detaches himself from the tempo of the game, he regains his composure and becomes receptive to guidance. The formidable duo, bolstered by Westbrook's regained calmness, unleashed their prowess once again in the third quarter. The combination of two scoring champions is undoubtedly formidable, yet even more alarming is the fact that Kevin Durant, who had already exhibited a scorching touch in the first half, fully unleashed his offensive capabilities in the third quarter. With Westbrook's assistance, he effortlessly sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, complemented by a series of mid-range jumpers and free throws, amassing 14 points in that quarter. This achievement follows his earlier 13-point performance in the first quarter, marking yet another instance of him surpassing 10 points in a single period. His 14 points, along with Westbrook's contribution of 5 points and 4 assists, propelled the Thunder to narrow the deficit to a mere single point by the end of the third quarter. It is noteworthy that, were it 20 years ago, a 10-point gap would have been deemed substantial. However, in the present day, such a margin is perceived by some teams as merely the precursor to a scoring surge. In the third quarter, the Thunder effortlessly reclaimed a 9-point deficit, and with just 1 minute remaining, the match entered a tense climax. Mark Haywood lavishly praised Kevin Durant, exclaiming, "He is a scoring machine, truly a scoring machine. Goodness, I must describe him as such." The injuries from the previous season had not impeded him in the slightest. Rather, he returned revitalized and stronger than ever. Kevin Durant is inexorably approaching the pinnacle of the league. Although he currently ranks second, should he secure the championship trophy, he will be qualified to contend with LeBron James. Judging by his performance in the third quarter, nothing seems capable of hindering him. The sky is truly the limit. In Mark Haywood's perspective, Kevin Durant eclipsed all else. While Wang Yu managed to score 8 points in the third quarter, bringing his total to 28, nearly 30 points. Durant's performance was simply extraordinary, particularly highlighted by his 3 consecutive three-pointers against Giannis Antetokounmpo. Haywood genuinely believed that no one in this world could thwart Kevin Durant. Chapter 8. Defense wins games. Expand outward. Fear not the opponent's drives. We must prevent them from shooting three-pointers. A pivotal reason behind Durant's ability to narrow the gap with his three-point shooting was the fact that the Bucks had a scarcity of proficient three-point shooters. Only Middleton managed to sink 1, while the others contributed nothing from beyond the arc. In this era, a team lacking adequate three-point firepower is undeniably a cause for concern, indicating a deficiency in the ability to mount a significant comeback. ESPN's preseason ranking of the Bucks at 9th in the Eastern Conference primarily stemmed from their glaring lack of three-point shooting. This vulnerability was starkly illustrated in the third quarter against the Thunder, where the Thunder successfully made 4 three-pointers, while the Bucks managed only 1, 12-3. Precisely a 9-point difference. Undoubtedly, the calculation may seem overly simplistic, Yet the three-point shot undeniably stands as the most prolific scoring method in the realm of conventional offensive tactics. In an era where the three-pointer reigns supreme within the league, the absence of such a shot renders one rather vulnerable. The Milwaukee Bucks, having established a double-digit lead in the first half, found it reduced to a mere point. Jason Kidd was acutely aware of this predicament and, prior to the commencement of the fourth quarter, meticulously arranged a defensive strategy aimed at curbing the Oklahoma City Thunder's perimeter shooting, resolutely determined to deny them further opportunities to launch three-pointers. As the Bucks players took to the court, they expanded their defensive formation significantly in accordance with Kidd's directives. The Thunder players, unable to connect from beyond the arc, swiftly transitioned to attacking the basket, relentlessly challenging the Bucks' interior defense. However, this persistent aggression did not yield a high-scoring efficiency. The Thunder managed only 2 successful shots out of their first 7 attempts in the fourth quarter. With Wang Yu and Giannis Antetokounmpo stationed on either side of the paint, they resembled twin sentinels. Any Thunder player daring to approach would be met with a formidable onslaught. I mention this historical reference not merely in passing, but rather to highlight how the current defensive tactics of the Bucks closely mirror those of the Orlando Magic from years past. While Wang or Giannis may not possess the same level of defensive dominance as Dwight Howard, the combined effect of their prowess is nonetheless formidable. The Thunder's scoring efficiency during this stretch clearly indicates their struggle to adapt to the Bucks' defensive approach. Mark Haywood, in a display of ambivalence, was astonished by Kevin Durant's explosive scoring performance at the conclusion of the third quarter, only to now express his admiration for the Bucks' defensive configuration. The Bucks not only succeeded in suppressing the Thunder's offense, but also maintained an impressive shooting accuracy of around 43%, establishing a 6-point lead during this period. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers as the Bucks regained control of the game's tempo. Just moments earlier, at the end of the third quarter, the Thunder had narrowed the gap to a single point, casting a shadow of concern over the faces of many loyal Milwaukee fans. Akin to the weight of an insurmountable challenge, it is understandable that no one relishes the prospect of a comeback against them, as home fans. Such a sentiment is indeed disheartening. Fortunately, the Bucks remained composed, leveraging their defensive strength to gradually widen the gap once more. With just 9 minutes remaining in the game, while a 6-point lead does not guarantee victory, it certainly signifies that the Bucks have begun to assert their dominance. Donovan called for a timeout, as he needed to reorganize some offensive strategies. The Thunder's current approach had become rather simplistic. Renowned for his offensive ingenuity during his tenure in the NCAA, Donovan often found that, with the Thunder's extraordinary individual talents, complex strategies were occasionally unnecessary. Nevertheless, when the situation demanded tactical acumen, he was more than capable of delivering. At the very least, during his inaugural year in the league, he was certainly able to do so. In contrast, Jason Kidd refrained from outlining any specific strategies, opting instead to offer a few motivational words before sending the Thunder players back onto the court. The Bucks had been performing admirably, exhibiting no pressing areas for improvement on either end of the court. In such moments, bolstering morale proved far more effective than reiterating tactical concerns. This is a notable shortcoming often observed among coaches from Huaxia. The majority of these coaches tend to focus exclusively on tactics, often fixating on just 1 or 2 strategies. And during timeouts, they incessantly emphasize these plans without considering the psychological state of their players. This is also the reason why most domestic head coaches struggle to make their mark. They are often unaware of the full scope of a head coach's responsibilities. The timeout concluded swiftly, and upon resuming, the Thunder showcased a few mid-range shots. To facilitate this, Donovan deliberately brought Dion Waiters onto the court, whose forte lies in the step-back mid-range jumper. Although somewhat unpredictable, NBA players can easily string together consecutive baskets if they find their rhythm, particularly someone as talented as Waiters, who was drafted 4th overall in 2012. Swish, swish. Donovan's gamble proved fruitful as Waiters aggressively executed 2 successful isolation plays right upon entering the game. Thunder fans watching from home were moved to tears. Finally, this young man was performing as expected. However, following the Thunder's points, the Bucks returned from their timeout to score 2 baskets of their own, maintaining a 6-point lead. Although the Thunder's altered gameplay had improved their scoring efficiency, the essence of their strategy remained unchanged, still predominantly relying on 2-point shots as they struggled with 3-pointers. Without the ability to shoot from beyond the arc, the Bucks were unperturbed. Despite their own mediocre 3-point shooting, their reliable 2-point scoring was sufficient, and they were not intimidated by simple 2-point plays. As the clock dwindled to the final 2 minutes, the game continued without significant changes, with the Bucks staunchly defending the perimeter and holding on to their 6-point advantage. At this moment, Kevin Durant finally grew anxious. Abandoning the Thunder's methodical tactics, he opted for a daring three-pointer, which he successfully sank. The deficit shrank to 3 points, and it seemed that the Thunder's star was poised to shine at the Bradley Center. However, Durant subsequently missed 2 more three-point attempts, allowing the Bucks to widen the gap once again. The Bucks' focused perimeter defense dulled Durant's shooting sharpness. Ultimately, the Bucks triumphed with a score of 100-94, securing a 6-point victory and achieving their first consecutive wins of the season. Chapter 81. Post-game report: the Bucks emerged victorious, defeating none other than the championship favorites, the Thunder. As the final buzzer sounded, the atmosphere in the Bradley Center erupted with elation. No one had anticipated that this Bucks team could topple the Thunder. After all, the Thunder's preseason record was forecasted by ESPN to rank second in the Western Conference, and it is well known that the West is traditionally stronger than the East. The disparity between the 9th seed in the East and the 2nd seed in the West is indeed monumental. From the perspective of Milwaukee fans prior to the game, it was sufficient for their dual stars to perform well and maintain competitiveness. Yet, not only did the dual stars excel, but the Bucks also took the lead at various points during the game. Although there was a moment when the score tightened, the young players withstood the pressure, expanded their lead once more, and maintained that margin until the final whistle, clinching a well-deserved victory. For the fans of Milwaukee, this result was undoubtedly somewhat unexpected and astonishing. They cheered exuberantly as the team achieved 2 consecutive victories at the outset, with the second triumph coming against the Thunder. There was a subtle sense among them that this season's Bucks might exceed their expectations. The 4 key players from Milwaukee delivered commendable performances. Parker amassed 11 points, 3 assists, and 4 rebounds. Middleton contributed 12 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal. His sole three-pointer in the third quarter preserved a slender 1-point lead for the Bucks. Though it was a modest contribution, without that three-pointer, the Bucks would have trailed by 2 points, significantly impacting both teams. Giannis had a decent first half, scoring 15 points, but managed only 4 points in the second half due to Ibaka's defensive adjustments. Nevertheless, his presence on the offensive end was undeniable, culminating in a well-rounded performance of 19 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 1 block, and 1 steal. Wang Yu was the standout performer, nearing 30 points before the end of the third quarter and maintaining a steady output in the fourth, including a crucial mid-range shot that secured the victory for his team. He concluded the game with an impressive 37 points and 13 rebounds, reminiscent of his dominance in the Summer League. Wang, your aggressive performance tonight raises questions. Could this be related to the pre-game comments made by the Oklahoma reporters and Ines? Naturally, the most outstanding player, Wang Yu, became the focal point of questions at the post-game press conference. I play on the court not for others. Their words do not influence me. My exceptional performance is simply a reflection of my inherent capability, he stated, dismissing the reporter's inquiry. He added, if one must insist that I play for someone, then I play to fulfill the promise I once made. Another reporter inquired, the Thunder are a favored contender for the championship this season. Does defeating them imply that the Bucks have higher aspirations for the new season? Wang responded, the Bucks have always harbored lofty ambitions, and I have emphasized this many times. Defeating the Thunder is merely one game in an 82-game regular season. We capitalized on our good form to secure this victory, and that is all there is to it. Wang, you posted luxurious statistics of 37 points and 13 rebounds, and you overpowered Enes Kanter and Steven Adams, proving your prowess. In your opinion, which interior player in the league poses a potential challenge for you? A third reporter stood up to ask. Every opponent presents a challenge. Wang Yu replied without hesitation. Oh. The journalist clearly did not anticipate such a response from him. In the following question, Wang Yu disregarded the reporter's reaction and abruptly curtailed the topic. Such provocative inquiries undoubtedly stem from a lack of intellect on the part of the journalist. If Wang Yu were to engage with such questions, it would reflect poorly on his own judgment. Kevin, what do you think of Wang's performance? At the post-game conference for the Thunder, a reporter posed this inquiry to Kevin Durant. What else could I possibly say? Scoring 40 points. What do you expect me to say? Kevin Durant retorted, somewhat irked, having accumulated a total of 45 points and 7 rebounds that evening. Given such a high score, yet failing to secure a victory, his mood would understandably be less than favorable. The reporter, oblivious to the context, asked a rather foolish question, making it inevitable for Durant to respond sharply. in recent years. As Kevin Durant has solidified his position as the second-best player in the league, his demeanor has undergone a noticeable transformation. The once soft-spoken persona has given way to a more confrontational attitude, readily engaging with dissenters, earning him the moniker Durantula. Furthermore, he has been revealed to have used a secondary account to respond to critics, leading to yet another nickname, Durant's alt coupled with his original monikers. Kevin Durant has become a veritable treasure trove of nicknames. The Huaxia Beast dominated the paint with 37 points and 13 rebounds. Who could dare to claim that Wang Yu is unfit for the intensity of the NBA? With 2 consecutive victories to start the season, the Milwaukee Bucks triumphed once more against formidable opponents. In a defining match, Wang Yu put forth a stellar performance, tallying 37 points and 13 rebounds while going toe-to-toe with Kevin Durant. Subsequent reports on this game have begun to circulate, with a natural focus on Wang Yu, as his performance exceeded the expectations of numerous fans. Particularly mesmerizing were his footwork displayed during the game, captivating the audience. Many who watched the Summer League were aware of Wang Yu's agility, yet few anticipated it would be so remarkable. Steve Adams possesses commendable defensive skills, yet before Wang, he appeared almost juvenile. Wang is simply astonishing. Who could fail to be impressed by him? A true representative of the traditional center has finally emerged. If Wang maintains his current trajectory, he is destined to influence the entire league in the future. While the majority of fans are astounded by Wang Yu's performance, there is one individual sitting in a room, brooding over these reports. This individual is none other than this summer's highly acclaimed first overall pick, the universally recognized future cornerstone of the Timberwolves, Anthony Towns. In fact, his performance today was commendable, scoring 21 points and securing 10 rebounds. Statistics that are not dissimilar to those achieved by Wang Yu in his inaugural game. Although the team faced defeat, Towns' display was still quite impressive. One would have expected that post-match coverage would mirror that of Wang Yu's previous game. However, Wang Yu once again outperformed him in the season's second match, prompting the majority of media outlets to shift their focus back to him, resulting in scant coverage for Towns. Historically, first overall picks garner significant attention. Yet Towns feels that his exposure is scarcely different from that of a second-round selection. Chapter 82. The limited potential of the Bucks nevertheless. The victory over the Thunder did not enhance the Bucks' prospects in the eyes of experts. On the contrary, these analysts perceived that the Bucks revealed substantial issues during the match, particularly their dearth of players capable of shooting three-pointers. In this era, what does a three-pointer signify? In simple terms, it represents victory. Bill Simmons, a columnist for ESPN, shared his insights on the Bucks' consecutive wins, stating that if a team can only make 4 to 5 three-pointers in a game and still secure a win, 2 scenarios are plausible. Either they faced a team equally inept at shooting from beyond the arc, or their opponents simply had an off night. Regardless of which scenario prevails, it is not a common occurrence in today's league, where few teams still eschew the three-point shot. It is evident that had the Thunder made just 2 more three-pointers that evening, the Bucks might very well have succumbed to defeat. The possibility of the Thunder making those additional shots is quite clear. However, for the Bucks, achieving 2 more three-pointers is not a straightforward task. Thus, one could argue that while the Thunder may have lost this game, it bears no impact on their next encounter with the Bucks. The outcome of this match clearly does not serve as a reliable indicator for whether the Bucks can triumph over the Thunder in the future. Bill Simmons is a prominent commentator in the league, and domestic fans are more familiar with him due to his outrageous and unfounded criticisms of Yao Ming, which has led to considerable animosity towards him among many fans in China. However, in America, he still possesses a faction of loyal supporters who resonate with his views. These fans believe that the Milwaukee Bucks' recent victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder does not signify much, as the weaknesses they displayed in that game were alarmingly pronounced. Of course, it is not solely Simmons' influence that has garnered such unwavering support from these fans. Had a similar scenario unfolded last season, their endorsement of his perspective might not have been as steadfast. Yet, the rise of the Golden State Warriors last season, propelled by the remarkable synergy of Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Harrison Barnes, Andre Iguodala, and Draymond Green in their small ball lineup, showcased the efficacy of rapid counterattacks following successful defensive plays, as well as the universal ability to shoot three-pointers, which ultimately secured them the championship. This success has elevated the status of the three-point shot across the league, prompting many general managers to prioritize shooting ability over other criteria when assessing potential frontcourt players. Reports suggest that the Houston Rockets power forward Ryan Anderson, known for his three-point shooting prowess, is set to sign an early extension next year, with the Rockets' general manager likely to offer him a contract exceeding $80 million. Daryl Morey is renowned for his meticulous financial strategies within the industry, and it is evident that he would only present such a substantial contract if there were compelling justification. Namely, that Anderson's market value warrants such an investment. A player, once known for his soft demeanor and wearing a floppy hat, has commanded a remarkable price this summer. Attributable solely to the unprecedented emphasis placed on three-point shooting in contemporary basketball. Beyond Simmons, several experts concur with this assessment, asserting that unless the Bucks address their three-point shooting dilemma, they are unlikely to achieve greater heights. Amidst the skepticism of analysts, the Bucks have all traveled to San Antonio, preparing to face the Spurs in their third game of the new season, a team that has remained steadfastly reliable for 2 decades. The three great misconceptions of Texas. The Mavericks are not formidable, the Spurs are aging, and the Rockets are exceptionally strong. Since selecting Tim Duncan in 1997, the Spurs entered the Duncan era, and with the subsequent acquisitions of Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, they embarked on a magnificent journey, leading to the adage about observing the Spurs in odd-numbered years. These three veterans have also posed the greatest obstacle to LeBron James's ascent to greatness. In 2007, they made James endure significant hardship during his inaugural finals appearance. Following that series, Duncan uttered one of the NBA's greatest falsehoods: "The future is yours." Yet, 7 years later, a naive LeBron found himself thwarted in his quest for a three-peat, not by any other team, but by the very Spurs led by that formidable trio. Where, then, is the promised future? The image of LeBron lamenting this phrase circulated widely that summer. Above the three seasoned veterans who have been transformed by age into something almost mythical stands the sagacious coach, Greg Popovich. These four venerable figures have ensured that the San Antonio Spurs have not missed a single playoff in the past 18 years. It can be said that this core group has weathered more storms than any other in the league, and few teams in the annals of NBA history can boast a comparable pedigree. The Milwaukee Bucks, facing such a formidable ensemble, found the challenge no less daunting than their encounter with the Thunder in the previous match. At least, that was the consensus among the Bucks' young roster. True to form, these wise old hands from San Antonio did not disappoint the youthful Bucks, imparting a valuable lesson over the course of a full 48-minute game. The Bucks succumbed to a 98-88 defeat, marking the end of their 2-game winning streak. In this match, the three charioteers scored modestly, with Parker achieving the highest tally of 15 points. Collectively, the trio managed a mere 35 points, yet each of these points held significant weight. Notably, Duncan's 9 points were crucial. Among them, 4 points were acquired through consecutive fouls drawn just before the conclusion of the first half, aiding the Spurs in establishing a lead exceeding 5 points. Furthermore, 3 of those points stemmed from a decisive play in the closing moments, a 2+1 that secured the Spurs' victory. It can be asserted that every single point was of utmost importance. In contrast, the Milwaukee quartet amassed a total of 65 points. However, whether it was Middleton, Jabari Parker, or Antetokounmpo, they all exhibited superior performance during the first half. In the second half, the three combined for only 10 points, with Antetokounmpo particularly faltering. After scoring 13 points in the first half, he managed a mere 2 points in the latter half. Only Wang Yu maintained a relatively steady performance, registering 13 points in the first half and 11 in the second. Regrettably, this total of 24 points proved insufficient for the Bucks to secure a victory on the road. Had the Bucks been proficient in three-point shooting, they might have emerged victorious this evening. However, it is too late to dwell on such hypotheticals, underscoring the reality that the Bucks' limitations in three-point shooting may hinder their potential ceiling. At this juncture, Bill Simmons once again voiced his perspective. Chapter 83. The dilemma of Antetokounmpo. Giannis has the potential to evolve into a superior player, yet it appears he has yet to address his most significant issue. His inconsistency is troubling. He can maintain focus in the first half, but fails to deliver a commendable performance throughout the entire game. If one were to consider solely the first half, Giannis would undoubtedly be a player of all-star caliber. However, when taking into account the entirety of the game, he still has considerable distance to cover before achieving excellence. After the game, Giannis faced considerable criticism from both experts and fans, as the disparity in his performance between halves has been glaring in recent contests. Against the Thunder, he scored 15 points in the first half, but only 4 in the second. In the match against the Spurs, he tallied 13 points in the first half, yet managed a paltry 2 points in the second, contributing to his team's defeat. Such fluctuating performances are hard to overlook, especially when many experts believe Giannis could ascend to all-star status in the new season. However, based on current outcomes, unless he rectifies his inconsistency, his aspirations of becoming a better player may remain elusive. While this sentiment may be harsh, I cannot help but inquire. In the final 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, where were the other 3 members of the Milwaukee quartet, aside from Wang? Why were they absent from the offensive front, particularly Giannis, who should have been providing maximum support to Wang at that critical juncture? Particularly notable was the heated comment that caused Giannis Antetokounmpo to lose sleep that night, prompting him to head to the Bradley Center for additional training upon returning to Milwaukee the following morning. In truth, he felt a profound dissatisfaction with his performance in the last 2 games. Despite having undergone rigorous training during the off-season, where he sensed significant progress, he had hoped to secure a spot in the All-Star lineup this season. However, those recent games served as a harsh reminder of the journey that lay ahead before he could be considered a truly great player. Nevertheless, Giannis is not one to easily succumb to defeat. Having grown up in challenging circumstances, he developed an indomitable spirit and resilience. He believes that no obstacle is insurmountable, merely a matter of time. If I can excel in the first half, I can certainly perform well in the second half. With this mindset, he immersed himself in training. Around midday, after finishing his meal and returning to the gym, he was surprised to find an unexpected presence. Given that there was no game scheduled and the Bucks had the day off to prepare for the upcoming back-to-back matches, he had anticipated an empty arena. However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the newcomer, Wang Yu. Even Giannis acknowledged Wang Yu's dedication. Despite the limitations imposed by his weight, he admired the young man's commitment to training, which was commendable in its own right. This is quite normal. Larger players inherently bear a greater burden on their knees and ankles when performing the same movements compared to their smaller counterparts. This also restricts Wang Yu's training capacity from reaching that level. Giannis Antetokounmpo is an anomaly. His Achilles tendon is 23 times longer than that of an average adult, and his physical strength enables him to endure a greater volume of training. Under similar conditions, Wang Yu's training volume is comparable to his, having nearly reached the limits of what he can withstand. This is also the reason why Giannis is not surprised. Wang Yu, like him, is equally a training enthusiast. Only through relentless practice can one achieve continual improvement. This phrase is also one that Giannis frequently recalls from his training sessions with Wang Yu. Upon Wang Yu's arrival, he first engaged in several rounds of shooting practice. As he watched the basketball swish through the net, Giannis's eyes sparkled with envy. If only he possessed Wang Yu's shooting finesse, he could undoubtedly perform at an even higher level. Yet, he understands that all of this requires time. Haste will not yield results. Nevertheless, envy is an emotion that remains. I do not believe that what you urgently need at this moment is an additional offensive skill. After shooting for a while, Wang Yu took a seat to rest, prompting Giannis to approach him for advice on shooting techniques. As fellow tall athletes, they undoubtedly shared commonalities in their shooting approaches. In passing, Giannis also confided a few sentiments to Wang Yu. Upon hearing what Giannis expressed, Wang Yu uttered a statement that left Giannis visibly astonished. I do not believe that what you urgently need at this moment is an additional offensive skill. What does this mean? Giannis pondered, somewhat perplexed. He tentatively inquired, are you suggesting that I shouldn't practice my shooting for now? No, Wang Yu shook his head. Shooting is certainly something you must work on. No true superstar can afford to have a glaring weakness. If they do, they cannot genuinely be considered a superstar. It was evident that Giannis needed to continue honing his shooting skills. However, Wang Yu clarified, what I mean is that your current challenges may not necessarily require shooting to address. He continued plainly, I believe that for you at this moment, learning to manage your stamina is of utmost importance. This season, Giannis returned with a remarkable enhancement in his physical attributes. During training camp, his first layup astonished both his teammates and the coaching staff, clearly a result of rigorous off-season training and a scientifically balanced diet. In simpler terms, his explosive power had significantly increased, elevating his ability to penetrate defenses to an entirely new level. He could resolve almost any situation through his drives, which often allowed him to dominate the first half of games. If opponents were not vigilant, giving him an opportunity to accelerate, they could only watch as he effortlessly finished at the rim. Yet, Giannis's stamina had not reached that pinnacle. The energy expenditure required for his explosive drives is immense, particularly as he relies solely on his burst of speed, placing a greater burden on his body than the average player. The intensity of the NBA regular season is well known. Even with Giannis's extraordinary physical prowess, Maintaining his stamina through the first half is commendable. However, as the second half unfolds, problems inevitably arise. At such moments, when opponents adjust their defensive strategies to guard against drives rather than shots, Giannis, who lacks shooting finesse, will naturally find himself struggling on the offensive end. This is also the reason for the stark contrast in Giannis Antetokounmpo's offensive performance between the two halves. It is not solely attributable to the defensive adjustments made by opponents. There are inherent issues with Giannis himself. His management of stamina is suboptimal, as he does not fully perceive that he is engaged in a competitive match, leading him to dominate fiercely in just one quarter. Furthermore, it is plausible that his rapidly increasing physical attributes have outpaced his awareness of his own stamina, resulting in a lack of energy in the second half. Regardless of the reason, if Giannis were to allocate his energy more judiciously, the disparity in his offensive performance between the two halves of a game would undoubtedly diminish. Chapter 84. The first game of a back-to-back. The Milwaukee Bucks face a challenging schedule ahead, embarking on their first back-to-back of the new season. They are set to host the Memphis Grizzlies at home, and immediately following the contest, they must travel to Brooklyn to challenge the Nets the next evening. The back-to-back format has historically been a formidable test for rookies, as young players often display fluctuations in performance during such games. Given that the Bucks are laden with newcomers, many experts harbor skepticism regarding their prospects, with some even predicting a disheartening outcome of 3 consecutive losses to mark the onset of the new season. Among the critics is Jason Kidd, a remarkable player in his own right, yet one who lacks the requisite coaching experience. This is evident from his in-game decisions compared to those of seasoned coaches like Greg Popovich. He still has a considerable journey ahead to reach the upper echelon of coaching. In the Bucks' defeat to the Spurs, several analysts placed blame on Kidd, particularly during the crucial stretch from the 6 to 8 minute mark of the fourth quarter. Giannis found himself trapped in isolation plays, yet Kidd failed to call a timeout, despite having 3 remaining. Conversely, after Wang Yu scored powerfully and helped the Bucks break a streak of missed shots, Popovich promptly called a timeout, even though he had only 1 left. His decisiveness was pivotal. During that timeout, he orchestrated a defensive scheme targeting Wang Yu, compelling him to return the ball to a struggling Giannis. This led to Giannis repeatedly failing to penetrate effectively, resulting in the Spurs extending their lead until Tim Duncan secured the victory with a pivotal 3-point play. When the final buzzer sounded, Jason Kidd still had 1 unused timeout in his possession, underscoring his inferior command of the game's dynamics in comparison to Popovich. It is evident that while an exceptional point guard can ascend to the role of head coach, it does not necessarily guarantee the emergence of a distinguished coach. Beyond the intricacies of tactical execution, for an NBA head coach, the ability to assess the situation, observe the player's conditions on both sides, and even the strategic use of timeouts are equally vital. Jason Kidd is still on his journey. He is undoubtedly grappling with the dilemma of prioritizing between these 2 games, uncertain of which contest they are truly capable of winning. Should they exhaust themselves in the first game only to fall short of victory, they would inevitably lack the energy to contend in the second. Conversely, if they concede the first game, what recourse would they have if they were to falter in the second? I would wager that such thoughts occupy Jason Kidd's mind. This speculation is not solely due to his identity as Jason Kidd. Rather, it is a common plight among many rookie coaches who struggle with making choices. Jason Kidd is indeed one such novice coach, aligning with this pattern. Certainly, there is a degree of validity to this statement. Jason Kidd is indeed a novice head coach. Yet he deliberately overlooks a crucial point. He has played 17 years of professional basketball, and throughout his career, the notion of surrender has never crossed his mind. Therefore, my friends, you are all merely in your 20s. If you are already grappling with physical limitations, I fear your latter years may be spent in a wheelchair. It's merely a back-to-back scenario. Children, I have endured countless back-to-back games over my 17-year career, and I can assure you, a back-to-back is no different from an ordinary game. It is simply 2 matches. The only distinction may be that if you triumph in one game, you can immediately seize victory in the next. So, let us rally together and secure victories in both contests, returning to Milwaukee with a 2-game winning streak. Now, let us venture forth and claim our first victory. Jason Kidd, brimming with fervor, resembled a passionate orator. Indeed, he was an orator. Upon concluding his speech, every player on the Bucks roster was infused with a palpable sense of combativeness. As Kidd articulated, it is merely 2 games, a back-to-back? Let us tackle it head-on. However, despite their enthusiasm, as the game commenced against the starting lineup of the Grizzlies, the Bucks found themselves at a disadvantage from the outset. The Grizzlies are a formidable team. Since acquiring Zach Randolph and Marc Gasol through a trade for Quentin Richardson in 2009, they have become one of the most vexing teams in the league. Although they have yet to capture a championship, during the 2010 to 2011 season, they entered the playoffs as the 8th seed and famously eliminated the Spurs in the first round, marking the fourth occurrence of an 8th seed triumphing over a first seed in NBA history, an achievement that has solidified their reputation in the annals of the league. Following that season, they established themselves as a team that any opponent must regard with respect. Consequently, when the Bucks faced them in the opening game, many experts predicted that they would succumb to defeat in consecutive games. If they exert their utmost and cannot escape the Grizzlies' grasp, it is inevitable that they will falter against the Nets as well. Whether the Bucks can prevail against the Grizzlies remains a matter of speculation for many. The Bucks excel in the paint, as do the Grizzlies, particularly with Marc Gasol's commendable defensive prowess. Wang Yu is unlikely to replicate the performance he displayed against the Thunder, at best mirroring his display against the Spurs. At such a juncture, the Milwaukee Bucks' hopes of victory hinge upon the performance of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Should he deliver a commendable display, the dual prowess of the Bucks star players should enable them to secure their home court. Yet, can Giannis truly rise to the occasion? Given the stark contrast in his performances between the two halves of his previous games, one might fear that such an outcome is unlikely. Giannis, lacking favorable predictions, commenced this match devoid of any striking impact, exhibiting a demeanor even more ordinary than usual, concluding the first half with a mere 7 points. In prior encounters, he would often find his rhythm in the first half, yet this time, he faltered, eliciting scornful remarks from the commentators. Giannis has been thoroughly analyzed. In this era, a player lacking shooting capability can easily be constrained. This is precisely why so many teams today emphasize spacing. Giannis's inability to shoot renders the space created by his teammates virtually ineffective. The commentator's assertion is supported by Giannis's dismal performances in the second halves of his last two games, which can only be described as lamentable. In the first half of the match, he performed rather poorly, and in the second half, it seemed likely that his performance would deteriorate even further, with the possibility of not scoring at all. However, shortly after uttering these words, as the third quarter commenced, his face was met with a flurry of slaps, rendering it red and swollen. During the initial 5 minutes of the third quarter, Giannis Antetokounmpo managed to score 10 points through both field goals and free throws. While he may lack shooting range, he possesses remarkable physical attributes. When afforded space to accelerate, he can penetrate defenses regardless of how far his opponents may be. After all, players like Serge Ibaka, who possess size, mobility, and speed, are a rarity in this league, and few can withstand his formidable charge. Furthermore, to conserve energy for the second half, he deliberately managed his stamina during the first half, and it appears to have been effective. His exertion propelled the Milwaukee Bucks to a brief surge, achieving a 12-3 run, which allowed them to lead by 7 points at 66-59 on their home court. Chapter 85. The eruption of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Giannis's ramped-up performance positioned the Bucks in the lead, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, the announcer, who had previously ridiculed Giannis's inconsistent form at halftime, began to rephrase his remarks. Giannis struggled in the previous two games, particularly with the stark contrast between his first and second half performances. Thus, we began to question his capabilities. Yet, from his display in the second half, it is evident that he has made adjustments, perhaps explaining why this player is so remarkably unique. The commentator is indeed fortunate. Had he been present at the venue, he would undoubtedly have been met with a chorus of boos. However, as a professional commentator, receiving criticism is not an unfamiliar occurrence. One becomes accustomed to it, and after a fleeting moment of embarrassment, he simply brushes it off. Yet, what he overlooked was that the fans watching this match through the channel would not let him off the hook. Did he not just assert that Giannis's performance would undoubtedly falter? How is it now that he claims Giannis has shown remarkable adaptability? Giannis's innate talent should not be questioned, especially considering that only 2 games have been played. The commentator's swift dismissal of Giannis's abilities is deserving of ridicule. The Bucks have widened the gap, and the Grizzlies have embarked on a lengthy journey to narrow the deficit. While the Grizzlies possess one of the league's top defensive capabilities, their scoring ability leaves much to be desired. The entire team struggles to find a player who can contribute more than 20 points per game. Zach Randolph was once capable of this, yet in recent years, his performance has significantly declined due to injuries, resulting in a stark drop in his offensive prowess. As Randolph's offensive abilities have waned, the Grizzlies' offense has become increasingly dismal. During tough times, it is not unlike the discomfort of constipation. This also constitutes a significant reason why they ultimately failed to evolve into a superior team. Whenever their defense falters, they are unable to influence the game through alternative means. In the first half today, the Bucks' defense held firm, but in the second half, as Giannis Antetokounmpo intensified his efforts, their defense, particularly the weakness at the power forward position, was glaringly exposed. Zach Randolph has indeed aged. The Grizzlies faced considerable challenges in closing the gap, while Giannis thrived, growing increasingly spirited. With 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, he scored 5 points through a combination of free throws and field goals, establishing a double-digit lead for the Bucks. Remarkable. As you rightly stated, Wang, I made a conscious effort to monitor my stamina in the first half, and indeed, without any fatigue issues in the second half, I felt remarkably at ease. Giannis amassed 15 points in a single quarter, marking a personal season high. Attributing his outstanding performance to Wang Yu's advice, Wang Yu shook his head, reluctant to accept credit. In his view, while his suggestions were beneficial, they could not possibly wield such a substantial impact. Giannis's exceptional performance was more closely linked to the Grizzlies' frail power forward position. Zach Randolph simply could not keep pace with him. When he falters, others must step up, yet the height of the other positions proved inadequate. How can one contend with Giannis's physical prowess without exceptional capability? Even if he did not consciously focus on stamina, his performance would still have been commendable. Of course, such sentiment should not be conveyed directly to Giannis. There is indeed an effect, but not every game will unfold as splendidly as today's. Given the varying strength of opponents and the fact that he is just beginning to learn how to manage his stamina, Giannis is quite astute. Grasping the essence, I will continue to strive. What Giannis will do moving forward remains uncertain to Wang Yu, as the subsequent games have yet to commence. His preemptive remarks were merely intended as a precautionary measure to convey that inadequate stamina management would not yield transformative results, but might allow him to play a touch more comfortably in the second half. As the fourth quarter progressed, a double-digit deficit appeared insurmountable for the Memphis Grizzlies. They fought valiantly until the final moments, narrowing the score to 88-92, yet were deprived of further opportunities as the buzzer sounded, signaling the game as conclusion. In the final quarter, Giannis secured an additional 6 points, culminating in a total of 28 points for the game, his season's personal best. Furthermore, in this match against the Grizzlies, he recorded 7 rebounds, 8 assists, and 2 steals, demonstrating a commendably well-rounded performance, even without any blocks. This match undoubtedly marked a turning point for him. In the previous 2 games, he consistently struggled in the second half, with a stark contrast to his performance in the first half. However, in this game, his performance in the second half was significantly superior, as he scored a total of 21 points during that period. His exceptional display was pivotal for the Bucks, enabling them to stage a comeback against the Grizzlies. Wang Yu also maintained his consistency in this match, achieving 23 points, 13 rebounds, and a block, effectively containing the well-established all-star center, Marc Gasol, on both ends of the court. With this dual-core performance, the Bucks secured their first victory of the back-to-back games. Nevertheless, following their triumph, the Bucks did not indulge in excessive excitement. Rather, they had no time to revel in their success. They were required to participate in immediate interviews and then utilize their limited time for personal care before promptly boarding the team bus to the airport, heading to Brooklyn in preparation for their upcoming match against the Nets the following evening. Despite their hurried schedule, the necessary coverage of the recent game emerged as they boarded the plane to Brooklyn. 28 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists. Giannis showcases his terrifying talent. Who would dare claim he struggled? With 21 points in the second half, Giannis rebounds dramatically, delivering an astonishing performance. Unstoppable, the Greek Freak breaks free from his second-half slump, leading the Bucks to victory over the Grizzlies and avoiding consecutive losses. Most media outlets focus primarily on the Greek Freak following this match. After all, prior to the game, the majority of the coverage had revolved around him, discussing the reasons behind the stark differences in his performances between the halves. Furthermore, he indeed played as if endowed by divine assistance, particularly in the second half, reminiscent of the young king, LeBron James, with his extraordinary ability to penetrate defenses leaving onlookers speechless. Undoubtedly, he was the chief architect behind the Bucks' victory in this match, warranting extensive coverage. It is worth noting that if Wang Yu had not been present, he would have been the leading star of the Bucks. Chapter 86, Facing the Nets, however. Despite the Bucks' victory over the Grizzlies, few experts predicted their success in the second game of the back-to-back series, primarily due to one reason: The team is simply too young. Youth implies a lack of experience, which also translates to limited adaptability. The challenges of back-to-back games affect players not only physically but also mentally. After completing a high-intensity game, they must immediately travel to another city, adapt to any time zone differences, acclimatize to altitude if necessary, and be mindful of their health amidst any nightlife distractions, all while preparing to engage in another high-stakes game within 24 hours. Such an itinerary, merely contemplating it can evoke a sense of mental fatigue, let alone actually undertaking the endeavor. For this reason, even though the Milwaukee Bucks faced the Brooklyn Nets in a back-to-back matchup, the experts remain skeptical about the young Bucks securing a victory. Wang Yu has always been adept at regulating his own state, yet this evening, he found himself unexpectedly beset by insomnia. He felt an overwhelming tiredness, yet slumber eluded him. In desperation, he rose to perform several sets of push-ups, only to find himself more fatigued before finally succumbing to a deep sleep. However, Wang Yu's physical prowess is indeed remarkable. Upon awakening, he felt nearly fully restored, with the lingering effects of the back-to-back games having dissipated completely. While his extraordinary physical condition is unmatched, Jason Kidd deliberately postponed the training by 2 hours, scheduling it for the afternoon. Yet, upon arriving at the training facility after lunch, Wang Yu noticed that, aside from Giannis, the others appeared somewhat lethargic. This situation, Wang Yu sensed that tonight's match would be challenging. Kidd furrowed his brow. This was the first back-to-back of the new season, and the circumstances were even worse than he had anticipated. After some contemplation, he decided to reduce the originally planned training regimen by half, retaining only a few warm-up exercises. He dared not push these players any further. In their current state, they would likely lack the energy to compete later that evening. No wonder predictions suggested our defeat. From Wang Yu's perspective, the Bucks tonight appeared to be facing dire straits. Among the multitude of teams in the NBA, the Nets have gained notoriety for their woeful performance, perpetually echoing the mantra of rebuilding while consistently securing high draft picks, only to see these top selections fail to yield any noteworthy results. The past 3 years have been particularly disheartening, as they have languished at the bottom, surrendering their draft positions entirely to the Celtics. Meanwhile, the Celtics have consistently advanced to the playoffs, effortlessly rebuilding while enjoying the fruits of their high draft selections. The infamous trade orchestrated by the aging Ainge back in 2013, which duped then Nets general manager Billy King, has become an irreproducible legend in the industry. After all, where could one find another as naive as Billy King? In summary, the Nets have been in a lamentable state in recent years, with their current roster failing to deliver any significant achievements and unable to attract star players. The high draft positions earned through their lackluster performance now belong to the Celtics. If one were to encapsulate the current state of the Nets in a single phrase, it would be surviving day by day. They aim to endure these 2 years before planning their next steps. For this reason, the Nets have become a team that anyone can dominate, yet their futile efforts mean they will still strive to win whatever games they can. Jason Kidd received a warm welcome upon arriving at this arena. Although it is located in Brooklyn rather than New Jersey, the honors he brought to this team are indelibly etched into its legacy. In his prime, Kidd led the Nets to the NBA Finals for 2 consecutive years, once falling to the Lakers led by the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, and the second time succumbing to the Spurs, who boasted the legendary Tim Duncan. Neither defeat could be deemed disgraceful. This marks one of the rare illustrious moments for the Nets since the dawn of the new century. It is noteworthy that Jason Kidd's retired jersey was unveiled before the watchful eyes of Brooklyn fans, a venue he knows well. Although his departure stemmed from disagreements with the Nets management, professional disputes need not lead to animosity, especially given their current lack of direct collaboration. Thus, there is no necessity for continued rivalry. In this moment, Kidd remains a revered figure within the Nets' legacy, the illustrious owner of the number 5 jersey that floats above the arena. He is undoubtedly deserving of the resounding cheers from the audience. However, Jason Kidd displayed little overt excitement upon hearing the applause. He is now the head coach of the Bucks, and the Nets stand as his adversaries. He has no time to engage with his opponents, his focus entirely devoted to his players. From the training session earlier that afternoon, it was evident that the team struggled with the back-to-back game schedule. To secure victory that evening, they must seize an early lead. Kidd contemplated this as he outlined his strategy to the starting 5 of the Bucks just prior to the game. Listen, we just played a game yesterday, and in terms of stamina, we cannot match our opponents. They will undoubtedly seek to accelerate the pace, hoping to exploit our fatigue. Relying solely on controlling the game's tempo could lead us into a disadvantageous position. Instead, Let us also quicken the pace from the outset, catching them off guard. The Nets are not an exceptionally strong team. If we can induce panic within them, we can secure an early advantage. It is undeniable that weaker teams exhibit less discipline than their stronger counterparts. The starting five of the Bucks nodded in agreement, and the buzzer signaling the commencement of the game sounded at that moment. The Bucks made slight adjustments, with Beasley stepping in for McCallum in the starting lineup. This substitution was not an outright abandonment of McCallum by Kidd, but rather a recognition that the back-to-back schedule affected him more significantly than others, as his form before the game was notably subpar. Kidd had no choice but to make this adjustment, given the inherent issues with their stamina. Losing the early advantage would render the game practically unwinnable. After careful consideration, he included Beasley in the starting roster. On the other side, the Nets starting five took to the court: point guard Sean Livingston, shooting guard Joe Johnson, small forward Bojan Bogdanovic, power forward Thaddeus Young, and center Brook Lopez. This starting lineup, if all at their peak, should be formidable. However, the issue lies in the fact that at this juncture, Joe Johnson, aside from his tenure with the Nets, would hardly find another team willing to let him start. As for the others, they are either aging veterans or inexperienced youngsters, ill-suited to the current era. It is also noteworthy that within the Nets' current roster, aside from 3 contracts exceeding $10 million, 1 mid-level contract, and 2 rookie contracts, the remaining 9 are all minimum contracts, with not a single one surpassing $2 million. Chapter 87. A temporary lead. Jason Kidd's intuition was not misplaced. The Nets' strategy was to accelerate the pace from the outset. They aimed to deny the Bucks any opportunity to slow down, even at the very beginning of the match, refusing to grant them a moment's respite. However, while the intention was commendable, they overlooked the fact that among their opponents was a player who thrived in a fast-paced game. The game commenced with both sides exhibiting an exceptionally brisk tempo. Yet, due to the lack of organized offensive plays, their efforts were somewhat chaotic, resulting in several exchanges without either side finding the net. It was not until Giannis Antetokounmpo, with a powerful one-handed rebound, took long strides into the Nets' defensive zone that the equilibrium was finally disrupted. Giannis surged forward like an ostrich, effortlessly surpassing one Nets player after another, culminating in a graceful layup. 2-0. The crowd erupted in awe. For a weak team like the Nets, who have historically struggled and have only recently relocated to Brooklyn, the notion of cultivating a loyal fan base seems rather unrealistic. To speak candidly, while there were indeed a considerable number of fans in attendance today, most were not there to support the Nets. They came to witness Giannis and his compatriots, eager to catch a glimpse of the Milwaukee quartet. In essence, their motivations did not align with the Nets' cause. This also enabled Giannis to penetrate with remarkable explosiveness, effortlessly securing 2 points, prompting spontaneous cheers from the spectators. It is no wonder that, although the season has only just commenced with 3 games played, the excitement surrounding the Bucks has noticeably surged compared to previous seasons. Is there truly a player on the Bucks who performs in such a manner? The fans in Brooklyn found themselves envious of those in Milwaukee. Seizing the initiative, the Bucks made the most of their advantage, scoring consecutively. Approximately 4 minutes into the first quarter, the Bucks led by 8 points with a score of 8-0, while the Nets, aiming to take control, had yet to score a single point. To their astonishment, the Bucks, who were playing back-to-back games, displayed an unexpected vigor, leaving the Nets feeling as though they themselves had just concluded a strenuous back-to-back. In desperation, the Nets head coach was compelled to call a timeout. He could hardly fathom that his strategy for a fast break would unravel in such a manner. As the game progressed, the entire team seemed to devolve into chaotic play, failing to adhere to the offensive plan he had outlined. Ironically, the head coach overlooked the fact that the Nets are not particularly suited for a fast-paced style of play. Not to mention, how can a player like Joe Johnson, given his age, sustain such relentless activity across the court, even if he could manage it? How could Lopez keep up? This is precisely why the team failed to score a single point in the first 4 minutes of the opening quarter. Their ability to run the court is limited, and among those who can sprint, few serve as effective finishers. The Bucks, in stark contrast, possess a roster where every player, save for Middleton and Wang Yu, can adeptly handle the ball and race down the court. While these two may not be as fleet of foot, one excels in off-ball shooting, while the other has no trouble in sprinting. To put it succinctly, with Bledsoe stepping in for McCaw, every member of the Bucks quintet can function as a scoring option, even though they are currently engaged in a back-to-back matchup and their stamina is not fully restored. Their inherent capabilities shine through, especially at the onset of the game, allowing for greater efficiency than that of the Nets. As the game progresses, they are likely to abandon fast breaks and slow their pace, prompting us to do the same. Jason Kidd seized the initiative right from the start, allowing for a more composed strategy in the following plays. The Nets, still scoreless in their fast breaks, will undoubtedly decelerate their tempo. Kidd must concede that a slower, more methodical approach is most advantageous against the Bucks. Thus, he remains unfazed and posts him out. There is an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation. In the subsequent possession, Joe Johnson executed a successful low-post isolation. The moniker of ISO Joe is well-earned, as the former king of the Hawks has honed his isolation skills with age. Though opportunities for such plays have become increasingly rare in this league. Fortunately, the Bucks, tonight's adversaries, do not emphasize speed and spacing, allowing Johnson to slow the game down and assert himself inside. This two-point basket from Johnson marks the Nets' first score of the evening, eliciting a modest cheer from the crowd, alleviating some of the home team's embarrassment. Yet, following the applause, the expressions of the Brooklyn fans shifted to curiosity. Many in the back row stood up, while those in the front leaned forward, eager to catch a glimpse of one individual, the beast from Huaxia, the NCAA Titan, in the 2012 #1 draft pick, Wang Yu. This name has echoed throughout the summer. Recently, some fans who attended the Las Vegas Summer League have taken to the internet to share their experiences, describing Wang Yu's dunks as a visual feast that one would regret missing if not witnessed. He has an uncanny ability to evoke memories. In previous offensive and defensive plays, Wang Yu had yet to showcase his prowess, with most fans' attention focused on Antetokounmpo. However, as the pace slowed and the game transitioned into a half-court battle, these fans naturally recalled the prowess of the Chinese beast on the court. They were all eager to see if Wang Yu truly possessed such extraordinary talent. Wang Yu did not disappoint. In this play, he received the ball in the low post. Confronting Lopez, he probed with his back to the basket and then decisively drove in. With Lopez being more formidable on offense than defense, he found himself outmatched by Wang Yu's sheer strength, and after a brief struggle, he relinquished his effort. Sensing the absence of resistance, Wang Yu swiftly pivoted and soared toward the basket with both hands. The rim erupted with a resounding crash, and a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Brooks fans finally understood that the online claims were not mere exaggerations, and Wang Yu's style inevitably called to mind the ferocious Shaquille O'Neal clad in the iconic purple and gold of the year 2000. This fellow is truly ferocious. The Bucks have secured another 2 points, maintaining their relentless assault. However, the Nets have broken their scoring drought and continued to find the basket, netting points in the subsequent possession as well. It has become evident that a slower pace is the most suitable style of play for the Nets. The first quarter has elapsed amidst this slow-paced exchange of blows. As the first quarter officially concluded, the Bucks held a temporary lead of 29-22, thanks to their initial fast break strategy. Chapter 88, substitutes digging holes while starters fill them. The Bucks have gained an advantage in the first quarter, but this does not guarantee their victory. The furrowed brow of Jason Kidd reveals that the Bucks are far from being able to relax. Following this, I hope O.J., Mayo, Michael, and the 5 of you can sustain yourselves on the court for 5 minutes in the second quarter, allowing the starting players ample time to rest. During the substitution phase of the second quarter, Jason Kidd implemented a 5-on-5 rotation. In the previous game against the Grizzlies, the starting lineup played for an extended duration, indeed. But most players on the Bucks bench have not logged significant minutes, so their stamina is intact, although their capabilities may leave much to be desired. Nevertheless, if they can hold on for 5 minutes, providing the starters with additional respite, Kidd believes that the energized Bucks starters will excel in the remaining 7 minutes of the second quarter. After all, based on the offensive and defensive efficiency displayed by both starting lineups in the first quarter, the Bucks starters appear superior to those of the Nets. Thus, whether the Bucks can maintain their advantage into the second half hinges on the performance of their substitutes, as Jason Kidd perceives it to be crucial. Kidd anxiously observed the Bucks substitutes as they took the court, but after just 2 minutes, his tension dissipated, for the Bucks bench was lackluster. Yet, the Nets bench was even more underwhelming, as the Bucks substitutes managed to extend the lead to 8 points just 2 minutes into the second quarter. However, before Kidd could revel in this triumph, the next move by the Nets head coach reignited his anxiety, for the Nets starters were re-entering the game. These individuals certainly did not engage in any back-to-back efforts. A mere 2-minute intermission in the second quarter was more than sufficient for them to recuperate their stamina. This is truly the most arduous moment, Jason Kidd murmured to himself. With less than 3 minutes remaining in the second quarter and an 8-point deficit, even if every second were squandered, as long as they did not fall behind, victory would still be within reach. The Milwaukee Bucks bench surprised Jason Kidd during the initial 2 minutes of the second quarter, and he hoped this group of reserves could maintain their impressive performance, continually delighting him. If they could just hold steady for the next 2.5 minutes, the situation in the first half would essentially be under his control. Jason Kidd's gaze was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, the Bucks bench failed to deliver once faced with the net starters. They were thoroughly suppressed, conceding a staggering 10-2 in under 2 minutes, instantly erasing the 8-point lead. Just hold on for one more possession. Just hold on for one more possession. Jason Kidd silently chanted, no longer daring to hope for surprises. Now he merely wished for his reserves to meet his minimum expectations. Alas, a low-post isolation play by Joe Johnson rendered even his modest requirements a distant dream. The Nets added 2 more points to their total, taking a 1-point lead for the first time since the game's onset. Cheers erupted from the crowd, echoing the jubilation of breaking the scoring drought, as the fans aimed to alleviate the embarrassment of the home team. After the basket, Jason Kidd glanced at the game clock. How could there still be 18 seconds until the 5-minute mark? Just moments before Joe Johnson's isolation play, he had looked up and noticed only 30 seconds remained until 5 minutes. During Johnson's play, he believed that considerable time had elapsed. To his astonishment, only 12 seconds had passed. This is something Jason Kidd did not anticipate. He truly feels as though time is stretching endlessly, not merely days, but seconds. Fortunately, the remaining 12 seconds belonged to the Milwaukee Bucks' offensive possession. Without hesitation, Jason Kidd called for a timeout, opting for an extended pause to utilize this time wisely. And he immediately proceeded to make substitutions. He deployed the Bucks bench players, as he was concerned about the potential for the point differential to widen further, a scenario he fervently wished to avoid. In his perspective, the remaining time in the second quarter should serve as an opportunity for the Bucks to gain an advantage for their bench rotation in the third quarter, rather than a moment for closing the gap. Most importantly, Jason Kidd now comprehends the capabilities of the Bucks bench. Against the Nets reserves, they could maintain a lead, but should they face the Nets starters, they would be utterly overwhelmed. A classic case of being inadequate against the upper echelon while outclassing the lower ranks. Such a bench utterly fails to provide the starting lineup with extended periods of respite. Instead, it necessitates the first-string players to rectify the situation. Take the current scenario. For instance, the initial lead has transformed into a disadvantage. The starting lineup not only struggles to widen the gap, but must first assist the bench in overcoming the deficit that has been incurred. This is precisely why Jason Kidd opted to utilize a timeout to grant his players some much-needed rest. Delaying any further is simply untenable. Should the game be prolonged? The advantage established by the starting lineup in the second quarter may not suffice to counter the bench's performance during the latter stages of the match. Swiftly returning to the court, the Milwaukee Bucks promptly reclaimed their lead. Middleton, receiving a pass from Giannis beyond the three-point line, executed a flawless shot. Following his successful basket, Middleton performed a whimsical gesture reminiscent of a gunslinger, exuding an air of grace. However, the contrast between his earnest demeanor and such flamboyant antics rendered the moment somewhat amusing. It was akin to watching a comedian, like Yu Yunping, awkwardly commanding troops from atop a steed, an image that feels rather incongruous. A player of his caliber would have conveyed greater elegance had he chosen to silently retreat after his three-pointer. This three-pointer allowed the Milwaukee Bucks to seize a 2-point lead. Immediately thereafter, Giannis Antetokounmpo executed a successful steal from Bogdanovic and swiftly passed the ball to Wang Yu, who emphatically completed a dunk beneath the basket, extending the lead to 4 points. In a mere 20 seconds, the Bucks transformed a 1-point deficit into a 4-point advantage. Is this how gifted players perform? The Brooklyn fans were certainly treated to a spectacle this evening. Were there any intricate plays in the Bucks' 2 offensive sequences? It was simply Giannis driving hard and distributing the ball, while Middleton sank an open three-pointer. Additionally, it was Giannis applying pressure on defense, successfully stealing the ball before delivering a pinpoint pass to Wang Yu, who confidently secured possession and executed a powerful dunk. Where, I ask, is the tactical coordination in these 2 plays? Can sheer talent truly allow one to act with such impunity? The Brooklyn fans, displaying commendable restraint, refrained from exuberant cheers. Otherwise, the very roof of the arena might have been lifted by their exuberance. Following this play, Jason Kidd once again revealed a smile. Indeed, as long as stamina remains intact. What challenge does the Nets present? Chapter 89. A repetitive narrative. As the first half concluded, the Bucks re-established a 7-point lead, thanks to the efforts of their starters. Judging by Jason Kidd's subsequent personnel decisions, this margin could be deemed satisfactory. With a 20-minute halftime, there was ample time for the Bucks starters to recuperate, enabling them to return to the court to commence the third quarter. The formula asserting the superiority of the Bucks starting lineup over that of the Nets had been validated through the first two quarters. Thus, Kidd was confident that the Bucks could extend their lead in the third quarter. He did not require them to perform exceptionally, but merely to maintain the momentum they had built in the second quarter, which would afford the Bucks bench ample time to capitalize during their rotation. This, he believed, would suffice. However, reality proved Kidd overly optimistic. The effects of the back-to-back games became glaringly evident in the third quarter. The already fatigued Bucks players had not sufficiently recovered in merely 20 minutes. And due to inadequate rest, their regained energy dissipated swiftly. After roughly 5 minutes into the third quarter, apart from the exceptional duo of Wang Yu and Giannis, the other starters noticeably slowed their movements. Giannis found several opportunities for fast breaks thwarted, as his teammates struggled to keep pace or synchronize with him. Consequently, the Bucks' initial 10-point lead was obstructed, and they transitioned from being able to trade baskets with the Nets to a more passive stance. The Nets head coach demonstrated commendable decisiveness. Observing the Bucks' fatigue issues surfacing due to the back-to-back games, he swiftly urged his team to accelerate their pace. It is worth noting that the Nets had attempted a rapid offensive strategy during the first 4 minutes of the game, but had failed to score, indicating that this approach was not particularly effective for them. Yet, witnessing the Bucks struggle with stamina, the Nets head coach unhesitatingly deployed this strategy once more, showcasing his ingenuity and willingness to adapt. The players on the court, responding to their coach's directives, began to adjust their strategy and accelerate their play. This time, the outcome has improved. Several players from the Bucks, already fatigued, simply cannot keep pace with the swift players of the Nets. Even those who are not typically adept at fast breaks, such as Lopez, now find their speed somewhat overwhelming. They feel as though their feet are laden with lead. The defensive formation of the Bucks, reliant solely on Wang Yu and Giannis, has been effortlessly dismantled, allowing the Nets to score repeatedly. Unfortunately, Giannis and Wang Yu have primarily focused on supplementary defense due to their height and mobility, which provides a broader coverage area. However, for the help defenders, if the primary defender fails to effectively disrupt the offensive player, the efficacy of their assistance diminishes significantly. Given the current condition of the Bucks' perimeter players, they are evidently incapable of serving as effective primary defenders. The Bucks continue to concede points. With 8 minutes remaining in the third quarter, their lead has dwindled to less than 6 points. Jason Kidd can no longer afford to wait. If he does, the game will indeed take a turn for the worse. He already feels his reactions are sluggish. He should have substituted his key players earlier, allowing them more time to recuperate and regain their stamina. Yet, at that moment, he hoped his starters could endure a little longer to widen the point gap. He had anticipated a lead of 14 points, believing that only such a margin would enable the Bucks bench to wreak havoc, and they were merely a basket or two away from that disparity. Kidd thought that by gritting his teeth, he could achieve it. Instead, he is bitten down hard, and the lead has diminished further. Presently, it stands at a mere 5-point difference. If he does not allow the starters to rest soon, the Bucks will have no players available for the fourth quarter. Realizing this, Jason Kidd promptly called for a timeout. It would still be 5 in, 5 out. The ensuing 4 minutes until the fourth quarter will be the most challenging period for the Bucks. Indeed, this marks yet another arduous stretch for this group of bench players. In the previous difficult phase, these substitutes faltered under pressure, surprising Jason Kidd. During this most arduous period, Jason Kidd had relinquished all hope. Yet, at times, the more one abandons hope, the more miracles seem to unfold. Surprisingly, the bench of the Bucks managed to extend their lead. 7 points, 9 points, then 10. It was only then that Kidd belatedly realized that the Nets had substituted their starters, leaving their bench players on the court. The Bucks' reserves proved to be superior to those of the Nets, a fact validated during the first half. Could happiness arrive so unexpectedly? The worry on Jason Kidd's face diminished somewhat. The narrative repeated itself as the Nets bench was overwhelmed by the Bucks' reserves, only for the Nets starters to reclaim the deficit in the final quarter with just a minute and a half remaining. With 7 minutes and 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Kidd once again called for a timeout, substituting all of the Bucks starters. At this moment, the lead had dwindled to a mere point. To be fair, had the Bucks not been playing back-to-back games, the outcome of this match would have likely been decided long ago. At the very least, they would not have encountered fatigue issues midway through the third quarter, and thus the Nets would have found it impossible to close the gap during that period. However, the reality remained that the Bucks were indeed playing back-to-back. and they were now locked in a stalemate with the Nets, clinging to a slender 1-point lead. They needed to muster all their strength in the ensuing 7 minutes to secure victory. The sole silver lining was that, regardless of the outcome, these young players would experience growth. The rigors of back-to-back games undoubtedly hone a player's resolve. Upon entering the game, Giannis immediately seized the ball, and after the match, his monstrous physical prowess would undoubtedly be widely reported. Comparisons often lead to standout performances, and Giannis's superior condition compared to others showcased his formidable athleticism. With a powerful thrust into the paint, Giannis stepped into the free throw line, drawing the defense before swiftly passing the ball to Wang Yu, who executed a turn and dunk. The lead swelled to 3 points. Wang Yu, too, would be prominently featured in reports, as it appeared his performance had remained unaffected by the back-to-back scenario. Chapter 90. The crucial influence on the game. The synergy between Giannis and Wang Yu allowed the Bucks to regain the upper hand. In truth, Jason Kidd felt a sense of reassurance even before calling the timeout to send the Bucks starters back onto the court, as they still maintained a slender 1-point lead. It's not about the margin, it's about being in the lead. Regarding the starting lineup of the Bucks, featuring both Wang Yu and Antetokounmpo, Jason Kidd harbors no concerns about their ability to compete against the Nets. Nevertheless, to claim that he is entirely untroubled would be a fallacy. The role of a head coach inherently demands vigilance over both significant and trivial matters. What weighs on Kidd's mind is the recovery status of the Bucks starting players. Observing the third quarter, it became apparent that the effects of back-to-back games were increasingly pronounced as time progressed. He remained uncertain whether the recent respite was sufficient for the Bucks' 3 perimeter shooters to endure the remaining 7 minutes. In a sudden turn, Middleton effortlessly sank a 3-pointer from beyond the arc. Judging by his agility and off-ball movement, it appeared that Kidd's concerns were being alleviated. He was indeed in excellent form. Kidd discreetly exhaled in relief, yet he refrained from fully relaxing, as the dynamics of the game were ever-changing. Numerous instances had prompted him to momentarily unwind, only to be jolted back to alertness by unforeseen conflicts. On the other side of the court, the returning starters for the Nets exhibited no signs of distress following that 3-pointer. At this juncture in the game, they seemed to have fully found their rhythm, particularly with seasoned players like Joe Johnson, whose touch had grown increasingly fervent as the match progressed. In a swift response, Johnson converted a 2-pointer, narrowing the gap to 4 points. Despite his advanced age, Johnson's performance had not significantly declined. He remained one of the league's premier ball handlers. However, it must be noted that sustaining a relentless offensive pace akin to his younger days was no longer feasible, as his stamina did not support such exertion. This is the reason for his current poor performance, yet it is not the fundamental cause. The true reason lies in the fact that Joe Johnson is increasingly struggling to adapt to this league. The current league emphasizes space and shooting range. While Joe excels in one-on-one situations, the requirement for spatial dynamics fundamentally contradicts his playing style, as his ability to catch and shoot is not particularly strong. This is the fundamental reason for his lack of popularity in the market. Alongside him, another player sharing a similar fate is Carmelo Anthony, whose diminishing appeal stems from his inefficient style of play, often causing the team's offense to stagnate. It is indeed ironic. The once coveted ability to execute critical isolation plays during the NBA playoffs has now become a tactical burden. The evolution of this era is truly remarkable. Fortunately, in this game, the Bucks' transition between offense and defense is not particularly swift, and Joe Johnson, returning to a familiar rhythm, is performing admirably, having already amassed 24 points. With ample time remaining in the fourth quarter, reaching 30 points seems entirely feasible. The Bucks continue to feed the ball to Giannis, whose aggressive drives today pose a significant threat and exhibit considerable efficiency. Given the uncertainty of the current situation, Jason Kidd opts to allow him to maintain control of the ball. Wang Yu once again receives a pass from Giannis. This time, he refrains from forcing his way through, instead choosing to sidestep Lopez with deft footwork before executing a delicate layup. As the game nears its conclusion, Wang Yu deliberately adopts a more graceful approach to scoring, aiming to conserve enough energy. There are myriad ways to determine the outcome of a match, through scoring, blocking, stealing, or drawing fouls, but achieving these feats relies on a fundamental prerequisite: sufficient stamina. The point differential has shrunk back to 6. Lopez attempts to retaliate. Wang Yu concedes a step, leading Lopez to mistakenly believe he has created separation. As Lopez prepares to turn and dunk, Wang Yu swiftly advances, swatting away Lopez's shot. Baylor is nearby, securely gathering the ball and dribbling forward, while Giannis rushes past him, seamlessly receiving the ball, akin to a gale sweeping across the court. arriving at the front court in the blink of an eye. Bam! Giannis completes the dunk, extending the lead to 8 points. Giannis and Wang combine their efforts, and the Nets find themselves trailing by an increasing margin. Has the intrigue of this contest dissipated? In the very next moment, the commentator's rhetorical question is met with Bogdanovic's three-pointer from the perimeter, conveying his perspective that this game has only just begun. The crowd erupts in cheers. Bogdanovic has made the Nets wait for 2 years, and now, with this pivotal three-pointer, he has proven himself worthy of that patience. This three-pointer narrowed the gap to 5 points, invigorating the morale of the Nets. While defeat may be inevitable, succumbing in consecutive games would be quite humiliating, especially as they face the Bucks in the second game of a back-to-back. The Grizzlies have already depleted a significant portion of the Bucks' stamina on their behalf. Losing like this is truly humiliating. This is also the reason why the players of the Nets are so fiercely determined today. As professional athletes, they ought to possess a certain spirit. At this juncture, Middleton is eager to seize the moment, while Bogdanovic has just sunk a three-pointer, serving as a catalyst for him to respond to his opponent. His performance beyond the arc tonight has been commendable, having converted all 3 attempts. And Giannis is well aware of this. Thus, he chooses to place his trust in Middleton. Middleton receives the ball and swiftly adjusts his shooting posture before releasing it. Clang. Unfortunately, while the trajectory of the ball was promising, it failed to find the net, circling the rim before sliding out. Alas, Middleton's shot went awry, and he inwardly lamented the misfortune. Just moments ago, Bogdanovic's three-pointer had uplifted the spirits, narrowing the gap back to 5 points. At this critical moment, the Bucks must score, lest they be overtaken in momentum and find themselves in a precarious position. Middleton, feeling confident in his shooting touch today, had actively sought the ball to respond. Yet the outcome was disappointing. Darn it. Jason Kidd's expression also darkened. He felt a strong urge to exclaim, "Damn it, Chris, you've ruined everything." Smack. But before he could react, the resounding sound of dribbling echoed throughout the arena. He looked up. Middleton, who had just missed a crucial shot, also turned to see. Wang Yu leapt high, snatching the ball from among the Nets players with one hand, then forcefully clapping his hands together. That was the source of the sound. Thud. After securing the rebound, Wang Yu landed and seamlessly pivoted towards the basket, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. This dunk left the entire arena's spectators in awe. Their mouths agape. Is it not rather dismissive of the other players? With the point difference reverting to 7, the Nets' subsequent offensive attempt faltered, signifying a restoration of pace under the Bucks' control. There are myriad ways to influence the outcome of a game, yet the most crucial element is abundant stamina. Wang Yu silently reiterated this mantra within his mind. Chapter 91. Settling the score. In the ensuing match, the Nets failed to create any significant upheaval, allowing the Bucks to secure a smooth victory over them and clinch their second consecutive win. In this match, Joe Johnson of the Nets delivered an outstanding performance, achieving a long-awaited 30 points. This match has demonstrated that the current Joe Johnson is not incapable of performing. Rather, he thrives in a slower-paced environment. However, this revelation is less of a validation and more an indication that Johnson struggles to adapt to the contemporary tempo of the league. The era where he could be the focal point of a team is undeniably behind him. At his age, it is indeed time for him to transition into a role akin to a piece of the team puzzle. On the side of the Bucks, the standout performers remain the formidable duo of Giannis Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu. Wang Yu amassed 25 points and 13 rebounds, judging solely by the statistics. He appears unaffected by the back-to-back games. Yet, his shooting percentage reveals otherwise, as he converted only 8 of 17 attempts, marking the first time in his career that he has failed to exceed a 50 shooting rate. Giannis, in this contest, secured 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 8 assists, scoring 8 points in the first half and 11 in the second. This marks the second consecutive game in which he has maintained his composure during the second half. Judging by the outcome, it is evident that Giannis has discovered a solution to his struggles in the latter part of the game and has made certain adjustments that have proven effective. Giannis is undeniably gifted. He embodies sheer talent within the realm of basketball. The ability to adapt is a crucial criterion for evaluating a star player, and Giannis's capacity for adjustment is becoming increasingly formidable. I genuinely believe that the rise of the Bucks is no mere jest. This team boasts the prowess of an NCAA champion and the extraordinary abilities of the Greek Freak, creating limitless possibilities. Following these 2 matches, the fans' assessment of Giannis Antetokounmpo has significantly improved. This is the NBA. The elevation and denigration of players hinge upon their performance. As long as they consistently deliver exceptional displays, they shall continuously receive accolades. Following this match, the prospects for the Bucks in the new season have brightened significantly. The experts who previously expressed skepticism about the Bucks' performance during back-to-back games have now fallen silent, no longer daring to utter a word of doubt. Their reticence stems from a fear of backlash. Those who persist in their criticisms often face intense scrutiny, a testament to the fervor of the fans. However, such masochistic critics are few, and once chastised, these experts tend to remain quiet. They truly did not anticipate that this youthful team, the Bucks, could adapt so adeptly to the rigors of back-to-back games. Particularly noteworthy is the core duo of Giannis Antetokounmpo and Wang Yu. Wang Yu, in particular, has proven to be a stabilizing force for the Bucks this season. As long as his stamina holds up, few would predict any decline in his performance. After all, he is no longer the naive 19-year-old prodigy he once was. At 22, he has matured significantly in his mental game. Provided his physical condition remains stable during back-to-back games, his performance is unlikely to falter. Indeed, he has consistently demonstrated remarkable steadiness. In contrast, Giannis has faced criticism from a legion of fans and experts alike regarding the stark disparity in his performance between the first and second halves of back-to-back games. How is it that it has suddenly stabilized? When did this fellow's adaptability improve so remarkably? The performance of this individual surpassed all predictions, which ultimately led to their misjudgment. Had they anticipated the dual prowess of the Bucks, they would not have underestimated the team. No one is a fool. Following a back-to-back series, Jason Kidd granted the entire team a day of rest. Wang Yu indulged in a restful slumber, only to be roused near noon by a call from Bill Duffy. "My friend, it's time to settle our debts." The meaning of Bill Duffy's words eluded Wang Yu momentarily. "Do you recall the significant beverage contract I helped you secure? If we do not assist them with the advertisements soon, it may jeopardize their promotional season entirely." It dawned on him. Wang Yu indeed signed an endorsement contract during the Summer League. It was his inaugural contract upon returning to the NBA, which he had secured from Towns. Originally, the advertisement was to be filmed before the regular season commenced, but Wang Yu had declined, citing the need to prepare for the new season. Now, half a month into the new season, adjustments had been made, and it was indeed time to repay the favor. "I have coordinated with them. This afternoon we will visit their headquarters for a tour, followed by approximately 2 hours of advertisement filming, and then we will be done." Bill Duffy succinctly outlined the itinerary. Once Wang Yu confirmed his availability, Bill sent the company's address. "I'll be waiting for you there at 1 p.m., my friend." Wang Yu replied with an acknowledgement and tossed aside his phone as he rose from bed. Gazing at the empty room, he felt it was time to find a housekeeper. He wondered how Li Qian was faring. When would she arrive? He longed for the days when breakfast would be awaiting him in an insulated container upon waking. Musing to himself, Wang Yu prepared a simple sandwich accompanied by a glass of low-fat milk. After finishing his meal, he ventured out. Although he was not particularly fond of sandwiches, one must admit that they are indeed easy to prepare. Following the address provided by Bill Duffy, Wang Yu successfully arrived at the company's headquarters parking lot and met Bill Duffy without incident. This is a beverage company named Fadwa, of which Wang Yu had never heard before. However, he learned that the influential figure behind it, Bill Duffy, is a wealthy and powerful individual known for his willingness to invest heavily, often uttering the phrase, "If 1 million isn't sufficient, then let it be 2 million. It is said that he has faced several setbacks in the past, but this time, having reflected on his failures, he has decided to venture into the beverage industry. Upon signing you, he immediately shifted the marketing strategy to focus on the Huaxia market. Overall, aside from the fact that no company has managed to survive beyond 3 years as of yet, everything else appears quite promising and ambitious. As for the domestic market, Wang Yu was particularly struck by one of Bill's remarks. Would their performance metrics meet the necessary standards? Initially, Wang Yu had not thoroughly researched the company. He merely thought it would be advantageous to secure the endorsement from Tang Si without overthinking it. However, upon hearing that they intended to sell their beverages domestically, a wave of concerns washed over him. He certainly did not want to jeopardize his own people. Rest assured, if there were any issues with their beverages, how could they possibly obtain a license to operate in Huaxia? Bill Duffy observed Wang Yu's expression and continued, "Moreover, I have contacted experts in this field who will arrive shortly to clarify all the beverages metrics." "That is reassuring, Bill. Your success is certainly not without reason." By the end of this exchange, Wang Yu's expression brightened, and he sighed in relief, looking at Bill Duffy with satisfaction. He appreciated Bill Duffy's method of operation. always prepared for various contingencies, which instilled a sense of security in him. Chapter 92. Increasing discontent following the itinerary. Wang Yu, under the guidance of the general manager, toured the entire company and witnessed the beverage production process firsthand, before proceeding to the advertisement shoot. During this period, Bill Duffy's associates calibrated various metrics of the beverage and discovered that there were indeed no issues. Upon hearing the results, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief. Before departing, he overheard the general manager mention that they had obtained the license from Huaxia and would soon launch advertisements domestically, which further eased his mind. Wang, shall we share a dinner together? Bill Duffy suggested, noting that there was still ample time. As an exceptional agent, he understood the importance of maintaining a good rapport with his clients. Since Wang Yu's arrival in America, they had not seen each other for quite some time. Wang Yu had been preoccupied with competitions, while Bill had other clients to attend to, making it impossible for him to accompany Wang Yu everywhere. With this rare opportunity to meet, it was only natural for them to spend some quality time together. After all, one must be vigilant against potential poaching of talent. In the realm of sports management, it is invariably the agent who occupies the more vulnerable position, ever at risk of termination. All right. Wang Yu accepted the invitation without hesitation. Bill Duffy, well acquainted with various cities, took Wang Yu to a restaurant that he remembered fondly. Remarkably, although Wang Yu had been in Milwaukee for nearly 2 months, his familiarity with the city paled in comparison to Bill's. During this time, he had primarily traversed between home and the arena. This restaurant is delightful, Wang Yu exclaimed as he stepped inside, captivated by the elegant ambience. He resolved to bring Li Qian here for a meal one day, as it was conveniently located near his residence. The ambience is perfectly suited for young couples to dine. If you're planning to take your girlfriend out for a meal, I have a more delightful establishment to recommend, Bill Duffy remarked as he opened his phone, sending Wang Yu a location pin. It was the most renowned couples restaurant in Milwaukee, attracting many visitors to the city. Do remember to make a reservation in advance. Oh, Wang Yu expressed mild surprise, indicating he would certainly visit next time. Bill Duffy promptly began selecting dishes, predominantly high-protein options, aware that Wang Yu was currently in the season and needed to maintain a specific diet. After perusing the menu, Wang Yu felt satisfied. He was not particularly picky, and soon the waiter was informed to serve their dishes. Wang, next, you'll be heading to New Orleans to face the Pelicans, and the media has their eyes on you. During the wait for their food, a mischievous thought crossed Bill Duffy's mind, accompanied by a sly grin. I knew you wouldn't be able to contain your curiosity. Hey, buddy, I remember you're not usually one to pry. Wang Yu rolled his eyes at him, realizing that this guy's invitation for dinner was not entirely altruistic. He clearly had an agenda. This ISNT gossip. Who could resist discussing the significant stir you made during the summer? Did you know? Dumps has been ridiculed ever since your first game in the Summer League, and I believe that the mockery will peak in your next match. Those folks online are eagerly anticipating your words and actions. This is a spectacle that even Hollywood couldn't script. Bill Duffy was exhilarated, believing they had avenged themselves. Dump's announcement of not executing Wang Yu's 4th-year rookie contract felt like a slap in the face to him. Despite maintaining communication and a shared vision for the future during Wang Yu's recovery, everything suddenly shifted. Bill Duffy despised being caught in a passive position. Had it not been for Wang Yu's own talent and adept management, he might have only entered the league on a minimum salary, and if injuries were to strike again, it would spell disaster for him. Thus, in Bill Duffy's eyes, Dumps nearly jeopardized everything. It was indeed a wonder he maintained a positive demeanor. He is not a bad person, Wang Yu stated calmly. He supports me, he added. Yet, that was the extent of it, internally. Wang Yu concluded that every decision made by anyone has its reasons, whether stemming from personal conviction or external influence. In any case, there are grounds for such decisions. Dumps was no exception. Under the combined pressure of other executives in the Pelicans, he chose to relinquish Wang Yu, which explained his predicament, rendering him somewhat powerless. Therefore, he was not malevolent. Dumps had indeed supported him, evident from his announcement to execute the contract for the 3rd year of the rookie deal. He was willing to wait for Wang Yu and place his trust in him. It was simply that Wang Yu's recovery exceeded his expectations or the pressure he could bear. He ultimately could not endure it. For these 2 reasons, Wang Yu is personally grateful for the trust bestowed upon him by Dinkus. However, that is where the sentiment ends. Wang Yu harbors no deeper feelings for the Pelicans or for Dinkus. If anything, there exists a faint sense of displeasure. No one wishes to feel abandoned or underestimated, especially when the other party is well aware of the promising results of his recovery. Wang Yu understands that the reason for this abandonment stems from a lack of faith in the diagnosis concerning him, as it originates from China rather than the United States. They do not trust the diagnostic report from China, nor do they believe in Wang Yu's remarkable recovery, regardless of the form their disbelief takes. It ultimately translates to a fundamental distrust, which is precisely why they chose to relinquish their faith in him. Beyond his discontent, Wang Yu has little more to express. It is worth noting that the Pelicans have indeed invested 3 years in Wang Yu, yet he has long repaid this investment, whether directly or through his influence. In the past, Yao Ming single-handedly sustained the Rockets, elevating Alexander's value exponentially and lifting the team from the ranks of the league's poorest owners. Even now, though Yao Ming has retired, the Rockets continue to secure endorsement contracts from Chinese enterprises each year. This is the commercial value of Huaxia players. Although Wang Yu may not yet possess the level of influence that Yao Ming commands, having just been crowned the first overall pick, he still carries the illustrious title of the Light of Huaxia basketball. Naturally, entering the league with such a prestigious reputation would lead his team to become the second Rockets. According to Wang Yu, when the Pelicans selected him with the first overall pick, several days later, upon finalizing the contract, numerous Huaxia enterprises swiftly signed endorsement deals with him. Although the total did not reach 20 million, it certainly exceeded 10 million, while Wang Yu's 3-year contract was merely a little over 10 million before taxes. He felt no gratitude towards the Pelicans for his rookie contract, as they had already recouped their investment through his burgeoning influence. The more Wang Yu pondered, the more agitated he became. Enough. No more talk. Let us eat quickly. Afterward, I'll head to the gym for some practice. In 2 days, I'll play well and make those scoundrels regret it. Chapter 93. The Darkened New Orleans Fans. The day before the Bucks' away game against the Pelicans, reports about the match surged. The Huaxia Beast faces his former team. Did Dumars ever envision Wang Yu reaching such heights when he announced the non-execution of Wang Yu's 4th-year rookie contract? The Bucks will challenge the Pelicans, and Wang Yu is about to experience the jeers of New Orleans. It was inevitable. Wang Yu returns to New Orleans, a city that once held great hopes for him. The focus of the Bucks versus Pelicans match is undoubtedly on Wang Yu's return to the city. However, beneath these reports, the comments from New Orleans fans are rather distressing. I hope this guy breaks his leg in the New Orleans arena. It would be the best punishment from God for this damn fellow. I do not wish to curse, but Wang Yu, fuck you. The most foolish thing I ever did was cheer for you, which makes me feel utterly naive. Can someone tell me why this guy, who pocketed 3 years' salary from the Pelicans, is now wearing a Bucks jersey? Damn it, shouldn't he have returned to New Orleans? He owes the fans an explanation. It is evident that the impression Wang Yu left on New Orleans fans is exceedingly poor. They even harbor outright hatred towards him. That damn fellow. In the summer of 2012, when the New Orleans Pelicans secured the first overall pick in the draft lottery, the fans of this city were filled with excitement at the prospect of acquiring Wang Yu. It was inevitable. Any admirer who had witnessed Wang Yu's performance in the NCAA would be awestruck by the capabilities exhibited by this towering athlete. He was destined to become the next sovereign of the NBA. At that time, journalists in New Orleans were eager to crown him as the league's premier player, believing that Wang Yu would usher in a renaissance for this city. Indeed, this was not merely a figment of the New Orleans fans' imaginations. When the Hornets obtained the second pick, fans in Charlotte expressed their dissatisfaction, lamenting their misfortune, as they too could have selected the extraordinary talent Anthony Davis from Kentucky. This sentiment underscored just how universally acclaimed Wang Yu's selection as the first overall pick was in the summer of 2012. When David Stern announced on draft night that Wang Yu had been chosen by the New Orleans Pelicans, it was the first time the fans found the usually booed elder quite endearing. They even felt an urge to embrace him. This marked the dawn of a new era for New Orleans. As Wang Yu donned the Pelicans cap and shook hands with Stern, a magnificent journey was about to commence for the team. Until that moment, the excitement and fervor surrounding Wang Yu's arrival among the New Orleans fans was palpable. However, what transpired next sent shockwaves throughout the league and plunged the entire city of New Orleans into disarray. Wang Yu suffered a torn Achilles tendon, an injury capable of derailing the career of any interior player. Oh, heavens, how could fate be so cruel? He was destined for a brilliant and illustrious career. Why must such a calamity befall this prodigious talent, the very future of this city? Keep fighting, Wang. I believe you will recover. Following the news of his injury, the attitude of New Orleans fans towards Wang Yu shifted from eager anticipation to heartfelt well wishes. They hoped this was merely a false alarm, that he would recover splendidly and return to the court, rescuing New Orleans. Yet, Wang Yu's subsequent decision left the loyal Pelicans supporters bewildered. He chose to return to his homeland for treatment and declined all interviews to provide further information. What was he thinking? To return home for treatment? Was he out of his mind? Good heavens, did this coward wish to evade responsibility? This was the most foolish decision I had ever witnessed from a professional athlete. He did not trust the medical experts of America and opted to return home. After the news broke, the sentiments of some New Orleans fans underwent a dramatic shift. They were incensed by Wang Yu's foolish decision. However, this was merely the beginning of their discontent. Over the ensuing 3 years, the absence of any news regarding Wang Yu's return, coupled with Anthony Davis's continuous growth, led to a crescendo of ridicule from rival teams directed at the New Orleans Pelicans, driving these fans to the brink of madness. Damn that Chinese man, he has ruined this city. I wonder if that guy is even alive. I shall never trust another Chinese person again. I swear by God. Release this man at once. Voices calling for Wang Yu's dismissal emerged during this tumultuous period, growing ever louder. Consequently, when the Pelicans management officially announced they would not exercise Wang Yu's 4th-year contract, not a single New Orleans fan was displeased. To them, a nightmarish chapter had finally come to an end. This matter should have concluded here, at least from the perspective of the New Orleans fans. Yet, no one anticipated Wang Yu's declaration of a comeback. Just as the Pelicans announced their intention to part ways with him, he chose to return. The prevailing sentiment was that Wang Yu could not bear the humiliation of being discarded and was merely forcing his return to make a statement. The fans of New Orleans shared this belief, waiting eagerly to witness Wang Yu's downfall. However, upon his return, Wang Yu's performance left the fans with no opportunity to revel in his misfortune. Instead, they became the punchline. For the ferocity of the Chinese beast had returned as evidenced by a summer league display. Ultimately, Wang Yu signed a record-breaking 4-year, $70 million contract with the Bucks, rendering New Orleans' earlier decision to abandon him a farcical error. Once more, the management of New Orleans was subjected to scorn for their apparent folly. Why didn't that damned fellow return? Did he leave once he healed? Is he worthy of our 3 years of waiting? I hope he suffers another devastating injury, I swear. I dream of witnessing that moment. I shall continue to berate that Chinese man until he is cast out of the league. The anticipated spectacle never materialized. Instead, their own team became the subject of ridicule, further darkening the hearts of New Orleans fans, who were left with an inexhaustible reservoir of resentment towards Wang Yu. They longed to turn back time. Had they the chance to return to the summer of 2012, they would assuredly not have chosen Wang Yu. Chapter 94. Booing on the day of the game. The New Orleans arena was already filled to capacity 2 hours before the match commenced. The enthusiasm of the New Orleans fans was beyond imagination, and there was a reason for this fervor. Wang Yu had once again stirred their restless spirits. During a pre-game interview, when asked what he would like to say to the fans of New Orleans, Wang Yu simply replied, "We'll talk after the game." What does "we'll talk after the game" imply, if not a desire to utter some boastful remarks only after securing a victory? Is there a more provocative statement than this? To the fans in New Orleans, it certainly embodies the height of provocation. Consequently, they arrived exceedingly early, while visiting teams typically warm up 40 minutes prior to the game. These fervent New Orleans supporters had resolved to subject Wang Yu to a chorus of boos for the entirety of that duration, hoping to instill in him a profound sense of doubt about his existence. In their eyes, this would serve as the ultimate act of retribution against him. Ideally, the Pelicans would relish a victory over the Bucks today, but considering the current roster of the team, the fans of New Orleans, adhering to the principle of self-preservation, have chosen not to place their hopes on this group of players. This predicament can be attributed to Wang Yu. Naturally, the fans of New Orleans have placed the blame on him for the team's descent into mediocrity. He squandered 3 invaluable years for New Orleans and caused them to miss out on Anthony Davis, leading the Pelicans to waste that precious first overall draft pick. In essence, they possess a multitude of reasons to fault Wang Yu, irrespective of the validity of those reasons. For instance, it was not Wang Yu who coerced the Pelicans into selecting him as their first pick. He earned that recognition through his own prowess. Thus, the decision to choose Wang Yu was merely a mutual agreement at the time, devoid of any notions of right or wrong. However, articulating these points in front of the fervent New Orleans fans would only be perceived as a feeble defense, as their entrenched perspective asserts that Wang Yu wasted the Pelicans' first overall pick. After nearly an hour of anticipation, the players of the Bucks finally emerged through the visiting team's tunnel. The once boisterous crowd fell into a palpable silence, their eyes fixed on the players' entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the individual who had once inspired their cheers but had now become the object of their disdain. At last, following Giannis, Wang Yu stepped out from the tunnel, and with his emergence, the volume of boos escalated with astonishing rapidity. Within mere moments, the entire arena in New Orleans was engulfed in a cacophony of disdain so loud that it would render two individuals speaking closely together inaudible. This was the culmination of 3 years of pent-up anger from the fans. "Wang, can you hear it?" Damon, a local reporter, promptly captured this moment and shared it online, prompting a chorus of approval from Pelicans fans who could only watch the game via television and computers. Let that wretched individual realize he has crossed the wrong people. The people of New Orleans are not so easily trifled with. Well done. It must have been a frightful experience for him. This reflects the formidable influence wielded by the united fans of New Orleans. I can't help but recall the scene when LeBron James made his first return to Cleveland during the 2010 to 2011 season. It was truly extravagant. The fury of New Orleans fans towards Wang has reached astonishing heights. ESPN's renowned commentator Bill Walton was taken aback by the intensity of the boos, never having anticipated that a player who had yet to step on the court could evoke such ire, comparable to that once directed at LeBron James. This is indeed remarkable. When hope transforms into disappointment, and for some, even into betrayal, their reaction is hardly exaggerated. Chris Webber defended the New Orleans fans, expressing that he harbors no animosity towards Wang Yu. He empathizes with the sentiments of the New Orleans supporters, having once transformed hope into disappointment himself. Fortunately, his endeavors on the court earned him the understanding of the fans. "How are you?" he was asked. "Of course, why would I not be well?" Wang Yu warmed up for a full 20 minutes amidst the jeers, only departing the court as the arena lights gradually dimmed. Concerned, his teammate Giannis inquired about his well-being, to which Wang Yu calmly responded, "This is merely part of the game. One simply adapts." Before arriving in New Orleans, he had mentally prepared for the worst. And now that the worst had materialized, there was nothing amiss, just the reality aligning with his expectations. During the player introduction ceremony for the New Orleans Pelicans, in a bid to unsettle Wang Yu and contrast the recent boos, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers for every Pelicans player that took the court. Diamond captured this moment and shared it on Twitter. "To those who oppose us, we show no mercy. To those who dedicate themselves to New Orleans, we offer our unwavering support." This subtly insinuating remark naturally evoked a chorus of approval from the comments section below. "These fellows, my senior, just wait. I shall teach them a lesson." Parker, sensing the palpable hostility from the New Orleans fans, could no longer contain himself, although Middleton remained silent. The determination reflected in his gaze spoke volumes. He was resolute to give his all in this match. Giannis also patted Wang Yu's shoulder, signaling his intent that the two of them would perform splendidly today and decisively outplay these adversaries. Observing his companions one after another expressing their resolve, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy. It was indeed heartwarming to hear such words from them at a moment like this. Nevertheless, when it came to responding, it was more appropriate for him to take the lead. Clenching his fist and loosening his shoulders, he felt adequately warmed up for today's challenge. The arena had been noisy for a while, and it was time to bring them to silence. As the match commenced, Wang Yu, amidst the boos, passed the ball to McCaw, dribbling forward as he approached the three-point line. Neither the Bucks' offensive formation nor the Pelicans' defensive setup was fully established when he noticed Wang Yu at the high post signaling towards the basket. He paused momentarily, not because he failed to comprehend Wang Yu's intentions. He was requesting a cut to the basket, but standing in the paint was none other than Asic. Can this lead to an alley-oop? McCaw hesitated for a moment, but that moment was brief. He ultimately chose to trust Wang Yu and delivered a pass that soared directly toward the hoop. The speed was remarkable, and the trajectory was almost perfectly linear. Even the interior players of the Pelicans, upon noticing, were unable to react in time. McCaw made this pass with that very thought in mind, just as he had anticipated. The Pelicans' front court was indeed caught off guard, particularly Asic, who felt as if darkness had momentarily enveloped him before he involuntarily toppled backward. Thud, as he crashed to the ground. He heard the resounding sound of the rim shattering. Looking up, he saw Wang Yu releasing his grip on the hoop, gently descending to the floor. At that moment, the audience fell into a profound silence. The world, for an instant, became tranquil. Chapter 95. Everyone strikes back. Omer Asic, a traditional interior player known for his defensive prowess while being somewhat lacking in offensive capabilities, particularly excels in his ability to protect the paint during set plays, a skill that ranks among the best in the league. Currently, he averages 9.8 points and 10.1 rebounds per game, nearing a double-double. And he also contributes an average of 1 block per game. Such a fellow, although undoubtedly not a match for Wang Yu, Even the most ardent fans of the Pelicans, who harbor a strong disdain for him, must concede that this individual's prowess surpasses that of Asic. Yet, despite this, none anticipated that Asic would fall victim to a spectacular dunk by Wang Yu right from the outset. Is this fellow truly so fearsome? The New Orleans fans at the scene were rendered speechless, enveloped in an eerie silence. In truth, some of these fans had indeed watched Wang Yu's dunk compilation. It was simply too sensational, arousing curiosity in everyone, was it not? We certainly did not attend merely for the exhilarating dunks by Wang Yu. Absolutely not. Yet, they could never have anticipated the sheer intensity of the moment. Wang Yu executed a thunderous dunk, barely glancing at Asic, who was left bewildered as Wang Yu silently turned back to defense. What a predicament. Asic struggled to rise after being sent flying, caught entirely off guard. What on earth did I do to deserve this? The players of the Pelicans were equally startled by Wang Yu's initial play. When the starting point guard, Holiday, brought the ball up court, his teammates were momentarily uncertain whether to position themselves for a pass, their minds still lingering on Wang Yu's recent feat with no other option. Holiday decided to take matters into his own hands, creating space from his teammates before accelerating past McCollum and charging towards the basket. He was not your conventional point guard. His game revolved around defense, characterized by a notably erratic shooting style, with most of his choices focused on driving to the hoop. Whack! However, Holiday's layup was thwarted. Wang Yu, predicting the moment Holiday switched hands, successfully swatted the ball away. Oh, Wang appears exceptionally focused on the defensive end tonight. Bill Walton was taken aback by Wang Yu's block. Holiday's adept use of both hands and his air switch layup are not easily contested, highlighting just how concentrated Wang Yu's attention was on defense this evening. Whack! It was not only Wang Yu whose focus was razor-sharp. Giannis was equally committed, determined to fight for Wang Yu tonight. Giannis snatched the blocked ball with ease. One must admit, Giannis possesses remarkably long arms. Wang Yu's attempt at blocking sent the ball soaring, especially since Holiday was suspended mid-air at the time, giving it a high arc. Yet, Giannis effortlessly leaped from a standstill to scoop the ball down. Upon landing, Giannis exhibited no signs of hesitation, dribbling fiercely towards the Pelicans' paint. The returning Pelicans players were swiftly overtaken by him. Bam! With a thunderous, emphatic slam dunk, Giannis grasped the rim tightly to prevent himself from being flung off balance. The player charged in with excessive fervor. This evening, the New Orleans arena was filled to capacity, with the crowd's exuberance echoing for a full 40 minutes before the match commenced. However, once the game began, their voices seemed to be silenced as if bound by tape, uttering not a single sound throughout. The Milwaukee Bucks swiftly drained their spirit with their aggressive opening plays. They were utterly unprepared for such ferocity from the Bucks at the start of the game. Wang Yu found some justification in the situation, grappling with the perplexity of why Giannis would choose to play so ruthlessly. The pressure on the Pelicans players intensified further. Anyone facing two monstrous adversaries would inevitably feel the weight of anxiety, particularly when one of those titans bore a grudge against them. This only exacerbated their sense of pressure. The Bucks bewildered the Pelicans with two early offensive plays, and as the game progressed, they continued to score effortlessly. Within approximately 5 minutes, they had established a double-digit lead of 14-4. During this period, the local fans of the Pelicans found it difficult to muster cheers in support of their team. Wang Yu's first block effectively stifled the Pelicans' offensive momentum. Drew Holiday, the current star of the Pelicans, missed a layup, which undoubtedly affected the morale of his teammates. Consequently, the Pelicans struggled offensively during this stretch, and the 2 points they managed to score seemed heavily tinged with luck. From the outset of the first quarter, Wang Yu and the Bucks took the initiative. With around 8 minutes left in the first quarter, Wang Yu executed another thunderous dunk, marking his 8th point of the game and his 3rd dunk beneath the basket. Following this spectacular play, he spun around the rim and raised his hands in a gesture of feigned disbelief, placing them by his ears. "Where are your boos? Have they ceased? I have yet to hear enough." His celebratory antics infuriated the New Orleans crowd, yet they felt powerless, with their team trailing by such a wide margin. They lacked the conviction to boo. Shortly after this play, Jason Kidd substituted Wang Yu out, recognizing that he had exerted considerable effort on the court, leading to a rapid depletion of his stamina. As the usual rotation time approached, he promptly allowed Wang Yu to rest on the sidelines. The significance of this game for Wang Yu is unmistakable, which is why Kidd remained vigilant regarding his condition, ensuring that fatigue would not impede his performance. This was the best support he could provide. Once Wang Yu exited the game, Giannis Antetokounmpo seized control of the ball, and the Bucks' strategy shifted entirely to the perimeter. At this moment, Middleton began to shine. Giannis drove forcefully, drawing the Pelicans' defense towards him. As the Pelicans' focus shifted entirely to him, he pivoted and delivered the ball to Middleton, who had found space on the perimeter, allowing him to effortlessly sink the game's first three-pointer. With this shot, the Bucks extended their lead to 15 points. Jabari Parker followed up with another basket, and after his buzzer-beater layup, the Bucks widened their advantage to 17 points. It appeared that not only Wang was focused tonight, even the other Bucks players were intensely concentrated. Achieving a 17-point lead in an away game is no trivial feat. It clearly indicated that the Bucks were collectively engaged, far more so than the Pelicans. This also underscored Wang's considerable stature within the Bucks. Chris Webber chuckled, remarking, "Given the Bucks' exceptional performance tonight, it's evident whom they are playing for. They all dread the thought of Wang Yu's defeat in New Orleans tonight." Chapter 96, a resounding victory. Well, the Milwaukee Bucks exhibited an impressive ferocity in the first quarter today. However, I truly did not anticipate their offensive prowess to be this formidable. This is precisely the reason why the future of the Bucks is so highly regarded. Honestly, no one can help but envy their extraordinary talent. The fans in New Orleans should be regretting their scathing remarks about Wang Yu online, as their insults did not provoke Wang Yu, but rather incensed the other players of the Bucks. Perhaps they never realized that Wang Yu, having joined the Bucks for such a brief period, has already established such a significant presence among his teammates. The Bucks led by 17 points at the end of the first quarter, igniting fervent discussions among fans online, reminiscent of the dialogues taking place at the ESPN commentary booth. They attributed the explosive performance of the other Bucks players to Wang Yu. In their view, the players of the Bucks were united in their desire for Wang Yu to emerge victorious. Their assumptions were not unfounded. Although the other players of the Bucks did not explicitly express their sentiments like the renowned quartet from Milwaukee, they had all silently resolved to ensure that Wang Yu would leave the New Orleans arena with a smile. From the very first game of training camp, Wang Yu captivated the Bucks players with his prowess. Despite his formidable strength and exceptional talent, his commendable work ethic stands out, marking him as the most diligent among the Bucks roster. Moreover, Wang Yu frequently offers constructive feedback during their training sessions, contributing to their growth. One could say that Wang Yu embodies the ideal teammate and leader that everyone desires. No one could possibly dislike Wang Yu. The Bucks beat reporter, Bruce, had previously voiced similar sentiments, but at that time, all attention was captivated by Wang Yu's talent and skill, leaving his harmonious rapport with teammates unnoticed. Now, through the course of this game, they suddenly recognize that Wang Yu has unwittingly garnered immense respect in the hearts of his teammates. Of course, it must be noted that the recent vitriol directed at New Orleans online has been exceedingly harsh, and any professional athlete would feel discomfort upon seeing such remarks. Compared to others, they can profoundly empathize with the unpleasantness of encountering such words. This evening, as they entered the arena through the players' tunnel, the immediate and prolonged chorus of boos for a staggering 40 minutes only fueled their indignation for Wang Yu. These individuals have truly gone too far. They are well aware of Wang Yu's plight. Once a promising star, he faced significant injuries that marred his illustrious rise. Although the reasons behind his decision to return to Huaxiao for treatment remain unclear, his current recovery suggests that he made the right choice. Even if the management of the Pelicans has not publicly spoken about their relationship with Wang Yu over the past 3 years, it is evident to any observer that a connection exists between them. Their rapport appears to be rather amicable. Otherwise, the Pelicans would not have honored the 3rd year of his contract. Yet, how could such a positive relationship deteriorate in just 1 year? The Pelicans had waited 3 years, only to abandon him at the last moment. It is worth noting that shortly after they announced their decision to part ways with Wang Yu, he declared his return. They cannot possibly claim ignorance regarding Wang Yu's situation, so why, knowing he was on the verge of recovery, did they choose to relinquish him? The intricacies of this situation warrant thorough analysis. A compelling discourse on Twitter reveals that the Pelicans are aware of Wang Yu's gradual improvement. However, the recovery period has proven excessively protracted. It has taken a full 3 years from treatment to rehabilitation. During this time, the Pelicans' upper management has grown impatient, harboring doubts regarding Wang Yu's recovery status. After all, he has been receiving treatment solely within China, and the diagnostic reports concerning his injuries have undoubtedly been provided by domestic institutions. Given the proclivities of the Pelicans' management, their skepticism is understandable. Moreover, another contributing factor is the shift in the attitudes of New Orleans fans. Over the past year, the sentiments of the fans towards Wang Yu have deteriorated significantly. Increasingly, They have expressed a consensus on the notion of relinquishing their support for him. This shift in public opinion has undoubtedly influenced the Pelicans' management decision to ultimately sever ties with him. Regrettably, the team has not only missed out on Wang Yu but also on an opportunity for resurgence. This analytical post has been widely circulated by numerous experts, creating quite a stir at the time, yet the management of the Pelicans chose to remain silent in the face of such claims. Many fans interpreted this silence as an implicit acknowledgement from the Pelicans' management of their disbelief in the diagnostic report provided by Wang Yu. Their patience had clearly worn thin, and the influence of the fans was increasingly palpable. However, it is essential to note that many of these fans were not part of the New Orleans community. During this period, they continued to criticize Wang Yu, accusing him of betraying the Pelicans, conveniently forgetting how, over the past year, they had tirelessly inundated the Pelicans' official Twitter account with pleas to part ways with him. This sentiment among the Milwaukee Bucks players regarding the jeers from the New Orleans fans stems from the fact that it was indeed the fans who initially drove them away. And now they are the same ones criticizing Wang Yu. Can reason not prevail? As the second quarter continued, Wang Yu returned to the court after a 4-minute respite, exhibiting remarkable adjustment in his performance. He swiftly made consecutive shots, compelling ASIC to defend him more closely, after which he relentlessly attacked the paint, executing a series of dunks. In just 4 minutes, he amassed 9 points, propelling the Bucks to establish a lead exceeding 20 points, consequently ushering the game into garbage time rather early. The margin could have been even greater had Middleton not missed 2 critical 3-point attempts during the final moments of the second quarter, thus concluding the half with a 23-point lead for the Bucks. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as the game had already entered its inconsequential phase. In the second half, Wang Yu played for less than 3 minutes before being substituted. It was not due to a lack of desire to continue, as he had already executed 4 or 5 dunks and yearned to perform even more, relishing the thought of distorting the Pelicans' rim. Each dunk felt like a gratifying blow to the faces of the New Orleans fans, from whom he harbored no affection whatsoever. However, the Pelicans head coach began withdrawing key players 3 minutes into the third quarter, waving the white flag, which compelled Wang Yu to sit out for the sake of sportsmanship. The game culminated in a decisive victory for the Bucks, ending 110-83 against the Pelicans. The once-spirited Pelicans fans left the arena with expressions of utter despair, with many unable to endure the one-sided annihilation and departing before the final buzzer. For the fans of the Pelicans, this night was destined to be sleepless. They had been dealt a heavy blow, yet could not voice their discontent. Chapter 97, The Most Surprising Player. At the post-game press conference, Wang Yu sat before the microphone, with a temporary seating area filled with reporters. The first journalist to stand was familiar to Wang Yu. It was the same reporter who had inquired earlier what he wished to say to the New Orleans fans. At this moment, he stood up once more. The question remained the same. Wang, do you have anything to say to the fans in New Orleans? I had posed this question before the game, at which time you indicated that you would address it after the match. Now that you have triumphed over the Pelicans, might you share your thoughts? Certainly. Wang Yu nodded. I believe that now the fans in New Orleans must have calmed down considerably, although I am uncertain whether they are in the mood to hear my words. I must express that injuries are beyond my control, and I am the one who has been abandoned in this situation. I am the passive party. While I was recuperating, I had been actively collaborating with the Pelicans management through Baird Duffy, consistently providing them with updates on my recovery. These communications are well documented, and if you wish to review them, we can make them available at any time. Just as I was preparing to don the Pelicans jersey, I received the disheartening news of my dismissal, not from Dumars, but via the media. This is a painful memory, and I shall only say it once. Thereafter, no further explanations will be offered. Wang Yu paused, then continued, in saying all this, I primarily wish to convey that I harbor no remorse towards New Orleans or the Pelicans. For this city and its team have caused me equal anguish. I hope this matter can find closure here. I shall not respond to it any further. Wang Yu's remarks were reported following the game. Wang is correct. It was not his desire to part ways with the Pelicans. They were the ones who relinquished him. If, as Wang stated, he has been cooperating with the Pelicans and updating them on his progress, then their choice to release him clearly indicates a lack of faith in him. The fault does not lie with Wang. Thus, what audacity do the fans in New Orleans have to criticize Wang Yu? Were they not the ones who initially urged the management to part with him online? His sentiments received widespread approval. Moreover, the prevailing attitude on the internet suggests that the majority stand in solidarity with Wang Yu, due to the overwhelmingly dominant public opinion. This matter seems to have reached a conclusion. Wang Yu's performance in this match was commendable, despite playing only a half. He managed to secure a double-double with 19 points and 10 rebounds. Additionally, he recorded 2 blocks, showcasing his prowess on both ends of the court. However, post-game discussions predominantly revolved around his impressive dunk over Asic. Although visually not as explosive as his dunk over Towns, the difficulty of the former undoubtedly surpassed that of the latter, considering Asic's formidable size as a true center. This feat highlights the sheer strength Wang possesses. Online commentary regarding this dunk has been abundant, with many recalling the memorable dunks by DeAndre over Knight and Griffin over Perkins, both equally astonishing and eliciting fervent reactions. Wang's dunk seemingly rendered the New Orleans arena silent, marking yet another iconic moment in his career. Everyone is awestruck by Wang Yu's athleticism. Many fans were already aware of his extraordinary physical capabilities, evident from his dunk over Towns, yet no one anticipated the extent of his prowess. Especially in dunking over Asic, an astonishing feat indeed. So far this season, he has emerged as one of the most surprising players. On the same evening, ESPN's official Twitter initiated a discussion topic. As of now, the teams with the most games played have completed 7 matches, while others have finished 6. Throughout these games, several players have emerged with performances that have truly astonished. Take, for instance, Stephen Curry of the Warriors. Last season, he won his first regular season MVP, primarily due to his team's success. His personal statistics, averaging 23, 8 points, 7 assists, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, are indeed all-star caliber. However, these figures fall short of what one would expect from a regular season MVP, particularly as his average points do not reach the level of the league's top scorers. This is also the reason why Stephen Curry has been a source of surprise, even astonishment, this season. In the 7 games played by the Warriors thus far, Curry has averaged an impressive 33.2 points per game, leading the scoring charts and surpassing a host of elite scorers in the league. This was an unexpected turn of events, and thus, Stephen Curry has emerged as the name most frequently mentioned among the fans engaged in the discussion. Kawhi Leonard is the second most referenced player, averaging 24 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 assists per game thus far this season. His scoring has officially surpassed the 20-point threshold. It is well known that, in the eyes of Coach Popovich, a player scoring 30 points in a single game is deemed selfish. This naturally implies that players on the Spurs cannot expect to have an abundance of shot opportunities in a game. The fact that Leonard has managed to average 24 points despite limited chances speaks volumes about his outstanding offensive prowess in this new season. As Tim Duncan has fully relinquished his core status, Leonard's current performance demonstrates that he is capable of shouldering the mantle in the post-Duncan era. The appearance of Wang Yu's name on the list comes as a surprise, yet he is indeed the player most frequently mentioned after these two. Thus far, the Milwaukee Bucks have played 6 games, during which Wang Yu has averaged 24, 8 points, 12 rebounds, 1 assist, and 7 blocks. In his inaugural year in the league, he has effortlessly adapted, directly entering the 20-plus-10 club. Notably, prior to tonight's game against the Pelicans, Wang Yu had scored 20 or more points in 5 consecutive games, setting a record for the most consecutive 20-plus point games by a Bucks player at the start of a rookie season. Regrettably, this streak was interrupted tonight as he managed only 19 points, falling short by a single point. However, even without the record, Wang Yu's current average statistics and the Bucks' impressive 5-1 record unequivocally attest to his status as a premier player in the league, one who contributes significantly to his team's success. This is no small feat, as it further demonstrates that Wang Yu is not merely a statistic pusher in a struggling team. This is also why Wang Yu astonishes fans. The moment he entered the league, he exhibited a remarkable dominance over the game. Chapter 98, The Clash with the Rockets. The Bucks have returned to their home court, where they are set to face a team with ties to Wang Yu, or rather, a team he interacted with during the summer. They are about to contend against the Houston Rockets. Among the 30 teams in the NBA, the Rockets are an unavoidable presence for both Chinese players and fans. As the illustrious Yao Ming, the former luminary of Chinese basketball, was the cornerstone of this franchise. Subsequently, any Chinese player who has established a connection with the NBA inevitably finds themselves linked to the Rockets. Countless Chinese fans have adopted the Rockets as their preferred team in the NBA. Their affection extends beyond mere admiration. They cherish this team because Yao Ming holds it dear, and because he appreciates all that it embodies. They overlook owner Alexander's frugality, choosing instead to remember his words of gratitude towards Yao Ming for significantly enhancing his financial stature. Meanwhile, the astute Daryl Morey is often lauded as one of the top 2 general managers in the NBA. Indeed, the fans from China have a tendency to unilaterally embellish the Rockets. Yet, it is precisely due to Alexander's parsimonious nature that the Rockets have been unable to secure substantial reinforcements, leading to the awkward situation in which, during those years, there were no reliable scoring options beyond Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady. Likewise, the Rockets' lack of progress in recent years can also be attributed to Morey's miserly calculations. His approach relies heavily on data, which he mistakenly believes to be exhaustive. If basketball problems could be resolved merely through statistics, the ideal candidate for the NBA general manager role would be an all-knowing computer rather than a human being. Nevertheless, Morey has still attained a near-mythical status, despite lacking any truly representative maneuvers. This is undoubtedly the boast of Chinese basketball fans, and it is equally intertwined with Morey's personal capabilities, a fact that must be acknowledged, considering he hails from the elite ranks of Harvard. However, there lies a deeply paradoxical point. How can a general manager, who has held his position for nearly a decade without securing a championship for the team, maintain his role? The answer is quite simple: because the Houston Rockets have been profitable. Moreover, it is a level of profitability that has doubled Alexander's worth. But what is the true source of the Rockets' profitability? Is it due to Morey's maneuvers? Do not be absurd. It is, in fact, the enduring influence of Yao Ming. Even in the 4th year after Yao's departure from the Rockets, endorsement contracts from China continue to nourish the team abundantly. To put it bluntly, it is the capital from China that has allowed Morey to remain in his position for nearly a decade without ever assembling a championship-caliber roster. Had he been with any other team, he would not have lasted this long. Wang Yu does not harbor affection for Morey. He perceives him as lacking ambition. In his view, the Rockets roster perpetually flounders in mediocrity. While he holds Yao Ming in high regard, he does not aspire to be the second Yao in the NBA. Had he been in Yao's position, he would have chosen the Lakers. This very sentiment is why he felt no hesitation in taking aim at Morey during summer negotiations. He never entertained the thought of joining the Rockets, so why would he care about the opinions of that overweight figure? Wang Yu's popularity has surged recently. The recent match between the Bucks and the Rockets has garnered significant attention. This heightened interest stems not only from the presence of Wang Yu, but also from the participation of Dwight Howard. Once heralded as the league's most formidable center, Howard remains an unavoidable figure for all towering players in the current league. Any competent big man inevitably finds himself compared to Howard. Wang Yu has been in remarkable form lately, and his encounter with Howard naturally sparked considerable pre-game discussion. Surely, Wang must surpass Dwight in skill? Howard's current performance pales in comparison to his prime. For some reason, I have a lingering feeling that Howard may be posterized by Wang in this match. Though I cannot quite articulate why, this game could very well serve as Wang's breakout moment. Although in the previous match against the Thunder, Wang dominated the center position, achieving an impressive double-double with over 30 points. The notoriety of his opponents did not compare to that of Howard. However, the discourse among fans is not centered on who is superior between Wang and Howard. Rather, the majority believe Wang will deliver a performance that overshadows Howard. Some enthusiasts even assert that this contest will mark Wang's ascendance to fame. The fact remains that the once mighty beast is no longer the player who could be traded straight up for LeBron James. Since departing from the Magic, Howard's performance has steadily declined, particularly during the 2014 to 2015 season when his overall statistics plummeted to the lowest point of his career, aside from his rookie year, averaging merely 8 points and 5 rebounds per game. Moreover, that season was marred by injuries, limiting him to just 44 regular season games. Now approaching the age of 31. Having faced injuries upon his return, the uncertainty surrounding his recovery is palpable, and he may even regress further. Presently, his performance in the new season averages a mere 14 points and 8 rebounds. While his rebounding figures show some improvement, his scoring represents a career low, exceeding his rookie season averages by a scant 2 points. In such circumstances, encountering Wang Yu, who boasts an impressive average of 20 points and 10 rebounds per game, one cannot help but perceive him as the more advantageous player. Consequently, many believe that Wang Yu possesses the capability to overshadow Howard and deliver a superior performance. The Bradley Center is filled to capacity. Over the past 2 years, the Milwaukee fans have exhibited an increasingly fervent enthusiasm for the Bucks, with attendance steadily rising year after year. Particularly this season, the Bucks have commenced their campaign more successfully than in previous years, and the performance of their core players has been notably more captivating. These factors have ensured that the home games at the Bradley Center for the new season are perpetually bustling with spectators. This quaint little city has welcomed its own springtime. The competition has officially commenced. Wang Yu and Howard engaged in the jump ball, successfully seizing the right to attack first. This elicited a chorus of cheers from the spectators present. Wang Yu passed the ball to Achilles, who confidently maneuvered past Harden, successfully making a layup. 2-0. At the moment the ball went through the hoop, Achilles, overwhelmed with joy, cast a glance towards the bench, where Jason Kidd was watching him with a slight nod of approval. His expression spoke volumes. This strategy was undoubtedly orchestrated by Jason Kidd specifically for Achilles. In fact, this was indeed the approach devised by Kidd, as evidenced by his analysis of the Rockets. He identified James Harden as a defensive liability, one who seldom dedicates himself intensely to defense in one-on-one situations. Chapter 99. The unrising Achilles. James Harden is undeniably the star of Houston. Having transitioned from the Oklahoma City Thunder to the Rockets in 2012, he swiftly evolved from the league's best sixth man to one of its premier shooting guards. In his inaugural season with the Rockets, he averaged an impressive 25, 9 points, 5, 8 assists, 4, 9 rebounds, and 8 steals per game. Data that starkly illustrates the folly of the Thunder's general manager for not investing that additional $6 million. In the subsequent 2 years, particularly last season, his statistics saw a further enhancement with averages of 27, 4 points, 7 assists, 5, 7 rebounds, and 7 steals. These figures leave no room for criticism from any perspective. Harden has gradually ascended to become the finest shooting guard in the league. Especially as Kobe Bryant and Dwayne Wade have aged and lost their significant impact on the game, one could even argue that he stands alone, with only Klay Thompson of the Warriors being a comparable counterpart. However, it must be acknowledged that despite such remarkable statistics, Harden is not without his share of controversies, including off-court troubles and the melodrama involving Khloe Kardashian and Lamar Odom that leaves many speechless. Furthermore, his lethargic attitude towards defense on the court is equally criticized. Jason Kidd, ever considerate of his prodigy, made a point to remind Achilles repeatedly before the game to exploit Harden's weaknesses. From the first play's outcome, it was evident that Harden's defensive prowess was lacking. Indeed, there are few matchups in this league that would allow Achilles to penetrate so effortlessly. However, Achilles did not celebrate prematurely, for as the Rockets launched a counterattack, James Harden positioned himself squarely before him. "You may breach my defense, but I can retaliate in kind." This encapsulates the attitude of James Harden during this period. With a rhythmic and fluid dribble, Harden adeptly shifts the center of gravity of Macau, then boldly collides with him, successfully drawing a foul. As he lands, the force of inertia causes him to step back several paces, yet his demeanor remains remarkably relaxed. Macau even perceives that Harden's play appears less strenuous than his own recent drive. Indeed, Harden is a master at drawing fouls and executing free throws, rendering him somewhat enigmatic. After all, a whistle blown equates to 2 points, which imposes an invisible pressure on defenders. According to Murphy's Law, the more one worries about a potential occurrence, the more likely it is to transpire. Thus, the more players strive to avoid fouling Harden, the greater the likelihood they will inadvertently commit one. This has created a virtuous cycle, rendering James Harden increasingly formidable. The score has reverted to 2-2. Macau dribbles forward, once again breaking through Harden's defense, who hasn't displayed a few flaws. "You commit a foul on me, and I shall continue to penetrate your defenses, for your guarding is lackluster. Who fears whom?" Macau's aggressive assault is remarkably tenacious. Interestingly, he does not typically exhibit such ferocity or determination. It appears that individuals tend to target the weaker opponents. Aware of Harden's defensive frailties and having easily succeeded in a prior attempt, he feels emboldened to charge forward once more. Swish! The ball finds the net again. And as Macau retreats, he casts a defiant glance at Harden, laden with provocation. In the face of such taunts, Harden remains unperturbed. Perhaps this is yet another aspect of Harden that warrants criticism. At this juncture, he has yet to grasp that the responsibilities of a mature leader extend beyond merely scoring. They encompass a multitude of other elements. Consider the impact of Shaquille O'Neal's thunderous dunks, followed by his commanding strides beneath the basket, which undoubtedly elicit a far greater response from the crowd than silently returning to defense. Moreover, responding to provocation with timely actions is far more reassuring than turning a blind eye. Of course, for some players, maintaining composure in the face of taunts is indicative of maturity. However, Harden is not among them. Nevertheless, it must be noted that during this period, Harden's style of play often fails to evoke a sense of exhilarating satisfaction, which constitutes one of his shortcomings. Yet, despite this, his offensive prowess remains undeniably significant. And the pressure he exerts on opponents is unparalleled, even when compared to other greats like LeBron James and Kevin Durant, who, from certain perspectives, do not impose as substantial a burden as he does. This must be discussed in conjunction with his playing style. His ability to draw fouls not only allows him to capitalize on a remarkably high free throw percentage, but also burdens his opponents with an additional foul, which serves as an intangible pressure for the players. This pressure is especially pronounced if the foul occurs early in the game, as was the case today. The defender, much like McCaw in this instance, becomes exceedingly cautious. When Harden once again possesses the ball in front of him, he refrains from closing in as aggressively as he did during their initial encounter. He deliberately maintains a distance from Harden, which leads to the latter, after 2 attempts to probe for a reaction, taking a direct three-point shot. Swish. The three-pointer is successful. In the span of 1 minute, Harden scores 5 consecutive points. 5-4. The Rockets have taken the lead. Michael, you must extend your arms. You resemble a motionless plastic statue in the park. McCaw's bewildered demeanor incited a sense of frustration in Jason Kidd on the sidelines as he shrank back after merely committing 1 foul. This defensive attitude is certainly unsatisfactory to Jason Kidd. As a player who entered the league in the 1990s, he has been profoundly influenced by the coaches of that era. His unwavering belief regarding defense is that, even at the cost of committing a foul, one should never allow the opponent to score with ease. This is a manifestation of staunch defense. The likes of McHale, who merely stands idly on the court, paralyzed by the fear of committing fouls, finds himself in the most undesirable predicament. Thus, even if it is one of his disciples on the court, he does not hesitate to unleash a torrent of criticism, voicing his dissatisfaction. The act of vociferating from the sidelines is a hallmark of the older generation of coaches. Many, including Jerry Sloan, have moments of furious reprimand compiled into a reel that could easily last an entire day. Conversely, the new generation of coaches, such as Kerr and Rick Carlisle, tend to adopt a more composed demeanor, observing the game from the sidelines as if everything is well within their control. This subtle air of pretense can, in an intangible manner, elevate one's status. After Jason Kidd's reprimand, Micah was no longer hesitant during Harden's subsequent offensive play. He defended with remarkable vigor. However, the price of this assertiveness was that Micah once again fell victim to a foul drawn by Harden. Blast it! As the whistle blew, Jason Kidd cursed under his breath, feeling that Micah seemed utterly incapable of rising to the occasion. Chapter 100. The shift of ears in less than 2 minutes into the game. Micah had already accumulated his second foul, which inevitably meant his substitution. Jason Kidd did not hesitate. As Harden approached the free throw line, he signaled for Bells to prepare to enter the game. Micah watched as Harden sank his first free throw and then lowered his head, heading toward the sidelines. He realized he had acted too impulsively once again, a persistent flaw he had long sought to amend but failed to rectify. Micah felt a deep sense of frustration, not solely due to being substituted after 2 fouls, but also because he noticed the glint of disappointment in Jason Kidd's eyes, if he was not mistaken. This must have been the first instance in which he perceived such a look in Jason Kidd's eyes. Unavoidably, he was reminded of his tenure with the 76ers, when shortly after witnessing the disappointment in his coach's gaze, he was traded. He remained uncertain about the duration of his stay with the team this time, which contributed to his disheartenment. Perhaps his days with the Bucks were numbered. At this moment, McCall felt a profound sense of helplessness. He wished to transform his circumstances, yet lacked the capability to do so. As McCall wrestled with his frustration, the game continued unabated. Harden scored again, netting 2 baskets in quick succession and contributing 7 points to the scoreboard. However, upon the entry of Bellis, his scoring momentum began to wane. The veteran's experience shone through at that juncture. In truth, Bellis's defensive approach bore a striking resemblance to McCall's. He maintained a balanced distance, neither too close nor too far. Yet, where Bellis excelled was in his astuteness, consistently keeping his hands within the referee's line of sight, refraining from altering his defensive distance or jumping prematurely. In simpler terms, he was adept at avoiding fakes. This exemplifies the most significant distinction between seasoned veterans who have played in the NBA for 7 or 8 years and newcomers. The essence of defense is indeed cultivated through years of accumulated experience. Even players with a keen defensive awareness require time within the league to reach a level akin to that of Bellis. This does not imply that Ballas possesses exceptional defensive skills. Rather, he avoids the rudimentary errors that plague players like Micah. Under his defensive watch, Harden missed his first shot of the game. The score stood at 7-4, with the Bucks trailing by 3 points. At this juncture, Giannis emerged to receive the ball. While Micah had been entirely unutilized during several recent possessions, demonstrating an intense desire to contribute offensively. However, with Micah absent from the court, Giannis reclaimed the ball, and the Bucks reverted to their standard offensive strategy. The Rockets' power forward, Jones, possesses some offensive capability, yet he is a quintessential bully, relying solely on his physical attributes to overpower opponents. When matched against a competitor with superior physical prowess, his performance tends to resemble that of a feeble shrimp. Giannis, endowed with even greater athleticism and ferocity in his drives, presents a formidable challenge. As Giannis received the ball, Jones hastily followed, but as he crossed the free throw line, Giannis had already secured possession, prompting Jones to lunge forward. However, that slight forward lean did not escape Giannis's notice as Jones advanced. Giannis exploded past him from the right side. Although Jones exhibited commendable reflexes, his physicality could not keep pace with his quick thinking. The dissonance between his brain's commands and his body's movements resulted in a stumble, nearly leading to a fall. Seizing this opportunity, Giannis charged toward the basket, executing a soaring dunk. The ball swished through the hoop, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the home crowd. This marked the first occasion in the match when such exuberant cheers erupted from the crowd. Earlier, while McCaw had successfully netted 2 baskets, the applause had been merely sporadic, far quieter than the resounding ovation that resonated at this moment. Particularly during his second score, the arena was almost devoid of any significant sound. The rationale was quite clear. Although McCaw had scored, it was merely a commonplace layup, and he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Harden. More crucially, the Milwaukee fans harbored a disdain for him, perceiving McCaw as an impediment to the potential of Milwaukee's promising quartet, believing that he hindered their capabilities from fully manifesting. Conversely, Giannis Antetokounmpo represented a different narrative. In the eyes of the Milwaukee faithful, he symbolized the future cornerstone of the franchise, one of the faces of the Bucks for at least the next decade. Thus, it was only natural for him to elicit the most fervent cheers. Giannis executed a splendid play, significantly uplifting the morale of the Bucks, and under his influence, the team managed to overturn the deficit in the ensuing minutes, concluding the first quarter at 14-10 with 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. At this juncture, James Harden suddenly intensified his efforts, sinking a long-range three-pointer that narrowed the gap to a mere 1 point. The match is far from an easy conclusion. Amidst his bushy beard, Harden's demeanor finally softened a bit. He effortlessly scored 7 points before Bells took the court, yet after Bells' entry, it took him nearly 5 minutes to net his first basket. Bells, possessing immense experience, seemed impervious to any feint. However, now that he has scored, the weight on his shoulders has lightened considerably. Giannis' attempt to score fell short. Jones alone could not contain him, prompting Howard to actively assist in defense. With Howard's support, Giannis found it increasingly challenging to ascend. His driving threat diminished significantly. After Giannis' failed attempt, Harden forcibly sank a three-pointer, igniting a surge as he followed up with a layup, scoring 5 consecutive points and flipping the score in his favor, bringing his personal tally into double digits. The ball was given to Wang. After Giannis struggled to penetrate, Jason Kidd shifted his focus to another core player of the Bucks, the most outstanding and consistent performer so far, the NCAA prodigy, Wang Yu. Heeding the call, Giannis passed the ball to Wang Yu, who held it low in the post. At that moment, the crowd erupted in a tremendous cheer, with many diehard Milwaukee fans rising to support him. They had every reason to be exhilarated. This marks Wang Yu's inaugural possession in the low post during this match. Although he had previously scored a basket with a mid-range shot, this moment is distinct. Wang Yu now commands the ball in the low post, facing none other than Dwight Howard, the very player whom many fans had compared him to prior to the game. This encounter represents Wang Yu's first foray into challenging the league's premier center in his professional career. Despite Howard's gradual decline from his peak performance to the majority of spectators, this scenario embodies a significant challenge to the throne of Wang Yu. It is reminiscent of Allen Iverson's inaugural face-off against Michael Jordan. It was not merely a contest of skill, but a symbolic transition between eras. When Wang Yu confronted Howard, although it lacked the historical significance of that legendary matchup, it nonetheless signified a shift in the dominance of the paint. After all, among the current players who epitomize the center position, Wang Yu's statistics stand unrivaled. Chapter 101. Howard's final defiance. Wang Yu, with the ball in hand, sensed the resistance Howard exerted behind him. Instead of carelessly dribbling, he opted to execute a few feints. Howard, unfazed by these maneuvers, continued to press against Wang Yu, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Resolute, Wang Yu decided to power through, charging towards the basket. However, as he bore down on Howard, he was taken aback by the latter's unexpected fragility. Howard's lower body was surprisingly weak. With just a couple of forceful encounters, Wang Yu easily dislodged him and subsequently executed a one-handed dunk with effortless grace. How utterly uninspiring. Wang Yu had initially valued this confrontation with Howard, yet he was astonished to discover how easily the latter succumbed to the impact. Oh! The fragility of his lower body strength. The stability of the foundation predominantly hinges upon the lower limbs. When the lower body lacks power, traction diminishes. Thus, Howard was easily displaced, revealing the extent of his weakness. From Wang Yu's perspective, it was evident that both centers of the Thunder possessed significantly greater lower body strength than he did. However, despite Wang Yu's feelings of ennui, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, as if they had triumphed in a crucial battle. It is understandable, considering this is Howard, the former premier center of the league. The fact that Wang Yu could maneuver so effortlessly against him in the low post is undoubtedly a testament to his prowess. This also unequivocally signifies that Wang Yu's capabilities have ascended to the elite echelon of interior players in the league. The devoted fans in Milwaukee are convinced that, following this match, the narrative surrounding Wang Yu will reach unprecedented heights. The rise of the new king inevitably treads upon the remnants of the old. Yet, none could have anticipated that this former monarch is no longer the player capable of a straight swap for LeBron James. The recent transition of power, from Wang Yu's perspective, posed little challenge. In light of this ease, he relinquished his previously prepared provocative gestures, as he deemed his opponent unworthy of such confrontation. Nevertheless, he feigned an assertive demeanor, which left Howard feeling somewhat disgruntled. In the ensuing round, Howard eagerly sought the ball, only to find that Harden, who possessed it, disregarded his pleas. Moreover, the Rockets head coach, observing Howard's futile attempts to receive the ball, displayed no change in expression, clearly indicating that such occurrences were not novel within the team. The coach's demeanor further implied his tacit acknowledgement that Harden was indeed the true linchpin of the Rockets. Wang Yu scrutinized the man before him, who was desperately reaching out for the ball, and suddenly realized he was not alone in recognizing that the league's premier center had become a mere shadow of his former self. Many, including the members of the Rockets, were undoubtedly aware of this reality, yet none dared to articulate it, as the prevailing perception still held Howard as the foremost center in the league. This is a rather peculiar phenomenon, yet it undeniably exists. The sensation resembles that of the Rockets during the Yao Ming era, where they fervently proclaimed their aspirations for the championship year after year. It is not that they are oblivious to the Rockets' lack of true prowess. Rather, they believe in the potential of Yao and McGrady. However, upon reflection, one must consider the Spurs of 2005, the Heat of 2006, the Spurs again in 2007, and even the Celtics of 2008. Among the championship teams of those years, which one could they truly contend with? People often embellish their affection for their favorite teams and players. Take Dwight Howard, for instance. The Eastern Conference Finals in 2009 is now 6 years past. Yet fans still perceive it as if it were just around the corner. Despite his transitions from the Magic to the Lakers and then to the Rockets, they still envision Howard as the same formidable player he once was. This situation resembles the tale of the emperor's new clothes. It requires a courageous soul to step forward and speak the truth. In the realm of sports, such actions are often glorified as challenges to authority, yet in reality, their significance often outweighs their substance. Howard failed to seize the ball, nor did he engage in setting screens. This very reason led to his discord with Kobe, a circumstance of which Wang Yu is aware. During his 3 years of recuperation, he remained attentive to the news of the league. Even now, he steadfastly refuses to set screens. Initially, Wang Yu could not comprehend why Howard was reluctant to engage in such tasks. Was he truly so unwilling to perform the arduous and unglamorous work? After all, during his tenure with the Magic, he frequently set screens for Little Nelson. Yet, upon leaving the Magic, he seemingly shunned such responsibilities. Now, he has come to a sudden realization. Perhaps this is the final act of defiance from Dwight Howard. He is fully aware that he is no longer the dominant force he once was, yet he understands precisely why he departed from the Magic. He sought to elevate his status as a player, which was also his motivation for joining the Lakers. However, he did not anticipate that in Los Angeles, he would find himself relegated to the role of a secondary player, competing with Kobe for rebounds. He is unwilling to accept such a designation, as that was not the purpose behind his rift with the Magic. Thus, he departed once more. Upon reaching the Rockets, he discovered that Harden was not dissimilar to Kobe. Although Harden's attitude was less explicit, the demands placed upon him were akin to those Kobe had once imposed, thereby relegating him once again to the role of a secondary player. He is resolute in his refusal to embrace this subordinate position. This also elucidates his profound aversion to setting screens, for it signifies his unwillingness to compromise, a trait he steadfastly clings to. Consequently, he refrains from executing screens. The reasoning behind his obstinate reactions manifesting in action is quite straightforward. Dwight Howard is akin to a child who is yet to mature. What is a child's stubbornness like? It is precisely the adult's insistence that provokes a child to do the opposite. Perhaps he has long regretted his departure from Orlando, for it was there that he found a management team and fans who genuinely supported him. Bang! As Wang Yu continued his offensive play, having recognized the ease with which he could dominate Howard in the low post, he chose to proceed with this approach despite the diminished anticipation. This method proved to be the most efficient and effortless means of attack. Wang Yu, a seasoned player, demonstrates his disinterest in his opponent through a provocative demeanor, yet never in his scoring technique. On the court, he naturally opts for the most effortless and efficient means of shooting. Well, once again, he effortlessly executed a dunk, eliciting an even greater roar of approval from the audience. This is what they yearn to witness. Ideally, it would be splendid to see him dunk over Howard once more, as that would truly exemplify Wang Yu's dominance and lend greater credence to his prowess. A dunk over the league's foremost player undoubtedly evokes a unique sentiment. The Bucks' dual core has finally ignited, and the synergy between their interior and exterior play has begun to widen the gap. Concluding the first quarter with a lead of 29-23, a 7-point advantage. Harden may have scored 15 points in that quarter, yet he stands alone in his efforts. Chapter 102. The dilemma indeed. It became apparent from the first quarter that the Rockets' famed duo had long since unraveled. There exists a complete absence of cooperative intent among them, each merely pursuing their individual game. With such disarray among the core players, the combined efforts fail to yield even a sum of 2, and thus the Rockets' current record is, unsurprisingly, rather disheartening. This has instigated a palpable tension within the Rockets organization. It is noteworthy that last season, they valiantly advanced to the Western Conference Finals. Without Howard, they reached the finals, only to succumb to the eventual champions, the Warriors. However, their current performance is far from impressive, standing at a record of 2 wins and 4 losses, placing them 11th in the Western Conference. Such a performance has led to murmurs within Houston regarding Howard's unsuitability for the current Rockets roster. This sentiment, coupled with the present record, has allowed Harden to firmly establish himself as the core of the team, which explains his reluctance to pass the ball to Howard. Despite his somewhat tarnished reputation, Harden's position within the team remains unassailable. However, relying solely on him is insufficient to withstand the formidable Bucks, especially when both of their star players are in full form. The Bucks continued to widen the gap in the second quarter, and by halftime, they had established a 10-point lead. Wang Yu impressively recorded a double-double with 15 points and 11 rebounds by halftime, rendering Howard's 7 points and 6 rebounds somewhat lackluster in comparison. In this era, one can only discard the inferior when comparing quality. In truth, a performance of 7 points and 6 rebounds and a half is commendable for a modern center. However, due to the player being Dwight Howard, fans expressed dissatisfaction. Wang Yu emerged as the leading scorer for the Bucks in the first half, while the second highest scorer was not Giannis Antetokounmpo, who managed 9 points, but rather Middleton, who surpassed him with 10 points. Middleton sank 2 3-pointers and completed a 3-point play, showcasing an explosively remarkable form. Nevertheless, the Rockets did not surrender easily. A mere 10-point deficit is insignificant, and in such a game, this gap is akin to trailing by 5 points a decade ago. Harden ignited in the third quarter, commencing from the 6.5-minute mark, sinking consecutive 3-pointers. In this season, among the multitude of completed matches, if we were to assert that Curry is the most precise 3-point shooter, built upon a foundation of high attempts, then Harden emerges as the most audacious 3-point marksman. This individual has entirely relinquished the mid-range 2-point shot, relying solely on layups and 3-pointers for scoring. He embodies the principles of Moneyball to perfection. The advantage of such a playing style lies in its potential for explosive energy, provided the shots find their mark. Harden's consecutive three-point successes have narrowed the deficit to a mere 3 points within a span of 2 minutes. And should he continue in this vein, the Rockets may very well reclaim the lead. At this juncture, Middleton, who had excelled beyond the arc in the first half, chose to respond. As the most accurate three-point shooter for the Bucks, it was indeed his duty to counter the Rockets' barrage of three-pointers. Importantly, since Harden was the one he was defending, and having failed to contain him, Middleton must compensate on the offensive end. Clang, clang. Regrettably, the once fluent three-point shooter Middleton failed to convert on 2 attempts during this phase. That fellow, Jason Kidd, furrowed his brow. This situation is not unprecedented. In previous matches, whenever the Bucks were in critical moments requiring either a lead or a comeback, this individual's shots consistently went awry. Today, we witnessed a similar occurrence once again. With a swift motion, Harden seized the opportunity, leveling the score completely. The urgency compelled Jason Kidd to call a timeout. The atmosphere in the stands was somber, as Harden's series of three-pointers had significantly dampened the spirits. Conversely, the players of the Rockets, both on and off the court, rekindled their fighting spirit. Surrounding Harden as he exited the game, bestowing upon him the cheers that only a hero might deserve, Houston fans watching from their screens beamed with satisfaction, recognizing what true leadership entails. Despite his off-court troubles, it mattered little. As long as he led the team to victory, that was sufficient. Other matters were of no consequence. The only discontented figure among the Rockets was perhaps Dwight Howard, as one of the 2 core players in discord. It was natural for one to feel uneasy when the other excelled. Howard, with his childlike disposition, could barely conceal his emotions. This individual should be traded. Indeed, to be overshadowed in such a manner. It is to be expected, as Chinese centers have historically dominated him, be it the legendary Yao or the current Wang. Yet, his disdain for Harden is matched by the dissatisfaction of Houston's fans towards him. They are now more inclined to see Howard traded away. Chris, I hope you seize this opportunity. Jason Kidd's timeout served as a stern reminder to Middleton, as he had squandered 2 crucial attempts. Had he converted even one, the score would not have been tied. It is no wonder Kidd was irate. Middleton hung his head in silence, his forlorn expression deepening with worry, almost as if he were on the verge of tears. After addressing him, Kidd refrained from further words, instead emphasizing the forthcoming strategy. The primary option was Wang, and Giannis was to leverage his court vision to create opportunities for Wang. In the second half, Giannis faced intense defensive scrutiny, and his efficiency had waned. He primarily relied on driving to the basket, and when that faltered, his threat diminished significantly. During such times, his contributions were more pronounced in facilitating plays. Meanwhile, the point guard, whom Kidd had high hopes for, Mikhail, had accumulated 2 fouls in the first quarter, then a third in the second. And within a minute of the second half, he incurred his 4th foul. Despite Kidd's gamble in keeping him on the court, Mikhail managed to pick up a 5th foul within just 2 minutes. Kidd's faith in this player had completely evaporated. Fortunately, on the court now, the Bucks have a capable facilitator in the form of Giannis Antetokounmpo, whose presence renders the necessity for a traditional point guard's playmaking abilities irrelevant. It was at this juncture that Jason Kidd truly grasped the irreplaceable qualities that Michael Carter-Williams brought to the starting lineup. Chris, do you believe in my rebounding prowess? With the strategies laid out, the buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the timeout. It was time to take the court. At that moment, Wang Yu embraced Middleton. Have faith. Middleton was initially taken aback but quickly responded, affirming his belief in Wang Yu's rebounding capabilities. Then that's all that matters. Wang Yu patted Middleton on the shoulder, urging him to shoot with confidence. I've got your back in the paint for those rebounds. Even if you miss, I'll be there to secure it. Chapter 103. The shot. Wang Yu's words significantly eased Middleton's tension. Recently, he had found himself inexplicably anxious during critical moments of the game. For a shooter, the psychological fluctuations can be more impactful than the pressure exerted by opponents. It was this very reason that Wang Yu offered his encouragement. Traditional coaches often overlook the importance of addressing players' mental states. They focus on performance on the court, but rarely delve into the psychological adjustments necessary for their players, with some neglecting this aspect entirely. This is precisely why the Zen master stood out during that era. He possessed a remarkable ability to regulate the players' mental states. Subsequently, motivational coaches began to flourish within the league, particularly following the Celtics' championship victory in the 2008 finals, with Doc Rivers leading the way as a coach adept at inspiring and motivating players. For the Milwaukee Bucks, what they truly require is a comprehensive head coach, one who is not only tactically astute, but also capable of delivering motivational speeches. This is in stark contrast to Jason Kidd, who seemed preoccupied with flashy maneuvers. While he might empathize with his players at certain moments, he often failed to understand them, as he had never experienced a journey akin to Middleton's. From the moment he entered the league, he was already the core of a team. After a timeout, the game resumed. Giannis boldly received the ball in the backcourt, no longer pretending, revealing his role as a point guard. The Bucks swiftly established their offensive formation. The capabilities of Milwaukee's quartet were beyond doubt, and veteran Bledsoe, with his years of experience, contributed to their seamless coordination. Each player fulfilled their role with precision, creating a harmonious and orderly execution of plays. The Bucks were evidently on the path to transforming into a formidable team. Boom. Giannis passed the ball to Wang Yu, who aggressively attacked Howard in the low post. Howard struggled to withstand the force, his legs uncontrollably retreating after the third collision with Wang Yu. Once again, Wang Yu overpowered Howard and executed a thunderous slam dunk. The Bucks regained a 2-point lead. This play ignited a roar of applause throughout the arena, revitalizing the atmosphere among the spectators. Wang Yu truly was the stabilizing force at the Bradley Center. Hollis, the live commentator for the Bradley Center, had been covering games there for 12 years. Watching Wang Yu's basket elicited another cheer from the fans, prompting him to express his genuine admiration. Although he had never articulated it, he sincerely believed that, compared to the gradually developing Giannis, Wang Yu was the true core of the team. Giannis evidently still had room for growth. His abilities would unfold more in the future. Yet for now, the team heavily relied on Wang Yu, who had maintained an unwavering performance since the season opener. He exhibited an extraordinary composure, akin to the stone sculpture standing steadfast in the center of the fan plaza outside the Bradley Center, enduring the elements for over a decade. The Bucks had regained their morale. With Wang Yu on the court, the players exuded confidence. A timeout seemed to have cooled down Harden's fiery shooting touch. Upon returning to the court, his three-point attempt went astray, and Wang Yu securely gathered the rebound. As the Rockets players retreated, he passed the ball to Giannis, allowing the latter to orchestrate the offense. The Rockets had set up a double team against Wang Yu. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Once again, the double team rears its head. Wang Yu smirked, yet one cannot deny that this remains the most effective defensive strategy against him. With no sight of Wang Yu, Antetokounmpo resolved to take matters into his own hands. However, the Rockets' perimeter players suddenly intensified their efforts, converging one after another towards him. Despite Antetokounmpo's ball-handling prowess, his towering stature made the rebound's height susceptible to being contested, particularly with the Rockets applying relentless pressure. Antetokounmpo swiftly scanned his teammates' positions, his gaze soon landing on an open spot occupied by Middleton. The Rockets' defensive approach inevitably required them to concede one player from the Bucks, and Middleton was the one left unguarded, especially since he had missed 2 shots prior to the timeout, rendering him a dispensable asset. Without hesitation, and with no time to spare, Antetokounmpo hurled the ball towards Middleton. The latter, recalling Wang Yu's earlier words, seized the ball without any doubt, adjusted his stance, and took the shot. Clang! The ball's trajectory appeared promising, yet it ultimately ricocheted off the front of the rim. Wang Yu shouted, engaging in a fierce contest for the rebound with Howard. The sheer upper body strength of the Superman was undeniable. In their initial tussle, Wang Yu found himself at a disadvantage. However, during his second leap, Howard was unable to elevate, allowing Wang Yu to seize the ball. With a resounding thud, Wang Yu jumped once more, emphatically slamming the ball through the hoop. A deafening roar erupted from the crowd, sending shockwaves through the arena, and the entire Bucks bench rose to their feet in exhilaration. The struggle for the rebound vividly showcased the stark contrast in physical prowess between Wang Yu and Howard. Wang Yu leaped 3 times, while this fellow managed to jump only once. The beast truly seems to have descended from his pinnacle. Did you see that, Chris? Am I deceiving you? Fear not. I shall seize all these rebounds. Wang Yu, upon returning to defense, lightly tapped Middleton on the shoulder, sensing the latter tense momentarily before relaxing once more. Middleton nodded in acknowledgement, genuinely reassured. However, Jason Kidd observed Middleton on the court with growing irritation. Could this wretched fellow truly be so ineffective? He contemplated substituting Middleton, for it seemed the outcome remained unchanged with or without him on the floor. Bang! At last, Howard capitalized on a prime opportunity for a cut, charging to the basket to receive a teammate's assist, effortlessly completing a thunderous dunk that momentarily evoked memories of the legendary beast. Following the dunk, Howard's expression was somewhat less grim, having finally answered with a score. The point differential narrowed to 2. Once again, Middleton found himself unguarded, and Giannis chose to trust Middleton anew, passing the ball into the latter's hands. Run. Don't stop the ball. Pass. Jason Kidd immediately called out to Middleton. He was now somewhat apprehensive about Middleton taking a shot. He would rather the latter continue passing, as even a 24-second violation seemed preferable to witnessing more missed attempts. This was Kidd's train of thought. Yet, Middleton seemed oblivious to his words, taking a direct shot instead. And this time he executed it with unmistakable determination. Swish. The ball went in. Middleton helped the Bucks extend their lead to 5 points. Chapter 104, the league's premier center. Middleton watched the ball sink into the hoop and vigorously waved his hand in celebration. As the ball swished through the net, he completely relaxed. The crowd erupted in cheers, equally thrilled by Middleton's hard-earned three-pointer. Instinctively, Middleton sought out Wang Yu's position. Discovering the latter gazing at him with palpable excitement, the two exchanged a playful bump as they returned to defense. "Brother, I believe you can make that shot." Wang Yu affectionately tousled Middleton's hair, clearly pleased with the moment. The game continued, and Middleton's prowess revitalized the Bucks' offensive strategy, showcasing their true potential. The Rockets' previously effective defensive formation crumbled under the pressure. They increasingly exhibited a lack of cohesion in their defense. Swish. With another three-pointer from Middleton, the Bucks re-established a lead exceeding 10 points. James Harden sought to replicate his third-quarter heroics, but such occurrences in a single game are rare, making it improbable for a similar opportunity to arise once more. Swish. With 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, Wang Yu executed a thunderous dunk, extending the Bucks' lead to 16 points and dispelling any remaining suspense in the matchup. Harden concluded the game with 27 points, 7 assists, 6 rebounds, and 6 turnovers, converting 10 of 13 from the free throw line, delivering a quintessential Harden performance. Unfortunately, this display did not secure a victory for the Rockets. Wang Yu emerged as the standout player for the Bucks, amassing 34 points, the highest of any player on the court, along with 16 rebounds and 3 blocks. He dominated the paint throughout the evening. His performance undeniably affirmed his status as one of the league's premier big men, as he exerted a commanding advantage over Howard in their matchup. Although the game did not unfold as I had anticipated, with Wang and Dwight igniting sparks, I found great enjoyment in witnessing Wang's excellence against Howard. Now, I ask you to proclaim loudly, who is the finest big man in the league? Howard managed only 15 points and 10 rebounds in this contest, slightly above his season average in scoring, but marginally below his average in rebounds. Such performance can indeed be deemed as normal, as it reflects his usual capabilities. However, when compared to Wang Yu's data, the disparity becomes glaringly apparent. It is for this reason that while many fans extol Wang Yu's achievements, the supporters in Houston are mercilessly lambasting Howard, proclaiming that acquiring Dwight Howard was the gravest mistake of the season. One need only contemplate the situation to understand, if Dwight had been in good form, how could the Lakers have so readily parted ways with him? Centering the team around a center has been a tradition in Houston. Yet it must be acknowledged that among the centers they have had, Dwight is the least impressive. We have shown ample patience and afforded him considerable time, only to be met with disappointment time and again. Yo overpowered Howard, Wang similarly excelled against him, and the presence of other Chinese centers will forever haunt Howard throughout his career. Following this match, Howard has officially become an object of disdain in the hearts of Houston Rockets fans. Their contempt has erupted, and they can no longer restrain their impulses, unleashing a torrent of vitriol in response to reports about Howard and on his official social media. 3 years ago, when Howard arrived, the entire city of Houston celebrated, believing that a new era had dawned. Yet, 3 years later, the initial optimism has evaporated, overshadowed by Howard's deteriorating performance. After parting ways with Los Angeles, it appears that Howard's connection with Houston has also reached its conclusion. Notably, while Houston fans express their disdain for Howard, media outlets in Los Angeles have seized the opportunity to exacerbate the situation. This is precisely why Dwight Howard could not remain in the City of Angels. He is not a true champion, merely a powerful yet immature individual, forever failing to grow and perpetually disappointing. This report has cast a harsh shadow over Howard. And unlike 3 years ago when fans defended him, this time no one has come to his aid, unless an unexpected turn of events occurs. At the conclusion of this season, Howard will embark on a new chapter, yet given his current form, his future appears rather uncertain. It is high time we engage in a meaningful discussion regarding Wang's standing within this league. Frankly, This is an issue we have consistently overlooked. Despite Wang averaging 25 points and 12 rebounds, and the Bucks boasting an impressive record of 7 wins to 1 loss, we still describe him merely as an outstanding rookie. However, after this match, it is imperative that we assign him a more precise classification. As many fans anticipated prior to the game, Wang Yu has truly captured the attention of numerous experts within the league, especially after his remarkable performance against the former #1 center, Dwight Howard. ESPN has also initiated a discussion on Twitter, this time centered around Wang Yu. Where do you believe Wang Yu ranks among the current centers in the league? This ranking seemingly encompasses all players in the league capable of occupying the center position, excluding those who have already faced off against Wang Yu. As his performances in those matches are well recognized, he undoubtedly emerged as the superior player. Among the remaining contenders are Andre Drummond of the Pistons, DeMarcus Cousins of the Kings, Al Jefferson of the Hornets, and Roy Hibbert of the Pacers. The mere mention of these four evokes a sense of nostalgia among fans, harkening back to the illustrious era of the four dominant centers in the league, a time when the interior players shone brilliantly. However, upon discounting those centers who have already contended with Wang Yu, we find ourselves left with this rather uninspiring selection. Drummond excels defensively but lacks offensive prowess. Cousins suffers from questionable judgment. Jefferson, while commendable and currently at the peak of his career, has yet to cultivate solid defensive habits. If he cannot dominate offensively against Wang Yu, his performance may not surpass that of Wang Yu. As for Hibbert, his value appears to only manifest when facing the Heat, rendering further commentary unnecessary. After this round of games, Wang Yu is surprisingly poised to claim the title of the league's foremost center. In my view, he undoubtedly deserves this position. Most importantly, he has the support of the fans. After being sidelined for 3 years, he returned to play his first season and, after just 7 games, has been adorned with the crown of the league's best center. This is undoubtedly something that no fan, including those of Huaxia, could have anticipated. Introduction: Wang Yu, the first overall pick in the 2012 NBA draft, faced an unexpected calamity with a complete rupture of his Achilles tendon shortly after the draft. After 3 years of silence, he is fully recovered and embarked on a legendary journey in the paint that is uniquely his own.